The homely daughter of the Lu family throws an embroidered ball to seek a suitor, yet her lack of beauty renders her unclaimed by any man. Just as Wang Teng, who has recently traversed through time, experiences a faintness from hunger, a ball descends from the heavens, striking him atop his head. Ding! Option 1. Catch the embroidered ball. Reward of 1 celestial chicken leg. Option 2. Discard the embroidered ball. Reward of the sunflower scripture. Is there any need for deliberation? Naturally, the choice is to select. The crowd jeers, mocking the beggar and the ugly maiden as a match destined by fate. However, on the wedding night, the ugly maiden transforms into a breathtaking empress, and the beggar reveals himself as a divine king, truly a match made in heaven. When the empress craves dragon meat during her pregnancy, Wang Teng glances at the 9-clawed dragon king, who, trembling with fear, offers his flesh in tears. Husband, our daughter desires 10 younger brothers. My lady, I shall strive to fulfill her wish. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, today marks the day my daughter Lu Yinxi throws her embroidered ball to seek a suitor. Any unmarried man of 16 or older may contend for the ball, proclaimed Lu Goen, the head of the Lu family, with a booming voice as he stood with his hands clasped behind him. Beside him stood a graceful young lady, her features obscured by a veil of white gauze. This lady was none other than Lu Yinxi, adorned in a flowing white glass gown, her figure elegant and her demeanor poised, clutching a red embroidered ball. Yet her veiled countenance rendered her beauty a mystery. However, the crowd below harbored unflattering opinions regarding the appearance of this Lu family heiress. Lu Yinxi is notoriously regarded as an ugly woman which man would wish to marry. Such a creature? Indeed, at nearly 20 years old and still unmarried, it's no wonder Lu Zhongzhu is desperate enough to resort to throwing the ball. It is said that Lu Miss bears a face marred by birthmarks, terrifying enough to scare off suitors who would dare to wed her. Hearing the disparaging remarks from the crowd, Lu Goen furrowed his brow in concern. His daughter Lu Yinxi had remained unmarried due to her lack of beauty, and with her 20th birthday approaching in 3 months, their family would face increased taxes if she did not wed. Under the laws of the Great Siam martial dynasty, families of unmarried women over the age of 20 were obliged to pay an additional 10% in taxes. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Goen orchestrated today's Eventan act born of necessity. Lu Yinxi understood her father's plight, which led her to acquiesce to his suggestion. As she stood with the embroidered ball in hand, Lu Yinxi overheard the crowd's comments, and her eyes glimmered with a hint of disappointment and grievance. Her life had been branded with the label of ugly due to the birthmarks adorning her face, subjecting her to scorn and ridicule since childhood, rendering her hesitant to step outside. Noticing his daughter's melancholic demeanor, Lu Goen approached and embraced her, offering silent comfort, before reluctantly urging, Yinxi, the time has come, throw the embroidered ball. With understanding, Lu Yinxi nodded and gracefully made her way to the edge of the pavilion, gazing down at the crowd that mocked her, momentarily at a loss as to where to cast the ball. None of the men below were familiar to her, and she felt no attraction towards any of them. Yet, destiny compelled her to relent. With a deep breath, Lu Yinxi closed her eyes and hurled the red embroidered ball downward, surrendering all to fate. Simultaneously, on a street directly opposite the pavilion, a ragged beggar swayed unsteadily towards the gathering. Wang Teng, who had just traversed time, felt faint from hunger, his limbs devoid of strength, stumbling as he walked. Where am I? Wasn't I merely taking a nap during class? How did I awaken in such a different place? Wang Teng muttered, rubbing his heavy head, realizing that his memories were muddled with strange recollections that felt oddly familiar. After a brief moment of sorting through his thoughts, he grasped the reason for his presence here. I've actually crossed over, and it seems I've inhabited the body of a prince. However, this prince was deposed by his own royal brother and has been hunted for over half a year. What a miserable fate. Wang Teng quickly pieced together that the identity he now bore was that of the prince of the Great Siam martial dynasty. Due to a power struggle, he was pursued and had his cultivation forcibly stripped away, leading to a life of hiding and peril for the past 6 months, giving him the appearance of a beggar. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a struggle for food with a dog when he was accidentally struck on the head by a rock, resulting in his untimely demise. Thus, he had crossed over, taking possession of this body. To be killed by a dog, surely, this prince had suffered the most tragic fate in history. Yet, despite inhabiting this new body, Wang Teng remained ravenous. If he could not find food soon, he too would meet his end here. I'm so hungry. Wang Teng staggered forward, consumed by the singular desire to sate his hunger, feeling as though he might faint at any moment. At that moment, anyone who offered him a morsel would find him immediately kneeling in gratitude. In a daze, Wang Teng noticed a throng of people gathered nearby, and he resolved to approach in hopes of begging for food. Below the pavilion, Lu Yang's embroidered ball was tossed back and forth among the crowd, none willing to claim it. Wang Matzi, you're still unmarried, so this ball is for you. A mischievous young man laughed, tossing the ball he had just caught to a spotty-faced young man. I have no desire to wed an ugly woman. I'd be terrified to sleep at night. Wang Matzi rejected the ball with a dismissive wave. The ball fortuitously landed on a middle-aged man nearby. Second uncle, since you've caught the ball, you ought to marry the Lu family heiress. At over 40, what a steal to gain a wife for free. Another voice jeered from the crowd. I came merely to observe. Do not thrust this ugly woman upon me. The middle-aged man replied, tossing the ball away once more. At over 40, with a family struggling to make ends meet, he should have considered himself fortunate to marry. Yet even he was unwilling to accept Lu Yanxi. The crowd continued their playful antics, treating the event as mere sport, pushing and tossing the ball without any intention of claiming it. This scene left Lu Guan in a state of distress. As he watched the ball land in the hands of several promising young men, he longed for them to seize it. However, when it fell to the hands of ruffians or down-and-out men, he wished fervently for someone to snatch it back. Lu Guan was truly tormented by the matter of his daughter's marriage. In contrast, Lu Yanxi had grown numb to the situation. These men had no intention of marrying her, viewing the embroidered ball as a mere plaything. At that moment, a ragged beggar stumbled into the fray. By coincidence, the embroidered ball was again carelessly thrown, striking the beggar squarely on the head, leaving him dazed. Who hit me? I merely came to beg for food. Why must you strike me? Wang Teng cursed inwardly. Yet, in the next instant, an ethereal voice resonated within Wang Teng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully binding the Divine King system. You have triggered your first task. Option 1. Catch Lu Yang's embroidered ball. Reward: 1 celestial chicken leg. Option 2. Discard the embroidered ball. Reward: the sunflower scripture. Wang Teng paused momentarily, realizing he had triggered some sort of system, and catching the ball would yield a chicken leg. Upon hearing of food, his eyes brightened. He cared not for the details. His sole focus was to fill his stomach. With determination, Wang Teng quickly scanned the ground and soon spotted the red embroidered ball that had struck him. He hastily grasped it, ready to defend it fiercely against any who might contest him. Chapter 2. The Beggar and the Ugly Woman. Beneath the elegant pavilion, a group of men gathered curiously when they witnessed someone seizing the embroidered ball. Initially, they had intended to snatch it away for a bit of fun. But upon realizing that the one who had captured it was a ragged beggar, filthy and emanating a strong odor, they instinctively recoiled a step back. The stench was unbearable. He was indeed a beggar. Wang Mazi pinched his nose and stepped back a few paces, while the others distanced themselves from Wang Teng, fearful of being overwhelmed by the foul smell. A beggar has seized the embroidered ball. A middle-aged man suddenly exclaimed loudly to this proclamation. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Haha, a beggar has caught the embroidered ball. Haha, the son-in-law of the Lu family is a beggar. The ugly woman and the beggar. A match made in heaven. The laughter was uproarious, while Lu Guan, observing from the pavilion, felt his face contort with rage. He had never anticipated that a filthy beggar would snatch his daughter's prized ball. Bring that beggar to me, Lu Guan commanded, his brow furrowed. He had initially considered declaring the ball-throwing engagement void on the spot, but upon reflection, he realized that such an act would tarnish the Lu family's reputation. Thus, he ordered for the beggar to be brought before him, intending to discreetly remove him later to avoid any damage to their standing. It was evident that Lu Guan had little regard for the beggar. Meanwhile, Lu Yanxi, upon seeing her embroidered ball in the hands of a grimy beggar, felt a shadow of despair cross her features. It seemed fate had its own design. Noticing his daughter's distress, Lu Guan hurried over to console her. Yanxi, do not be disheartened. I shall bring this beggar in shortly, persuade him with some benefits, and have him leave of his own accord. I will find you a suitable husband. Lu Guan had already devised a plan. He would offer the beggar something to ensure his departure, thus safeguarding the family's reputation. However, Lu Yanxi appeared resigned to her fate. Father, since my embroidered ball has been seized by him, then he shall be my husband. It is destined to be, and I wish not to struggle further. With this declaration, she retreated, her face marked by sorrow. Lu Guan sighed inwardly, but was unwilling to accept the idea of his daughter marrying such a filthy beggar. At that moment, Wang Teng guarded the embroidered ball, eyeing the surrounding onlookers warily. Anyone daring to snatch his prize would face his wrath, but fortunately, the crowd kept their distance. This brought Wang Teng a sense of relief. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Reward: 1 celestial chicken leg, now stored in the system space. Upon hearing this announcement, Wang Teng felt a surge of joy. Finally, he had something to eat. However, just as he was about to retrieve the celestial chicken leg to satiate his hunger, 2 servants approached him. Beggar, our master requests your presence. Come with us. The servants, despite their invitation, wore expressions of disdain and contempt, pinching their noses as they clearly found Wang Teng's odor repugnant. Who is your master? Why should I go with you? Wang Teng thought only of filling his stomach. You have seized our young lady's embroidered ball. What else could it signify? One of the servants replied indignantly. As Wang Teng heard this, he glanced at the red embroidered ball in his hand, his heart racing. I seized the ball. Does this mean I am to have a wife? He could hardly believe it. After 20 years of being single, on his very first day in this new world, he was faced with the prospect of ending his bachelorhood. Moreover, it appeared that the family in question was of considerable stature. Was he about to live off someone else's fortune? This could mean he would never have to go hungry again. Very well, I shall go and see. Wang Teng readily agreed, his heart brimming with anticipation for this unexpected opportunity. A young lady from a prestigious family. Surely, she would be beautiful. This was a tremendous stroke of luck. He would no longer have to beg and could resolve a major life issue at once. Following the 2 servants, Wang Teng arrived at a side hall of the Lu residence. Traditionally, the son-in-law would be welcomed in the main hall, but Lu Guan, unwilling to acknowledge this beggar as his daughter's suitor, had him meet in a secluded room. Lu Guan gazed upon the disheveled, filthy figure before him, his brow furrowed deeply. This man was inferior to even the most ruffian of the city. He could hardly fathom that throwing the embroidered ball had resulted in such an unsatisfactory match. The sight was displeasing, and he regretted the very act of throwing the ball in the first place. Yet, a flicker of hope remained in Lu Guan's heart. The Lu family was established through martial prowess. A beggar's background might not matter if he possessed exceptional martial talent. With this thought, Lu Guan approached and seized Wang Teng's arm, quickly pressing on various acupoints to assess his martial potential. After a moment, he let out a despondent sigh. This beggar not only lacked a respectable background but also had severed meridians, truly a waste of space. The body Wang Teng inhabited had once belonged to a prince. While his martial talent was mediocre, his abilities had been crippled by a skilled adversary, leaving him in this pitiful state. Determined to rid himself of this beggar, Lu Guan contemplated offering him some money to make him leave. What is your name? Lu Guan asked in a low voice, considering how to dismiss this unsightly guest. Wang Teng, however, was too weak from hunger to respond. Though the system had rewarded him with a celestial chicken leg, he felt that retrieving it in front of so many people might frighten them. After a moment's thought, he replied, Could I eat first before answering your question? This remark elicited laughter from those present. Indeed, he was a beggar, fixated only on food. First, take him away for a meal and a bath. The stench is unbearable. Lu Guan waved his hand in disgust, firmly resolved to rid himself of Wang Teng, whose odor was simply intolerable. This was not entirely Wang Teng's fault. The previous owner of this body had often hidden in doghouses and chicken coops to evade pursuers. So it was no wonder he reeked. Soon, Wang Teng was led to an empty room where the Lu family's servants had prepared a lavish spread of dishes, alongside a large wooden tub and a clean set of clothes. After setting everything out, they departed. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled at the sight of the sumptuous feast. Finally, he had food. Just as he reached for the chopsticks, he recalled the celestial chicken leg awarded by the system. The name alone sounded promising. Perhaps he should taste that first. Locking the door behind him, Wang Teng finally felt at ease as he retrieved the celestial chicken leg from the system space. The chicken leg glistened with a golden hue, appearing incredibly appetizing, and its aroma was delightful. Most importantly, it radiated a rich spiritual energy. Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of this gift as he took a hearty bite. The celestial chicken leg was unlike anything found in the mortal realm. It was an ethereal delicacy. Upon consuming it, a warm sensation enveloped him, and his previously feeble body instantly regained strength, igniting his excitement. How wondrous! Just one bite had revitalized him. What would happen if he finished the whole leg? With this thought in mind, Wang Teng continued to devour the celestial chicken leg. In mere moments, the entire leg was consumed. He felt a wave of warmth and comfort throughout his body, and to his astonishment, he noticed his previously severed meridians visibly reconnecting. This is incredible. My meridians are healing, and I can train again. Wang Teng felt a surge of exhilaration. Furthermore, he noticed that after consuming the celestial chicken leg, his body underwent purification and transformation. As dark impurities seeped from his pores, it was clear that his physique had become purer, and his potential for cultivation had significantly increased. Henceforth, his training speed would accelerate exponentially. Wang Teng marveled at how effective the system's reward was. Not only had it restored his meridians, but it had also enhanced his physical attributes. After a moment of reflection, he became aware of his own foul odor. It was imperative that he bathe, for the stench was intolerable. Feeling a sense of revulsion towards his own smell, he quickly stripped off his filthy clothes and stepped into the wooden tub. After a thorough wash, Wang Teng emerged cleansed of all grime and odor, donning a fresh set of garments. Following this transformation, he felt like a different person. Standing before the mirror, he could hardly believe the handsome figure staring back at him. My goodness, how extraordinarily handsome. No wonder he is a royal prince. The genes are exceptional. How could he not captivate countless young ladies? Wang Teng was nearly overwhelmed by his own attractiveness. He had always considered himself handsome. But in comparison to this new form, he felt like a mere amateur. The transformation in his appearance could be attributed to the celestial chicken leg's effects, which had purified his body, eliminating impurities and rendering it flawless. Just as he was basking in self-admiration, a knock at the door interrupted him, followed by a servant's voice calling from outside. "Filthy beggar, have you finished eating and bathing? The master and young lady request your presence." "I'm coming," Wang Teng responded with a sound, and then stepped out of the door. The servant, upon witnessing a strikingly handsome young man emerge from the room, was momentarily stunned into speechlessness. "What about that filthy beggar?" the servant inquired, casting a glance back into the room. "I am that beggar," Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. "You are that beggar?" The servant scrutinized Wang Teng in disbelief. Utterly astonished, this was no beggar, but rather a dashing young gentleman. The disheveled beggar from moments ago was completely transformed. "Why are you dawdling? Was it not said that the lord and young lady were seeking me? Quickly, lead me to them," Wang Teng urged, giving the servant a gentle push. He was eager to meet his unexpected wife, the young lady of a prestigious family who was undoubtedly beautiful. He felt fortunate indeed. At this moment, in the side hall, besides Lord Lu Gowen, sat his daughter Lu Yanxi, who was poised and graceful, exuding a gentle and serene demeanor. However, her face remained obscured by a white veil, rendering her features indistinguishable. Lu Yanxi was anxious that her father might dismiss the man who had caught her embroidered ball, thus she hurried over. She did not wish for further complications, as she cherished the man who had caught her embroidered ball, even if he were a beggar. When Wang Teng followed the servant back to the side hall, both Lu Gowen and Lu Yanxi immediately turned their gaze towards him. Upon seeing Wang Teng's handsome visage, their eyes widened in surprise. "My lord, I have brought the beggar who caught the embroidered ball," the servant stated with a bow before retreating. Lu Gowen regarded Wang Teng, who was now a different person, in disbelief. "You are the beggar who caught the embroidered ball just now," he exclaimed, rising from his seat and scrutinizing Wang Teng from head to toe. He could hardly fathom that the filthy beggar he had seen moments ago had transformed into such a refined young man. Even Lu Yanxi was astonished. This beggar, after a wash and grooming, was unexpectedly handsome. "Indeed, I am the one who caught the embroidered ball," Wang Teng affirmed. After consuming a mystical chicken leg, Wang Teng had fully regained his vigor, even surpassing his previous state. "It is a pity you are unable to cultivate due to your meridians being severed," Lu Gowen remarked, shaking his head regretfully, before continuing with a barrage of questions. "What is your name? Where do you reside? How old are you? Do you have a wife or concubines?" Lu Gowen bombarded Wang Teng with inquiries as if conducting a census. Naturally, Wang Teng would not disclose his identity as a prince. Should that information leak, it would invite further peril from his royal brother. Thus, he casually replied, "My name is Wang Teng. I am 20 years old. I fled from a remote village due to famine, and my entire family has perished. I am yet to be wed, so you are a refugee from afar. No wonder you have fallen to the level of a beggar," Lu Gowen mused, seemingly convinced by Wang Teng's tale. However, he then shifted his line of questioning. "You claim to have come from afar. Does that mean you were unaware of my daughter's appearance?" The insinuation left Lu Yanxi feeling anxious, her heart racing. She had initially thought Wang Teng must have known her appearance before catching the embroidered ball, but it now appeared that he was oblivious to her perceived ugliness. If this young man were to reject her after discovering her looks, she would not want to force him into marriage. Indeed, I was unaware of the Lu family's young lady's appearance. Wang Teng instinctively shook his head. In his hunger, he had scarcely been able to think about the young lady's looks. He simply seized the opportunity for food. However, he mused that daughters of noble families were likely to be beautiful, given the excellent genes prevalent in affluent clans. Upon hearing this, Lu Guan felt a surge of delight. It seemed he could use this to coax Wang Teng into rejecting the marriage. Although Wang Teng was indeed handsome, the fact that he could not cultivate due to his severed meridians was unacceptable to Lu Guan. As their family was established through martial prowess in a world that revered strength, one who could not cultivate would inevitably remain at the bottom of society. Lu Yinshi, feeling increasingly tense, did not wish to deceive Wang Teng either. If he deemed her unworthy after seeing her face, she would not insist on his affection. It matters not. I shall introduce you to my daughter now, Lu Guan declared, gesturing towards Lu Yinshi, who sat gracefully to the side. Although nervous, Lu Yinshi steadied herself and gracefully approached Wang Teng. As she walked towards him in her flowing white gown, he discreetly assessed her. She possessed a lithe figure, her demeanor exuding warmth, and her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back. Though her face was obscured by the veil, her silhouette alone stirred his imagination. Am I truly to be wed to a beautiful and affluent lady right from the start? Wang Teng thought to himself. Upon reaching Wang Teng, Lu Yinshi did not wait for her father to introduce her, instead saying, I am Lu Yinshi, and I was the one who threw the embroidered ball. To be candid, I have been deemed unattractive since childhood, my face marred by birthmarks. If you find me displeasing, I shall not compel you to marry me. As she spoke, she slowly lifted the veil that concealed her face. Wang Teng gazed intently at the visage revealed behind the veil, and upon seeing the red birthmarks that adorned her face, he was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a well-proportioned woman would bear so many birthmarks, their chaotic arrangement resembling runes. Without those marks, Miss Lu would undoubtedly be a breathtaking beauty. Alas, it was a pity. Wang Teng's dream of marrying a stunningly beautiful lady was dashed in an instant. The young women who threw embroidered balls in dramas were always exquisite. Why was his experience different? Indeed, one could hardly trust the narratives spun in dramas. Wang Teng mused inwardly. Observing Wang Teng's stunned expression, Lu Yinshi's eyes dimmed slightly, as if she had already discerned his answer. She hastily veiled her face again. Lu Guan, witnessing Wang Teng's shock at his daughter's appearance, felt an unexpected sense of relief. Wang Gongzi, you have seen my daughter's appearance. Should you not wish to marry her? I will not insist. I shall even provide you with 100 taels as traveling expenses, Lu Guan seized the opportunity to say. He had been searching for an excuse to dismiss this beggar. And now he had the perfect rationale. It was clear that Lu Guan was unwilling to let his daughter marry a man who could not cultivate due to his severed meridians. As soon as Lu Guan's words fell, the system's voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind once more. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a new quest. Option 1. Accept Lu Yinshi and agree to marry her. Reward, 1 gathering spirit pill. Option 2. Reject Lu Yinshi and take the traveling expenses to leave. Reward, 100 taels of gold. Wang Teng was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a quest. Both rewards were beneficial to him at this juncture. The gathering spirit pill would aid in enhancing his cultivation, while the 100 taels of gold would allow him to live with dignity, avoiding the indignity of scavenging for food. Yet, he did not rush to make a decision. Instead, he looked at Lu Yinshi with a serious expression and asked, Miss Lu, I possess no wealth, no status, nor any connections. And my meridians are severed, leaving me unable to cultivate. I may forever struggle at the bottom of society and even face threats to my life. Given my lack of prospects, would you still wish to marry me? Wang Teng was not one to go back on his word. Having taken the embroidered ball from her, he felt a sense of responsibility. However, if she found him lacking, that would be a different matter altogether. Lu Yinshi, caught off guard by his question, hesitated briefly before responding. If you do not forsake me, I shall not abandon you, regardless of the trials we face. Though she appeared delicate and gentle, her gaze was unwaveringly resolute as she spoke. Observing Lu Yinshi's sincerity, Wang Teng replied, in that case, I am willing to wed Miss Lu. Ding, congratulations, host, on making a choice. Reward, 1 gathering spirit pill. As Wang Teng's words resonated through the air, the system's voice echoed again, and a gathering spirit pill appeared within the system's space. Lu Yinshi was taken aback, feeling deeply moved that Wang Teng would still be willing to marry her despite witnessing her appearance. He was the first person to express such willingness after seeing her flaws. However, Lu Guan was less than pleased. He had anticipated that Wang Teng would reject his daughter upon seeing her face, and he was unprepared for this unexpected acceptance. "Father, since Wang Gongzi is willing to marry me, let us quickly choose an auspicious date for the wedding." Lu Yinshi turned to her father, eager for a swift union. With only 3 months remaining until she turned 20, she wished to marry as soon as possible. Lu Guan, seeing the situation unfold, realized he could no longer refuse. "Very well. Let it be so. We shall hold the wedding a month from now." He sighed, his expression reflecting his displeasure as he hurriedly departed. The thought of his daughter marrying a man incapable of cultivating left him in a sour mood. However, Lu Yinshi felt as though a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. Although her husband was an ordinary man incapable of cultivation, he had accepted her less than pleasing appearance. She was not a woman who coveted wealth and luxury. All she desired was the heart of one person. To grow old together without parting, from henceforth, they would lead a simple and unadorned life. Wang Teng, knowing that their wedding was just a month away, acquiesced to her sentiments. Once matters were settled, Lu Yinshi personally led Wang Teng to the room adjacent to hers. "Young Master Wang, you shall reside here from now on. I will be right next door, so feel free to come to me whenever you need anything," she said gently. "Thank you, Miss Lu," Wang Teng replied gratefully. Despite their impending marriage, they still felt a bit awkward and unfamiliar with each other, their words lacking ease. After ensuring Wang Teng was comfortably settled, Lu Yinshi gracefully departed, as he observed her lithe figure and the captivating silhouette she left behind. Wang Teng couldn't help but sigh. Her figure was indeed perfect, albeit her face was somewhat plain. However, that was inconsequential. Once the surroundings quieted, Wang Teng suddenly recalled the reward the system had bestowed upon him earlier. "I should take a look at the system's rewards." With that thought, he promptly shut and locked the door to his room, then retrieved the spirit-gathering pill from the system's storage. The spirit-gathering pill, a substance capable of rapidly enhancing one's spiritual energy, allowing for a significant elevation in the user's cultivation level. The pill was entirely black, resembling a sweet treat, yet it was imbued with spiritual essence. "Is this the spirit-gathering pill?" Wang Teng mused as he inspected it. Then without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. As the pill entered his stomach, it instantly transformed into a rich stream of spiritual energy, coursing through Wang Teng's limbs and bones. Under the infusion of this energy, his physique was visibly strengthened at a remarkable pace. In roughly the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Wang Teng completely digested the spirit-gathering pill. He assessed his body and was secretly astonished. His strength, senses, and speed had experienced a qualitative leap. The spirit-gathering pill was indeed powerful, propelling his cultivation directly into the innate realm. Wang Teng felt immensely satisfied with his current state. According to the memories of this body, the martial cultivation levels in the Great Xia dynasty were categorized as acquired, innate, master, true person, martial sage, and golden body. The previous owner of this body, the crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty, had achieved the pinnacle of master realm, just one step away from becoming a true person, but alas, his cultivation was crippled by a powerful expert beside the emperor's younger brother. This indicated that there were formidable experts in close proximity to the younger brother. Likely having reached the true person or even martial sage realm, I must expedite my training. Otherwise, if those experts find me, I could very well meet my demise. With that thought, Wang Teng felt a sense of urgency. Only by strengthening himself could he withstand the threat posed by the emperor's younger brother. After settling into a cross-legged position on the bed, he devoted himself to cultivation. According to his memory, this body had originally practiced the True Dragon Sutra, a royal martial art of the Great Xia dynasty. Unfortunately, due to his mediocre talent, it had taken him 20 years to reach the master realm. However, after being refined by the mystical chicken leg, his aptitude had now reached an extraordinary level. A single night of cultivation allowed Wang Teng to elevate his strength to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Upon opening his eyes, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, immediately sensing a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. The speed of his cultivation astonished him. The previous owner of this body had taken 5 years to progress from the innate realm to its pinnacle. Yet he had achieved the same in just one night. His advancement felt akin to being propelled by a rocket. Wang Teng was thrilled with this meteoric rise in strength. At this rate, he would soon surpass the formidable experts surrounding the emperor's younger brother, rendering him unafraid of their pursuit. However, his excitement was short-lived as the housekeeper came to summon him. Wang Teng opened the door and stepped outside. Finding that dawn had already broken, "Young master, the master requests your presence at the gate." the elder housekeeper Lu Changming said with ABOW.in just one night. The servant's address for Wang Teng had changed, indicating that the mutual acknowledgement between him and Lu Yinxi had somewhat compelled Lu Gowen to accept him as a son-in-law. He wants me at the gate. Wang Teng mused with slight confusion. Yet he nodded in agreement. Understood. I shall head there at once. After this exchange, Wang Teng followed the elder housekeeper to the gate. Upon arrival, he noticed numerous individuals busily loading goods onto carriages, accompanied by over 100 guards, all of whom were experts of the acquired realm, with the leading captain being an innate mid-stage expert. The Lu family was a martial arts lineage. In addition to running a martial arts school, they were also heavily involved in transporting goods and providing security services. This time, the Lu family was tasked with escorting a significant shipment to Yunqing, which was 50 kilometers away. Wang Teng, you've arrived. Lu Gowen, who was directing the loading of goods, turned to acknowledge Wang Teng as he approached. What is it that you require of me, father-in-law? Wang Teng inquired cautiously, testing the waters with the title. Lu Gowen frowned slightly. Although he was not fond of Wang Teng as a son-in-law, he accepted it nonetheless. I summoned you here to accompany the escort team to Yunqing. Although you lack cultivation, you possess some strength and can assist with loading the goods. The Lu family does not harbor idlers, he stated with a furrowed brow. Realizing he had been called upon to labor as a porter, Wang Teng was about to respond when the system's voice rang in his mind once more. Ding! The host has triggered a new task. Option 1. Agree to Lu Gowen's request. Reward: a normal long sword, capable of absorbing energy to grow. Option 2. Refuse Lu Gowen's request. Reward: a set of profound-level overlord spearmanship. Wang Teng was taken aback by the emergence of another task. He could accept either option. As for which one to choose, it depended on the rewards. While the reward for option 1 was merely a normal longsword, its ability to absorb energy for growth was appealing. Conversely, option 2 offered a set of profound-level spear techniques. Generally, the quality of techniques is ranked as heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with profound level being the third tier, just marginally superior to yellow level techniques. In the short term, the profound level overlord spearmanship would undoubtedly be more advantageous. But in the long run, the growth-capable normal longsword would be more beneficial. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Teng decided on option 1 and promptly replied to Lu Gowen, very well, I shall assist. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. You have received a normal long sword, capable of absorbing energy to upgrade. Wang Teng was delighted to see a normal iron sword appear in the system's storage, and Lu Gowen was equally pleased with Wang Teng's response. Well then, prepare yourself. You will accompany the escort team shortly. Wang Teng had little to prepare and quickly hopped onto the cargo cart. However, just as the escort team was about to depart, Lu Yinxi hurried over, guided by a maid named Xiao Hong, clutching a set of profound-level leather armor. Young Master Wang, wait! Lu Yinxi called, slightly out of breath as she caught up. Upon seeing her, Wang Teng quickly jumped down from the cart. Young Master Wang, the journey to Yunqing is 50 kilometers long, and there are notorious bandits, the Black Mountain Thieves, in the vicinity. Please wear this black tiger leather armor. It will protect you, she urged, presenting the armor to Wang Teng. Having learned that Wang Teng had been called to escort goods, she rushed over, concerned for his safety. Recently, the Black Mountain Thieves had become increasingly powerful, and several martial arts families had suffered losses during transports. Lu Yinxi feared for potential dangers, which prompted her to bring the protective black tiger leather armor given to her by her father for Wang Teng's safety. Wang Teng was deeply touched by her thoughtfulness. Her concern demonstrated that Lu Yinxi truly cared for him, and he felt reassured that he had not made a poor choice in selecting this seemingly plain wife. Thank you, my lady, Wang Teng said, mustering the courage to address her as such. Her cheeks flushed at the unexpected title, as this was the first time someone had referred to her as my lady. Yet, she did not object, accepting it tacitly, especially since they were to be wed in a month's time. As she watched Wang Teng's departing figure, a wave of deep concern washed over Lu Yinxi. The Black Mountain Thieves had grown increasingly formidable, and Wang Teng was merely an ordinary man incapable of cultivation. All she could do was hope he would not encounter them. Chapter 05. The Useless Son-in-Law? The cargo that the Lu family was escorting was substantial, comprising 18 carts with a total value exceeding 200,000 taels, a significant undertaking indeed. Lu Gowen placed considerable importance on this transport, dispatching 100 acquired realm experts and 3 innate realm experts to ensure the safety of the goods. The escort team leader was Yin Hongliang, the deputy instructor of their martial arts school, boasting innate mid-stage strength. Throughout the journey, The 100 guards maintained vigilant expressions, their weapons at the ready, as if anticipating an imminent battle. It was clear they were aware of the unrest in the area. Yet, Wang Teng sat upon the cargo cart, appearing relaxed and carefree, as if on a leisurely outing, entirely oblivious to the potential dangers surrounding him. The coachman, Ma Tao, however, was visibly anxious. "Young master, aren't you worried?" he asked, glancing nervously around. "Worried about what?" Wang Teng replied, perplexed. This was Wang Teng's first experience escorting goods. Previously, he had only witnessed such scenarios in television dramas, and now he was living it firsthand, finding it quite novel. Unaware of the lurking perils, I heard the Black Mountain thieves have been particularly active in this region, and several martial arts families have lost their shipments to them. The coachman, Ma Tao, spoke with evident anxiety. "The Black Mountain bandits? Are they truly formidable?" Wang Teng inquired with curiosity, recalling that Lu Yinchi had mentioned them earlier that morning and had even gifted him a set of Shin-level protective leather armor. "Indeed, they are. The Black Mountain bandits reign as the overlords of this region. In recent years, they have absorbed various factions, growing increasingly powerful, with murder and robbery becoming commonplace," Ma Tao explained with a hint of frustration. "Are the officials of the Great Siam martial dynasty indifferent to the rampant activities of the Black Mountain bandits?" Wang Teng pressed, furrowing his brow. "They have all accepted bribes from the Black Mountain bandits. Do you think they would intervene?" Ma Tao replied, somewhat indignantly. "I see now," Wang Teng exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "This is a collusion between officials and bandits. The ones suffering are the common people and merchants." Subconsciously, Wang Teng glanced at the Lu family guards flanking them, observing their vigilant demeanor, weapons firmly grasped in their hands, never relaxing. It seemed that, as Ma Tao had indicated, the Black Mountain bandits were indeed a terrifying presence in this area. Fortunately, they had not encountered any bandits throughout the morning, which allowed the team leader, Yin Hongliang, to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. As they passed through a grove, the group, weary and thirsty, received orders from Captain Yin Hongliang. "Let us rest for an hour before continuing our journey." Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief and began to secure the cargo carts, seeking places to rest within the woods while arranging for the guards to take turns on watch. However, during this respite, some began to gather and engage in idle chatter. "Have you heard? The beggar who stole the embroidered ball seems to have caught our unattractive young lady." One coachman initiated the conversation. "I heard that too, but what does the beggar have to lose? A plain bride is still a catch," another laborer interjected. "Who says the beggar has nothing? He is quite handsome, you know. You should have seen it, this morning." The young lady herself delivered Shin-level armor to him. A resting guard chimed in. "Indeed, he is quite the pretty boy. But I heard he is a useless person who can't cultivate," as the Lu family's son-in-law. "He can only be a laborer like us," another added. "Ha, a useless beggar with an unattractive bride. It seems a fitting match," they laughed. "True enough, but even if our young lady is a bit plain, once the lights are out, does it really matter?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, filled with mockery directed at Wang Teng. He and Ma Tao, seated nearby, overheard every word. However, Wang Teng paid little heed. After all, he could not control the words of others. In contrast, Ma Tao felt a surge of indignation and turned to comfort Wang Teng. "Young master, pay no mind to their foolishness. They are simply envious of your imminent marriage to our young lady." As he spoke, he handed Wang Teng a water flask. "Here, young master, have a sip." Wang Teng was taken aback by Ma Tao's friendly demeanor and was about to engage him when suddenly, a chilling gust of wind brushed by his ear. Instinctively, he furrowed his brow and pressed Ma Tao's head down. An arrow whizzed by, narrowly missing Ma Tao's hair and embedding itself into a nearby tree. Realizing what had transpired, Ma Tao raised his head to see the arrow lodged in the tree. His face paling as he swallowed hard. If Wang Teng had not acted swiftly, the arrow would have struck him. "Thank you, young master." Ma Tao began to express his gratitude, but before he could finish, a flurry of arrows rained down from the surrounding woods. Those who had been mocking Wang Teng moments ago, the coachmen and laborers, were suddenly met with devastation, casualties mounting swiftly. Ma Tao could hardly fathom that a simple act of kindness had saved his life, sparing him from the fate of the fallen. "Enemy attack! The Black Mountain bandits are upon us! Find cover!" Captain Yin Hongliang shouted, his face paling as he drew his sword, slicing through arrows aimed at him. Panic ensued as everyone scrambled for shelter from the incoming arrows. Wang Teng pulled Ma Tao behind a cargo cart, seeking refuge while scanning the area warily, gripping a long iron sword tightly, ready for battle. This sword was a reward from the system, capable of devouring energy to upgrade itself. After the initial volley of arrows, the Liu family's guards suffered considerable losses. Seeing their chance, the Black Mountain Bandits surged forward. Shouting fiercely, clad in uniform black leather armor, brandishing large sabers with menacing intent. "Kill them all! Leave no one alive!" commanded Teng Huan, a leader among the bandits, his excitement palpable. Today's haul will be monumental. At his command, 300 to 400 Black Mountain Bandits charged from all directions. Captain Yin Hongliang, witnessing their overwhelming numbers, felt his resolve waver. "Fight back!" he cried, a bloodthirsty warrior at heart, charging into the fray against the odds. Yet, the sheer volume of bandits proved overwhelming. After dispatching a few lackeys, he recognized the dire situation. If this continued, they would surely be worn down. He quickly scanned the chaos for Teng Huan, the bandit leader, and charged towards him. "Capture the ringleader first. If we slay their leader, the rest will surely flee," he thought to himself. However, the reality was harsh. "Coming at me? Seeking death?" Teng Huan snarled as he faced Yin Hongliang. Readying his blade. As the third in command of the Black Mountain Bandits, he was in the late stage of the innate realm, his skills and weaponry far superior to Yin Hongliang's. In their clash, Teng Huan swiftly gained the upper hand, pushing Yin Hongliang back. This is bad. Their strength is too overwhelming. Yin Hongliang realized the disparity in power and attempted to retreat, but Teng Huan unleashed a flurry of strikes, disarming him. The overwhelming force left Yin Hongliang in shock, and before he could react, a saber cut into his neck, blood gushing forth. In mere moments, Yin Hongliang collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The sight of their strongest leader falling into despair left the escort team hopeless. With their captain slain, how could they possibly resist? In stark contrast, Teng Huan's triumph ignited the bandits' morale. "Brothers, their captain is dead. Slaughter them all," he roared, emboldening his comrades. The Black Mountain Bandits surged with renewed vigor. While the Liu family's guards felt their spirits plummet. "It's over. We're doomed," they lamented, believing their end was nigh. Yet, at that moment, the so-called useless son-in-law, Wang Teng, gripped his long iron sword, standing resolutely, charging forward without hesitation. "Young master, you are throwing your life away," Ma Tao cried in despair, witnessing Wang Teng's reckless advance. "All hope is lost," he thought, utterly despondent. If even the formidable Captain Yin Hongliang fell, how could Wang Teng, deemed incapable of cultivation, possibly survive? Not only Ma Tao, but all the Liu family's subordinates shared this sentiment, convinced Wang Teng was marching to his doom. They believed their young lady would soon be casting another embroidered ball. However, Wang Teng's subsequent actions were nothing short of astonishing. With his long iron sword gripped firmly, he surged forth, encountering a few unwitting bandit lackeys who sought to strike him down, only to be met with his swift retaliation. Their lives extinguished before they could react. This marked Wang Teng's first taste of combat, yet he felt no trepidation. Instead, a thrill coursed through him. With each kill, his sword absorbed the life energy of his foes, filling him with both surprise and delight. "This sword is incredible. It can absorb the life energy of those I slay." Wang Teng's confidence surged, prompting him to alter his strategy. He began to systematically eliminate the Black Mountain Bandit lackeys. Hastening the upgrade of his sword, as a fully realized innate realm practitioner, dispatching these ordinary bandits was child's play. Each strike a mere flick of the wrist. In no time, Wang Teng had dispatched over a dozen bandit lackeys. Ma Tao, hidden beneath a cart, watched in awe, his mouth agape. "Young master is astonishing. This is the so-called useless person?" he thought, utterly flabbergasted. The other Liu family subordinates, witnessing Wang Teng's prowess, were similarly astounded. "Why heavens, this is no useless person. It's as if a war god has descended upon us." Suddenly, a wave of admiration swept through the coachmen, laborers, and guards alike. Their perceptions of Wang Teng transformed. Under Wang Teng's formidable leadership, the Liu family's guards found renewed courage. Their spirits bolstered, pushing back against the faltering Black Mountain Bandits. Teng Huan, witnessing such a formidable warrior emerge from the Liu ranks, was equally taken aback. "Damn it, there's a powerful fighter among them. Let me see if I can't take him down," he snarled, tightening his grip on his heavy steel saber as he charged toward Wang Teng. At this moment, Wang Teng had slain yet another lackey of the Black Mountain Bandits. After dispatching over 20 of these foot soldiers, the long iron sword in his hand had absorbed a sufficient amount of energy, directly evolving into a black iron sword, now classified as a low-grade yellow weapon. Not only had its appearance transformed, but its durability and sharpness had also instantaneously improved. much to Wang Teng's elation. Splendid. This long iron sword has leveled up. Judging by the current situation, once I finish off these remaining lackeys, it may ascend further. Just as Wang Teng was reveling in his excitement, Tang Huan, wielding a large cleaver, charged towards him. You brat, prepare to die. Tang Huan bellowed before swinging his weapon with tremendous force towards Wang Teng. The blow was powerful enough to certainly claim Wang Teng's life if it connected. However, the latter had already anticipated it. With a deft sidestep, he easily evaded the attack. Wang Teng's prowess was that of a consummate innate realm expert, while Tang Huan was merely at the late stage of the innate realm, meaning there was a discernible gap in their strengths. Just in time. My sword craves the blood of your kind? Wang Teng thought as he welcomed the arrival of the Black Mountain Bandit leader with eagerness rather than fear. During the earlier skirmish, Wang Teng had gleaned some insights into the energy absorption patterns of the iron sword. It absorbed more energy when slaying stronger opponents, and now, with this bandit leader possessing considerable strength at the late innate realm, vanquishing him would yield even greater energy. You wish to kill me? You are not worthy, die! Tang Huan shouted, gripping his cleaver tightly once more as he lunged at Wang Teng. The blade was sharp, powerful, and remarkably swift, indeed far superior to the other lackeys. Yet Wang Teng stood undaunted, gripping the black iron sword and countering directly with a powerful strike. The clash of sword against blade sparked brilliantly. The immense recoil caused Tang Huan to stagger back several steps, while Wang Teng remained firmly rooted in place, as steady as a rock. Just that brief encounter left Tang Huan profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated that this youth possessed greater strength than the previous captain. Though astonished, Tang Huan knew that if he did not eliminate Wang Teng, their mission would fail, and thus he steeled himself to press on. You little brat, let me show you my triple slash, Tang Huan roared, unwilling to concede defeat as he charged at Wang Teng once more. Channeling all his strength into the assault as he neared Wang Teng, he executed 3 rapid slashes in succession, the very technique he had employed to kill Yin Hongliang. Each strike was increasingly powerful, culminating in a peak force. Wang Teng dared not be complacent. Gripping the black iron sword, he activated the true dragon technique, significantly augmenting his strength. Clang, clang, clang. All 3 of Tang Huan's strikes were deftly parried by Wang Teng with the black iron sword, with Wang Teng not even retreating a single step. After the flurry of slashes, Tang Huan was left aghast, realizing his attacks had been completely ineffective. How is this possible? My triple slash has never failed. Yet he blocked it? As Tang Huan grappled with his disbelief, Wang Teng seized the opportunity to thrust his sword back at him with lightning speed. By the time Tang Huan comprehended the threat, it was too late, but he managed to evade a fatal blow. With a sickening thud, the sword pierced his shoulder, crimson blood gushing forth. Seizing the moment, Wang Teng delivered a powerful kick, sending Tang Huan sprawling several meters away. While he is down, I shall claim his life. Wang Teng rushed towards Tang Huan, who lay wounded on the ground. Though his shoulder had been pierced and blood flowed profusely, it was not a lethal wound. And he struggled to rise just as Wang Teng bore down upon him. Block him! Block him! Tang Huan shouted frantically. Soon, several lackeys of the Black Mountain Bandits positioned themselves in front of him, attempting to shield Tang Huan from Wang Teng, but they fell one by one to Wang Teng's blade in mere moments. Wang Teng reappeared before Tang Huan. Die! Wang Teng declared with a fierce countenance as he thrust his sword into the downed Tang Huan, this time striking true to his heart. Tang Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he would perish at the hands of a nameless vagabond. Soon, all life faded from him, and Wang Teng's black iron sword absorbed Tang Huan's energy. The remaining Black Mountain Bandits, witnessing their leader's demise, were consumed by terror. Now it is your turn. After slaying Tang Huan, Wang Teng showed no signs of relenting, charging forth to brutally slay the other Black Mountain Bandits, for they represented the energy needed for his sword's upgrade. He could not allow them to escape in no time. The remaining bandits were fleeing in panic, while the members of the Lu family looked on in awe, astonished by Wang Teng's valor, as if he were a war god incarnate. Chapter 07. A New Perspective. Due to Wang Teng's valiant display, the Black Mountain Bandits were driven away, and their third in command, Tang Huan, was slain before their eyes. The Lu family members could only stand in stunned silence. This son-in-law was anything but a useless beggar. He was nothing short of a deity of battle. Following this encounter, the Lu clan members regarded their beggar son-in-law with newfound respect, no longer daring to look down upon him. Meanwhile, the black iron sword in Wang Teng's grasp Having absorbed the life energies of over a dozen foes, had ascended to a mid-grade yellow weapon. Its blade, now even more formidable, Mei Tao, emerged from beneath the cart and rushed to Wang Teng's side. Son-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Even the third in command of the Black Mountain Bandits fell to your might. Ma Tao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He had initially feared for his life, never anticipating that Wang Teng would single-handedly repel the bandits' ambush. Not only was Ma Tao elated, but the vice-captain of the guard, Wang Bo, also rushed to Wang Teng's side at son-in-law. We owe you our lives today. Without your intervention, we might have faced total annihilation. Vice-Captain Wang Bo acknowledged Wang Teng's status, even expressing a degree of admiration. In truth, it was not just the two of them. Others felt equally relieved, thankful that a skilled individual like their son-in-law was present, for otherwise, they all would have perished that day. We must remain vigilant. The Black Mountain Bandits may return. Wang Teng cautioned, unwilling to lower his guard. Son-in-law, with Captain Yin dead, what shall we do next? Should we retreat or continue escorting the goods? Vice-Captain Wang Bo inquired. With half the guard lost and many of the drivers and porters dead, continuing the escort was perilous. Yet, returning empty-handed would leave them unable to report back to the clan leader. This was indeed a dilemma. It was Wang Teng's first escort mission, and he did not wish to abandon it midway. After some contemplation, he replied, send a few guards to escort the injured back to the Liu family for treatment. The remaining guards shall continue with the escort, and we must hasten our pace to deliver this cargo to Yun City before nightfall. Understood. I will see to it at once. Vice-Captain Wang Bo responded and promptly set about executing Wang Teng's orders. Within the entire guard unit, Wang Teng had unmistakably become their pillar of strength. Soon, the injured were dispatched back to the Liu family in Qiqing for medical attention, while those unscathed continued the escort. As for the deceased, they would have to wait for the Liu family to send someone to retrieve the bodies, for Wang Teng and his group had no time to delay. If the Black Mountain Bandits returned for revenge, they would find themselves trapped. In Qiqing, Lu Yinshi practiced her swordplay in the garden outside her chamber. As a martial arts family, the Liu clan required all members, regardless of gender, to train in combat. However, Lu Yinshi's talent was rather mediocre, and she had only reached the acquired realm thus far. Though she was engaged in practice, her mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with concern for Wang Teng, who was out on the escort mission. Suddenly, her personal maid, Xiao Hong, rushed in, shouting, Miss, this is terrible. Our convoy was ambushed by the Black Mountain Bandits, and many have perished. They've returned with numerous injured. What? Lu Yinshi, already anxious about Wang Teng, was now utterly unable to concentrate on her training. She dropped her sword and hurried outside. In the grand hall of the Liu family, Lu Guan listened intently to the reports from the guards, growing increasingly alarmed. You say it was the son-in-law who intervened at a critical moment? And he killed the third in command of the Black Mountain Bandits, Tang Huan? Lu Guan's face reflected disbelief. Previously, when he examined Wang Teng's body, he had discovered that his meridians were completely severed, rendering him incapable of cultivation. How could he have become so formidable? No one would believe such a transformation possible. It is true, master. The son-in-law is like a god of war. Not only did he single-handedly slay the third in command of the Black Mountain Bandits, but he also defeated 4 or 5 dozen of them, surpassing Captain Yin in prowess. The guard spoke with sheer admiration, having witnessed Wang Teng's valor firsthand, which left him in awe. I understand. You may take the injured for treatment now. Lu Guoran waved dismissively at the guard, although he harbored lingering doubts about Wang Teng's capabilities. He could not fathom how a man with severed meridians could possess such strength. At that moment, Lu Yinshi rushed in, breathless. Father, I heard that our goods were robbed by the Black Mountain Bandits. Is Wang Teng all right? Upon entering, her first concern was for Wang Teng's safety, fearing for him against the ruthless bandits. He is unharmed. In fact, he drove away the Black Mountain Bandits and killed their third in command, Tang Huan. Lu Guan recounted the guard's words. Hearing that Wang Teng was safe, Lu Yinshi felt a wave of relief wash over her, only to be left astonished once more. He has slain the third in command of the Black Mountain Bandits. Wang Teng is his cultivation truly that formidable? Father, did you not say that he was incapable of training? I too find myself perplexed. Let us await his return to discuss further. Lu Guan contemplated testing Wang Teng's prowess upon his return. If his son-in-law has indeed become so powerful, it would be a dream come true. The following morning, Wang Teng returned with the remaining escort team. After successfully repelling the Black Mountain Bandits the previous day, they encountered no further mishaps, allowing them to reach Yun City smoothly. However, they arrived too late to proceed home that night. So they spent the night in Yun City and set off at dawn. Upon receiving the news, Lu Gowen, Lu Yanqi, and other members of the Lu family eagerly awaited their arrival at the estate's entrance. Wang Teng, accompanied by a large entourage, soon approached the Lu residence and leaped down from the carriage. Father-in-law, I have fulfilled my duty and successfully delivered the goods to the Feng family in Yun City. Here is the final payment of 10,000 taels, Wang Teng declared, presenting a stack of silver notes to Lu Gowen. Lu Gowen gazed at the 10,000 taels before him, then at Wang Teng. A mix of disbelief and excitement washing over him. Well done, Wang Teng. You have performed admirably, Lu Gowen said, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, before he could not resist asking further. I heard that you encountered the Black Mountain Bandits during your journey. Is that true? Indeed, we were beset by the Black Mountain Bandits, but fortunately, we united our efforts to repel them, though Captain Yin sacrificed himself in the process. Wang Teng replied candidly, I also heard that you killed the third in command of the Black Mountain Bandits. Is there any truth to this? Lu Gowen inquired, his expression filled with doubt. After all, just days prior, he had discerned that Wang Teng's meridians were shattered, rendering him incapable of martial cultivation. The third in command, Teng Huan, was a master of innate realms. It seemed implausible that Wang Teng could be his match, even with luck. Yes, I did indeed slay the third in command of the Black Mountain Bandits, Wang Teng affirmed, feeling there was no need for concealment. Upon hearing this unequivocal response, Lu Gowen's astonishment deepened. How could an ordinary man, incapable of cultivation, kill a master of innate realms? He extended his hand to grasp Wang Teng's arm, seeking to confirm whether he had misjudged just days before. Father-in-law, what are you doing? Wang Teng felt a twinge of embarrassment as an older man audaciously touched him in public. Stay still. Let me examine you again, Lu Gowen said with a serious demeanor. As he spoke, Lu Gowen continued to inspect Wang Teng's vital points and meridians, and this examination left him utterly shocked. How could this be? His meridians have connected, and their vitality is robust. He is a martial prodigy. Lu Gowen's heart swelled with astonishment. Just 2 days prior, he had felt Wang Teng's meridians were shattered. How could they have reconnected so swiftly? Had he truly made an error, unwilling to accept defeat? Lu Gowen continued his examination, fearful of another misjudgment. Wang Teng found this situation utterly exasperating. One examination was enough, yet here was a second. With so many witnesses present, it was as if they would misconstrue his relationship with his father-in-law. Father-in-law, I do not swing that way. Wang Teng firmly pushed Lu Gowen away, and with that push, Lu Gowen was entirely convinced that Wang Teng was no longer a waste but rather a martial genius. Given that Lu Gowen was a mid-stage master, it was no small feat for Wang Teng to have pushed him aside so easily, indicating that his strength must be at least that of an innate master. In that moment, Lu Gowen's excitement surged. Excellent, wonderful, Wang Teng, from this day forth, you shall be my son-in-law, and in half a month, you shall wed my daughter. Lu Gowen's perception of Wang Teng shifted dramatically, and he wholeheartedly accepted him as a son-in-law. Even advancing the wedding date by half a month. Chapter 08. A mother-in-law's generous gesture. Haishan, the stronghold of the Black Mountain Bandits. The second in command, Teng Hong, lounged in a tiger-skin chair, embracing a slender beauty in a thin skirt, merrily indulging in wine while his hands roamed her figure. Suddenly, a flustered lackey rushed in, panic-stricken. Second in command, trouble, major trouble. The lackey gasped as he approached Teng Hong. What trouble could be so grave that it interrupts my enjoyment? Do you wish for me to end your life? Teng Hong barked, displeasure etched upon his face. He was in high spirits, and the sudden disturbance dampened his mood. The lackey, trembling with fear, managed to stammer. I regret to report, we failed to intercept the Lu family's cargo, and the third in command has been killed, with most of his men perishing as well. The revelation left Teng Hong in shock. What? My brother is dead? He pushed the beauty aside and sprang from his chair, his expression twisted with rage. The Black Mountain Bandit stronghold had been built by the 3 Teng brothers, and their fraternal bond ran deep. Now that his brother had been slain, how could he not be furious? Yes, the third in command has indeed been killed, the lackey replied, trembling. Who did this? Who killed my brother? Teng Hong's eyes blazed with fury. It seems it was the Lu family's escort from Chicheng. The one who killed the third in command should be Lu family's son-in-law, the lackey stammered, trembling in fear. The Lu family's son-in-law from Chicheng. Teng Hong suppressed his anger and furrowed his brow in confusion. Isn't the Lu family known for having only an ugly daughter? What man would marry such a woman, and how could he be so formidable? Are you certain? It is unclear to me as well. While fleeing for my life, I overheard the Lu family servants referring to him as son-in-law, so I believe it must be accurate, the lackey responded, quaking with trepidation. Ha! Who would have thought that even the Lu family's ugly daughter could find a suitor? However, I shall not let this go unpunished for the murder of my brother. Tang Hong seized a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp, then crushed the cup in his grip. Tang Hong was already at the mid-stage of master realm, capable of injuring others with his aura, making him one of the top practitioners in the region. What is the strength of Lu family's son-in-law? Tang Hong inquired, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. He'll establish himself in this territory and expand his influence. He must be astute and cautious. He seems to be at the peak of innate realm. Not yet capable of projecting his aura, the lackey replied after careful consideration. I understand now. Have someone keep a close watch on the Lu family's every move, especially that son-in-law. Report to me immediately if anything arises. Tang Hong commanded, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He would not let Wang Teng off the hook for slaying his brother, nor would he spare the Lu family. Yes, second in command, the lackey acknowledged before hastily retreating. Lu family residence in Qiqing that evening. To celebrate the successful return of the escort, Lu Goen hosted a lavish family banquet for Wang Teng. His wife, Yao Shu, was also present, though her complexion was somewhat pallid, and she frequently coughed, clearly unwell, which explained her rare appearances. Lu Goen had initially wished to keep Wang Teng's status as a beggar son-in-law from his wife, fearing that their daughter marrying a beggar would only add to her distress. However, Wang Teng's performance the previous day had impressed Lu Goen, prompting him to allow Wang Teng to meet his mother-in-law. Once Wang Teng and Lu Yinxi took their seats and exchanged pleasantries, Lu Goen warmly introduced, Wang Teng, this is Yinxi's mother, your future mother-in-law, greetings, esteemed mother-in-law. Wang Teng bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, he subconsciously scrutinized his future mother-in-law. This middle-aged woman was quite gentle in appearance, reminiscent of Lu Yinxi, yet her pallor suggested illness, and her frequent coughing indicated a serious ailment. After a few coughs, Yao Shu began to assess Wang Teng, and her appraisal left her quite pleased with this prospective son-in-law. Not only did he possess a clean demeanor, but he was also quite handsome. She had heard of his extraordinary strength and talent displayed during the escort mission, deeming him a true dragon among men. Wang Teng, consider this place your home. We shall not neglect you, Yao Shu said, her voice interrupted by coughs, yet her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. She had gleaned some details about Wang Teng's background from Lu Goen, understanding that he had arrived seeking refuge. And with a benevolent heart, she wished for him to feel at home. Madam, perhaps you should rest for a while. Lu Goen, deeply concerned by his wife's persistent coughing, urged mother-in-law, if you are feeling unwell, perhaps you should retire for the evening. Wang Teng also chimed in, unable to suppress his concern. Yet, Yao Shu declined, nonsense. It is rare to dine with my son-in-law. How could I leave so soon? She gently refused, eager to bond with Wang Teng. The new son-in-law, her daughter's prolonged singlehood had weighed heavily on her heart, contributing to her deteriorating health. Now that her daughter had finally found a suitable match, she felt a sense of relief but still harbored lingering worries. The more exceptional Wang Teng proved to be, the more she fretted over her daughter's ability to retain him. With these thoughts in mind, Yao Shu took out a smooth white jade pendant she had cherished for decades and pressed it into Wang Teng's hand. Speaking earnestly, Wang Teng, I have little to offer you, but this is the gathering spirit jade pendant I have treasured for many years. Consider it a token of our first meeting. Lu Yinxi and Lu Goen were taken aback upon witnessing this scene. The jade pendant, which had accompanied their mother for several decades, possessed remarkable abilities to enhance cultivation. If placed on the market, it would undoubtedly fetch a price of at least 1 million taels, an absolute treasure. Mother, this jade pendant is essential for your cultivation. How can you give it to Wang Teng? What will you do then? Lu Yinxi exclaimed in shock. Given my current state, what use is there in cultivating? Her mother, Yao Shu, replied, coughing lightly. In a few days, I may no longer be here. Keeping the gathering spirit jade pendant with me would only be a waste. Wang Teng, on the other hand, is still young and needs this pendant far more than I do. This declaration moved Wang Teng deeply. He had never expected his mother-in-law to bestow such a precious item upon him. Wang Teng, you must not refuse. Use it well for your cultivation. It will accelerate your progress. Yao Shu insisted once more. Wang Teng felt unable to decline her kind intentions, especially as the gathering spirit jade pendant would be immensely beneficial for him. With the emperor's brother continually sending skilled assassins after him, he needed to expedite his strength to ensure he could protect himself before the emperor's brother found him. Thank you very much, esteemed mother-in-law, Wang Teng said as he accepted the pendant. Yao Shu nodded in satisfaction. Pleased that he had accepted it, that's more like it. You should cherish your time with Yanxi. There's a temple fair in the east of the city the day after tomorrow. Take Yanxi out to enjoy yourselves. Yao Shu coughed again as she spoke, aware that they had only recently met and had yet to develop feelings for one another. She hoped they could cultivate their relationship before the wedding. Yao Shu's efforts for her daughter's happiness were commendable, but Lu Goen, not understanding his wife's intentions, interjected, "It seems that the day after tomorrow is also the date of the annual hunting competition in Qiqing. Wang Teng, come with me to participate. Men should prioritize their careers. What's the point of attending a temple fair? Besides, there are rewards for achieving first place at the hunting competition." Yao Shu, infuriated by her husband's foolishness, shot him a glare, nearly spitting blood in frustration. She had painstakingly tried to foster a bond between her daughter and Wang Teng, only for her clumsy husband to suggest a hunting event instead. Would such a savage environment truly nurture their feelings? Wang Teng felt awkward, unsure of how to decide. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have triggered a new task. Option 1. Agree to participate in the Qiqing hunting competition with your father-in-law. Reward, 1 gathering spirit pill, 1 universal cure pill, and the sword technique, dragon break /. Option 2. Agree to attend the temple fair with your mother-in-law. Reward, 1 dragon tiger pill, shadowless steps, and an increase in charm." Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised to have triggered a new option, knowing that such tasks always came with rewards. He immediately scrutinized the rewards, analyzing their benefits. He was well aware of the advantages of the gathering spirit pill. With it, combined with the jade pendant gifted by his mother-in-law, he could successfully break through to the master realm. The universal cure pill would be perfect for his mother-in-law, as her condition was dire. A single pill would ensure her recovery. Furthermore, given that she had just given him the jade pendant for his cultivation, he felt it was only right to repay her kindness. Additionally, the sword technique dragon break / could unleash several times his usual power, which was precisely what Wang Teng needed at this moment, as he lacked effective offensive techniques. In summary, all 3 rewards from option 1 were highly applicable to him. Meanwhile, the rewards from option 2 seemed less relevant. The dragon tiger pill was intended to enhance a man's prowess, but as he had yet to marry, it was of no use to him. The shadowless steps could expedite his movements, which was certainly valuable for self-preservation. But the charm enhancement felt rather superfluous, especially since he was on the verge of marriage. After thorough consideration, Wang Teng decided to select option 1. He promptly addressed Lu Goen, saying, "Father-in-law, I will accompany you to the hunting competition the day after tomorrow." As soon as he spoke, the system's voice chimed in once more. "Ding, congratulations, host, on making your choice. Rewards, 1 gathering spirit pill, 1 universal cure pill, and mastery of the sword technique, dragon break /." With the system's announcement, 2 pills materialized in the system space, 1 gathering spirit pill and 1 healing pill. Simultaneously, Wang Teng's mind filled with knowledge of how to execute dragon break /, achieving rapid mastery. He was quite satisfied with the sword technique, which could unleash several times his normal power. Lu Goen chuckled heartily at Wang Teng's decision to join him for the hunting competition. Excellent! A man should focus on achieving greatness. There's no need to waste time at a tedious fair. His statement revealed that he was rather oblivious to matters of romance. Yao Shu, exasperated by her husband's lack of sensitivity, coughed incessantly. "My dear, are you all right?" Lu Goen inquired with concern. "I fear you will one day drive me to my grave." Yao Shu glared at Lu Goen, frustrated that a rare opportunity to cultivate feelings between her daughter and Wang Teng had been disrupted by her husband's thoughtlessness. Lu Yanxi, witnessing her mother's distress, felt a pang of sympathy. Deep down, she too wished to attend the temple fair with Wang Teng, as it would allow them to grow closer. However, with Wang Teng having chosen to participate in the hunting competition, she felt powerless. She then gently suggested, "Mother, the fair lasts for 3 days. If we don't go the day after tomorrow, Wang Teng and I can still attend in the following 2 days. Wang Teng quickly chimed in. "Yes, mother-in-law, we can postpone the fair. It's not worth compromising your health over this matter." Upon hearing this, Yao Shu felt somewhat reassured. "Well, if we can go in the following days, then that's acceptable," she conceded, nodding in satisfaction. However, the stress from earlier had exacerbated her condition, and she began to cough violently, spitting out a hint of blood, alarming those present. Wang Teng, startled, remembered the universal cure pill he had just obtained. He pretended to search his person, but actually retrieved the healing pill from the system-spaced. "Mother-in-law, I have a universal cure pill here. Taking it will surely alleviate your ailment." He offered the pill to Yao Shu. She hesitated, her face pale as she replied, "Wang Teng, My affliction has persisted for over a decade. Even the divine physicians of Qiqing could not cure it. You should save the pill. Yao Shu was skeptical that a single pill could remedy her chronic illness. And Lu Guan and Lu Yinxi shared her doubt. After all, they had sought help from numerous physicians, all of whom deemed her condition incurable and advised them to prepare for the worst. Mother-in-law, this pill is truly miraculous. I received it from a celestial being during my time as a beggar. It can cure all ailments and is definitely effective, Wang Teng insisted, concocting a tale to persuade her. The story seemed fantastical, bordering on the absurd, as if Wang Teng had been deceived by a charlatan. Who would believe that a celestial being would gift a beggar a pill? Nevertheless, seeing Wang Teng's earnestness, Yao Shu felt obliged not to discourage her son-in-law's goodwill. Very well, I shall give it a try. Yao Shu took the pill and placed it in her mouth. Initially, her intention was merely to avoid hurting Wang Teng's feelings. But to her astonishment, the pill dissolved instantly, infusing her with a vibrant energy that visibly commenced to heal her ailments. Yao Shu was astonished. Not only did her coughing cease immediately, but her breathing became much easier. And she felt revitalized. This transformation brought her immense joy. Lu Guan and Lu Yinxi, who had been skeptical of Wang Teng's pill, now felt a flicker of hope as they observed their mother's complexion returning to a healthy hue and her cough subsiding. Mother, how do you feel? Lu Yinxi asked eagerly. Lu Guan shared her curiosity, eager to know how his wife was faring after the remarkable effects of the pill. This pill is truly miraculous. After consuming it, my coughing ceased instantly, my breathing has improved significantly, and I feel as though my illness has vanished, Yao Shu declared, disbelief etched on her face. I asked this for real. Could it be that this pill is genuinely a divine gift? Lu Guan exclaimed, astonished. He had initially thought Wang Teng had been duped, but now it appeared that his claims were indeed truthful. Seeing her mother's health restored, Lu Yinxi was overwhelmed with joy and embraced her mother tightly. This is wonderful, mother. You are finally well. Lu Guan was equally elated, as his wife and daughter had long been his two greatest concerns. Now that they had been healed, his excitement was beyond words. And he felt an immense gratitude towards Wang Teng, viewing him as a benefactor to the Lu family. My dear son-in-law, I cannot begin to express my gratitude for this precious celestial pill you have given me. Yao Shu expressed her thanks, even changing her form of address, which signified her complete acceptance of Wang Teng as her son-in-law. Previously, her admiration for him had stemmed from his handsome appearance and formidable strength, but now she had genuinely recognized him from the depths of her heart. Mother-in-law, from this day forward, we are family. There is no need for thanks. Besides, you have already given me the invaluable gathering spirit jade pendant. Wang Teng humbly replied. Yao Shu presented him with a precious spirit gathering jade pendant worth 1,000,000 taels of silver, and it was only fitting that Wang Teng reciprocated with a medicinal pill for healing. What a commendable son-in-law. The mother-in-law did not misjudge you. Yinxi's marriage to you is undoubtedly her greatest fortune in this lifetime. With each passing moment, Yao Shu found Wang Teng increasingly agreeable, never envisioning that her less than attractive daughter would be so fortunate as to find such an admirable man. After the family banquet concluded, Wang Teng escorted Lu Yinxi back to her chamber. Upon reaching the door of her boudoir, Lu Yinxi paused, expressing her gratitude. Young Master Wang, I cannot thank you enough for saving my mother. Without your miraculous pill, she might not have survived this year. Since we are family, there is no need for such formalities, Wang Teng replied with a smile. Despite his words, Lu Yinxi felt a profound sense of gratitude towards him as she watched the soft white moonlight illuminate his figure. Her heart raced unexpectedly, and her cheeks flushed a delicate hue, though thankfully concealed by her white veil. For the first time, she felt as though Wang Teng was like a beam of moonlight, brightening her dim world and bringing her warmth and sunshine. Why, dear husband, it is quite late. I shall take my leave to rest, and you should too. After uttering those words, Lu Yinxi, her face aglow with shyness, hurried back to her room. This was her first time proactively addressing Wang Teng as her husband, signifying that deep down, she had fully accepted him. Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. This girl had indeed called him husband. However, witnessing Lu Yinxi flee with a bashful demeanor, he felt a weight on his heart. The more the Lu family treated him well, the more he worried about dragging them into his troubles. For he was a fallen prince, and his royal brother would undoubtedly stop at nothing to eliminate him for the throne. Chapter 10. The hunting tournament. As the gentle morning light streamed into the room, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of white, condensed vapor. After 2 days of cultivation, he had finally broken through to the master realm. The spirit-gathering jade pendant gifted by his mother-in-law was indeed effective. Capable of gathering spiritual energy from 100-meter radius, a smile of delight graced Wang Teng's face. Thanks to this pendant and the spirit-gathering pills awarded by the system, he had ascended from the pinnacle of the innate realm to the master realm in just 2 days, a speed that could only be likened to riding a rocket. Even martial arts geniuses typically required a year or two to achieve such a breakthrough. Wang Teng's rapid progress was nothing short of astonishing. If this news were to spread, it would surely leave many in disbelief. Moreover, after breaking through to the master realm, not only had Wang Teng's physical prowess significantly enhanced, but he had also opened a stream of spiritual energy within his dantian, allowing him to unleash his energy externally. His sword techniques would now possess even greater power, especially the dragon-breaking slash. Testing the energy at his fingertips, he thrust forward against the wall, and in an instant, a fierce gust of energy shot forth, creating a hole upon impact. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. At this pace, I shall soon surpass my royal brother's cultivation level, and even the experts around him will no longer pose a threat. Just then, a knock resounded from outside, accompanied by a gentle, serene voice that felt like a refreshing breeze. Husband, have you risen yet? I have prepared some breakfast for you. Recognizing Lu Yanxi's voice, Wang Teng quickly leaped from his bed and opened the door. Madam, why are you up so early? He inquired, glancing at the sky. Tea is not too late. We are to attend the hunting tournament today, so I personally made you a nourishing breakfast. I hope you like it. Lu Yanxi replied, entering the room with a food container. Wang Teng felt a surge of emotion. Lu Yanxi, a lady of wealth, had risen early to prepare breakfast for him. Whatever you make, I shall enjoy, Wang Teng said with a smile. You haven't even seen what I made, yet you declare it as such, Lu Yanxi teased, though a sweet feeling blossomed within her as she spoke. Lu Yanxi presented 3 dishes from the food container, namely tiger bone soup, ox pastry, and swift eagle egg. All 3 were premium ingredients favored by martial artists of the Great Xia dynasty for their restorative properties. Wang Teng inhaled deeply, savoring the rich aroma. What a delightful scent! It looks delicious. He eagerly tasted the tiger bone soup. Its flavor was savory yet light, with a robust essence of tiger bone that invigorated his body, filling him with vitality. How is it? Is the tiger bone soup to your liking? Lu Yanxi asked with eager anticipation. Delicious. After drinking it, I feel invigorated all over, Wang Teng praised, nodding in approval. Lu Yanxi's heart swelled with joy upon hearing his compliment. Then do try the ox pastry and swift eagle egg as well. Both will help replenish your energy, she encouraged him with enthusiasm. Certainly, Wang Teng nodded and sampled the ox pastry and swift eagle egg. Both unfamiliar to him. His curiosity piqued, he found their flavors delightful, and after finishing, a warmth spread through his body, filling him with vigor. Clearly, Lu Yanxi's preparations were indeed effective in replenishing his strength. Madam, your creations are truly remarkable. They have rejuvenated me completely, Wang Teng remarked. As long as you feel energized, that is all that matters. Lu Yanxi replied with a cheerful nod, pleased that her efforts could assist him. With her modest talents and less than attractive appearance, this was the only way she could support him. Outside the manor, Lu Gowen had gathered the team, preparing to set off for the annual hunting tournament in Qiqing. Accompanied by 3 young descendants of the Lu family, all around Wang Teng's age. Additionally, many others would join to spectate. The hunting tournament was one of the most vibrant events in Qiqing, drawing numerous young talents to showcase their martial prowess and hunt wild beasts, promising excitement and substantial rewards for the victors. Many unmarried women often secretly observed the young men participating, seeking those they fancied, and would approach them with their tokens. This served as a form of matchmaking in disguise. Thus, the hunting tournament was celebrated with great enthusiasm in the martial-spirited Great Xia dynasty. Before long, Wang Teng and Lu Yanxi emerged together. Upon seeing them, Lu Gowen's brows relaxed, and he hurried to greet them. Wang Teng, time is of the essence. We must depart, he said, glancing at the sky. In previous tournaments, the Lu family had consistently fallen short against the other families in Qiqing. However, with Wang Teng, a martial genius, as his son-in-law, Lu Gowen hoped to regain some face. Very well, let us go. Wang Teng agreed, eager to participate in the tournament, having heard of the generous rewards for the first-place winner. Once everything was in order, Lu Gowen issued a command, leading the group onward, with Lu Yanxi accompanying them to cheer for her husband. Meanwhile, at the Black Mountain Bandit stronghold on Haya Mountain, the second-in-command, Tang Hong, was reveling with a comely young woman. His spirits high. Suddenly, a hasty underling rushed in. Second-in-command. News from the Lu family has arrived, damn it. Finally, some news. I've waited 2 days. What is the situation with the Lu family? Tang Hong growled, pushing the girl aside. The head of the Lu family, Lu Goen, has led the youth to participate in the annual hunting tournament in Qiqing. Their son-in-law, Wang Teng, is also attending, the underling reported earnestly. At last, he has emerged, Wang Teng. Who dares to kill my third brother? I will see you dead. Tang Hong stood abruptly, shoving the girl away, and commanded the underling, send word to the Black Hawk squad. I shall personally lead them to Yuanlai Mountain. I will not rest until Wang Teng is slain. Yuanlai Mountain was the venue for the hunting tournament in Qiqing, and it was clear that Tang Hong intended to lay in wait and ambush Wang Teng. Chapter 11. Husband, returns safely. At the foot of Honglai Mountain, many members of other families from Qiqing had already gathered. Most were martial families like the Lu family, eager to showcase the capabilities of their younger generation at the hunting tournament. There were also a few commoners among them, hoping to prove their worth and gain recognition from the prominent families. Upon arriving at the mountain's base, Lu Goen promptly led Wang Teng and the others to the registration booth. Just as they arrived, two old acquaintances approached Lu Goen. Lu brother, you have finally arrived. I thought you might be too intimidated to attend this year's hunting tournament after finishing last for 3 consecutive years. A middle-aged man with a square face greeted with a laugh. This man was Fang Desho, the head of the Fang family, a martial clan in Qiqing. Lu Goen felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. The Lu family had indeed finished last for 3 consecutive tournaments due to the lack of competent heirs. However, he quickly regained his composure and responded with a smile. Fang brother, this year, the first prize of the hunting tournament is surely ours. Lu Goen spoke with newfound confidence, bolstered by the presence of his formidable son-in-law, who could help restore their family's reputation. Is that so? Those frail young disciples from the Lu family actually aspire to claim the first prize? I hope they don't end up becoming prey themselves during the hunt. Haha, Fang Desho laughed heartily as he spoke. Another old friend by his side, Xiao Han, joined in the laughter, saying, Brother Lu, don't dream too big. If your Lu family manages to secure first place this year, I will crawl back to Qiqing from here. Faced with the mockery of his two old friends, Lu Goen did not take offense. Instead, he replied with a calm smile, Brother Xiao, that's your promise. Make sure you don't go back on your word. Rest assured, I shall not. Xiao Han declared confidently. He had long understood the capabilities of the young disciples from the Lu family. Recognizing that only Lu Chong, Lu Goen's second nephew, was somewhat competent, albeit merely at the early stage of the innate realm. Compared to the Xiao family, he was simply no match. Thus, Xiao Han was confident that the Lu family could not possibly triumph in this hunting competition. However, Fang Desho seemed to ponder something and shifted the topic, inquiring, Brother Lu, you seem quite confident this year. Have you perhaps recruited some formidable young disciple? You'll find out soon enough. Lu Goen deliberately withheld information, wishing to maintain an air of mystery and also to protect his son-in-law from becoming a target. After all, there had been instances of other families targeting disciples during the hunting competition. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han seemed to recall something. I heard that the Lu family recently engaged a beggar as a son-in-law. Brother Lu, you wouldn't be relying on this beggar to contest for first place in the hunting competition, would you? Xiao Han's tone was laced with mockery and ridicule. Indeed, I've also heard that, Brother Lu. Have you truly taken that beggar as your son-in-law? Fang Desho added with a hint of amusement. Before shifting the conversation again, but a beggar is so bad. As long as he is willing to stay, your daughter will at least have a husband. After all, your daughter is nearly 20. If she remains unmarried, your Lu family will face an additional 10% tax. Although this was well-intentioned, it felt quite uncomfortable to hear. Yes, Brother Lu, the greater picture is what matters. A beggar is still a beggar. Otherwise, your daughter might end up being undesirable even to a beggar. Xiao Han feigned concern. The two of them exchanged sarcastic banter, filled with derision and mockery. In the past, Lu Goen would have undoubtedly reacted angrily. But ever since he learned of Wang Teng's prowess, he remained calm. Oh, what if I have taken a beggar as my son-in-law? I am quite pleased with it, Lu Goen replied nonchalantly, though inwardly he felt a surge of indignation. Thinking that soon they would witness his son-in-law's greatness, Lu Goen conversed with his old friends. Their daughters hastily approached Lu Yanqi. Typically, the martial arts families would meet privately, thus their children were quite familiar with Lu Yanqi. Having finally encountered her, they naturally wanted to greet her, especially since they had heard that Lu Yanqi had thrown a flower ball and found a husband. They felt compelled to come and congratulate her. Yanqi, long time no see. I heard you threw a flower ball and found a husband. Congratulations! A young woman dressed in a green silk dress approached gracefully. This lady was Fang Qing, the third daughter of the Fang family. Although she spoke words of congratulations, there was an undertone of mockery in her voice. Thank you. The naive Lu Yinxi genuinely thought the other was congratulating her. Fang Qing covered her mouth with a smile and continued. By the way, I heard your husband is a beggar. Is that true? Sister Yinxi, how could you possibly settle for such a lowly man? As soon as she finished speaking, another young woman in a red dress, shouting Ting, chimed in with laughter. Sister Yinxi is almost 20. If no one wants her, the family will have to pay extra taxes. It's already fortunate that a beggar is willing to marry her. This comment sparked a wave of anger in Lu Yinxi, and she finally realized that they were not there to congratulate her, but rather to ridicule her. My husband is not a beggar. He merely fled from a disaster. Besides, he is exceptional, 100 times more so than your husband's, Lu Yinxi retorted angrily. In her heart, Wang Teng was her shining beacon, and she would not tolerate any disparagement against him. Oh, a beggar is exceptional? Better than our husbands? Are you dreaming? Fang Qing shook her head, her expression a mix of arrogance and ridicule. Do you even know what status my husband holds? He is the captain of the Qiqing Guard and the eldest son of the Lin family, destined to inherit the Lin family, and Sister Xiao's husband is the young master of the Dongfang family in Yunqing, already serving as the deputy head of their martial arts school at such a young age. Lu Yinxi felt a rush of indignation, unable to counter their claims. Compared to their husbands, her own husband's status was indeed humble, yet in her heart, Wang Teng was the most outstanding. If they were to discover that Lu Yinxi's husband was the crown prince of the great Xiao martial dynasty, they would surely be left speechless. Just then, Wang Teng, having completed his registration, approached. Madam, what are you discussing? Wang Teng said warmly. Upon hearing his words, Fang Qing and Shouting Ting turned their faces curiously to see what Lu Yinxi's beggar husband looked like. However, when they beheld Wang Teng's handsome and striking visage, they were instantly taken aback. Compared to Wang Teng, their husbands appeared utterly unremarkable. What a handsome man! Yinxi, is this truly your husband that you threw a flower ball for? Fang Qing and Shouting Ting stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. Wang Teng's extraordinary looks left them astonished, as they had never encountered a man so striking. Seeing Fang Qing and Shouting Ting captivated by her husband's charm, Lu Yinxi felt a surge of pride. She then affectionately linked her arm with Wang Teng's, declaring with a hint of pride, "This is my husband." After speaking, Lu Yinxi proudly walked away with Wang Teng, leaving Fang Qing and Shouting Ting in a state of astonishment. They had never anticipated that this beggar would be so handsome. Had they known Wang Teng was the crown prince of the great Xiao martial dynasty, they would have been even more shocked. Soon, all the young participants had completed their registrations, totaling 98 young elites from Qiqing for the hunting competition. Before their departure, Lu Guan took a moment to remind Wang Teng, "Son-in-law, be wary of others trying to obstruct you during the hunt. Some may even take secretive actions against you. You must be cautious." "Don't worry, father-in-law. I will be careful." Wang Teng nodded. "Well, do your best to bring home first place today, so I can stand tall in front of others. It will greatly benefit your future as well," Lu Guan urged earnestly. "Whether or not we can regain face today relies entirely on my son-in-law." "All right, I shall do my utmost." Wang Teng nodded again, motivated not only by the generous rewards, but also by the need to slay more beasts to upgrade his sword. "Wang Teng, I do not expect you to secure first place. I only wish for your safe return," Lu Yinxi said, her expression filled with concern. She understood the hunting competition could be quite brutal, with many resorting to underhanded tactics, and the beasts themselves were ferocious. Therefore, she wished for Wang Teng to return unscathed. "Rest assured, no one here can harm me. Remain here and wait for me, my dear," Wang Teng said confidently, striding up the mountain. The hunting competition was officially underway. Who would hunt whom remained a mystery. Chapter 12. Slaying beasts to level up. Honglai Mountain is the largest mountain range near Qiqing, stretching over 10 kilometers, with an elevation exceeding 3,000 meters. The terrain is rugged, with abundant vegetation and rampant wildlife, including some formidable beasts. Even martial artists could fall victim to them if not cautious. Fortunately, after several hunting competitions, the number of beasts in Honglai Mountain had significantly decreased. But after a year of reproduction, they had become active once more. Wang Teng gripped his black iron sword and ventured deep into the mountain, determined to secure first place in the hunting competition and claim the substantial rewards. Moreover, he aimed to slay as many beasts as possible to upgrade his black iron sword. As nearly 100 martial artists entered Honglai Mountain. They either formed teams or hunted alone, seeking out beasts within. At this stage, they were merely coexisting peacefully, as there were no corpses to quarrel over. Wang Teng glanced at the other martial artists but paid them no heed, instead resolutely advancing deeper into Honglai Mountain. However, just a few steps in, a young disciple from the Lu family, hurriedly caught up. Cousin-in-law, wait for me. A somewhat robust yet youthful-looking young man approached Wang Teng. You are from the Lu family? Wang Teng recognized him vaguely, recalling having seen him at the Lu residence. I am Yanqi's cousin, Lu Chong. Lu Chong said with a naive smile. Lu Chong was indeed a standout among the younger generation of the Lu family. Having already reached the early stage of the innate realm at just 18 years of age, this could certainly be considered a remarkable talent. Ah, it's you, Chong. Wang Teng felt quite fond of this naive young man. Cousin-in-law, may I join you in the hunt? Lu Chong asked, scratching his head with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He had heard of Wang Teng's legendary feat of single-handedly defeating the Black Mountain Bandit's third-in-command, which had left a lasting impression on him. Sure, you can accompany me. Wang Teng nodded and continued walking while asking, by the way, have you participated in the hunting competition before? What must one do to secure first place? And what are the rewards this time? In his haste to enter, consumed by thoughts of slaying beasts to enhance his sword's rank, Wang Teng completely forgot to inquire about these matters from his father-in-law. I have participated in 2 previous competitions, but unfortunately, I was defeated both times. Securing first place is quite simple. One must either slay a multitude of beasts or hunt down a particularly formidable creature from the mountains, ensuring that its level surpasses that of the others' kills. Lu Chong explained. Is that so? What reward awaits this year's winner of the hunting competition? Wang Teng asked. Curiosity piqued. It seems that this year's first prize is a manual for Earth-level techniques. Lu Chong replied after a moment's contemplation. Earth-level techniques? Wang Teng's eyes gleamed at this revelation. Manuals are generally categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. An earth-level technique is already quite remarkable. Though Wang Teng has achieved the master realm, he possesses only the dragon break slash, making the earth-level manual perfectly suited for him. It is said that mastering this manual to its pinnacle allows one to obliterate an entire city with a single strike. Lu Chong remarked, his eyes betraying a hint of longing. In the esteemed martial culture of the great Xia martial dynasty, everyone yearns for supreme martial prowess. Such incredible power. Wang Teng felt his interest intensify. As they conversed, a wild boar suddenly burst forth from the underbrush, blocking their path. The wild boar! Lu Chong exclaimed as he drew a large knife from his back, preparing to dispatch it. However, Wang Teng acted swiftly, unsheathing his sword and decisively ending the boar's life. As the creature collapsed, the black iron sword in Wang Teng's hand absorbed the life energy of the wild boar. The sensation of energy flowing into the sword filled him with excitement. Indeed, slaying beasts could lead to upgrades. Lu Chong, however, appeared less than pleased. Brother, let me handle these lowly beasts from now on. Why use a dragon blade to kill a pig, since you call me brother? How could I allow you to take such risks? When beasts appear, I will confront them while you collect the spoils, Wang Teng replied, feigning a noble demeanor, though secretly eager to slay more beasts for upgrades. Touched by this sentiment, the simple-minded Lu Chong felt a bond akin to that of blood brothers. The two continued deeper into the wilderness, encountering numerous deer, mountain tigers, and pythons, all of which Wang Teng dispatched with ease. After slaying over 20 beasts of varying sizes, Wang Teng's black iron sword leveled up once again, reaching the rank of yellow grade. A few more kills would elevate it to the profound grade. Once that happens, the sword's power would undergo a qualitative transformation, and no longer satisfied with hunting smaller beasts. Wang Teng turned to Lu Chong and asked, Chong, are there any more powerful beasts in Honglai Mountain? Killing these lesser creatures was too slow for upgrades, and it would not secure first place in the competition. To upgrade his weapon swiftly and attain the title of champion, he needed to hunt stronger beasts. Generally, stronger beasts reside in the northern part of Honglai Mountain, such as the black-striped eye-catching tiger, the mighty rhinoceros, and the colorful serpent. However, these creatures possess strengths comparable to those of innate warriors and are not easy to deal with. Lu Chong cautioned, clearly wary from his own experiences in that terrifying region. Yet, Wang Teng, already a master, found the prospect of these beasts beneath his notice. Are there no even more formidable creatures? Perhaps those that rival the master realm? The thirst for higher-level beasts consumed him. He was eager to kill stronger foes to hasten his sword's ascension. There are indeed stronger beasts, Lu Chong pondered for a moment before pointing to the mountaintop. It is said that there dwells a dragon eagle there, a creature with strength comparable to that of a master. A dragon eagle? Is it truly that formidable? Wang Teng instinctively inquired. Indeed, it is. The dragon eagle reigns supreme among avian creatures. Known for its penchant for collecting metallic objects and even consuming humans. The wind generated by its wings can blow a person away, Lu Chong described anxiously. Such a fearsome creature. Very well, we shall venture there. Upon hearing its name, Wang Teng felt certain that the dragon eagle's strength was monumental. Capturing this beast would undoubtedly secure him first place in the hunting competition, and perhaps even elevate his sword in the process. However, when Lu Chang realized Wang Teng was genuinely intent on confronting the dragon eagle, his legs trembled with fear. Brother, this dragon eagle is exceedingly powerful. Many talented youths have perished at its claws. There are not just a few. Lu Chang urged, panic evident in his voice. If you are afraid, wait for me here. Wang Teng declared as he pressed onward toward the mountaintop, determined to slay the dragon eagle. Lu Chang hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to follow. Feeling emboldened by the presence of the heroic Wang Teng, brother, wait for me. I will go with you. The two ascended the mountain, encountering increasingly powerful beasts as they climbed. They faced numerous innate-level beasts, all of which Wang Teng dispatched effortlessly. After defeating several innate-level creatures, they finally reached the mountaintop, only to find no sign of the dragon eagle. Instead, they discovered a half-man-high stone cave, shrouded in darkness and mystery. There's a cave here. Let us investigate. Wang Teng boldly approached, with Lu Chang nervously trailing behind, apprehensive of a sudden appearance by the dragon eagle. As Wang Teng bent down to peer inside, a chill ran down his spine. The cave was filled with an array of bones and corpses, many of which were human remains. Evidence that the dragon eagle was indeed a ruthless predator. Amidst the heaps of bones, Wang Teng spotted metallic objects, including valuable gold and silver jewelry, clearly collected by the dragon eagle as trophies. As he scanned the gruesome scene, his gaze was drawn to a dark golden orb emanating a mysterious energy and rich spiritual aura. This orb was no ordinary object. This dark golden orb possesses spiritual energy. It must be a treasure. Wang Teng mused, intrigued. Just as he reached out to grasp it, Lu Chang suddenly shouted from outside the cave. Brother, the dragon eagle is coming. Quickly, get out. Wang Teng hurriedly exited the cave, and as he did, a fierce eagle cry echoed from above, followed by the swift descent of a gigantic dragon eagle, its wings beating fiercely toward him. Fortunately, Wang Teng's mastery had reached the master realm, allowing him to react swiftly and evade the eagle's talon strike with ease. The dragon eagle, frustrated by its failed attack, landed before the cave, spreading its enormous wings to guard its hidden treasures. Wang Teng steadied himself, taking a moment to assess the magnificent creature. The dragon eagle possessed the head of a dragon and the body of an eagle, its wings spanning over 3 meters, and its eyes exuded a terrifying aura. What a magnificent dragon eagle, once slain. My sword shall ascend to the profound grade. Wang Teng clenched his black iron sword tightly, feeling no fear but rather an exhilarating thrill. Meanwhile, Lu Chang cowered behind a stone, trembling. Brother, please be careful. This dragon eagle's power rivals that of a master. Stay hidden. I will handle this dragon eagle. Wang Teng shouted before charging forward. As the dragon eagle noticed Wang Teng's advance, it flapped its wings violently, unleashing a tremendous gust of wind that threatened to blow him away. The force was akin to a level 10 tornado, an assault of extraordinary strength. Fortunately, Wang Teng had reached the master realm. With a slight exertion of his energy, he steadied his footing. Gripping his black iron sword tightly, he unleashed a fierce strike at the dragon eagle. A sharp sword aura shot forth, aimed directly at the beast. Caught off guard by the unexpected projection of energy, the dragon eagle found itself unable to evade the incoming sword aura. It struck true, leaving a shallow wound on its body, crimson blood spilling forth. The dragon eagle let out a pained scream and soared into the air, diving back toward Wang Teng with greater speed than before, a palpable pressure weighing down on him as it descended. This was the unique aura of the dragon eagle, born from its draconic bloodline. Generally, weaker warriors would find themselves utterly powerless against such intimidation, succumbing to its might. Even Wang Teng felt the weight of its presence. What an intense pressure! This dragon eagle truly possesses formidable might, Wang Teng thought, astonished. Fortunately, he quickly activated the True Dragon Technique, a royal-level cultivation method. The moment the True Dragon Technique was invoked, the dragon's aura surged within him, dispelling the dragon eagle's oppressive force. Now able to move freely, Wang Teng fixated on the descending dragon eagle. Timing his attack perfectly, he raised his sword and struck with a powerful swing, shouting, "Dragon break slash." As his voice echoed, a colossal wave of sword energy erupted from the black iron sword. Its potency magnified several times over. In an instant, the dragon eagle let out a terrified cry, only to be cleaved in two by the tremendous power of the dragon break slash. Blood sprayed through the air like raindrops, falling to the ground in a crimson shower. Thus, the dragon eagle met its demise at Wang Teng's hand. A tremendous surge of energy was absorbed by the black iron sword in Wang Teng's hand. Subsequently, the sword, saturated with crimson blood, emanated a faint white glow, instantly transforming into the silvery wind spirit sword. This weapon was classified as a low-grade Xin-level artifact. Observing the pool of blood surrounding him, Wang Teng couldn't help but exhale in relief. He had not anticipated the dragon-breaking slash to possess such formidable power, as a single swing of the sword had caused the sword energy to surge more than threefold. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that after absorbing the energy from the dragon eagle, the black iron sword had ascended to a low-grade Xin level, evolving into the wind spirit sword. This realization, Wang Teng felt a surge of excitement. Finally, he had attained a Xin-level weapon, and it even bore the wind spirit attribute, evidently linked to the energy absorbed from the dragon eagle. Wang Teng quickly deduced that the sword's upgrade was indeed correlated with the energy it had absorbed. Meanwhile, Lu Chong, who had been hiding behind a rock, witnessed this astonishing spectacle unfold. The sight of Wang Teng slaying the dragon eagle left him utterly shocked. Why heavens, is my cousin-in-law truly this formidable? He has effortlessly slain a dragon eagle, a creature comparable in strength to a master, Lu Chong exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. After a prolonged moment, he emerged from behind the stone. Brother, you are simply incredible. You have killed the dragon eagle, Lu Chong declared, his eyes brimming with admiration. Pure luck. Wang Teng humbly replied before recalling something. He then approached the cave's entrance once more, bent down, and entered. He swiftly retrieved a dark golden orb from the pile of bones. The orb, about the size of an adult's fist, radiated a mysterious aura and was infused with rich spiritual energy. Wang Teng pondered its significance. It must be something rare, as it had been fiercely protected by the dragon eagle. After a brief examination that yielded no conclusions, he placed the orb on his person, intending to study it in detail once he returned home. Brother, hurry and bring back the dragon eagle's carcass. You are certain to claim first place in this hunting tournament, Lu Chong reminded him with great enthusiasm. Indeed, Wang Teng nodded, shouldering the dragon eagle's body as he hastened down the mountain. Lu Chong followed closely, his face alight with excitement, relieved that the Lu family would no longer be at the bottom. However, as the two reached the mountainside, the surrounding grass rustled violently, and more than a dozen figures clad in black emerged from the underbrush. Each wielding weapons, and every one of them was a master of the innate realm. The leader, with hawk-like eyes and a menacing demeanor, was at the mid-level of the master realm. Wang Teng, we have finally found you. A menacing aura bore down on Wang Teng. Chapter 14. Want to kill me? Not a single one shall escape. Faced with the sudden threat, Wang Teng tightened his grip on the wind spirit sword, while Lu Chong similarly gripped his long knife, both prepared for battle. Who are you? Why ambush me here? Wang Teng queried, his gaze piercing as he assessed the group, realizing they were all masters of the innate realm. With the middle-aged man at the forefront being a master himself, it is of no consequence to divulge my identity. Let me make it clear, I am Tang Hong, the second in command of the Black Mountain Gang. You killed my third brother a few days ago, and I have come here for vengeance, Tang Hong sneered coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. The Black Mountain Gang. Wang Teng furrowed his brow, taken aback by their audacity to lay in wait for him at Honglai Mountain. Lu Chong gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation upon hearing the name of the second in command of the Black Mountain Gang. Indeed, we are the Black Mountain Gang. Oh, avenge my brother. I have brought along our Black Hawk squad. Each member a master of the innate realm. How does that sound? Quite the show of force, wouldn't you agree? Tang Hong boasted arrogantly. Wang Teng merely frowned slightly, while Lu Chong trembled, his complexion paling at the realization of the formidable opponents they faced. Fortunately, with Wang Teng by his side, he managed to maintain his composure. You have certainly shown me your strength, but I do not mind if you wish to kill me. However, this young brother of mine had no part in the death of your third brother. May I request that you allow him to leave? Wang Teng sought to protect the innocent and urged for Lu Chong to escape. Before Tang Hong could respond, Lu Chong interjected firmly, brother, I won't leave. If we are to die, we shall die together. I will not abandon you to flee alone. Though terrified, Lu Chong displayed a measure of courage. As a member of the Lu family, how could he forsake Wang Teng? Ha, you do possess some spirit. But worry not, even if you did not speak, I would not let you go. Today, both of you shall perish here. Tang Hong laughed mockingly, his voice dripping with arrogance. Charge, kill them both. Tang Hong suddenly commanded. With his order, the The dozen or so innate realm masters brandished their heavy sabers and lunged toward Wang Teng and Lu Chang. Wang Teng gripped the wind spirit sword tightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Come at me." As his words fell, Wang Teng swung his sword, cleaving through the nearest Black Mountain gang member. A sharp sword energy, infused with wind blades, surged forth, and the opponent, caught off guard, was swiftly dispatched by Wang Teng's strike. Even a master of the innate realm fell before him. The wind spirit sword absorbed another surge of life energy. Tang Hong, watching from the periphery, was momentarily taken aback. The release of sword energy indicated that this young man's strength had reached the master realm, contrary to reports of his being merely at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Tang Hong instinctively reached for the long knife at his waist, drawing it as he charged toward Wang Teng. Unable to permit further slaughter of his Imian, that moment, Wang Teng had already dispatched 3 more Black Mountain gang members. Upon seeing Tang Hong rush in, his expression sharpened, and he prepared to meet the challenge head-on. "Kid, your strength truly exceeds my expectations, but it ends here. You will die today," Tang Hong bellowed, swinging his knife with ferocity. A fierce blade energy shot towards Wang Teng, who, undeterred, advanced to counter with his own strike. The sword energy, augmented by the wind blades, surged forth with even greater force. The clash of sword and blade energy reverberated through the air, neutralizing each other's power. Wang Teng was taken aback. His sword energy was enhanced by the wind spirit power, significantly stronger than ordinary sword energy, yet it was still matched by Tang Hong's blade, revealing the latter's superior true strength. Tang Hong, equally astonished, had not expected Wang Teng to be his equal. However, he pressed on, continuing to slash at Wang Teng. Just then, a scream echoed from behind. "Ah, it's Lu Chang." Wang Teng turned, horrified to see Lu Chang surrounded and overwhelmed by several Black Mountain gang members, sustaining multiple wounds and bleeding profusely. "Chang!" Wang Teng cried, rushing to his side. With swift strikes, he dispatched 2 more Black Mountain gang members before reaching Lu Chang. "Chang, are you all right?" Wang Teng asked, concern etched across his face as he surveyed Lu Chang's bloodied form. "Brother, I fear I won't make it. Don't worry about me. Just escape," Lu Chang urged, struggling to remain conscious. "I will not abandon you. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you," Wang Teng declared resolutely. "Brother, having me here will only be a burden. If you flee alone, they will surely not pursue you." Lu Chang attempted to reason, but Wang Teng interrupted him sharply. "I said, I will not leave you behind with that." He swung the wind spirit sword at the nearest Black Mountain gang members, effortlessly dispatching 2 more. Tang Hong's fury ignited. "You wretch, I will see you dead." He channeled his spiritual energy into his long knife and swung fiercely at Wang Teng. Earth shatter. With a thunderous roar, a blade energy more ferocious than before surged toward Wang Teng and Lu Chang, its immense power lifting dirt and debris all around. Wang Teng, resolute, positioned Lu Chang behind him and, without hesitation, countered with his own strike, dragon-breaking slash. This was Wang Teng's ultimate technique. He unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful dragon-breaking slash, infused with wind blades, charging forward. The 2 energies collided in mid-air, Tang Hong's earth shatter instantly dissipating, while the sword energy, though somewhat diminished, pressed on resolutely die in the next moment. This fierce sword energy shot toward Tang Hong himself. "Impossible! My earth shatter was broken?" Tang Hong's face contorted in disbelief as the thought crossed his mind. Just as the sword energy struck his right arm, severing it cleanly, crimson blood erupted forth as he howled in agony. My hand! My hand!" Tang Hong clutched his wound, his complexion paling drastically. This scene sent shockwaves through the remaining Black Mountain gang members, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Wang Teng, with his sword raised, gazed at them with the cold intensity of the Grim Reaper. "Since you have come, none shall escape." Chapter 15. Descent from the mountain, shocking all. Tang Hong was the second in command of the Black Mountain gang, a figure of considerable might, yet even such a formidable opponent had succumbed to Wang Teng's blade. In that instant, fear gripped the hearts of his followers, and they hesitated to advance any further. As Wang Teng gripped the wind spirit sword in his hand, he fixed his gaze upon them. "Since you have arrived, none shall escape." Wang Teng resembled the Grim Reaper, sending shivers down the spines of the Black Mountain bandits. Tang Hong, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of dread. He had never anticipated that Wang Teng's strength would be so formidable. Not only had he effortlessly shattered his earth slash with a single sword strike, but he had also severed one of his arms. At that moment, thoughts of fleeing invaded his mind. If he did not escape now, he would likely perish here. However, he did not overtly retreat. Instead, he commanded the remaining 5 members of the Black Hawk team to advance. Let us attack together. He has little spiritual energy left, despite their fear of Wang Teng's terrifying prowess. The members of the Black Hawk team obeyed the order and lunged at him with their blades. Surrounded by 5 innate realm masters, Wang Teng found it difficult to spare any attention to pursue Tang Hong. Seizing the opportunity as Wang Teng was preoccupied, Tang Hong clutched his severed arm and dashed towards the back mountain, vowing silently, "Wang Teng, wait for me. I shall annihilate the entire Lu family." Soon, Tang Hong vanished into the forest. After Wang Teng dispatched the remaining 5 members of the Black Hawk team, Tang Hong had already slipped away from sight. Damn it, he actually escaped. Wang Teng leaned the wind spirit sword against the ground, gasping for breath. The recent battle had nearly exhausted all his strength and spiritual energy. Even if he desired to pursue, he could no longer do so. Fortunately, after slaying so many innate realm masters, the wind spirit sword had absorbed considerable energy, allowing it to ascend to the mid-grade Xian level, enhancing the power of the wind blade and sharpening the sword's edge. Having accomplished this, Wang Teng turned and approached Lu Chong. "Brother Chong, it's all right now. I have eliminated the Black Mountain bandits. I will take you out, brother. You are truly impressive. You single-handedly turned the tables on so many Black Mountain bandits," Lu Chong praised weakly, his eyes brimming with admiration. "I will bandage your wounds first, and then carry you out," Wang Teng said, briefly tending to Lu Chong's injuries before hoisting him onto his back and bending down to grasp the dragon eagle's corpse from the ground. This was undeniable proof of his prowess in the hunting competition, and he could not afford to lose it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wang Teng trudged down the mountain step by step. However, halfway down, he unexpectedly encountered other participants of the hunting competition, a small team of 4 or 5 individuals. Upon seeing Wang Teng dragging the dragon eagle's corpse, their eyes gleamed with excitement. "Brothers, this kid is dragging a dragon eagle corpse. If we seize it, this year's first prize in the hunting competition will be ours," one member of the team exclaimed eagerly. However, Wang Teng shot them a cold glance. "Come and try if you wish to die." As he spoke, Wang Teng casually swung his sword towards a nearby tree, unleashing a streak of sword energy that sliced through the air and struck the tree from several meters away, causing it to fall with a resounding crash. The members of the small team were utterly astonished. That sword energy, this is the master realm. They were paralyzed with fear. The most powerful among them was merely at the initial stage of the innate realm. And facing a master was akin to courting death. "Why, apologies for the disturbance," they muttered hastily before scattering in terror. Lu Chong, who was on Wang Teng's back, looked on with renewed admiration. "Brother, you're incredible. Just a glance was enough to scare them off. I aspire to be like you someday." Lu Chong regarded Wang Teng as his idol. "Let us wait until you recover from your injuries before discussing that," Wang Teng replied with a smile as he continued his descent. As the sun gradually set, those waiting at the foot of the mountain grew increasingly anxious. According to the rules, the hunting competition would officially conclude at sunset. Lu Yinchi observed as participants emerged one by one, yet her husband, Wang Teng, had yet to appear, stirring her worry. Could something have happened to him? "Do not fret, my daughter. Wang Teng is incredibly strong. He will be fine." Lu Guoan reassured her, having sensed her concern. "I hope so," Lu Yinchi replied, though anxiety lingered in her heart. Before long, the majority of the hunting participants descended the mountain, bearing their spoils. The young disciples from the Fong and Xiao families had made significant gains. Having hunted numerous high-level beasts, Fong Desho and Xiao Han exchanged satisfied glances as they observed their family members, and they could not resist boasting before Lu Guoan. "Alas, this year our Fong family's disciples only managed to hunt a black-striped tiger leopard. Merely at the late stage of the innate realm. It seems we are declining year by year. The same goes for our Xiao family. The most we caught was a brilliantly colored snake." Also at the late stage of the innate realm, they lamented their disciples' lack of ambition, yet their words were a veiled display before Lu Guoan. Lu Guoan remained silent, though irritation brewed within him. After their boasting, they turned to Lu Guoan once more. "By the way, Lu brother, what beasts did your Lu family's disciples hunt this year? What's the rush? Our Lu family disciples have yet to return?" Lu Guoan replied impatiently. "The sun is nearly set. If they do not emerge soon, it will likely be dire," Fong Desho remarked. "Indeed, if they do not appear, it means no achievements. Lu brother, it appears your Lu family will once again be at the bottom of this year's hunting competition." Xiao Han added mockingly. "Why the urgency? The time has not yet passed." Lu Guoan suppressed his frustration and glanced up at the sky. The setting sun signified the end of the hunting competition. If Wang Teng did not emerge before then, it would count as a failure. The thought filled Lu Guan with unease. Lu brother, did you not say that your Lu family would undoubtedly secure first place this year? How come it appears that nothing has materialized? Xiao Han taunted. Yes, Lu brother, where's your son-in-law? My daughter mentioned that he is not only remarkably handsome but also exceptionally talented. Why hasn't he emerged? Could he have been devoured by the beasts in the mountains? Fang Desho could not help but mock him. A pretty boy like him, Lu brother, did you really expect him to help you secure first place in this hunting competition? Xiao Han sneered once more. However, as his words fell, a figure emerged from Hunglai Mountain. The onlookers gasped upon seeing him. Why heavens, that person is dragging a dragon eagle. Fang Desho and Xiao Han instinctively turned to look, and upon seeing the newcomer, they were rendered speechless in shock. Wang Teng's appearance instantly captivated the attention of everyone present, especially the dragon eagle corpse he was carrying. The dragon eagle was a creature whose strength rivaled that of the master realm, and few among the young disciples could boast of having hunted one. The mere act of slaying it was testament to this young man's mastery, demonstrating that he had indeed reached the master realm. In an instant, all present were awestruck by Wang Teng's prowess. It had been a decade since anyone had hunted a beast of the master realm. Fang Desho and Xiao Han, the heads of prominent families, were left utterly dumbfounded. Seeing his son-in-law with the dragon eagle, Lu Guan could hardly contain his elation. Brother Fang, Brother Xiao, my son-in-law has emerged, did you see? He is holding a dragon eagle, a beast of the master realm. Lu Guan could hardly contain his excitement, finally able to hold his head high before his two old friends. Fang Desho and Xiao Han's expressions darkened at this revelation. They had never anticipated that Lu Guan's words would ring true. The Lu family would indeed claim first place in this hunting competition. By the way, Xiao brother, we have a bet between us. If our Lu family secures first place in this hunting competition, you will have to crawl back to Qiqing. Do not go back on your word, Lu Guan said with a grin before hastily approaching Wang Teng. Although he appeared relaxed before Fang Desho and Xiao Han, he felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach as he noticed Wang Teng was covered in blood, with the severely injured Lu Chang on his back. This sight filled him with concern for both Wang Teng and Lu Chang's well-being. Lu Yinshi was even quicker than Lu Guan, rushing to Wang Teng's side. Husband, are you all right? She surveyed Wang Teng, who was drenched in blood, her expression filled with worry and tenderness. I am fine. I merely exhausted my strength. However, Brother Chang is quite injured, Wang Teng replied, gently lowering Lu Chang to the ground. Lu Guan hurried over to take the injured Lu Chang into his arms, and upon examining his wounds, his expression shifted dramatically. Son-in-law, did you engage in a battle with others? So many knife wounds. Lu Guan instantly recognized that Lu Chang's injuries were from blade wounds, and his mind raced to the possibility that it was the work of other families. Igniting a simmering anger within him, if that were the case, he would not let it slide easily. However, Wang Teng's subsequent revelation left Lu Guan in astonishment. It was the Black Mountain Bandits. Their second-in-command led the Black Hawk team to ambush us in the mountains. Fortunately, my strength has reached the master realm. Otherwise, we would likely have perished today. Wang Teng recounted the events succinctly. Hearing this, Lu Chang weakly added, Uncle, my brother-in-law is truly remarkable. He single-handedly took down 12 innate realm masters from the Black Mountain Bandits and even severed the second-in-command Tang Hong's arm. This revelation utterly stunned Lu Guan, a master at such a young age, single-handedly annihilating the Black Hawk team of the Black Mountain Bandits. Such audacity and strength were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In a moment, Lu Guan found himself increasingly admiring his son-in-law. Virtuous son-in-law, you have performed exceptionally well. Please, go and rest now. I shall take care of the remaining matters, he declared, his eyes brimming with recognition and praise for Wang Teng. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinshi rushed to support Wang Teng. Husband, let me assist you to the carriage. Her gaze was filled with concern and tenderness. It's all right, I can walk on my own, Wang Teng replied with a smile. Given your condition, must you endure further? Lu Yinshi insisted. Very well. Wang Teng relented, allowing Lu Yinshi to aid him. As they drew closer, he could catch the enchanting scent of her fragrant essence. On their way to the carriage, they encountered Lu Yinshi's two close friends, Fang Qing and Xiao Ting. Upon witnessing Wang Teng's strikingly handsome appearance and formidable prowess, a glimmer of envy and admiration flickered in their eyes. Wang Teng, noticing this, whispered to Lu Yinshi, My dear, at last, I have not brought you shame. Now you can hold your head high before your friends. Lu Yinshi, touched by Wang Teng's relentless efforts to honor her, was momentarily moved. I do not seek for you to enhance my reputation. All I desire is for your safety. Her requests were always so humble and unadorned, yet they brimmed with profound concern for Wang Teng. The hunting competition concluded successfully, with Wang Teng securing first place through his achievement of hunting the dragon eagle. His reward was a tome of a local-level martial art, the prison dragon palm, a technique capable of controlling opponents while relentlessly damaging their physical forms. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Wang Teng promptly retreated to his chamber and began studying the manual. To him, this palm technique resembled control skills from a game, enhanced by the addition of physical harm. The prison dragon palm seems rather useful. Had I known this technique earlier, the second in command of the Black Mountain Bandits would not have escaped, he mused, sitting on his bed, satisfied with his discovery. If paired with the dragon-breaking slash, its effectiveness might be amplified. Resolutely, he decided to practice the technique, envisioning using the prison dragon palm to immobilize an adversary before delivering a decisive blow with the dragon-breaking slash to ensure a flawless victory. With that thought, Wang Teng settled into a meditative posture and began his training by following the instructions within the manual. With his unparalleled talent, he swiftly mastered the prison dragon palm. Let's try it on that chair over there, Wang Teng declared, channeling his spiritual energy and extending his right hand towards a chair 2 meters away. Prison dragon palm, he exclaimed, summoning an invisible hand of condensed energy that rapidly grasped the chair, shattering it in an instant. Wang Teng was secretly thrilled, as the power of the prison dragon palm exceeded his expectations. Not only could it control opponents, but its destructive capacity was astounding. No wonder the strong disciple mentioned that this first-place reward could obliterate a city with a single strike. Perfected, it indeed possessed that potential. This local-level martial art was truly formidable. Feeling satisfied with the prison dragon palm, Wang Teng suddenly recalled something and retrieved a dark golden metal sphere from his possession. What could this be? He pondered, examining it closely but finding nothing revealing about its nature, except for an aura of mystery and latent spiritual energy. Let us see what happens if I infuse it with spiritual energy. He attempted to channel his energy into the sphere. As soon as the energy penetrated the dark golden orb, it unexpectedly split open. Wang Teng's heart raced with excitement, anticipating treasures within, only to find a single piece of paper inside. To his astonishment, the paper bore only a few words. The Temple Fair's Misty Rain Tower awaits a meeting with the Crown Prince, Qilin Pavilion's Han Yin. Upon reading this, Wang Teng was engulfed in shock. Yes, he was indeed frightened. Since his transmigration, he had believed that no one had discovered his true identity as the Crown Prince, only to realize he was mistaken. Someone had seen through his guise long ago and had orchestrated a scheme against him. This revelation left him feeling both astonished at being unmasked and alarmed at being ensnared in someone's plot. It meant that this individual not only discerned his identity, but had also strategically placed the metal sphere in the dragon eagle's lair. The most terrifying aspect was that they had anticipated his quest to capture the dragon eagle and retrieve this sphere, indicating a level of planning that was both precise and formidable. Qilin Pavilion's Han Yin. Wang Teng sat on his bed, ruminating. He sensed that this Qilin Pavilion was no ordinary establishment. Within the remnants of the Crown Prince's memory, he recalled some information about it. Indeed, after a thorough recollection, he unearthed details about the Qilin Pavilion. It was the foremost mysterious organization of the Great Siam martial dynasty, operating independently of both court and underworld, boasting an unparalleled intelligence network. From the royal palace to the beggar's lair, they had methods to acquire relevant information. Their most renowned contributions were the Great Siam Martial Rankings and the Weapon Compendium, both originating from the Qilin Pavilion. Some wandering bards even claimed that those who possessed the Qilin would rule the world. Although the Qilin Pavilion did not engage in the underworld, tales of its exploits permeated every corner of it. In the past, when the Crown Prince contended with his royal brother, he had sought an audience with the Qilin Pavilion, only to be coldly rebuffed. Now, in his fallen state, the Qilin Pavilion had taken the initiative to seek him out. Leaving Wang Teng astounded. As for Han Yin, she was the leader of the Qilin Pavilion, renowned for her strategic acumen and martial prowess, holding the esteemed title of descendant of celestial beings within the Great Siam martial dynasty, a rare beauty endowed with both literary and martial talents. Contemplating the formidable intelligence network of the Qilin Pavilion, Wang Teng suddenly understood how they had managed to locate him. Yet, he was puzzled as to why the Qilin Pavilion sought him now, planning such an elaborate scheme just for a meeting. Why not approach him directly? This convoluted approach suggested that their intentions were anything but simple. Nevertheless, Wang Teng felt it crucial to meet the leader of the Qilin Pavilion. Han Yan. As dawn broke, Lu Yinshi personally prepared a substantial breakfast for Wang Teng, filled with nourishing ingredients to replenish his energy and vitality. "Husband, I have made you a delightful spread. Come and taste," she called, eager to restore what he had expended the previous day. Setting the breakfast dishes before him, Lu Yinshi beamed with anticipation. "And why, dear? Matters like this should be left to the servants. How can a lady of your stature perform such menial tasks daily?" Wang Teng expressed his concern. "Given how hard you worked yesterday, I could not be of assistance in any other way, so I could only prepare your meals," Lu Yinshi replied with understanding. "You have done wonderfully. After we finish eating, I shall take you to the temple fair," Wang Teng replied with a smile. Lu Yinshi felt a surge of delight, eagerly looking forward to spending time with Wang Teng at the fair, which would surely deepen their bond. The fair was located in the eastern part of the city and featured an array of culinary delights, street performances, and even skilled entertainers from the martial world. As Wang Teng and Lu Yinshi strolled through the bustling fair, shoulder to shoulder, they marveled at the myriad of novelties before them. These wonders were unlike anything Wang Teng had encountered in his previous world. Yet here, they were all laid before him. "Why, lady, is that a candied hawthorn? Why does it glow?" Wang Teng inquired curiously, pointing at a luminous string of candied hawthorns that is called glowing candied hawthorn. "The outer layer is a unique sugar powder, and it's absolutely delicious. Very sweet," Lu Yinshi explained, pulling out some coins to purchase 2 strings of candied hawthorn from the vendor. "Here, my husband, this candied hawthorn is delightful," Lu Yinshi offered, presenting 1 string to Wang Teng. Upon tasting it, he couldn't help but smile at its sweetness. "Is it to your liking?" Lu Yinshi asked gently. "Delicious, very sweet. Come, let us see what lies ahead." Wang Teng nodded, delighted by the glowing candied hawthorn, which far surpassed any he had tasted on earth. Notably, it wasn't made from hawthorn but rather a peculiar fruit, sweet without a hint of sourness. Evoking a sense of love, as they continued forward, they noticed many couples at the fair, some holding hands, others linking arms, all exuding intimacy. In contrast, Wang Teng and Lu Yinshi walked side by side, devoid of any intimate gestures. Wang Teng, being somewhat oblivious, did not dwell on it. Having never been in a relationship in his past life, he was unaware of how to interact with a girlfriend. However, Lu Yinshi harbored a desire to share such moments, her watery gaze secretly glancing at Wang Teng, who was engrossed in the fair's attractions, leaving her feeling a twinge of disappointment. Since he was not taking the initiative, she resolved to be the one to act. Taking a deep breath, she shyly extended her hand, feeling both nervous and eager to grasp Wang Teng's. Just as her fingers were about to touch his, he suddenly darted off, captivated by something intriguing. Her attempt to hold his hand failed, leaving Lu Yinshi feeling a wave of disappointment. "Hurry over here, my lady. There are rabbits spinning in circles," Wang Teng called, waving her over. "All right, I'm coming," Lu Yinshi responded, quickly gathering her emotions and following after him. Just as she approached, a large hand unexpectedly clasped hers. Surprised, she looked up to find that it was Wang Teng who had taken her hand, causing her heart to race like a startled deer, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Were it not for the veil covering her face, she would surely be even more flustered. Wang Teng, possessing the prowess of a master, had long since perceived Lu Yinshi's actions. However, how could one expect a girl to take the initiative in something as delicate as holding hands? Thus, Wang Teng deliberately distanced himself for a moment before reaching out to grasp her hand. Her soft, fair fingers felt incredibly smooth in his grip, evoking a reluctance to let go. So this is how tender a girl's hand can be. It was Wang Teng's first experience holding a girl's hand, and he found his heart racing uncontrollably, though he maintained a facade of calm. Both were experiencing their first moment of intimacy, their heartbeats quickening in unison, yet gradually they adapted to the sensation. After enjoying a pleasant stroll, their stomachs began to rumble with hunger. "Husband, shall we have something to eat?" Lu Yinshi said, rubbing her belly. "Sure. Which establishment on this fairground serves the best food?" Wang Teng, being a newcomer, had no knowledge of the best eateries. "Let us try Yinyu Tower. It boasts a lovely atmosphere and exquisite dishes," Lu Yinshi suggested after a moment's thought. The mention of Yinyu Tower suddenly reminded Wang Teng of the note inside the metallic sphere. It seemed that Han Yin from Qilin Pavilion awaited him at Yinyu Tower. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "All right, then we shall go to Yinyu Tower." Chapter 18. Qilin Pavilion's Han Yin Yinyu Tower is renowned as the most prestigious restaurant in Xicheng. Not only are the dishes of the highest quality, but the ambience is also exceptionally refined, complete with melodious tunes for patrons to enjoy. Thus, those who dine here are undoubtedly affluent. When Wang Teng and Lu Yinshi arrived, the restaurant was already bustling with diners. The first floor served as the main hall, while the second floor housed private rooms. Gentlemen, the main hall is fully occupied. Would you prefer to go upstairs to a private room? A waiter enthusiastically approached them. Very well, let us head to a private room. Wang Teng nodded, and Lu Yinshi concurred. As they passed through the main hall, numerous diners turned their heads to gaze at them, captivated by Wang Teng's striking handsomeness. Especially after he claimed first place at the hunting competition, his reputation had spread rapidly. Isn't that the champion of this year's hunting competition? He is exceptionally handsome. Indeed, not only is he good-looking, but he also possesses remarkable talent and strength. He must be the finest young talent in Qiqing. What a pity that such an outstanding individual has chosen a rather plain-looking wife. The Lu family has truly struck gold, managing to attract such an exceptional son-in-law with their ball toss. Standing side by side, it seemed that Lu Yinshi's plainness was utterly mismatched with his brilliance. In the main hall, many diners were fixated on Wang Teng and Lu Yinshi, their discussions remarkably consistent. The consensus was that Lu Yinshi, being plain, was unworthy of Wang Teng's accolades. Upon hearing their comments, Lu Yinshi felt a wave of despondency wash over her, her eyes dimming slightly as she instinctively lowered her head in self-doubt, recognizing the truth in their words. Her lack of beauty did render her somewhat undeserving of the exceptional Wang Teng. However, just as she was about to withdraw her hand, Wang Teng tightened his grip even more. Pay no heed to their idle gossip. You are my wife, and I am your husband. Did we not promise to stand by each other through thick and thin? Wang Teng spoke with a gentle gaze. His words moved Lu Yinshi deeply. She had not anticipated such earnestness from him, and her spirits lifted considerably. Following the waiter upstairs, they arrived at an elegantly appointed private room. Are you satisfied with this room? The waiter inquired warmly. Wang Teng glanced around and, noting the refined ambience and bright lighting, nodded. Yes, this will do. Lu Yinshi was equally pleased and began expertly ordering dishes, selecting the restaurant's signature items, including Wang Teng's favorites, crispy salt-baked chicken, oil-braised bamboo shoots, osmanthus fish, and mushroom soup. Please wait a moment, the waiter called before stepping out. However, he quickly returned. Both Wang Teng and Lu Yinshi were puzzled when the waiter addressed Wang Teng. Esteemed sir, our boss wishes to meet you. Our boss? Wang Teng suddenly recalled Han Yin from Qilin Pavilion and nodded. Very well, lead the way. Before departing, Wang Teng reassured Lu Yinshi that he would return shortly and urged her to start eating. Following the waiter out of the private room, they ascended to the third floor. Typically, the third floor was not open to the public, leaving it empty. The waiter escorted Wang Teng to a room on the third floor and halted. Sir, our boss is waiting for you inside. After delivering this message, the waiter turned and departed. Without hesitation, Wang Teng opened the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, he beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman, elegantly seated and sipping tea. She wore a striking red gown, one hand gracefully wielding a red feather fan while the other held a teacup. Her demeanor exuded nobility, elegance, composure, and wisdom, radiating an aura of tranquility and unflappability. Most strikingly, her beauty was unparalleled, deserving of the label stunningly beautiful. Wang Teng had never encountered such a graceful and lovely woman, far surpassing any celebrity on earth. As he entered, the door closed automatically behind him. Prince, you have arrived. Please take a seat. I have personally brewed you some Dahong Pao, Han Yin said, her lips parting delicately as she poured a cup of tea for him, presenting it with grace. Thank you. You are Han Yin of Qilin Pavilion? Wang Teng did not accept the tea but instead inquired first. He was cautious, wary of the other's intentions, especially considering the potential for ulterior motives. Indeed, I am Han Yin, the head of Qilin Pavilion, she responded, fanning herself lightly so the note inside the metallic sphere was placed there by you. Wang Teng asked as he took a seat, intent on clarifying the situation and discerning when she had unraveled his true identity. Correct, Han Yin said, taking another sip of her tea with an air of nonchalance. But how did you anticipate that I would venture to the peak of Honglai Mountain to capture the dragon eagle and bring along the metallic sphere? Wang Teng pressed on, feeling the discomfort of being ensnared in a trap and eager to understand the motivations behind it. That story begins with your acceptance of the Lu family's embroidered ball for their plain daughter. Han Yin replied, unhurriedly. Wang Teng furrowed his brow slightly at this revelation. You discerned my true identity from that moment? He asked instinctively. Not precisely discerned, but rather regained interest in you. Han Yin smiled subtly. What do you mean? Wang Teng queried, still perplexed. After taking a sip of her Dahong Pao, Han Yin continued, as the prince of the great Xia martial dynasty, we have always kept an eye on you. However, when you were stripped of your cultivation by the third prince and forced to flee in disgrace, We lost interest, believing you would meet a dismal end. It wasn't until you seized the embroidered ball from the Liu family's plain daughter that our attention was rekindled. Oh, really? Wang Teng replied nonchalantly, indeed. The plain daughter of the Liu family is infamous throughout Qiqing, and no one dared to accept the embroidered ball she cast, yet it was received by a beggar. When the news reached us, I initially dismissed it as mere gossip, only to discover, upon further inquiry, that this so-called beggar was none other than the prince of our great Xia martial dynasty. Wang Teng was taken aback by the surprising magnitude of his actions at the time. However, he soon came to terms with it and interjected, "Was it then that you regained interest in me?" "No, your choice of a plain wife alone would not rekindle our interest, nor would it sway the contest for the throne. What truly piqued our interest once more was your involvement in the Liu family's escort mission." Han Yin elaborated, her phoenix eyes sparkling with intrigue. A man whose meridians were completely severed single-handedly took down 66 Black Mountain bandits and killed their second-in-command, Tang Huan. That was the catalyst for our renewed interest in you. Chapter 19. The temptation of the peerless goddess Han Yin. Wang Teng could not help but marvel at the prowess of Qilin Pavilion's intelligence network, which had gathered such intricate details about his escort mission. Even knowing the precise number of adversaries he had slain, "Oh, that is how it is," Wang Teng mused, realization dawning on him. "From that point on, we at Qilin Pavilion began to focus our attention on you once more. The recent hunting competition, to be precise, was an assessment of your abilities," Han Yin explained as she sipped her tea leisurely. "Had you lacked the strength to acquire the metallic sphere, it would have signified that you had no hope of a comeback. Conversely, your success in obtaining it indicates that you have encountered fortuitous circumstances, with your strength experiencing a remarkable surge, thus presenting a glimmer of hope for your resurgence." This revelation left Wang Teng feeling a profound sense of astonishment. It became clear to him that the metallic sphere was merely a test from Qilin Pavilion, and now he understood their meticulous planning that led him to its discovery. They had accurately predicted his intent to hunt the dragon eagle. Knowing that the creature, being the most formidable beast of Honglai Mountain, would attract his attention due to its penchant for collecting metallic objects. After slaying the dragon eagle, they anticipated he would inevitably investigate its nest. And the metallic sphere, exuding a mysterious aura, would certainly intrigue him. Wang Teng was genuinely impressed by Han Yan's strategic brilliance. For the first time, he grasped the terrifying depth of such meticulous planning. "Since you have gone to such lengths to summon me, what is it that you desire?" Wang Teng furrowed his brow and retorted, "Of course, it is to assist you in overcoming your royal brother." Han Yin smiled gently, "Is that so? I recall visiting you some time ago, only to be met with your unyielding rejection. Why is it now, when I possess nothing, that you come to offer your assistance?" Wang Teng replied indifferently. In the prince's original memories, he indeed recalled visiting Qilin Pavilion, only to have them turn him away. Thus, he found himself quite curious about their motives this time. Previously, the timing was not right. But now the situation had shifted. Han Yin smiled mysteriously. "Oh, what makes it different now?" Wang Teng inquired with intrigue. "Before, your side was surrounded by civil and military officials, and even if we at Qilin Pavilion supported His Highness, it would merely be an embellishment. Now, with you standing alone, our assistance would be like providing coal and snow, and you would naturally value us," Han Yin explained. However, the true reason was far less glamorous than her words suggested. The reason Qilin Pavilion had refrained from aiding the prince in the past was their lack of faith in him, believing his talents to be mediocre, and that even with their backing, he could not compete with the third prince. Thus, they wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now, their proactive approach stemmed from Wang Teng's recent performance, which had exceeded all expectations. His strength had advanced beyond their predictions, prompting Qilin Pavilion to decide to support the prince, especially with him currently lacking any allies, making it an opportune moment to negotiate terms. What a timely offer! Wang Teng chuckled. He was not foolish. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. "What? Does the prince not believe my words?" Han Yin teased, her lips pursed lightly. Wang Teng did not respond directly. In truth, since his arrival in this world, he had never contemplated vying for the throne against the third prince. He merely wished for a peaceful existence. As a citizen of Earth, he held little interest in power struggles, especially with the third prince's position solidified. Attempting to overthrow him would be perilous and could cost him his life. He then shifted the conversation. "However, at this moment, I have no desire to contest the throne with my royal brother. As long as he does not pursue me, I would willingly concede the throne to him." Wang Teng genuinely believed this. If his royal brother would cease his pursuit, he would gladly relinquish the position. Yet, Such naive words left Han Yin in a state of astonishment. Your Highness, are you jesting? The struggle for the throne is always a matter of life and death. Moreover, you are the crown prince of the great Siam martial dynasty, the foremost candidate for succession. Do you truly believe he would let you off? Han Yin expressed her disbelief. Wang Teng was well aware of the brutal nature of power struggles, as evidenced by both the memories of the prince and the dramas he had watched on Earth, all underlying one truth. The pursuit of power was a bloody path. Seeing Wang Teng's silence, Han Yin pressed on, Your Highness, with our support from Qilin Pavilion, we can guarantee your resurgence. Noticing Han Yin's eagerness to assist him, Wang Teng's curiosity was piqued, and he cautiously asked, What conditions does Qilin Pavilion require for your support? Wang Teng was not naive. Given his current isolation, it was clear that Qilin Pavilion's rush to assist him must have ulterior motives. Han Yin refrained from answering directly and instead remarked, I have heard that ever since you secured first place at the hunting tournament, many young ladies in Qiqing have been infatuated with you. This was news to Wang Teng, who wondered why Han Yin had shifted the topic. To be honest, I too hold a deep admiration for you, Your Highness, Han Yin boldly confessed. Whether her feelings were genuine or feigned was known only to her. You admire me? Ha! Wang Teng chuckled, not fooled by her words. It was merely their first meeting. Where has this admiration been all along? Yet, Han Yin's words sparked something in Wang Teng. He then spoke earnestly, Mistress, if you have something to say, please speak plainly, then I shall be direct. I wish to marry you, Your Highness, with Qilin Pavilion as my dowry. When you ascend to the throne, you may appoint me as your empress, Han Yin declared with a serious expression. This revelation left Wang Teng utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that Han Yin harbored such lofty ambitions of becoming an empress. The issue was that in a few days, he was to wed Lu Yinxi, and Han Yin's intentions were clearly to induce him to cancel his engagement. Observing Wang Teng's silence, Han Yin approached him, her delicate hand resting softly upon his shoulder, as she whispered enticingly into his ear, Your Highness, you cannot possibly be considering that ugly girl from the Lu family. Can you? They are merely a third-rate martial family in Qiqing. What could they possibly offer you? In contrast, we at Qilin Pavilion are the foremost intelligence organization of the great Siam martial dynasty, with over 100,000 disciples. With our assistance, you could swiftly regain your footing. Furthermore, that girl from the Lu family is quite unattractive and possesses mediocre martial talent, whereas I am not only extraordinarily gifted but also strikingly beautiful. Surely, as a wise man, you know how to choose. There was truth in her words. The Lu family was indeed a mere third-rate martial clan, insignificant compared to the Grand Qilin Pavilion. Moreover, while Lu Yinxi was not particularly charming and lacked exceptional talent, Han Yin was not only beautiful but also extraordinarily gifted. Any man would know whom to choose. Yet, at that moment, the long-awaited system voice re-emerged. Ding, congratulations, host, for triggering a new task. Option 1. Agree to be with Han Yin. Reward, 10 gathering spirit pills, 1 Earth-level secret manual, 1 set of heaven-level armor, 1 Earth-level pet, 100,000 gold, 1 fire god talisman, and 1 dragon pattern jade pendant. Option 2. Reject Han Yin's temptation. Reward, 1 broken medical book. Wang Teng was quite surprised to have triggered new options once more. He noticed that this time, the rewards for the options were drastically polarized. The first option would yield a plethora of valuable treasures, including 10 gathering spirit pills, simply for agreeing to be with Han Yin. Conversely, the second option, which involved rejecting her, would only reward him with a meager broken medical book. This left him speechless. Was the system subtly coercing him? In truth, any ordinary man would unhesitatingly choose the first option. Agreeing to be with Han Yin would not only bring a multitude of rewards, but also allow him to embrace a beautiful woman. While gaining the staunch support of Qilin Pavilion, on the other hand, rejecting Han Yin would mean losing the beauty, the support, and receiving only a broken medical book as a reward. Han Yin's confident demeanor suggested that she believed the prince would undoubtedly choose her. However, she was about to be disappointed, for Wang Teng had already made his decision. Mistress, my heart belongs to another. I cannot agree to be with you. Wang Teng replied earnestly, and no sooner had he spoken than the system's voice echoed in his mind once again. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing your choice. Reward. 1 broken medical book has been placed in the system space. Han Yin, hearing Wang Teng's rejection, was left in disbelief, suspecting she had misheard, and could not help but confirm. Your Highness, you jest, do you not? You would choose to marry an ugly girl over the entirety of Qilin Pavilion? What could she possibly provide for you? Han Yin was utterly shocked. She had been certain Wang Teng would accept her proposition. Yet his response had utterly confounded her. I am not jesting. I speak sincerely. I wish to marry Yinshi, and in a few days, we shall be wed, Wang Teng reiterated with unwavering sincerity. The determination in Wang Teng's gaze astonished Han Yin, leaving her curious as to why this man would be so enamored with a woman that everyone else deemed unattractive. Taking a deep breath, Han Yin attempted to calm her racing heart. Your Highness, I do not oppose your desire to marry that girl from the Liu family, but have you considered what the Liu family can offer you? They are merely a third-rate martial family in Qiqing, likely even inferior to the Black Mountain Gang. You are currently at odds with the Black Mountain Gang, and should they unleash their full force upon you, neither you nor the Liu family would be able to withstand it. I will confront the Black Mountain bandits as they come. I fear them not, Wang Teng replied resolutely. Is that so? Then you underestimate the Black Mountain Gang. Their ability to dominate this region for over a decade indicates that they possess considerable means. Han Yin countered, pausing before continuing. Do you know to whom they distribute the goods they steal? Collusion between officials and bandits is the reason for their growth, Wang Teng stated, recalling what the coachman Ma Tao had informed him about the Black Mountain Gang's dealings with the local lords. Han Yin, upon hearing this, pursed her red lips and subtly shook her head. You are only aware of one side, not the other. The Black Mountain Gang divides the spoils of their theft into 3 parts. One for themselves, one for the local lords, and the final portion is offered to the Shilling sect. Do you know what kind of organization the Shilling sect is? Wang Teng furrowed his brow, taken aback by the cunning of the Black Mountain bandits, who had secured both official and underground protection over the years, thus enabling their growth. Regardless of their nature, should they provoke me, they shall pay a heavy price, Wang Teng declared, his gaze icy. Given your current capabilities, not only would you struggle against the Xinling sect, but even the Heishan gang would pose a challenge. However, with the support of our Qilin Pavilion, addressing these matters would be a mere trifle. While the Liu family is of no assistance to you whatsoever, Han Yin continued to persuade him with reason and emotion. This is indeed a stark reality. Yet, Wang Teng would not relinquish his choices so easily. Moreover, the Qilin Pavilion's assistance at this juncture surely harbors ulterior motives, far beyond a mere desire to become a queen. I have made up my mind. Should you wish to pledge your loyalty to me, I would gladly accept, but it is utterly impossible for me to marry you as part of a political alliance. Wang Teng reiterated his stance. Upon hearing this, Han Yin felt a flicker of indignation. It was one thing to not wish to marry her, but to expect the Qilin Pavilion to show him allegiance was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Although Wang Teng is a prince, he currently stands alone, bereft of any power to command the loyalty of the Qilin Pavilion. Nevertheless, Han Yin soon recalled her master's admonition before her departure, and she gradually subdued her ire, adopting a gentler tone. Since you do not wish to marry me, that is acceptable. As long as you fulfill the 3 tasks I assign to you, our Qilin Pavilion can pledge allegiance to you. Wang Teng was taken aback to discover that the Qilin Pavilion genuinely wished to align with him and promptly inquired, "What tasks?" Han Yin appeared prepared, producing an exquisite wooden box and presenting it to Wang Teng. The 3 tasks are inscribed within this box. You shall know them once you open it, she said, her lips parting gently. Wang Teng took the box in hand but did not open it immediately. Instead, he rose and declared, I shall take this box with me for now. Upon completing the 3 tasks within, I will return to seek you out. Will you not take a glance inside? Han Yin exclaimed in surprise. She had anticipated that Wang Teng would eagerly inspect the contents of the box, yet he showed no inclination to open it. I shall look when I find the interest, Wang Teng replied, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. In truth, he had yet to decide whether to pursue the path of a prince. For once he embarked on the treacherous road of vying for the throne, tranquility would become a distant memory, and he might jeopardize not only his own life but the lives of the Liu family as well. Han Yin seemed to sense Wang Teng's thoughts and refrained from pressing further. Very well. I look forward to our next meeting, Your Highness, she said with a graceful bow. Wang Teng returned the gesture with a slight nod before hastily descending the stairs, while Han Yin personally escorted him down. As was befitting of the proprietor of the Yinyu Tower, they descended from the 3rd floor. However, the anxious Liu Yinshi emerged from the private room in search of Wang Teng, only to behold him and Han Yin descending together. Shoulder to shoulder. One was strikingly handsome, while the other was a vision of beauty. Together, they appeared as if destined for each other. Upon seeing the enchanting woman beside Wang Teng, Liu Yinshi felt a wave of inferiority wash over her. A sense of inadequacy creeping into her heart, convinced that only this woman was worthy of Wang Teng, and she herself was unworthy even to carry her shoes. Madam, why have you come out? Wang Teng inquired, somewhat surprised. I felt a bit stifled in the private room, so I came out for some fresh air. Lu Yinchi replied nervously. Then allow me to take you for a stroll. Wang Teng said, taking hold of Lu Yinchi's delicate hand and leading her outside, his gaze filled with tenderness. Observing the retreating figures of Wang Teng and Lu Yinchi hand in hand, Han Yin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a woman clad in a green dress emerged from behind her. Senior sister, has the prince agreed? The woman in the green dress asked. No. It seems the prince has transformed into an entirely different person, greatly differing from the information we received, Han Yin replied, furrowing her brow. After being pursued by the third prince for half a year, having lived in a doghouse and cramped quarters, it is only natural for his character to change. Yet, I am curious how he has resumed his martial arts training and advanced his prowess so swiftly in just a few days. Perhaps it is related to the competition for the fortunes of the great Xia. As mentioned by our master, moreover, there may be unseen experts aiding the prince from behind the scenes, Han Yin speculated. That makes sense. I had initially thought the fortune competition of the great Xia martial dynasty would soon conclude, only to find that it has merely begun, the green-dressed woman remarked before teasingly adding, who would have thought that even with you personally intervening, you would still lose to an unattractive girl? At this, Han Yin's eyes flashed with displeasure and anger. She prided herself on being a celestial being descended to earth. No mortal woman could possibly compare, yet here she was, bested by an unattractive girl who was her inferior in every regard. Han Yin felt a pang of unwillingness. Just wait. The prince has merely encountered her during a low point in his life, harboring only gratitude towards her. With the onset of the fortune competition, he will come to realize that only I can provide him with what he seeks. Chapter 21. The Broken Medical Book? A true treasure. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Lu Yinchi sat alone at her dressing table, feeling somewhat despondent. The events of the day's temple fair weighed heavily on her heart, particularly the remarks from the onlookers that left her feeling deeply insecure. Slowly, she lifted the white veil from her face. Catching sight of her own countenance marred by red birthmarks in the mirror, a tear slipped involuntarily from her eye. She had finally developed feelings for a man, only to discover that she was unworthy of him. The resulting self-doubt bore down upon her, making it difficult to breathe at that moment. The door to her room swung open, and Xiao Hong burst in, holding an exquisite red phoenix crown and wedding garments with palpable excitement. Miss, the old madam has asked me to bring this phoenix crown and wedding attire for you to try on and see if any alterations are needed. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Yinchi quickly wiped away the traces of her tears and covered her face with the white veil once more. Have they finished the wedding attire so soon? Lu Yinchi feigned calmness as she spoke. With the wedding just 7 days away, it would be too late if we didn't finalize the attire now. You must try it on, and if it doesn't fit, the old madam has instructed me to take it back for adjustments, Xiao Hong replied, her face aglow with anticipation as she yearned to see her mistress adorned in the wedding garments. Lu Yinchi nodded and, after removing her white dress, donned the vibrant red wedding attire. Xiao Hong helped her replace the white veil with a red one. Once adorned, Lu Yinchi's gentle and serene demeanor was accentuated. Miss, this phoenix crown and wedding attire suit you perfectly. Once you wear it, you will undoubtedly astonish everyone on your wedding day, Xiao Hong exclaimed with delight. Lu Yinchi turned in front of the mirror, feeling that the wedding attire indeed suited her well. However, the thought of her disparity with Wang Teng dimmed her eyes once more. Xiao Hong, do you think I am worthy of my husband? Lu Yinchi asked timidly. Miss, as long as the two of you share mutual affection, who is worthy or unworthy? Why bother with others' opinions? Xiao Hong replied. Then, do you think my husband likes me? Lu Yinchi inquired shyly. Of course, he does. Have you not noticed how gentle his gaze is only when he looks at you? Xiao Hong replied earnestly. Is that so? Lu Yinchi felt a blush creep to her cheeks upon hearing this, her heart fluttering with joy, and her mood brightened considerably. While the two were engaged in whispered conversation, Wang Teng sat cross-legged on his bed, retrieving the tattered medical book awarded to him by the system from his storage space. The book indeed appeared worn and damaged, lacking even a title. It truly is a broken medical book. Wang Teng chuckled wryly, then opened the book to begin his studies. Identifying system book, do you wish to begin studying immediately? Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Teng felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that the items awarded by the system could facilitate his studies, a most fortuitous circumstance that would spare him the effort of painstakingly learning. Begin studying immediately, Wang Teng replied without delay. As his words fell, the tattered medical book transformed into a beam of white light that shot into Wang Teng's mind. Instantly, a wealth of medical knowledge flooded his consciousness. Acupuncture, massage techniques, herb identification, detoxification, and bloodletting. All were the pinnacle of medical arts in this world. Upon completing his studies, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of exhilaration crossing his face. This medical knowledge is remarkable. Henceforth, no ailment in the world shall confound me. This is no broken medical book. It is an unparalleled treasure. Wang Teng reveled in his excitement, when suddenly another thought struck him. He retrieved the exquisite wooden box that Han Yin had given him. Should I tread the old path of the prince? Wang Teng hesitated as he gazed at the box. On one hand, retracing this path is fraught with peril and could potentially endanger the Lu family and Lu Yanxi. On the other hand, Wang Teng suspected that the Qilin pavilion approached him with ulterior motives. Until he discerned their intentions, he was reluctant to acquiesce to their demands. Furthermore, as Wang Teng's fame grew, his royal brothers would surely take notice, leading to waves of pursuit that could threaten his life should he lack his own power and influence. After much deliberation, Wang Teng ultimately decided to examine the tasks within the wooden box before making a decision. Let me first see what these 3 tasks entail. With that thought in mind, Wang Teng opened the box, revealing yet another slip of paper inside. He casually unfolded it, finding the handwriting as elegant and clear as before. Yet, the 3 tasks inscribed upon it left Wang Teng utterly astonished. Haishan, the stronghold of the Heishan gang. Ever since the second-in-command, Tang Hong, made a hasty retreat from Henglation, he has been convalescing at the base. Following the loss of an arm, his temper has become exceedingly irritable. 2 young maidens attend to him, yet he remains thoroughly dissatisfied, even striking one of them across the face for accidentally spilling a bit of wine in her nervousness. What kind of wine have you spilled? It's all over the place. Without further ado, Tang Hong delivered a resounding slap. The maiden fell to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth, yet not a trace of resentment could be found on her face. Instead, she knelt in terror, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. Please spare me, second in command. I promise to do better next time. She pleaded, trembling as she bowed. If you can't even pour a drink properly, what use are you? Drag her out and execute her. Tang Hong waved his hand dismissively. Ever since losing his arm, he has been filled with pent-up rage, which he can only release through such cruel means. The maiden was dragged away. Her face turned pale with fear, but no amount of pleading could save her, until the sound of a snap echoed in the air. Then, an elderly man clad in gray entered ominously. Tang heir. Why the sudden fury? Killing at a whim? The elder, Fang Yin, furrowed his brow as he spoke. Upon seeing Fang Yin, Tang Hong's demeanor shifted dramatically. This was the chief elder of the Heishan gang. Although his martial prowess was modest, his medical skills were unparalleled, and his talent for poison was formidable. Much of their gang's foothold in the area relied heavily on his expertise. It's all because of that son-in-law from the Lu family, who had his arm severed. His resentment has nowhere to go, Tang Hong expressed bitterly. Does the chief know of this matter? Fang Yin inquired solemnly. Why, elder brother is in seclusion. I dare not inform him. Tang Hong replied, anxiety etched on his face. That son-in-law from the Lu family, humph. It has been years since anyone has dared to provoke the Heishan gang. Fang Yin snorted coldly. Tang Hong's eyes lit up at this. Elder, do you have any means to eliminate him? It would be even better to wipe out the entire Lu family as well, Tang Hong said with a sinister glint in his eyes. He was well aware of the elder's underhanded tactics. If he chose to act, the Lu family would undoubtedly face annihilation. Eradicating a mere Lu family is hardly a challenge. I've just developed a new poison. Let us test it on the Lu clan. It will serve as a warning to others about the fate of crossing the Heishan gang. Fang Yan's eyes gleamed with a cold intensity. Chapter 22. The Lu family faces annihilation on a dark and windy night. It was the perfect time for murder. A shadow leapt effortlessly into the Lu residence. At this hour, the house was still, with no one stirring. Even the patrolling guards were easily evaded by this shadow. A gust of wind swept by as the shadow approached a well within the Lu estate. Water is formless, colorless, and tasteless. Those who offend the Heishan gang will meet their end, the shadow spoke, producing a black jade vial and pouring its contents into the well. The powder quickly dissolved in the water, becoming imperceptible. After emptying one well, the shadow seemed unsatisfied, leaping again to another well, repeating the process with another vial. This sequence continued until several wells within the Lu residence had been tainted with the mysterious powder. Once satisfied with the task, the shadow departed, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. From this day forth, the Lu family shall cease to exist. As the day of their wedding approached, Wang Teng devoted himself to his cultivation. Aware that danger was drawing near, he needed to seize every moment to enhance his strength. Otherwise, not only would he fall, but Lu Yinchi and her family would also suffer his fate. With a deep breath, Wang Teng opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of stale air, a hint of joy crossing his face. In just 2 days, he had advanced to the mid-level of the Master Realm, thanks to the spirit-gathering jade pendant gifted by his mother-in-law. His rapid progress was attributed not only to the pendant, but also to his innate talent following the cleansing of his marrow and the cultivation method, the divine dragon technique. Without any one of these factors, his speed of advancement would have been unattainable. It was known that typically, it took years for one to progress from the initial to the mid-level of the Master Realm, yet Wang Teng achieved it in just 2 days, a testament to his extraordinary cultivation speed. Stretching his limbs, he stepped out of bed, only to be greeted by a blinding ray of sunlight streaming through the door. A promising day indeed. Lu Yinchi approached, carrying a food box. "Husband, I've prepared breakfast for you. Please wash up and come eat," she said with a gentle smile, heading inside. For the past few days, Lu Yinchi had personally made breakfast, demonstrating her tender and virtuous nature. "My dear, I've mentioned several times that such tasks should be left to the servants," Wang Teng replied, feeling a pang of heartache. He did not wish to see his wife waking up early each day to prepare his meals. "No, the day begins with the morning meal. Eating well in the morning benefits your cultivation throughout the day. I cannot trust anyone else to prepare it," Lu Yinchi insisted, opening the food box to reveal nourishing delicacies: bear paws, black tiger gallbladder cake, spirit crane porridge, and ginseng soup, top-tier ingredients beneficial for cultivators, yet exceedingly expensive. This single meal must have cost several hundred taels of silver, a sum most families could scarcely afford. Yet, Lu Yinchi prepared such lavish meals every morning, showcasing her deep care for Wang Teng. "This is far too extravagant for daily fare. Have you eaten?" Wang Teng marveled at the spread. "I've already eaten. This is all prepared for you. I simply wish to watch you enjoy it," Lu Yinchi replied, taking a seat and gazing at him with eager anticipation. "Very well," Wang Teng relented, though he needed the rich ingredients to bolster his cultivation. He scooped a bowl of spirit crane porridge, but as soon as he tasted it, his brows furrowed. "Husband, how does it taste? Is the spirit crane porridge to your liking?" Lu Yinchi asked, her eyes filled with expectation. Wang Teng remained silent, spitting the porridge out. "This porridge is poisoned," he declared gravely. Having mastered unparalleled medical skills, he had become highly sensitive to herbs, able to detect poison with a mere taste. He was now certain that the spirit crane porridge contained a lethal toxin. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinchi's face turned ashen. "Poisoned? That can't be. I made this myself. How could it possibly be poisoned?" she exclaimed, disbelieving as she reached for a spoon to taste it. However, Wang Teng stopped her. "It truly is poisoned. Do not eat it." Wang Teng trusted that Lu Yinchi would not harm him. Yet the poison's presence was undeniable and suspicious. He then turned his attention to the other dishes on the table, instinctively leaning in to sniff them, confirming that each one was tainted. "Is someone attempting to poison me?" A sense of urgency gripped Wang Teng. Recalling past attempts on his life through poison, he swiftly asked Lu Yinchi, "Has anyone entered the kitchen?" "Honestly, when I prepared these dishes, I didn't encounter any strangers in the kitchen," Lu Yinchi replied, just as her head began to spin, her complexion paling before she suddenly collapsed. Wang Teng's expression shifted dramatically. Lu Yinchi had been poisoned. "Are you all right?" he asked urgently, lifting her up, only to find her breath erratic, her face pale, and her lips blackened. Clear signs of poisoning. "Husband, I feel so dizzy and can't breathe." Lu Yinchi gasped, clutching her chest. "You've been poisoned. What did you eat this morning?" Wang Teng's heart raced as he placed a hand on her pulse. Having recently learned medicine, he never expected to apply it so soon. "Just a bit of millet porridge and some buns," Lu Yinchi murmured weakly against him. "Both from the kitchen?" Wang Teng pressed, frowning. "Yes, they were made in the kitchen," she confirmed, only to suddenly cough up blood. Wang Teng's expression darkened. "You've been poisoned, and it's severe. I must detoxify you immediately." After checking her pulse, he swiftly gathered his spiritual energy and pressed several key acupuncture points on her chest to temporarily halt the toxin's progression. Once that was done, he carried Lu Yinchi to the bed and urgently inquired, "Do we have silver needles in the Lu residence?" Without knowing the exact poison, the silver needles were the most effective means to expel the toxin. "There are some in the treatment room," Lu Yinchi replied, catching her breath. After Wang Teng sealed the heart meridian, the speed of toxin invasion was temporarily slowed, and Lu Yinchi felt somewhat better. "All right, my lady. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return forthwith." With these words, Wang Teng dashed out in a frenzy. Now, he was racing against time. Only by acquiring the silver needles could he return to save Lu Yinchi. As he sprinted, Wang Teng suddenly noticed that several servants in the Lu residence had also collapsed on the ground, displaying symptoms identical to Lu Yinqi's. Evidently, they too had been poisoned. Upon realizing this, Wang Teng's understanding deepened. It appeared that someone had poisoned the Lu residence, and he was determined to uncover the perpetrator behind this heinous act. He silently vowed within himself and hurried to the treatment room. After securing the silver needles, he swiftly returned to Lu Yinqi's chamber. While Wang Teng was racing against the clock, in a tea house across from the Lu residence, an elderly man clad in a gray robe sat by the window, leisurely sipping tea. Soon, a servant rushed in, excitement written all over his face. "Elder, everyone in the Lu residence has been poisoned. It won't be long before they all perish." The elder, Fang Yin, nodded with a smirk, then squinted at the sun in the sky, confidently proclaiming, "When the sun sets, it shall mark the annihilation of the Lu family. This is the fate that befalls those who offend our Black Mountain gang." Chapter 23. The unparalleled medical art saves the entire residence. While Fang Yin and his companions awaited the demise of the Lu family, Wang Teng had already returned to his room with the silver needles. At this moment, Lu Yinqi lay on the bed, struggling to breathe, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. Wang Teng knew that the toxin was beginning to spread, and without prompt treatment, Lu Yinqi's life would be in grave danger. "My lady, I have a method to help you detoxify. Please sit cross-legged and remain still." He gently assisted Lu Yinqi into a sitting position on the bed. After Lu Yinqi nodded and complied, Wang Teng continued, "I must now insert the silver needles. It may hurt a little, so please bear with me." This was Wang Teng's first attempt at acupuncture, and his nerves were slightly frayed, but he quickly unwrapped the silver needle cloth bag he had retrieved from the treatment room and deftly pulled out a slender silver needle. He then proceeded to insert it into Lu Yinqi's Baihui acupoint. Though it was his first time performing acupuncture after mastering the medical arts, he managed to successfully insert the first needle without causing Lu Yinqi significant pain. Wang Teng sighed in relief at this success and swiftly prepared the second needle, this time targeting the location over her heart. A moment's hesitation flickered through him. If this was not executed correctly, it could lead to instant cardiac arrest. Nonetheless, he steadied himself and proceeded. The second needle was also successfully inserted. Seeing the success of the first two needles, Wang Teng gained confidence for the subsequent ones. After a total of 7 needles had been skillfully inserted, he paused, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. These 7 needles were not ordinary. They were the profoundly mysterious Tai 7-star needles. Each insertion required a considerable amount of spiritual energy, yet fortunately, Wang Teng had succeeded. Utilizing the Tai 7-star needles, he could force the toxins out. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he began to channel the True Dragon technique within him. As the True Dragon technique activated, combined with the spirit-gathering jade pendant, he swiftly summoned a significant amount of spiritual energy and infused it into Lu Yinqi's body through the 7 silver needles. The Tai 7-star needles, now charged with spiritual energy, activated instantaneously. Gradually, the toxins within Lu Yinqi's body began to be expelled. After a few breaths, Lu Yinqi suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, and her complexion improved significantly. Seeing her expel the toxic blood, Wang Teng's heart finally eased. "Have you begun to feel better, my lady?" he inquired with great concern. "Indeed, I feel much better. My breathing has also become smoother. Thank you, dear husband, for detoxifying me. But how did I come to be poisoned?" Lu Yinqi asked, bewildered. "You are not the only one poisoned in the Lu residence. I have seen others afflicted as well. It appears that someone has indeed poisoned our Lu family. I must go and assist the others. Please rest here," Wang Teng replied, gathering the silver needles before hastily departing. "I shall come with you." Lu Yinqi exclaimed, quickly rising from the bed. With such a significant event unfolding in the residence, how could she possibly remain idle? In no time, Wang Teng, like a firefighter, first rushed to where his in-laws resided. Fortunately, his mother-in-law had just risen and had not consumed anything, thus escaping the poison. However, his father-in-law was indeed afflicted. Yet, due to his strength, he was attempting to expel the toxin through cultivation, albeit with minimal effect. As Wang Teng and Lu Yinqi entered, they found their mother-in-law, Yao Shu, anxiously preparing to call for a doctor, only to be stopped by Wang Teng. "My mother-in-law, I can resolve this poison. Please bring everyone afflicted to this room so that I may treat them collectively." Wang Teng asserted. "Son-in-law, you know how to cure poison?" Yao Shu asked in disbelief. "I know a little. Quickly, bring in all those who are poisoned. If we delay, it may be too late. Also, from now on, close the gates of the residence. No one is allowed to enter or exit," Wang Teng instructed once more. The origin of this poison is suspicious and must be thoroughly investigated. Yao Shu, her heart already frantic, complied without hesitation. All right, I shall arrange it immediately. With that, she dashed out. Seeing Wang Teng maintain such composure amidst the crisis, Lu Yinshi felt reassured, her earlier panic gradually subsiding. At this moment, her father, Lu Goen, was sitting cross-legged, trying to expel the toxin, but with little success. He could only delay its progression. Without timely treatment, Lu Goen was undoubtedly facing death. Father, please endure. I shall detoxify you at once, Wang Teng declared, swiftly retrieving the silver needles to treat Lu Goen. Understanding that he could not expel the toxin on his own, Lu Goen cooperatively submitted to Wang Teng's treatment. While Wang Teng focused on detoxifying Lu Goen, Yao Shu had already arranged for several poison members of the household to be brought in. A quick count revealed at least 20 individuals, nearly 80% of the household staff. Even the coachman, Ma Tao, and the maid, Xiao Hong, had been poisoned. The remaining unaffected were merely those who had just awakened and had not yet eaten. Fortunately, the guards of the Lu family did not reside within the estate. Otherwise, the number of poisoned individuals would have been even greater. Seeing so many afflicted, Wang Teng's expression darkened. This was an attempt to wipe out the Lu family. Such cruelty. If this matter was not thoroughly investigated, they would encounter even greater troubles in the future. Both Yao Shu and Lu Yinshi felt a surge of terror. This was undoubtedly a premeditated poisoning scheme aimed at the complete annihilation of the Lu family. After suppressing his fury, Wang Teng continued to concentrate on treating Lu Goen. Having already performed the technique on Lu Yinshi, he was now much more adept with the Tai 7-star needles. Within a short while, he successfully expelled the toxins from Lu Goen's body. As Lu Goen spat out a mouthful of black toxic blood. He instantly felt significantly better. Father, how do you feel now? Wang Teng asked with concern after retracting the needles. Much improved, thank you, son-in-law. Had you not been here today, our Lu family would surely have faced calamity, Lu Goen expressed, his gaze sweeping over the numerous poisoned servants strewn about the floor. A flame of unnameable rage igniting within him. Who could possibly wish for the Lu family's demise? Please rest for a moment. I must now tend to the other afflicted individuals, Wang Teng said, momentarily setting aside his father-in-law's case and returning to his urgent task. Fortunately, as Wang Teng grew increasingly skilled with the needles, the speed of his treatments also accelerated one by one. The poisoned individuals lying in the hall were treated and healed by Wang Teng. Meanwhile, across the street at the tea house, Fang Yin had been observing the Lu residence all day through the window. Noticing that no one had entered or exited the Lu residence throughout the day, he secretly believed that the occupants must be on the brink of death. Shortly after, another servant rushed in with news. Elder, the gates of the Lu residence are firmly shut. No one is entering or leaving. And there are no sounds from within. It seems the Lu family has perished, the servant exclaimed excitedly. This news confirmed Fang Yan's suspicions. Indeed, my newly developed poison has no antidote. Not even I can cure it. Once poisoned, not even a divine being could save them, Fang Yan declared confidently, glancing at the setting sun and concluding it was time to visit the Lu residence. He intended to observe the extent of the poison's devastation on the human body. Using the lives of the Lu family for his toxicological research, let us proceed to the Lu residence, he commanded. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yan and his subordinate descended from the tea house and effortlessly leaped over the walls of the Lu residence. Landing inside, however, upon their arrival, they were met with an unexpected sight. There were no corpses strewn about as they had imagined. Instead, the interior was devoid of any dead bodies. What is happening? Why is there not a single corpse? Fang Yin furrowed his brow in confusion. They may very well have died inside. Let us check their rooms, his subordinate suggested. Very well, Fang Yin nodded, just as they were about to head towards the Lu residence's hall. A large group emerged from a concealed area, surrounding them completely. Leading the charge were Wang Teng and Lu Goen. It was you two who poisoned them. I was just lamenting my inability to find the culprits. Yet here you are, delivering yourselves to me, Wang Teng said coldly. He had anticipated their arrival and set a trap, not expecting to actually catch the two perpetrators. Fang Yin and his subordinate, upon witnessing the throng of Lu family members alive and well, were left in utter shock. You are all still alive. Chapter 24. Assisting Madame in unblocking meridians. At this moment, Fang Yin was utterly astonished. Not a single member of the Lu family had perished, which was completely beyond his expectations. In his mind, anyone who fell victim to the poison he had concocted would surely meet their demise. Even those at the Master Realm, let alone these ordinary servants. How could this be? You clearly fell victim to my poison, yet not one of you has died. Fang Yin's face was a mask of disbelief, unable to accept the outcome before him. Wang Teng, observing Fang Yan's shocked expression, smirked slightly and stepped forward. Are you surprised that we, despite being poisoned, remain unscathed? I apologize for disappointing you. I happen to possess medical skills. You possess medical skills? Fang Yin scrutinized the young Wang Teng, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes, only to be quickly dismissed. Impossible. This poison was personally developed by me. There is no antidote in existence. Even if you were a legendary physician, you could not cure my poison. At this juncture, Fang Yin still held great confidence in the efficacy of his poison, but the undeniable reality lay before him. Believe it or not, you shall not leave the Lu residence today, Wang Teng declared, drawing forth the wind spirit sword, prepared for an immediate confrontation. Lu Gowen and others also brandished their weapons, encircling Fang Yin. Hmph, do you think you can kill me with just your numbers? What a delusion! Realizing his plan had failed, Fang Yin immediately contemplated escape. And no sooner had he spoken than he utilized his lightness skill to leap out of the encirclement, darting away with extraordinary speed, akin to a nimble feline, poised to scale the city wall in an instant. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened. Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance with that. He activated the true dragon art, extending his right hand to lock onto Fang Yan's energy signature. Followed by a thunderous shout, Dragon Prison Palm. In the next heartbeat, an invisible hand formed from spiritual energy pursued the fleeing Fang Yin with lightning speed, seizing him firmly. What is happening? My body one team move. I feel an immense pressure and restraint. Panic gripped Fang Yin as he perceived himself ensnared by a colossal hand, immobilizing him completely. The pressure intensified, suffocating him further. Go on. Run. Wang Teng leaped directly in front of him. Who are you? Fang Yin inquired in terror, utterly confounded by the emergence of such a formidable figure within the Lu residence. You are not worthy to know my name. Rather, I am curious about your identity. Who sent you to poison the Lu family? Wang Teng countered. Kill me if you wish. There is no need for interrogation. Fang Yin retorted defiantly. Such bravado. I am eager to see just how resilient you truly are. Wang Teng said, applying slight pressure with his hand, causing the dragon prison palm to constrict further, inflicting greater agony upon Fang Yin. He struggled desperately, yet could find no escape. Fang Yin, being merely at the initial stage of the master realm, stood no chance against Wang Teng, who had already reached the mid-stage. Seeing that Fang Yin remained silent, Wang Teng intensified the dragon prison palm's grip until blood began to seep from Fang Yin's mouth, prompting the latter to frantically proclaim, You may kill me today, but when the leader of the Black Mountain Gang emerges, it will be the end for the Lu family. He shall avenge me. Ha ha ha, the Black Mountain Gang. Wang Teng's eyes froze at this revelation. He had long suspected the involvement of these ruthless outlaws. Without hesitation, he thrust the wind spirit sword into Fang Yan's chest. Crimson blood gushing forth swiftly died in no time. The elderly man succumbed, his body collapsing slowly. The wind spirit sword absorbed Fang Yan's energy. After eliminating Fang Yin, Lu Gowen hurried over. Son-in-law, did you uncover who was behind this? He asked gravely. With the threat of annihilation looming over the Lu family, Lu Gowen could not afford to remain ignorant. It is the Black Mountain Gang. Seems they have set their sights on us. Wang Teng replied, his tone laced with a hint of murderous intent. The Black Mountain Gang. These desperate criminals dare to brazenly poison us in Chi City. We can no longer tolerate this. Lu Gowen clenched his fists in anger, a glimmer of vengeance igniting in his eyes, resolute to strike against the Black Mountain Gang. However, he was dissuaded by Wang Teng. Father-in-law, if we seek to eradicate the Black Mountain Gang, we must devise a thorough plan. Our strength alone cannot vanquish them, especially with their connections to the authorities and the Xinling sect. Wang Teng emphasized the latter point. As expected, Lu Gowen's countenance shifted upon hearing the connection to the Xinling sect. If they were indeed affiliated with the Xinling sect, then matters would become exceedingly complicated. Lu Gowen understood the formidable nature of the Xinling sect, a legitimate cultivation sect in the martial world. Though it belonged to the second or third tier of sects, it was far beyond the capabilities of their ordinary martial arts family. Allow me to handle this matter, Wang Teng asserted, determined to find a way to eliminate the Black Mountain Gang. As one of the tasks assigned by Han Yin was precisely that, thus, he was resolved to devise a strategy to accomplish it. Yet, at present, there was an even more pressing issue to address, uncovering the source of the poison, lest the residents of the manor suffer again. Wang Teng's gaze then fell upon Feng Yan's captured subordinate, and he shifted the topic. By the way, father-in-law, have we discovered where the poison was administered? Yes, they poisoned the wells. Even the small one in the backyard was not spared. Their cruelty knows no bounds, Lu Guan exclaimed, fuming with indignation. They intend to wipe us out. It seems we must dig new wells. Lu Guan sighed. Wang Teng nodded. Though digging new wells would be time-consuming, it was indeed the best solution. However, his animosity towards the Black Mountain Gang intensified. As long as they remained unvanquished, neither the Lu family nor he could enjoy peace. But how to eliminate them required careful planning, as the Black Mountain Gang was notoriously cunning, having secured protection from both the underworld and the law. Once this matter was settled, Wang Teng returned to his chamber, with Lu Yinshi gracefully following behind. Husband, thank you for saving our family today. Otherwise, the Lu family would surely have faced dire consequences. Lu Yinshi expressed her heartfelt gratitude. I have already told you, we are family. There is no need for such formalities, Wang Teng replied with a smile. Though he spoke lightly, he inwardly rejoiced at his decision to study the medical arts. Otherwise, he too might have perished under the effects of the poison. Husband, do you think the Black Mountain Gang will strike at us again? Lu Yinshi inquired with evident concern. The events of the day had left her shaken. She understood that the Black Mountain Gang, having failed once, would undoubtedly attempt again. Do not worry. As long as I am here, the Black Mountain Gang will not harm you, Wang Teng assured her with unwavering resolve. He was determined to protect Lu Yinshi and her family from the Black Mountain Gang's threats. Regrettably, my talent is rather mediocre. Otherwise, I could assist you in dealing with the Black Mountain Gang, Lu Yinshi said, her eyes dimming. Despite being a woman, she yearned to contribute to her family's cause, yet lamented her lack of talent. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng suddenly recalled something concerning Lu Yinshi's potential. Earlier that morning, while taking her pulse, he had discovered that her martial arts meridians were blocked, which became even more apparent during the acupuncture session. Had it not been for the poisoning, he might not have identified this issue. Her talent was not inherently poor. Rather, her martial arts meridians were obstructed. If he could assist her in unblocking them, her progress in martial arts could accelerate dramatically. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the voice of the system echoed in Wang Teng's mind once more. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a new task. Option 1. Assist Lu Yinshi in unblocking her meridians. Reward: 1 gathering spirit pill and an earth grade technique, shadowless step. Option 2. Ignore Lu Yinshi's request. Reward: earth grade overlord spear. Chapter 25. Madam, disrobe for a medicinal bath. Wang Teng was taken aback that such a situation could trigger a system task. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. He had already intended to assist Lu Yinshi in unblocking her meridians, and with the system task, he would receive rewards as well. He then addressed Lu Yinshi, Madam, while administering the silver needles to detoxify you this morning, I discovered that your martial arts meridians are blocked. I possess methods to assist you in unblocking them. Would you care to try? As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice chimed again. Congratulations, host. You have made a choice. Reward: 1 gathering spirit pill and an earth grade technique, shadowless step. In an instant, the incantation for shadowless step materialized in Wang Teng's mind, and he grasped it almost immediately. As for the gathering spirit pill, it was stored within the system's space. Lu Yinshi, upon hearing that her martial arts potential could be transformed, was filled with excitement. Husband, do you truly have a way to help me unblock my meridians? She asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She had often lamented her average talent, feeling inadequate to assist her father and family, and doubted her worthiness of Wang Teng. However, if her meridians could be unblocked, her martial arts training would surely accelerate. Yes, by employing silver needles to stimulate acupoints and a medicinal bath, I can clear the blockages in your meridians. However, it may require several sessions to fully unblock them. Wang Teng replied earnestly after a moment's reflection. The unparalleled medical skills he had acquired from that tattered medical book included methods for unblocking meridians, enhancing one's cultivation aptitude. That's wonderful. Let us proceed without delay. Lu Yinshi exclaimed, her eagerness palpable upon learning that Wang Teng truly had a means to assist her in unblocking her meridians. Before we formally commence, we must first prepare the herbs for the medicinal bath. Please accompany me to procure the herbs, Wang Teng responded. Very well, let us hasten, Lu Yinshi exclaimed, eagerly grasping Wang Teng's hand and leading him outside, clearly unable to contain her excitement. Wang Teng observed the delicate hand tightly held by Lu Yinshi and couldn't help but smile wryly. This girl was truly impatient when it came to her cultivation. It was already evening, yet fortunately, the apothecaries along the street had not yet closed their doors. Lu Yinshi hurriedly led Wang Teng to a nearby large pharmacy, breathlessly stating, "Husband, this is the largest pharmacy on this street. Whatever herbs you require, they should have them here." "All right, please take a moment to rest. I shall go procure the herbs," Wang Teng replied, feeling a pang of concern for her. He then proceeded directly to the counter, requested a piece of paper from the proprietor, and inscribed a list of 22 herbs. Upon completion, he handed the list to the pharmacy owner and inquired, "Sir, do you have these 22 herbs? Let me check." The proprietor took the list and began to scrutinize it closely. The more he examined, the more furrowed his brow became. "We have the first 20 herbs. But unfortunately, we do not possess the last two, the zimu flower and the balian fruit." "Then please assist me with the first 20 herbs," Wang Teng sighed, resigned to purchasing only those for now, knowing he would have to seek the remaining two at another pharmacy. "Please hold on," the proprietor acknowledged, and then began to gather the herbs. After packaging each of the 20 herbs and completing the payment, Wang Teng took Lu Yinshi to the next pharmacy. Regrettably, after visiting 7 or 8 establishments, none had the two herbs in question. "Why are there no pharmacies here that carry these two herbs?" Wang Teng pondered, feeling troubled. Without these herbs, the effectiveness of the medicinal bath would be compromised. "Yinshi, think quickly if there are any other places in Qiqing where we might procure herbs." "Let me consider," Lu Yinshi said, furrowing her delicate brows in deep thought. After a moment, she seemed to recall something. "I remember. There is a rundown pharmacy in Qiqing that my father used to take me to for herbs. Although it is quite remote, they possess many peculiar herbs that cannot be found in ordinary pharmacies." "Is that so? Then let us hurry there," Wang Teng exclaimed, his heart filled with joy upon hearing this. However, it was located to the north of the city, quite far from here. "We should find a carriage," Lu Yinshi said, her fatigue evident. Having just followed Wang Teng on a lengthy search for pharmacies, her legs were sore, and she had no energy left to continue, especially as darkness was increasingly enveloping the surroundings. "I shall carry you," Wang Teng proposed, knowing Lu Yinshi was exhausted and wishing to try out the shadowless step he had recently learned. "Is that appropriate, here in the street?" Lu Yinshi replied, her cheeks flushed. Although it was night, there were still a few passers-by on the street. "What is there to be embarrassed about? In a few days, we shall be wed. Climb on," Wang Teng said, bending slightly to indicate for Lu Yinshi to mount him. After a moment's hesitation, she shyly complied. Soon, Wang Teng felt a fragrant breeze wafting from behind, followed by the sensation of two soft contours pressing against his back. Stirring something within him. "So, it turns out my wife is quite ample." Wang Teng swallowed hard and reminded Lu Yinshi, "Dear wife, hold on tightly. I am about to take off." Lu Yinshi instinctively wrapped her slender arms around Wang Teng's neck, drawing them close together. The scent emanating from Wang Teng caused her heart to race like never before. Wang Teng held Lu Yinshi's legs securely as he activated the shadowless step, swiftly making his way toward the northern part of the city. The moment he executed the technique, his speed was astonishing, moving at least 5 times faster than usual, which left him secretly astonished. Lu Yinshi let out a delicate cry, clinging tightly to Wang Teng. She had never anticipated that her husband could run so swiftly. She could only hold on for dear life, fearing she might tumble off his back. The distance from the southern to the northern part of the city spanned over 10 kilometers. Yet with Wang Teng's shadowless step, they arrived in the span of half a stick of incense. Once they reached the northern part of the city, Wang Teng slowed his pace and followed Lu Yinshi's directions until they arrived at the pharmacy she had mentioned. "Husband, this is the pharmacy." Lu Yinshi pointed to a dilapidated, secluded establishment. After gently placing Lu Yinshi down, Wang Teng looked up to find that this so-called pharmacy was indeed quite shabby, its sign barely legible in the moonlight. Old Yang's Pharmacy, it read, a rather ordinary name. Despite its rundown appearance, the pharmacy was well stocked with herbs, including rare and exotic varieties. Lu Yinshi, taking the lead, entered the pharmacy, and Wang Teng followed closely behind. Upon entering, Wang Teng found the place dimly lit, illuminated only by a single oil lamp, with an elderly man dozing at the counter. "Old Yang, wake up. I have come to purchase herbs," Lu Yinshi nudged the old man, who slowly stirred awake. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Old Yang squinted at Lu Yinshi and exclaimed, "Ah, it's the fairy girl." Instantly alert, Old Yang became notably respectful upon recognizing her. Wang Teng found it curious that Old Yang referred to Lu Yinshi as a fairy girl, while others often called her ugly woman or ugly girl. Lu Yinshi seemed accustomed to this title. "Husband, this is Old Yang. He is very kind to me. Just tell him the herbs you need." Lu Yinshi said with a smile. It was evident that Old Yang indeed held Lu Yinshi in high regard. Setting aside his doubts for the moment, Wang Teng approached old Yang and asked, "Do you have zimu flowers and balian fruits here?" "Hee hee, you have come to the right person. These two herbs are likely only available here in all of Qiqing." Old Yang chuckled upon hearing this. Both Wang Teng and Lu Yinqi were filled with excitement. "Old Yang, please fetch those two herbs for us. We wish to purchase them," Lu Yinqi urged eagerly. "What do you need these two herbs for?" Old Yang asked as he turned to retrieve the herbs. "I need them to clear my meridians. I am currently lacking these two herbs," Lu Yinqi replied candidly. "Clear your meridians?" Old Yang paused momentarily, then inquired further, "How did you know these two herbs could achieve that?" "It was my husband who informed me," Lu Yinqi said, pulling Wang Teng forward. Upon hearing this, Old Yang turned to Wang Teng. Taking a moment to scrutinize him closely by the light of the oil lamp, his surprise evident. "Invaluable indeed. Fairy girl, you have found yourself a remarkable husband. You two are truly a perfect match." Wang Teng was somewhat taken aback by this remark. Old Yang had discerned his worth with a single glance, prompting his curiosity about the old man's background. "Is that so?" "I caught my husband with a ball of embroidery," Lu Yinqi replied joyfully, elated by the compliment directed at her husband. "You certainly made a splendid choice. It seems fated." Old Yang chuckled as he neatly packaged the two herbs and handed them to Lu Yinqi. "Fairy girl, here are the two herbs you requested. Take good care of them." "How much do I owe you?" Lu Yinqi asked, reaching for her pouch of coins, but Old Yang interrupted. "This time, it's on the house. Consider it a gift for your husband from me." "Thank you, Old Yang," Lu Yinqi graciously accepted, knowing that being overly polite would only irritate him, so she happily accepted the gift. "Thank you, Old Yang." Wang Teng also expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. "Well, it's getting late. You two should head back now. I need to get some sleep," Old Yang yawned. Lu Yinqi and Wang Teng decided not to disturb the old man further, taking the herbs and quickly departing. However, Wang Teng remained curious about this enigmatic Old Yang. Nevertheless, he was eager to assist Lu Yinqi in clearing her meridians and did not delve into the mystery of the old man. By the time they returned to the Lu residence, it was nearly midnight. Most of the Lu family had already retired for the night, but the patrols were more numerous than usual, indicating that Lu Goen had become more cautious after the recent poisoning incident. Upon returning home, Wang Teng procured a large wooden tub and filled it with steaming hot water. Once it was sufficiently filled, he began to add the purchased herbs into the tub one by one. "Husband, when do we begin?" Lu Yinqi inquired, her anticipation palpable. "Soon, just wait until I've added all the herbs, and then you can immerse yourself," Wang Teng assured her. Before long, he had added all the herbs, tested the water temperature, and turned to Lu Yinqi, saying, "It's ready. My lady, you may undress. It's best to remove all your clothing for optimal absorption of the medicinal essence." Chapter 26. My lady's face turns red upon hearing that she was to remove all her clothing. Lu Yinqi's face flushed crimson. "Husband, do I? Must I take it all off?" She timidly confirmed, her cheeks ablaze and her heart racing like a startled fawn. "Yes, it is best to remove everything to ensure your skin fully absorbs the medicinal liquid," Wang Teng replied. Soaking in a medicinal bath is intended to allow the skin to fully absorb the herbal essence, complemented by the application of silver needles for acupoint stimulation, thereby achieving the desired effect of unblocking the meridians. "Very well, now, please turn around," Lu Yinqi said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng suddenly realized the distinction between men and women. Despite Lu Yinqi being his wife, they had not yet formally wed. Thus she was not yet his true spouse. A wave of awkwardness washed over Wang Teng, prompting him to turn his body away. Observing that Wang Teng had averted his gaze, Lu Yinqi slowly began to undress. As each garment slipped away, her smooth, fair skin and alluring figure were revealed, particularly her delicate, slender legs and the prominent curves of her chest, which were truly captivating. When the last piece of her clothing, a strapless bodice, was finally removed, aside from a sheer white veil covering her face, Lu Yinqi stood completely bare. She then placed her hands over her chest and cautiously stepped into the large wooden tub. However, as her delicate toes barely touched the warm water, the heat caused her to gasp in pain, and her porcelain foot instinctively withdrew. Hearing Lu Yinqi's cry, Wang Teng instinctively turned his head back. "My lady, are you all right?" Upon glancing over, he caught an unobstructed view of Lu Yinqi's flawless figure, her perfect form rendering him momentarily speechless. "Goodness, my wife's physique is astonishing." Wang Teng found it hard to tear his gaze away. Noticing Wang Teng had turned back, Lu Yinqi blushed and playfully scolded, "You scoundrel, what are you looking at?" Turn back around immediately. Embarrassed and anxious, she hastily gathered her discarded garments to cover her chest. concealing her modesty. Although Wang Teng was her husband, they had yet to undergo their marriage rites, and being seen naked by a man was undeniably a source of shame for Lu Yinqi. "My lady, I did not mean to intrude. I was merely concerned for your safety." After swallowing hard, Wang Teng reluctantly turned his head away once more, his mind still replaying the mesmerizing image of Lu Yinqi's form. Setting aside her beautiful face, her physique was indeed remarkable, curvaceous and complemented by her long, snowy legs. Such a figure seemed fit only for a goddess in a dream. With Wang Teng's gaze averted again, Lu Yinqi secretly sighed in relief, yet the thought of having been seen in her entirety by him ignited a fresh wave of embarrassment, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. "You scoundrel!" Lu Yinqi chastised him softly. Her cheeks still flushed, however. Thinking of how captivated Wang Teng had been by her figure brought her a sense of delight. "At least there is something that can please my husband." Soon, Lu Yinqi carefully extended her fair foot again, testing the water's warmth before fully submerging herself in the medicinal liquid. The wooden tub was filled with the pungent aroma of Chinese herbs, yet she endured it for the sake of unblocking her meridians. "My husband, I am ready. You may turn around now," she said quietly, her cheeks still rosy. It was worth noting that she wore nothing beneath the surface, and although submerged, the water was still somewhat transparent, allowing glimpses of her beneath the herbal concoction. Upon hearing her voice, Wang Teng turned once more. He found Lu Yinqi completely immersed in the medicinal bath, with only her head above the surface. Even under the water, she maintained her modesty with her hands. "You are submerged too deeply. I cannot administer the needles this way. Please sit up slightly for me to proceed," Wang Teng stated with a hint of exasperation. Lu Yinqi, blushing, meekly complied, slowly rising to reveal her creamy, smooth skin and enticing figure once again. Despite her arms crossed over her chest, her form remained irresistibly alluring, a testament to her stunning physique. However, this time, Wang Teng dismissed any thoughts of admiration and focused intently on the task at hand. He then retrieved a cloth pouch from his attire, opening it to reveal a row of meticulously arranged silver needles. These were the same needles Lu Yinqi had acquired from the medical chamber earlier that day, which Wang Teng had not returned. After selecting a needle, he approached Lu Yinqi. The sight of him standing before her made her cheeks flush deeper, her heart racing chaotically. She felt torn between not wanting to be taken advantage of and secretly hoping to enchant him. Overwhelmed by conflicting emotions, Lu Yinqi simply closed her eyes, seeking tranquility in ignorance. As for her body, she resigned herself to his gaze. After all, they would soon be wed, and she would ultimately have to reveal herself to him. Noticing Lu Yinqi had shut her eyes, Wang Teng skillfully inserted the silver needle into a major acupoint on her meridian. Having practiced the technique earlier, he was now much more adept. With each needle he inserted, he channeled his inner energy through the needle into Lu Yinqi's body. Consequently, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. After completing the upper half, he still needed to address the lower half. The human body contains 8 martial arts meridians, and it was essential to puncture all acupoints along these pathways to ensure proper flow. While administering to the upper body was manageable from outside the tub, addressing the lower body would require him to enter the tub, complicating matters both physically and psychologically, particularly given Lu Yinqi's stunning form. "My lady, I am now going to treat your lower body. Please bear with me," Wang Teng advised after a moment's contemplation. Will you be applying needles to the lower body as well?" Lu Yinqi's heart raced anew, her face reddening to the roots of her hair. She was equally unclothed below. If he were to treat that area, it would mean exposing her most intimate parts to him. "Indeed, all 8 of your martial arts meridians are blocked, necessitating treatment at every point. Otherwise, we cannot ensure proper flow," Wang Teng explained after swallowing hard. "Very well, proceed as you must." Lu Yinqi hesitated briefly before closing her eyes once more, steeling her resolve. After all, Wang Teng would soon be her husband, and she would eventually have to bear herself to him. Though she reassured herself, a knot of anxiety remained, mingled with a hint of anticipation. Seeing her eyes shut, Wang Teng took a deep breath and entered the tub, ready to administer needles to her lower body. Although the tub was filled with herbal solutions, visibility remained adequate. Lu Yinqi's smooth, fair thighs were clearly visible beneath the surface, yet Wang Teng had no time for admiration. His focus lay solely on the task at hand. Lu Yinqi felt acutely aware of Wang Teng's presence beneath the water as he worked, a peculiar mix of shyness and tension washing over her, tinged with an unrecognized sense of anticipation. After what seemed like an eternity, Wang Teng completed the needlework on her lower body and emerged from the water, taking a moment to breathe deeply and adjust his mindset. The sights he had just witnessed beneath the surface had been rather distracting, yet he had managed to maintain his composure. However, the exertion had left him somewhat drained, and he had expended considerable energy. Having completed 38 punctures using the deeming needle technique combined with the specially formulated herbal bath, he believed he had successfully unblocked the meridians within his lady. Emerging from the tub, Wang Teng settled down to await the effects. As the night wore on, Lu Yinxi suddenly felt discomfort, particularly a burning sensation on her face. "My husband, my face feels so hot and uncomfortable," she exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she spoke, feeling as though a furnace had ignited upon her visage. "Hot? That cannot be. The deeming needle technique and the herbal bath should not have such side effects." Wang Teng frowned in confusion, hurrying to her side. "Let me take a look." With a sense of urgency, he gently lifted the white veil covering Lu Yinxi's face. As he did, he was taken aback. Revealed beneath the veil were the red birthmarks on her face, now glowing ominously. How could this be? Wang Teng was astonished. It was his first time witnessing birthmarks emit light. "Why, lady, have your birthmarks ever glowed like this?" he inquired. "No. Have they really turned red?" Lu Yinxi shook her head, bewildered. "Indeed, they exude a mysterious aura." Wang Teng furrowed his brow, increasingly convinced that Lu Yinxi's birthmarks were extraordinary. "Is that so? My husband, I feel quite unwell, and the spots where you inserted the needles are quite painful." Lu Yinxi replied, her complexion paling significantly, and suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. This horrified Wang Teng, who swiftly grasped her hand to check her pulse. Upon doing so, he was once again astonished. Her internal energy was in disarray, the acupoints overwhelmed by the backlash of the deeming needle technique's energy. How could this happen? The deeming needle technique combined with the herbal bath should have unblocked your meridians, he thought, disbelief etched across his face. This ancient technique had proven effective for millennia, yet it seemed ineffective in Lu Yinxi's case, a truly rare occurrence. Why is this happening? At this moment, Wang Teng found himself at a loss. Yet he surmised that it was likely connected to the crimson birthmark adorning Lu Yinxi's face. He even suspected that it was not merely a birthmark, but a rune. Through the prince's memories, Wang Teng had uncovered some information regarding runes. However, this was not the time for such concerns. He needed to halt the medicinal bath and acupuncture immediately, for if the spiritual energy within her body went haywire, it could lead to Lu Yinxi's untimely demise. With this thought in mind, Wang Teng quickly withdrew the silver needles embedded in Lu Yinxi's body and carefully lifted her from the wooden tub, placing her gently on the bed and tucking her in with a blanket. Without the deeming acupuncture technique and the medicinal bath, Lu Yinxi's condition improved significantly. Her face was no longer flushed, and the birthmark had ceased to glow ominously. Observing this, Wang Teng silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the narrow escape. "Madam, are you feeling better now?" he inquired with genuine concern etched across his face. "Much better. My face is no longer hot," Lu Yinxi replied, her voice tinged with fatigue. "Then please rest well for the night, and do not think of anything." Wang Teng gently caressed Lu Yinxi's head, his eyes brimming with tenderness and worry, coupled with a tinge of self-reproach. Had it not been for his own overconfidence, Lu Yinxi would not have had to endure such suffering. It will soon be midnight. You should also get some rest, my husband. You've been busy all night for my sake, Lu Yinxi said thoughtfully. Although she understood that the attempt to clear her meridians had failed, she bore no resentment towards Wang Teng. Instead, she sought to comfort him. Wang Teng held Lu Yinxi's hand, deeply moved by her kindness. With such a wife, what more could a man desire? However, Wang Teng did not take the opportunity to rest. He remained by Lu Yinxi's side, waiting for her to drift into slumber before he finally rose. As he gazed upon the crimson birthmark on her face, Wang Teng began to suspect for the first time that this mark was anything but ordinary. Though the specifics eluded him given his current capabilities and knowledge. As midnight approached, Wang Teng walked over to the large tub. It would be a waste to discard such a substantial amount of medicinal bath. He might as well sit in it to cultivate. With this thought, he retrieved the reward of a spirit-gathering pill from his system space and unhesitatingly consumed it. After swallowing the pill, Wang Teng shed his clothing and swiftly seated himself in the large wooden tub. Each herb contained within was beneficial for cultivation. Although this medicinal bath was intended for clearing meridians, sitting within it would accelerate the flow of spiritual energy throughout his meridians. Thus, cultivating while immersed would undoubtedly expedite the process. After settling into a cross-legged position, Wang Teng closed his eyes and began to cultivate. To his delight, The effect surpassed his expectations. The speed at which spiritual energy circulated through his meridians was astonishingly twice the usual rate. This revelation filled Wang Teng with quiet joy. Excellent, from now on, I shall use the medicinal bath to assist in my cultivation, effectively doubling my speed. Wang Teng had not anticipated that the failure to clear Madame's meridians would lead him to discover this remarkable method of cultivation, which proved to be exceptionally effective. The following morning, within the Black Mountain Gang's stronghold, Tang Hong was blissfully asleep, embraced by a young woman, when a subordinate rushed in with urgency. "Second master, we have a grave situation," the subordinate exclaimed as he dashed in. Woken from his slumber, Tang Hong sat up with an expression of displeasure. "What is all this racket? Disturbing my sleep. Do you want me to have you executed?" he barked. The subordinate trembled in fear and reported, "Second master, the Grand Elder. He has died." "What? The Grand Elder is dead?" Tang Hong was instantly jolted awake, demanding to know, how did he die? Wasn't he sent to poison the Liu family? How could this happen? Tang Hong struggled to comprehend. The Grand Elder had never failed to eliminate his targets in the past, yet now he had met his end, and the Liu family had suffered no casualties. Instead, it was the Grand Elder whose body was discarded by the Liu family at a mass grave outside the city, ravaged by wild dogs. This revelation, Tang Hong staggered back, unable to process the information. How had the Liu family grown so formidable that even the Grand Elder fell to their hands? He could hardly fathom it. The Grand Elder had never failed since joining the Black Mountain Gang, and now to hear of his demise at the hands of the Liu family was utterly astonishing. The Liu family must have powerful protectors, the subordinate suggested. Should we inform the Xinling sect or the city lord of Qiqing to deal with the Liu family? Tang Hong was truly alarmed. Having attempted to deal with the Liu family 3 times to no avail, he realized that any further rash actions could cost the Black Mountain Gang dearly. Let us not inform the Xinling sect just yet. Seeking their assistance will surely come at a steep price, Tang Hong replied, fully aware of the predatory nature of the Xinling sect, who would not lend aid without demanding a hefty sacrifice. However, the Liu family could not be left unchecked. After contemplating, Tang Hong continued, "My elder brother will emerge from seclusion in a few days. Once he does, his strength will surpass the true man realm. At that point, even if the Liu family has powerful protectors, they will be of no concern." Tang Hong refrained from acting hastily, as the Liu family's capabilities had exceeded his expectations. He resolved to wait for his elder brother's emergence before taking action. He was confident that once his elder brother emerged, as a true man, he would sweep through the Liu family, leaving no one standing in his way. Since discovering the benefits of the medicinal bath for his cultivation, Wang Teng had consistently utilized it to aid his training. In just 3 short days, he advanced from the mid-stage of the master realm to a state of great perfection, now merely a step away from the true man realm. This left him overjoyed, yet the unfortunate news was that he had exhausted his supply of herbs, and to continue his medicinal baths, he needed to procure more. Thus, Wang Teng resolved to visit the old man Yang to purchase the necessary herbs, as he had a diverse array of them. This time, Wang Teng intended to concoct a medicinal bath specifically designed for cultivation, which would significantly expedite his progress. With crises mounting, Wang Teng recognized the need to continually enhance his abilities. A cart made its way from the southern part of the city to the north, with Liu Yinxi accompanying Wang Teng to the old man's shop to buy herbs. Along the way, Liu Yinxi cheerfully engaged Wang Teng in conversation. Ever since that night when he had seen her body, Liu Yinxi had grown increasingly affectionate towards him. "And my husband, the day after tomorrow we shall be wed. Do you think it would be better to set up our new home at your place or mine?" Liu Yinxi asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Either is fine. Wherever you prefer, my lady, we shall establish our new home there." Wang Teng replied with a slight smile. The mere thought of marrying Liu Yinxi in 2 days stirred excitement within him. "Then after we finish buying the herbs, let us also purchase some new household items. For we shall need many things once we are married," Liu Yinxi exclaimed joyfully. "Certainly, I shall accompany you," Wang Teng responded with a grin, his eyes filled with affection for her, embodying the essence of being in love. "By the way, my lady, after our marriage, how many children should we have?" At this, Liu Yinxi's face flushed crimson, and she playfully retorted, "How rude! Who wants to have children with you?" Despite her words, she secretly harbored hopes of having children with Wang Teng. Even dreaming of twins, 1 boy and 1 girl would be perfect. As they traveled and chatted, the atmosphere was warm and delightful. However, upon reaching the northern part of the city, they found the old man's herb shop closed, with a note affixed to the door stating, "Out gathering herbs, return date uncertain." Wang Teng's heart sank at the sight. After finally discovering a shortcut to enhance his cultivation through the medicinal bath, he was now left empty-handed. Resolved not to have made the trip in vain, he turned to Lu Yinxi and said, "My lady, since we are already out, let us buy some items we will need after our marriage." "Of course," Lu Yinxi replied, her spirits lifted. Just as she finished speaking, a woman's cry for help echoed from the opposite street. Wang Teng strained his eyes to see a white-haired old man sprinting away at an astonishing speed while clutching a young woman. The old man's erratic pace was unsettling, making it nearly impossible for anyone to catch him. Upon seeing the old man, Lu Yinxi's face paled slightly. "It's the white-haired old demon." The white-haired old demon? Wang Teng recalled that this was indeed one of the tasks assigned to him by Han Yin, to capture the white-haired old demon. "Yes, I once saw a bounty poster offering a substantial reward for capturing this white-haired old demon. Right by the city gate," Lu Yinxi said, nervously inching closer to Wang Teng, clearly unsettled by the old man's fearsome appearance. No sooner had she spoken than the system's voice reverberated in Wang Teng's mind once more. "Ding, congratulations, host, for triggering a new task. Option 1. Capture the white-haired old demon. Reward. Breakthrough pill to the true man realm. Option 2. Pretend not to see, allowing the white-haired old demon to escape. Reward. 10 spirit-gathering pills." Upon seeing the reward of a breakthrough pill to the true man realm, Wang Teng's heart soared with joy. Initially disappointed by his inability to procure herbs for the medicinal bath, he was unexpectedly presented with an opportunity for a breakthrough. How could he let this chance slip away? While 10 spirit-gathering pills were indeed valuable, they paled in comparison to the true man realm breakthrough pill, which would allow for immediate advancement. It was clear what choice he should make. Wang Teng promptly selected the first option. "Ding, congratulations, host. Your choice is successful. The reward will be issued upon successfully capturing the white-haired old demon." To think that the reward would only be dispensed after capturing the white-haired old demon, Wang Teng sighed inwardly, realizing he had been ensnared by the system's stratagem. However, he found himself with no alternative. As he observed the white-haired old demon rushing towards him, clutching a young girl, he turned to Lu Yinxi and said, "Madam, please step aside. I shall apprehend that white-haired old demon." With those words, Wang Teng activated the shadowless step and advanced directly towards the old demon. "Be careful, my husband," Lu Yinxi called out anxiously to Wang Teng's retreating figure before swiftly moving aside. Although the white-haired old demon held a young woman in his grasp, his speed was astonishing. His pursuers could not keep up, and he was pulling further away from them. "Heh, to think you could catch me. The white-haired old demon is nothing but a delusion." The old demon chuckled with glee, casting a glance at the young woman whose beauty pleased him, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect of indulging in his dark practices once more. Indeed, this white-haired old demon practiced sinister arts. To survive, he needed to capture a woman each month to replenish his vitality and extend his life. Thus, he was a notorious villain, relentlessly pursued by various factions. While his strength merely reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, his ability to flee was unparalleled, his footwork exceedingly elusive, making it impossible for even the most skilled practitioners to capture him. Just as the white-haired old demon believed he had escaped, a striking figure suddenly blocked his path. "White-haired old demon, you cannot flee today. Surrender willingly," Wang Teng declared coldly. The old demon was taken aback to see someone had managed to obstruct his escape. It was rare for anyone to match his speed, let alone intercept him. "Young master, save me," the young woman in the old demon's grip cried out, perceiving Wang Teng as her savior. However, the old demon swiftly struck her unconscious with a palm, then glared at Wang Teng with fierce intensity. "Who are you to block my path? I am the one sent to capture you," Wang Teng replied, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he conjured the wind spirit sword in his hand. "You think you can apprehend me? Ha! Try to catch me first." With that, the old demon lashed out with 2 swift strikes of his blade, sending 2 arcs of cutting energy directly at Wang Teng. Before dashing away once more, Wang Teng easily evaded the 2 slashes and, without hesitation, activated his shadowless step, pursuing with even greater speed. The old demon instinctively glanced back, his heart sinking as he realized Wang Teng was gaining on him. "How is this possible? This brat is even faster than I am." The old demon was genuinely shocked. His footwork, the wind step, allowed him to enhance his speed 3 to 4-fold. Yet Wang Teng's pace exceeded his expectations. Desperate, the old demon tightened his grip on the bone knife and swiftly turned to strike at Wang Teng several times. Each swing released a formidable wave of energy that rushed towards Wang Teng, but he effortlessly sidestepped every attack. The old demon's astonishment grew as he witnessed Wang Teng evade his strikes with such ease. How is this brat so formidable? Bewildered, the old demon instinctively quickened his pace. You cannot escape my grasp, Wang Teng asserted, a slight smile playing on his lips as he summoned his spiritual energy. Locking onto the old demon's presence, he thrust his right hand forward, dragon prison palm. In an instant, an ethereal hand of condensed spiritual energy surged towards the old demon at lightning speed. Sensing imminent danger, the old demon desperately employed his wind step to evade the grasp. Yet, Wang Teng's dragon prison palm was attuned to the old demon's essence. No matter how he twisted and turned, escape was futile. The palm was akin to a homing missile, swiftly ensnaring the white-haired old demon. Impossible! What is this? My body cannot move. The old demon felt himself caught in an invisible grip, paralyzed with fear. In a panic, he discarded the unconscious girl and struggled violently, attempting to break free from this intangible confinement. However, all his efforts were in vain. Wang Teng's dragon prison palm was a technique of earth-grade quality. In a contest of equal strength, the old demon stood no chance of breaking free. Yet he refused to surrender, channeling all his spiritual power to resist the dragon prison palm. Yet the reality was stark. He could not escape. The more he struggled, the tighter the binding became. White-haired old demon, you have nowhere to run. Surrender willingly, Wang Teng proclaimed, hastening his shadowless step and appearing before the old demon in the blink of an eye. Who are you? How did you manage to control me? The old demon exclaimed. Frustration evident in his voice. I have already told you. I am here to capture you. As for the binding, it is my dragon prison palm, Wang Teng replied. Almost simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully capturing the white-haired old demon. Reward. One breakthrough pill to the true person realm, now stored in the system space. With the breakthrough pill in hand, Wang Teng felt elated. He could ascend to the true person realm upon his return. Brother, I no longer desire this woman. I offer her to you, along with an additional 50,000 taels of silver. Will you release me? The old demon, believing Wang Teng sought a reward, hastily proposed a hefty sum. 50,000 taels? Wang Teng was astonished by the old demon's generosity. If you find that insufficient, I can raise it to 100,000 taels, which is 10 times the bounty at the city gate. The old demon, fearing for his life, hastily increased the amount, fully aware that the bounty on his head was only 10,000 taels. However, Wang Teng replied, I do not want money. He was not motivated by riches. His aim was to fulfill the mission given to him by Han Yen. Yet, to the old demon, this meant something entirely different. Could it be that you are after the secret as well? He inquired, suddenly suspicious. The secret? Wang Teng's interest piqued. Could there be ulterior motives behind the many pursuers after the old demon? He began to suspect that the Qilin Pavilion sought the old demon not merely for the bounty or to vanquish evil, but for the secret he possessed. The old demon's knowledge was precisely what they were after. Indeed, if you reveal that secret to me, I might consider sparing you. Wang Teng ventured cautiously. Really? The old demon felt a glimmer of hope. With so many after him, not all were driven by righteous motives or monetary gain. Rather, he possessed a secret unknown to the world. Of course it is true. Wang Teng nodded. However, I lack patience. I grant you only 5 seconds to decide. The old demon, sensing the chance of survival, hesitated briefly before revealing. This secret pertains to the contest of fate. The contest of fate. Wang Teng furrowed his brow, recalling something he had heard from Han Yen. Was it merely a struggle for the throne among several princes? Was there more to it? Indeed, every 1,000 years, the great Xia martial dynasty holds a contest of fate. Ostensibly, it involves several princes vying for the throne. But in truth, it is a means for the various sects of the realm to vie for fortune. The victors gain the fortune of the great Xia martial dynasty, significantly enhancing their cultivation, ascension, and lifespan, the old demon explained. Wang Teng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a contest would recur every millennium, engaging even the cultivation sections. If that were the case, the princes were merely pawns in a greater game. Naturally, the princes cannot possibly be the equals of the major sections. With a stroke of luck, one might ascend to the throne of the great Xia martial dynasty, the old demon reasoned. Wang Teng nodded, gaining a more comprehensive understanding of the contest of fate. However, he surmised that the Qilin Pavilion was already well aware of this information. Otherwise, they would not have approached him so proactively. What you know about the contest of fate must be valuable. Now, you may share the secret with me, he urged. Come closer, and I shall tell you. The old demon became cautious as he prepared to divulge the secret. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Teng turned his head aside. The elderly sorcerer, with his white hair, whispered a few words into Wang Teng's ear. Upon hearing this secret, a look of astonishment washed over Wang Teng's face. He never anticipated that there existed such a hidden truth in the contest for fortune. All right, brother, I have divulged the secret to you. Now, can you kindly release me? The white-haired sorcerer pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. His body remained bound by the prison dragon palm, rendering him utterly immobile. Rest assured. I stated I would release you once, and I shall not go back on my word. Wang Teng replied as he withdrew the prison dragon palm, continuing to address the sorcerer. Now, I have indeed set you free. I permit you to flee for a brief moment. What do you mean? The white-haired sorcerer asked, bewildered. I promised to release you once, but I never said I would refrain from pursuing you afterward. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Wang Teng's mouth. You? The white-haired sorcerer felt a surge of rage, nearly spitting blood at Wang Teng's words. I will count to 10. If you do not desist, I shall pursue you again. Ignoring the sorcerer's outburst, Wang Teng began his count. The moment the white-haired sorcerer heard this, he dared not hesitate any longer and immediately summoned his spiritual energy to dash forward. Wang Teng observed the sorcerer's retreat without haste, waiting until he counted to 10 before he commenced his pursuit. Seeing Wang Teng closing in once more, the white-haired sorcerer cursed him for his lack of integrity while pushing his wind-walking technique to its maximum. Yet, he still could not outpace Wang Teng's shadowless step, so utterly untrustworthy. The white-haired sorcerer gripped his bony dagger tightly and unleashed a series of slashes behind him, the blade's aura forming crescent shapes that relentlessly surged toward Wang Teng. With the shadowless step activated, Wang Teng's speed quintupled, allowing him to effortlessly evade the incoming blade auras. After a few agile maneuvers, he once again closed the distance between himself and the white-haired sorcerer. Prison Dragon Palm, Wang Teng shouted, invoking the earth-level palm technique once more. Once the prison dragon palm was unleashed, no amount of fleeing could save the white-haired sorcerer. He was swiftly captured by Wang Teng again. Unable to contain his fury, the white-haired sorcerer erupted in a torrent of curses directed at Wang Teng. Despicable and shameless, utterly untrustworthy. To provoke such ire from a notorious rogue sorcerer, only Wang Teng could achieve such a feat. I have not been untrustworthy. I said I would release you once and even granted you 10 seconds to escape. However, your lack of skill has left me with no choice, Wang Teng retorted, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. I believe your nonsense. The white-haired sorcerer's face darkened with anger. Being captured by me is fortunate for you. Had you fallen into someone else's hands, your life would surely be forfeit. You ought to consider yourself lucky to be in my grasp. Wang Teng began to retreat, dragging the sorcerer back as Lu Yinxi awaited him. Furthermore, the other girl he had rescued seemed to still be unconscious atop the roof. Had I known, I would never have revealed that secret to you. Curse you? The white-haired sorcerer thought of cursing Wang Teng's ancestors, but was instead rendered unconscious by a swift strike from Wang Teng. Such verbosity! Do you not know that villains perish from excessive talk? Wang Teng silently shook his head. After knocking the white-haired sorcerer out, he returned to rescue the girl who had fainted on the rooftop. Before hastily making his way back, Lu Yinxi, filled with concern for Wang Teng's safety, was relieved to see him return unscathed. Husband, are you all right? Did that white-haired sorcerer harm you? His meager strength could not possibly inflict harm upon me. Indeed, he ended up captured instead, Wang Teng replied, tossing the unconscious sorcerer onto the ground. Meanwhile, the girl he had rescued began to awaken slowly. Dressed in a flowing pink silk gown, the girl appeared quite youthful. Perhaps around 17 or 18, with strikingly delicate features. Adorning her hair was an exquisite pearl hairpin, clearly a mark of nobility. Have I been saved? She murmured, shaking her head as her senses gradually returned. Yes, I have captured the white-haired sorcerer. You may return home without worry now, Wang Teng reassured her. Only then did the girl shift her attention to Wang Teng, her eyes brightening at the sight of his handsome visage. Thank you, kind sir, for saving me. I have no means to repay you, but I am willing to offer myself in gratitude. This truly echoed the saying. The beautiful offer themselves in gratitude, while those less fortunate must repay in future lives as beasts of burden. Wang Teng was taken aback. He never expected modern young women to be so audacious, offering themselves in return for saving their lives. Lu Yinxi, witnessing her husband being courted by another young woman, felt a twinge of jealousy. She promptly approached and affectionately linked her arm with Wang Teng's, declaring, "Little sister, my husband saved you purely out of righteousness. There is no need for you to offer yourself in gratitude, especially since he is already betrothed. Wang Teng was surprised to see Lu Yinchi display jealousy, yet he felt a sense of secret delight. Her jealousy indicated her concern for him. Lin Xing'e felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. She had thought she had encountered her true soulmate. Kind sir, may I know your name? I wish to repay you in due time. Lin Xing'e pressed on, and my name is Wang Teng. There is no need for repayment. You should return home soon. Your parents must be worried. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wang Teng stated, tossing the unconscious white-haired sorcerer into the carriage before assisting Lu Yinchi inside. Preparing to take the sorcerer to Han Yin. Having completed one of the 3 tasks given by the Qilin Pavilion, Wang Teng felt a sense of accomplishment. After reading, please provide a 5-star review. Being a new author, your support is immensely significant to me. Currently, there are 15 reviews. If we can reach 20 with everyone's collective effort, I will add an extra chapter tomorrow. Just 5 5-star reviews will earn an additional chapter. So I kindly ask for everyone's support. Chapter 30. Han Yin's beautiful scheme in the Yinyu Tower, on the 3rd floor, the head of the Qilin Pavilion, Han Yin, sat in her chamber, leisurely playing the guqin. The melodious notes floated through the air, enchanting the senses. As the piece concluded, its lingering echoes remained in the heart, imbued with profound charm. Senior sister, your guqin playing grows ever more enchanting. Junior sister Churu entered the room with a smile. You have arrived. Do we have news from the crown prince? Han Yin paused her playing and raised an eyebrow in inquiry. He has been busy preparing for his wedding. He and his rather unattractive wife are inseparable. Demonstrating an abundance of affection, Churu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Han Yin, curious to gauge her reaction. As expected, Han Yin's brows furrowed slightly at this remark. A dignified crown prince, neglecting the pursuit of power in favor of romantic entanglements. And with a woman so devoid of influence, power, or background, there was a subtle hint of bitterness and discontent in Han Yin's tone. As the esteemed leader of the Qilin Pavilion, renowned throughout the land, she was pursued by countless suitors, yet Wang Teng seemed utterly indifferent to her. This realization gnawed at her sense of pride. Senior sister, do I detect a hint of jealousy in your tone? Churu teased, a playful glimmer in her eyes. Jealous? You are overthinking it. Han Yin replied coolly, her expression betraying nothing. Very well. Perhaps I truly overstepped. Churu shrugged. At that moment, a waiter rushed in, bowing deeply as he reported. Pavilion Master, young Master Wang Teng seeks an audience. Upon hearing that the crown prince had come to see her, Han Yin felt a ripple of excitement within, though she maintained an outward composure. Did he mention the reason for his visit? No, but he is holding the white-haired sorcerer, the waiter replied after a moment's thought. The white-haired sorcerer? Both Han Yin and Churu exclaimed in surprise. They had pursued this notorious figure for quite some time, only to be thwarted repeatedly, even by masters of the true realm. Yet the crown prince, a mere master, had managed to capture him. This was indeed unexpected. Furthermore, upon hearing that the crown prince had apprehended the white-haired sorcerer, Han Yin felt a flicker of relief in her heart. It seemed he still held her in his thoughts. Let him in, Han Yin commanded softly. Yes, Pavilion Master. The waiter acknowledged and promptly exited. Once the waiter left, Churu furrowed her brow, exclaiming in astonishment, Senior sister, it is remarkable that the crown prince, now merely a master, has captured the white-haired sorcerer. We previously dispatched numerous disciples, including several true realm experts, yet they all failed to seize him. The crown prince is no longer the same as before. He must have someone of great skill training him, or it would be impossible for him to advance so rapidly and capture the white-haired sorcerer. Han Yin speculated. Does that imply someone is ahead of us? Churu asked, alarmed. That is a possibility. Although the third prince's position seems solid, the crown prince is still alive, which signifies a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Moreover, as the rightful heir, it is unsurprising that powerful individuals might be watching over him. Han Yin analyzed further. In that case, we must hasten our actions. If we delay until the crown prince rises, we may lose our chance to gain significant influence, and the fortune we receive will be minimal. Churu began to feel anxious. Han Yin also felt a sense of urgency. Before their departure, their master had specifically instructed them to assist the crown prince. But they could not agree too readily. Otherwise, the crown prince might see the Qilin Pavilion as lacking prestige. Moreover, Han Yin harbored personal ambitions of becoming the crown princess and eventually the empress, which would elevate her status and grant her a share of the fortune to aid her cultivation. However, the appearance of the Lu family's unattractive daughter had disrupted her plans. Junior sister, you may leave for now. I wish to speak with the crown prince privately, Han Yin instructed, dismissing Churu. With merely 2 days remaining until the crown prince's wedding, she must employ every means at her disposal to retain his affections. Otherwise, her dreams of becoming empress may shatter, and the thought of being outdone by an unattractive girl fills her with resentment. After Chu Rua's departure, Han Yin changed into a slightly revealing dress, exposing her snowy shoulders and alluring collarbone, deliberately lowering the neckline to reveal a hint of a cleavage. In the past, Han Yin would have scorned the idea of using her beauty to entice others. But times have changed. The crown prince's nuptials are imminent, and if she does not act swiftly, her chance may vanish entirely. After changing her attire, Han Yin sat at her vanity, meticulously applying rouge and lipstick. Once she completed this transformation, she summoned for a flask of wine, knowing that it could incite passion and elevate the ambience. When Wang Teng was led in by the waiter, he followed directly to the 3rd floor. Clutching the unconscious white-haired old sorcerer, as for Lu Yanqi, Wang Teng instructed her to wait in the carriage for a moment. "Young Master Wang, the pavilion master is waiting for you inside," the waiter announced before bowing and leaving. Upon entering, Wang Teng found Han Yin already waiting for him. In contrast to her previous dignified and aloof demeanor, she now exuded a hint of seduction and charm, embodying a more feminine allure. The exposed, snowy shoulders and the half-concealed cleavage conveyed an unmistakable temptation. "Crown Prince, you have arrived." Han Yin greeted him with a sultry smile, casually closing the door behind them. "Crown Pavilion Master, I have completed one of the 3 tasks you entrusted to me. Here is the white-haired old sorcerer. I leave him in your capable hands," Wang Teng said as he carelessly dropped the unconscious figure onto the floor. It was astonishing how elusive the crown prince had become. This old sorcerer had evaded countless attempts at capture. Yet he had ultimately fallen into the crown prince's grasp. As Han Yin poured a glass of wine for Wang Teng and herself, she leaned closer, exhaling a fragrant breath. "Crown Prince, I offer you this toast. Furthermore, you may simply call me Han Yin from now on." This was an unabashed display of seduction, yet Wang Teng remained composed as he accepted the wine and drank it down in one gulp. "Han Yin, I have brought the old sorcerer as you requested, and since I have had my drink, I must take my leave. I will complete the remaining 2 tasks as soon as possible." As he turned to depart, Han Yin steeled herself and embraced him from behind. "Crown Prince, do not be so hasty to leave. Ever since that fateful day I met you, my heart has been yours. Will you not stay a while longer?" she implored, her tone laced with desperation, having resolved to employ her charms to keep Wang Teng from departing. "Wang Teng, my wife is waiting for me in the carriage below. I must return quickly," he protested, attempting to disentangle her grasp, but she held on tighter. "Crown Prince, I am fond of you. I cannot bear to see you leave. Will you stay?" With that, she pressed her ample bosom against his back and wrapped her arms around him, determined not to let him go. Han Yin understood that if Wang Teng left this place today, her prospects would diminish to nothing. Chapter 31. Han Yin's calculated confession, feeling the pressure of her bosom against him. Wang Teng furrowed his brow, sensing that Han Yin was deliberately enticing him. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a new task. Option 1. Stay and accompany Han Yin. Reward, 1 high-grade spirit gathering pill, a pair of Earth-rank dragon pattern bracelets, an Earth-rank dragon scale spear, and 2 divine dragon guards. Option 2. Refuse Han Yin's request. Reward, a pair of worldly affection rings." Wang Teng glanced at the rewards and could not deny that the first option was particularly enticing, especially the high-grade spirit gathering pill, which would allow him to advance 2 levels after breaking through to the true man realm. Additionally, the 2 divine dragon guards would serve as excellent bodyguards. In contrast, the second option offered merely a pair of rings with unknown functions. Moreover, by choosing the first option, he might even gain the favor of the stunning Han Yin. Yet, he had already given his heart to Lu Yanqi. Though she might not be conventionally attractive, she was kind-hearted, gentle, and devoted to him. With their wedding approaching, he could not betray her. Thus, without much hesitation, he declared, "Han Yin, I cannot stay with you. My wife is waiting for me below. If I do not return soon, she will grow anxious." As soon as he uttered those words, the system chimed in again. "Ding, congratulations, host, for making a choice. Reward, a pair of worldly affection rings. They have been placed in the system space." Hearing Wang Teng's refusal once more due to that unattractive girl, Han Yin felt a surge of indignation. Yes, it was pure resentment. She could not accept that such an exceptional version of herself was overshadowed by a plain girl, nor could she tolerate the thought of someone else claiming the position of crown princess. Crown Prince, I truly admire you. Please allow me to serve you well, Han Yin reiterated, her grip tightening around him. Wang Teng sighed, forcefully prying her arms away before turning to her with serious intent. Crown Pavilion Master, my heart is already spoken for, and I am to wed Yinshi the day after tomorrow. I cannot betray her, as for you. With your beauty and status, you will undoubtedly find a man more worthy than I. Han Yin gazed into Wang Teng's earnest eyes, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Han Yin, please take a moment to gather yourself. I shall return after completing the other 2 tasks, he said, stepping out the door. Watching Wang Teng's retreating figure, Han Yin felt a surge of frustration, lashing out by sending the wine flask and cups crashing to the ground. Why? Why? I have demeaned myself so to please you. Yet you still reject me. Han Yin could not fathom why she had failed, particularly to a girl she deemed unattractive. It was an unbearable humiliation. Hearing the commotion, her junior sister Chu Ruo cautiously entered. Startled by the sight of her usually composed elder sister in such disarray, especially over a man. Sister, are you all right? Chu Ruo inquired with concern. Quickly regaining her composure, Han Yin replied, I am fine. What could possibly be wrong? She feigned indifference, straightening her attire. It is good that you are well. Winning the crown prince's heart is not something that can be achieved overnight. When the competition for fortune commences, he will come to realize your importance. And his perception of you will surely evolve, Chu Ruo added thoughtfully. Moreover, the first to marry is not necessarily the principal wife. The later bride can also ascend to the role of empress. These words struck a chord within Han Yin. Indeed, the pursuit of the position of empress was a protracted battle. Why should she be so troubled by fleeting victories and losses? Only those who endure until the end can claim the title. With this realization, her spirits lifted considerably. Upon exiting the Yinyu building, Wang Teng hurried back to the carriage, where Lu Yinshi awaited him quietly. Husband, you have returned, she said, her eyes filled with tenderness. Yes, I have completed my business. Now, let us go purchase our wedding supplies. Wang Teng replied, taking her delicate hand in his. Despite Lu Yinshi's plain appearance, her kind heart, gentle nature, and unwavering support made him determined to cherish her. All right, let us go shopping. Lu Yinshi exclaimed joyfully, leaning her head against Wang Teng's shoulder, feeling at that moment like the happiest woman in the world. Together, they spent the day acquiring various items needed for their married life. Filling an entire carriage by evening, they returned to Lu's residence. Once in their room, Wang Teng eagerly sat cross-legged on the bed and retrieved a dark brown pill from his system space. It was the breakthrough pill awarded by the system earlier that day. With this true man realm breakthrough pill, he would not need to laboriously bathe in medicinal concoctions, but could instead achieve a breakthrough in an instant. Without hesitation, Wang Teng swallowed the pill. And as it entered his system, it transformed into a surge of rich spiritual energy, swiftly coursing toward his dantian. The energy was exceptionally potent and targeted directly at his dantian, suggesting that he would achieve a breakthrough to the true man realm that very night. Filled with excitement, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate, as the influx of spiritual energy increased. The small stream of energy within his dantian expanded into a river, its flow accelerating significantly. Simultaneously, Wang Teng's physical prowess and senses were rapidly enhanced. In just a single evening, he effortlessly advanced from the master realm to the true man realm. Upon opening his eyes, a brilliant white light radiated from them. He had finally attained the true man realm. Previously, the crown prince had spent 20 years in cultivation without achieving this level, while Wang Teng had accomplished it in merely half a month, a staggering pace. Elated, he reveled in his newfound strength and sharpened senses, even spotting ants scuttling on the ground with clarity. He could even hear Lu Yinshi stirring in the adjacent room. Upon recalling Lu Yinshi, Wang Teng was suddenly reminded of the pair of red dust affection rings that the system had previously bestowed upon him. He pondered the utility of these rings, especially with the momentous occasion of his wedding to his lady set for tomorrow. Perhaps he could utilize these rings as wedding bands. As he spoke, he retrieved the red dust affection rings from the system's storage. However, after examining their attributes and functions, he was secretly astonished. Chapter 32. A Proposal Under the Moon. Additional update. After reviewing the attributes and functions of the red dust affection rings, Wang Teng was filled with quiet admiration. Beyond their storage capabilities, when the two engaged in close-range cultivation, they could remarkably double their cultivation speed. Truly the quintessential tool for couples aspiring to cultivate together. Wang Teng was thoroughly pleased with the rings, which were also visually stunning, adorned with blue and red diamonds that complemented each other beautifully. He felt an inner sense of relief for having chosen the second option yesterday. Otherwise, he would have missed such a splendid treasure. From now on, when he practiced alongside his wife in their chamber, their speed would be enhanced by a factor of 2. Wang Teng carefully stored the red dust affection rings and began to prepare for his proposal to Lu Yinxi today. Although the concept of proposals and rings did not exist in this world, he yearned to create a romantic and surprising moment for Lu Yinxi. With this thought in mind, he rushed out without even having breakfast. Before leaving, however, to spare Lu Yinxi from worry, he left a note on the table, stating that he had gone out to attend to some matters and would return by evening. Wang Teng intended to meticulously arrange the proposal scene. One person was insufficient, and he had no choice but to enlist the help of Lu Yinxi's maid, Xiaohong. After rising early, Lu Yinxi prepared a sumptuous breakfast filled with nourishing ingredients for Wang Teng. Yet, when she eagerly arrived at his room with the food box, she found him absent. Where could my husband have gone so early? Lu Yinxi mused, stepping inside and scanning the room. Her gaze fell upon the note left on the table, and her curiosity prompted her to pick it up. Upon reading its contents, she felt a twinge of disappointment. He left without even having breakfast, not even taking a moment to fill his stomach. Though Lu Yinxi expressed her frustration, her tone was laced with deep concern. Tomorrow marked the grand day for the Lu family, and everyone within the estate was bustling about preparing for the celebration. Lanterns and decorations adorned the premises, creating a vibrant atmosphere of joy. Lu Goen and his wife, Yao Shu, were all smiles as they directed the servants in their tasks. Quickly prepare the groom's room. The wedding night will take place there, Yao Shu instructed the staff. The entire Lu estate radiated joy. After a day without seeing Wang Teng, Lu Yinxi found herself missing him unexpectedly. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Teng's presence had become deeply etched in her heart. Husband, why haven't you returned yet? Lu Yinxi gazed at the sky, her face reflecting her longing. She finally grasped the meaning of a saying. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Without Wang Teng by her side, meals lost their flavor, and the peach blossoms in the courtyard appeared dull as evening descended. Wang Teng still had not returned, causing Lu Yinxi to spiral into anxious thoughts. Could it be that my husband is fleeing from the marriage? The mere thought sent her into a flurry of worry. Lu Yinxi, already lacking confidence and feeling inferior before Wang Teng, could not help but entertain such fears. Especially on the eve of their wedding. No, he wouldn't do that. Why husband promised to marry me? He wouldn't break his word. Restlessly pacing her room, Lu Yinxi's anxiety grew with each passing moment. I am so plain, and he is so handsome with remarkable martial talent. How could I ever be worthy of him? She began to doubt herself, praying for Wang Teng's safe return while simultaneously fearing he might abandon her. As darkness enveloped the sky, her restlessness reached a peak. Husband, could it be that you truly are fleeing from our marriage? Suddenly overwhelmed, Lu Yinxi felt tears welling in her eyes, realizing that without Wang Teng, her life would lack meaning. She had become utterly dependent on him. Just then, Xiaohong, who had been absent all day, rushed in excitedly. Miss, the moonlight outside is simply exquisite tonight. Shall we go admire it? Xiaohong, I'm not in the mood to enjoy the moon. You go, Lu Yinxi replied, her face a portrait of despondency. Her thoughts were consumed by worries for Wang Teng, leaving no room for moonlit pleasures. Miss, the moonlight tonight is truly enchanting. You'll regret it for a lifetime if you miss it. Come on, Xiaohong insisted, tugging Lu Yinxi along. I really don't want to go. I just wish to wait for my husband to return. Lu Yinxi protested weakly. Go. There's a surprise waiting for you outside. Xiaohong encouraged, determined to persuade her. Though Lu Yinxi was reluctant, she could not resist Xiaohong's insistence and was reluctantly led outside. Upon exiting the Lu estate, Xiaohong guided her towards a nearby grove, prompting Lu Yinxi to question, Xiaohong, where are you taking me? We could admire the moon within the estate. Why venture into the grove? You'll find out when you get there, Xiaohong replied mysteriously. Despite her reservations, Lu Yinxi followed. Upon entering the grove, she was taken aback to find it carpeted with a myriad of fresh flowers, roses, lilies, and many others, creating a breathtakingly romantic and beautiful scene. So many flowers. When did this grove become adorned with such a plethora of blossoms? Lu Yinxi was momentarily captivated by the beauty surrounding her. Miss, just keep walking forward. A surprise awaits you, Xiaohong urged, not answering Lu Yinxi's question. Stepping onto the floral carpet, Lu Yinxi instinctively moved forward until she reached an open space in the grove, where a familiar handsome figure awaited her. Bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight, the man donned a flowing white robe, a soft smile gracing his lips, his starry eyes gazing tenderly at her. Upon recognizing the beloved figure, Lu Yinxi's eyes brimmed with tears. Was this not her husband, whom she had not seen all day? With her heart overflowing, she rushed towards Wang Teng, running faster and faster until she leaped into his embrace. "Dearest husband, I thought you had fled from our marriage. Woe is me!" Lu Yinxi sobbed, collapsing into his arms, releasing all her worries and anxieties from the day. Wang Teng, taken aback by her evident insecurity, gently patted her back, speaking softly, "My lady, in our customs, there is a matter the groom must attend to before the wedding." "What matter?" Lu Yinxi pulled her head away from Wang Teng's shoulder, her eyes still glistening with tears. Without a word, Wang Teng produced a ring from his person and knelt on one knee. "Yinxi, will you marry me? I vow to protect you throughout my life, to cherish you, and to make you the happiest woman in this world," Wang Teng declared earnestly, extending the ring towards Lu Yin 11. At that moment, Lu Yinxi was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She realized that her husband had spent the entire day crafting this enchanting proposal amidst a grove filled with flowers. To have such a husband is to have no regrets in life. I willingly marry you," Lu Yinxi exclaimed through her tears, nodding fervently. Wang Teng, elated, placed the ring upon Lu Yinxi's finger and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Suddenly, countless petals began to rain down upon them, elevating the romantic proposal to its zenith. Chapter 33. The wedding day today marked the wedding day of Wang Teng and Lu Yinxi, and the Lu estate was abuzz with celebration. Early in the morning, Wang Teng was awakened by a persistent call, for as the groom, he had many tasks to attend to. Cousin-in-law, it's time to rise. We must not miss the auspicious hour for the wedding procession. Lu Cheng burst into the room, rousing the sleeping Wang Teng. "Why so early? What customs do you observe here?" Wang Teng stretched lazily, recalling that after successfully proposing to Lu Yinxi the night before, they had sat together under a tree, admiring the moon, reluctant to part until nearly dawn. "We must rise, or we will miss the auspicious hour for the wedding," Lu Cheng urged once more. Since Wang Teng had saved his life, Lu Cheng had come to idolize him. How could he not be enthusiastic about his idol's wedding, especially since it involved his own cousin-in-law? A wedding procession? "We already reside under the same roof. Is it necessary?" Wang Teng asked, puzzled. In his view, since they were already living together, it would suffice to proceed directly to the wedding. "Of course it is necessary. While you two are under the same roof, the traditional rituals must still be honored," Lu Cheng explained. Moreover, Uncle specifically instructed that the bridal sedan chair must circle the city, ensuring that all of Qi City knows that his daughter is marrying the finest young talent in the land. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that his father-in-law, Lu Goen, was eager to show off abiti in the past. The people of Qiqing often spoke ill of his daughter, deeming her unattractive and unworthy of marriage. However, the tides have turned. His daughter is now wed to the most brilliant talent in Qiqing, delivering a resounding slap to their faces. This is a blatant display of arrogance. "Very well, I shall rise at once to prepare," Wang Teng declared as he descended from his bed. Having just finished his morning routine, a servant approached to assist him in donning his wedding attire. Meanwhile, Lu Yinxi had also risen early, with the maid Xiaohong and others diligently arranging her hair and dressing her in festive garments. "Miss, today you are finally getting married, and to such an outstanding husband who loves you dearly," Xiaohong exclaimed, genuinely happy for her. Over the years, Xiaohong had witnessed her mistress endure much ridicule, even being labeled the most unattractive woman in Qiqing, which deterred suitors. The act of tossing a floral ball to solicit marriage was a last resort. Yet, unexpectedly, it had attracted a remarkable husband who adored Lu Yinxi. Her happiness for her mistress was sincere. "Indeed, I too never anticipated marrying such an exceptional man. He is like a radiant moonlight in my life, illuminating my darkest moments and bestowing warmth and brightness upon me," Lu Yinxi replied, her eyes brimming with joy. "Encountering him has truly been the greatest fortune of my life. Just half a month ago, she had been troubled by the lack of suitors, and now she was to wed the finest young gentleman in Qiqing. Life is indeed filled with dramatic twists. One can never foresee what tomorrow holds. Ah, you cannot imagine how many women outside envy you, miss. Your husband is not only handsome but possesses immense strength and talent," Xiaohong said, her face glowing with happiness. Lu Yinxi felt immense gratitude towards the heavens for granting her an unappealing visage yet blessing her with a devoted and loving husband. She felt content and no longer desired anything more. At that moment, Lu Yinxi's mother, Yao Shu, entered with a radiant smile. Noticing her daughter was still unprepared, she urged, "Yinxi, Have you finished changing into your wedding attire? Your groom will be arriving shortly. Ah, so soon? I still have a few things to finish, Lu Yinchi exclaimed anxiously, realizing she had forgotten to arrange her hair ornaments amidst her conversation with Xiao Hong. Hurry! Your mother will personally place the red veil over you, Yao Shu replied, her face beaming with joy. Being able to escort her daughter down the aisle was Yao Shu's greatest wish, and now that it was coming to fruition, she felt thoroughly satisfied. With the assistance of Xiao Hong and her mother, Lu Yinchi soon donned the vibrant red phoenix crown and wedding gown, her white veil replaced with a festive red one, adorned with joyous ornaments. Finally, her mother Yao Shu gently placed the grand red veil over her daughter. Once everything was ready, Wang Teng entered, clad in his red wedding attire. Upon seeing his bride, Lu Yinchi, already veiled, a smile graced his lips. Yao Shu, leading Lu Yinchi, approached Wang Teng and solemnly proclaimed, "Son-in-law, from this day forth, I entrust my daughter to you. Please cherish her. Rest assured, mother-in-law, I shall treat Yinchi like a precious gem." Ensuring she never faces any hardship or harm, Wang Teng replied, taking Lu Yinchi's hand from her mother's grasp, his gaze earnest and devoid of jest. "Very well, mother-in-law has faith in you. Quickly, let us proceed to the carriage. We must not miss the auspicious hour." Yao Shu nodded in satisfaction. Wang Teng successfully assisted Lu Yinchi into the bridal sedan, and as she was veiled, he took her hand, guiding her carefully along the path, deliberately slowing his pace, each gesture reflecting his affection for Lu Yinchi. The bridal procession halted at the entrance of the Lu residence, where Lu Guoan stood, joyfully receiving congratulations from various guests. Soon, Wang Teng led Lu Yinchi out to join him outside the Lu household. Spotting his daughter and Wang Teng, Lu Guoan greeted them with a beaming-faced, "Son-in-law, you must take my daughter for a tour around Qiqing before returning," Lu Guoan urged earnestly, on this day of his daughter's marriage. Having secured such an extraordinary son-in-law, how could he not be elated? The grievances of the past would be aired today. "Understood, father-in-law. I shall set off at once," Wang Teng replied, unable to tolerate his father-in-law's competitive spirit, yet still bowing respectfully before personally assisting Lu Yinchi into the bridal sedan. He then mounted his chestnut steed and commenced the celebratory ride around the city, clad in wedding attire and riding at the forefront. He was followed by 8 servants carrying the bridal sedan, truly an impressive display. The air was filled with festive sounds of drums and gongs, radiating joy. Passers-by marveled at the grand spectacle. Whose wedding is this? Such a lavish affair. It appears to be that unattractive girl from the Lu family getting married. Who would have thought, despite her looks, she would wed such a handsome man? Indeed, it's like a beautiful flower blossoming from manure. I heard this young man was the champion of the hunting competition, possessing both strength and beauty. How could he marry that ugly girl? Who knows? However, Lu Guoran must be overjoyed to have such an outstanding son-in-law. Where can one find such an exceptional groom? I wish to find a match for my daughter. What are you talking about? I heard that this Lu family's son-in-law was once a beggar, and the floral ball fortuitously landed in his hands, making him their son-in-law. So the beggar who caught the floral ball half a month ago is this groom. What a surprising turn of events. The passers-by erupted in discussion. In the Yinyu Tower, Han Yin stood at the third-floor window, watching as Wang Teng rode past on his chestnut steed, an expression of deep resentment flickering across her face. "Sister, today Lu Guoan must feel triumphant. His once undesirable daughter is marrying a paragon among men," her junior sister, Churu, observed, leaning against the window. "Indeed, the most unattractive woman in Qiqing has wed the crown prince. How ironic the heavens can be." Han Yan's tone dripped with bitterness and envy. "It truly is perplexing. One wonders what merit Lu Yinchi accumulated in her past life to deserve marrying the crown prince." Churu added, her words tinged with envy as well. She simply could not fathom why the prince would choose someone so universally scorned. Meanwhile, as Wang Teng paraded through the city, a thunderous roar erupted from a hidden stone cave in Haishan. The entrance was blasted open by a surge of immense energy, sending debris flying and shattering nearby trees. The raw power emanating from the cavern was staggering. As the dust settled, a burly middle-aged man emerged, his eyes still glimmering with residual spiritual energy. "Ha ha, after a whole year, I, Tang Shi, have finally broken through to the true man realm. The Haishan gang shall ascend to new heights under my leadership," Tang Shi declared, his laughter echoing triumphantly. He was the leader of the Haishan gang, and after a year of seclusion, he had successfully advanced in his cultivation. However, his moment of elation was soon interrupted by the hurried arrival of his younger brother, Tang Hong, who was missing an arm and appeared visibly excited. "Congratulations, elder brother, on your breakthrough," Tang Hong exclaimed, his face alight with joy at his brother's achievement, for the gang's cornerstone had returned. "Yes, second brother, I have reached the true man realm. None in this area shall be my match," Tang Shi replied proudly, then noticed his brother's missing limb, his brow furrowing in concern. "Second brother, what happened to your arm? Who did this?" Upon hearing this, Tang Hong began to recount their recent tribulations. "Elder brother, during your absence, the Heishan gang was nearly wiped out. Not only did I lose an arm, but third brother was killed, as was the elder. Moreover, our elite Black Hawk team has been completely annihilated." Tang Hong vented his grief and anger, his cries heart-wrenching. Upon learning of the gang's heavy losses, Tang Shi was consumed with fury. Who dared to offend the Heishan gang? He bellowed, his rage palpable. They had founded the gang together for 15 years and had never faced such devastation. Vengeance was imperative. It was the Liu family of Qiqing. "Elder brother, you must avenge us. Third brother and the elder died such tragic deaths." Tang Hong continued to lament. "The Liu family of Qiqing? They are merely a third-rate martial arts clan. How could they possess the capability to slay my brother and the elder, or annihilate our elite team?" Tang Shi replied, furrowing his brow in disbelief. "Indeed, elder brother, it was the Liu family's newly acquired son-in-law, who possesses formidable strength. He is the one who severed my arm and killed third brother and the elder. You must seek vengeance," Tang Hong implored, his voice filled with desperation. "The Liu family's son-in-law? Very well. Today I shall ensure they learn the consequences of offending the Heishan gang," Tang Shi declared, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 34. The wedding night. A fearsome enemy approaches. The emergence of Tang Shi revitalized Tang Hong and the entire Heishan gang, instilling a sense of purpose and significantly boosting their morale. The very first task upon his return was to seek vengeance against the Liu family of Qiqing. However, as a notorious figure in the martial world, Tang Shi was not only formidable in strength but also astute in strategy. The ability to swiftly eliminate his third brother, the Grand Elder, sever an arm from his second brother, and decimate the elite squad of the Heishan gang underscored the prowess of his adversaries. Exercising caution, Tang Shi inquired of Tang Hong, "What is the strength of this son-in-law from the Liu family? I have fought him before, just a week ago at Honglai Mountain. His strength is at most in the late stage of the Grandmaster realm, but his swordsmanship possesses remarkable explosive power, capable of inflicting several times the damage in a single strike," Tang Hong replied, pausing momentarily before adding, "In that very battle, he single-handedly annihilated our 12-man elite squad and even severed my arm. Daring to be so arrogant at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. Today, I shall lead our brothers to eradicate the Liu family, including that son-in-law." A glint of determination flickered in Tang Shi's eyes. Tang Hong, thrilled by his brother's resolve for vengeance, had long harbored a desire to annihilate the Liu family, particularly the son-in-law, whom he wished to dismember. "Brother, let us hasten to gather our men and strike," Tang Hong exclaimed eagerly. "No need for haste. I must first visit the Xinling sect to express my gratitude to a certain master." Tang Shi contemplated. "Express gratitude to a master of the Xinling sect?" Tang Hong queried, puzzled. In his view, given the gravity of the situation, it seemed somewhat misplaced to prioritize gratitude. Yet, he dared not question his brother's judgment. "Indeed, it is the master from the Xinling sect. A year ago, I spent a significant sum to acquire a spirit-gathering pill from him. Now that I have emerged, it is only fitting to convey my thanks. Moreover, should I manage to invite him to accompany us to the Liu family in Qiqing, our success in annihilating them would be all but assured," Tang Shi elucidated. "The key is that with a member of the Xinling sect present, it would instill fear in other families in Qiqing who have close ties with the Liu family, deterring them from acting recklessly. Additionally, it would serve to inform the other factions in Qiqing that the Heishan gang has the backing of the Xinling sect, prompting them to think twice before offending us in the future." Upon hearing this explanation, Tang Hong suddenly grasped the strategy. "Brother, I understand now. You intend to use this to set an example and intimidate the other forces." "Yes, you are not entirely foolish. It is only by making the other factions aware of our connection to the Xinling sect that they will refrain from easily crossing us in the future." Tang Shi nodded in agreement. It must be said that Tang Shi was quite astute. Annihilating the Liu family alone might not suffice to instill fear in the other factions regarding the Heishan gang, but revealing their affiliation with the Xinling sect would indeed alter the dynamics. Thus, Tang Shi aimed to achieve two objectives: exacting revenge upon the Lu family while simultaneously intimidating the other families in Qiqing. Such a clever maneuver is what enables one to thrive as a bandit in this realm. Truly impressive, brother. While plotting the downfall of the Lu family, you also seek to intimidate the other factions, ensuring they dare not offend us again. How brilliant! Tang Hong could not help but commend his brother. Quickly, prepare substantial gifts and accompany me to the Xinling sect, Tang Shi commanded resolutely. By midday, the brothers Tang Shi and Tang Hong arrived at the foot of Xinling Mountain, bearing 2 large chests of heavy gifts. The master whom Tang Shi spoke of resided in a modest wooden dwelling at the mountain's base. The residence appeared quite simple, designated for the lower-ranked disciples of the Xinling sect. Yet to the eyes of common folk, even those dwelling in such places were regarded as masters. Tang Shi approached with great care, calling out to the wooden house, "This is Tang Shi of the Heishan gang, who has emerged today, bearing gifts to express my gratitude to Master Zhong." "Enter," came a melodious voice from within. Upon hearing this, Tang Shi quickly instructed his men to carry the 2 wooden chests inside. Upon entering the wooden house, they found a lean, middle-aged disciple clad in a gray robe, seated cross-legged on a cushion, a hint of a goatee adorning his chin. Upon Tang Shi's entrance, he merely cast a cursory glance, squinting slightly with an air of aloofness, though his peripheral vision intentionally flicked towards the 2 chests Tang Shi had brought. "Master Zhong, I have come today to express my gratitude for the spirit-gathering pill you bestowed upon me a year ago. Here is a gift for you. I hope it pleases you," Tang Shi declared, gesturing for Tang Hong to open the chests. As the chests revealed treasures of gold and silver, Master Zhong cast a fleeting glance, nodding in acknowledgement. Breaking through to the true person realm within a year is quite commendable. You have ample opportunities to advance further." His words dripped with a sense of superiority. "With your words, I am at ease," Tang Shi rejoiced, quickly shifting the conversation. "Master Zhong, the Lu family of Qiqing has slain my 3rd brother and severed my 2nd brother's arm. I have sworn vengeance against them. Today, I intend to lead a formidable force to eliminate them. Would you consider accompanying us to witness this?" His words were couched in politeness, yet the intention was unmistakable. He sought Master Zhong's presence to lend credence to the Heishan gang. Should he appear in their ranks, other families would perceive the Heishan gang as backed by the Xinling sect, deterring them from offending them. Master Zhong, not lacking in wisdom, immediately discerned the underlying message. "I have little interest in worldly vendettas. You may resolve this matter on your own," he promptly declined. Tang Shi, seemingly anticipating this rejection, produced a finely crafted wooden box and presented it to Master Zhong. "Master Zhong, should you agree to accompany us to Qiqing, this 1,000-year-old night pearl shall be yours." Tang Shi spoke with a tone of flattery. "This night pearl cost me a fortune of 100,000 taels. It is said to be a treasure of a royal family." Upon hearing this, Master Zhong finally opened his eyes slightly, and upon recognizing its extraordinary nature, he readily acquiesced. "Very well, I shall accompany you to see. But let it be known beforehand that I will not intervene on your behalf." The brothers Tang Shi and Tang Hong exchanged glances, excitement bubbling within them at Master Zhong's willingness to join them in Qiqing. "Excellent. We, the Heishan gang, can certainly handle a mere Lu family. Your mere presence will suffice." Tang Shi beamed with goodwill. Master Zhong nodded in agreement, having accepted the offer. After presenting the night pearl, Tang Shi turned to Tang Hong, instructing, "Second brother, summon all our brothers from the Heishan gang. We shall make haste to Qiqing. Today, we must wash the Lu family in blood, leaving no trace behind." Hearing this, Tang Hong's blood surged with enthusiasm. The time for vengeance had finally arrived. "Yes, brother. I shall gather our men at once," he exclaimed, promptly departing to rally their forces. An hour later, over 3,000 disciples of the Heishan gang surged forth, led by the brothers Tang Shi and Tang Hong, marching with great momentum towards Qiqing. Master Zhong of the Xinling sect trailed alongside them. This day was destined to be extraordinary at the Lu family in Qiqing. As dusk fell, Wang Teng returned to the Lu residence after a brief tour around the city. The Lu household was already bustling with guests, and Lu Goen was joyfully welcoming them. "Brother Lu, congratulations on acquiring such an exceptional son-in-law. I am truly envious." Xiao Han, after presenting his gifts, could not help but step forward to offer his congratulations, his eyes reflecting a mix of envy and jealousy. Wang Teng, such a remarkable son-in-law, was something he yearned for, yet he lamented that he would never encounter one himself. "Brother Xiao, your son-in-law is quite impressive as well," Lu Goen chuckled, his tone laced with pride. Soon, another old friend, Feng Desho, approached to extend his congratulations. "Brother Lu, congratulations. You have finally married off your daughter to such an outstanding son dash and dash law. To be honest, I find myself envious, Brother Fong. This is fate. My daughter was destined to marry Wang Teng. What can I do? Lu Goen laughed heartily, his mood soaring. Previously, at every gathering, he had felt inadequate due to his daughter's inability to marry. Today, however, he could hold his head high, even surpassing his friends in prestige. Not just them, other invited guests also approached to congratulate Lu Goen. Old Lu, your family is truly fortunate to have secured such an exceptional son-in-law. Not only did he win first place at the hunting tournament, but I also heard he captured the notorious white-haired old demon who had a substantial bounty on his head. Is that true? The white-haired old demon is renowned for his unmatched escape skills. Is Lu family's son-in-law truly that formidable? Absolutely. Many in Qiqing witnessed him capturing the white-haired old demon. There is no doubt about it. Such prowess. This son-in-law has an unlimited future ahead. In an instant, the crowd erupted in further congratulations for Lu Goen, who wore a beaming smile. He had never imagined that one day he would bask in the glory of his son-in-law. Today marked a pinnacle moment in his life. As they engaged in light conversation, Wang Teng returned, hand in hand with Lu Yinxi, to the Lu residence. The entrance of the bride and groom drew the attention of all guests present, their gazes converging upon the couple. Having entered through the main gate, Wang Teng and Lu Yinxi made their way to the grand hall, which was already filled with guests, while a pair of red candles flickered in anticipation. Lu Goen and Yao Shu were seated prominently at the high table. Additionally, an elderly officiant awaited there. The groom and bride are in position, and the time has come. Let the ceremony commence, the elderly officiant proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng and Lu Yinxi felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. After half a month of acquaintance, understanding, and growing intimacy, their bond had become inextricably strong. Tonight, this relationship would culminate in a blissful union. Bow to heaven and earth, the officiant declared once more with a commanding voice. As his words resonated, Wang Teng and Lu Yinxi turned in unison, bowing reverently to the heavens in the presence of the assembled guests. They then turned back to face the audience, who gazed upon them with envious admiration, witnessing yet another couple on the brink of starting a family. Bow to the high hall, the elderly officiant called out again. Lu Goen and Yao Shu could hardly contain their joy. Their daughter was finally marrying, and to such an impressive husband no less. Yao Shu's eyes brimmed with tears of happiness as she had long harbored fears that her daughter might never find a partner. But now she could finally breathe easy. Lu Goen wore a beaming smile, as all past grievances and heartaches dissipated in this moment, leaving only joy and excitement. Wang Teng and Lu Yinxi then bowed deeply to Lu Goen and Yao Shu, thus formally acknowledging them as their parents-in-law. Husband and wife bowed to each other. The elderly officiant once again raised his voice. Following this, Wang Teng and Lu Yinxi turned to face one another. Standing opposite each other, their hearts raced in this moment, filled with anticipation and nervousness. Under the envious and blessing-laden gazes of the crowd, they bowed to each other, solidifying their status as true partners in life. The ceremony is complete. Proceed to the bridal chamber, the elderly officiant announced one last time. The guests erupted in excitement, but just then, a servant from the Lu household rushed in with a panicked expression. Master, it's bad. We are surrounded by the Black Mountain Bandits. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chaos. Chapter 35. The scheme of Han Yin in a secret chamber on the third floor of the Misty Rain Tower. While Wang Teng and Lu Yinxi were solemnizing their vows, Han Yin, the master of Qilin Pavilion, was interrogating a significant individual. The white-haired old devil knelt bound on the ground, having gone 2 days without food. His face pale, eyes swirling with stars, and his body exceedingly weak. Before him sat Han Yin, dressed in a striking red gown, looking down upon the kneeling figure. Beside her stood a lovely young woman in a green dress. Her junior sister, Chu Ruo. Old devil, how does it feel to be starved for 2 days? Do you wish for food? Han Yin taunted, lifting a roasted chicken from the table and waving it tantalizingly before the old devil's eyes. The delicious aroma causing his eyes to light up. I want to eat. I want to eat. The old devil swallowed hard, nodding fervently. 2 days of hunger had driven him nearly mad. If he didn't eat soon, he might very well starve to death. If you wish to eat, tell me where the fragment of the jade seal is, Han Yin said, a slight smirk gracing her lips. In the martial world, many factions sought the white-haired old devil, eager to uncover the whereabouts of the jade seal fragment, as his master had once possessed a piece that was never found after his death, leading people to believe it resided with his disciple. Thus, various powers launched a campaign to capture the old devil. Given the old devil's penchant for prolonging his life through dubious means, he had offended many, resulting in an increasing number of pursuers. Fortunately, he had honed his windwalking technique, allowing him to flee expertly, though ultimately he fell into Wang Teng's hands. After capturing him, Han Yin had already searched his entire being without success in finding the jade seal fragment, opting to starve him for 2 days before questioning him. "Let me eat my fill first, then I will tell you." The old devil gazed longingly at the roasted chicken, swallowing again. "If you want to eat, tell me first, or you can perish as a starving ghost." Han Yin retorted coldly. "Then I would rather be a starving ghost," the old devil defiantly declared, attempting to resist. However, challenging Han Yin was akin to courting death. "Very well, then you shall have your wish and become a starving ghost," Han Yin replied, putting the roasted chicken away and rising to leave. The old devil, realizing Han Yin was serious, could no longer contain himself. "Han Yin, wait," he called out, evidently having made a decision. Upon hearing this, Han Yin's lips curled into a slight smile. The old devil had resorted to dubious means to prolong his life, indicating his deep-seated fear of death. Thus Han Yin was confident he would capitulate, and indeed, it unfolded as she had anticipated. "Speak. Where is the jade seal fragment?" Han Yin demanded, looking down upon him. "If you tell me, this roasted chicken is yours, and I will also release you." "Really?" The old devil's eyes brightened at the promise of freedom. His will to survive was evidently strong. "Of course it's true," Han Yin replied nonchalantly. "All right, I will tell you. I have hidden the jade seal fragment in the forbidden area behind the Xinling sect." The old devil divulged. This was the same secret he had shared with Wang Teng, which had indeed taken Wang Teng by surprise. The Xinling sect was the sole cultivation sect in the region, immensely powerful, and no one dared to offend them. The audacity of the white-haired old devil to hide the jade seal fragment, there was likely something no one would have anticipated. Upon hearing this news, Han Yin and Churuo exchanged astonished glances, reading shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. "Are you certain you hid the jade seal fragment in the forbidden area behind the Xinling sect? There are restrictive formations there." "How did you get in?" Churuo inquired, unable to contain herself. Generally, no martial faction could infiltrate the Xinling sect, let alone access their forbidden area, which was protected by formations. The claim that the old devil had hidden the jade seal fragment there was difficult for anyone to believe. "I am not deceiving you. Too many people in the martial world wished to capture me. For the sake of safety, after obtaining the jade seal fragment from my master, I concealed it in the forbidden area behind the Xinling sect." The old devil explained helplessly. "But how did you enter the forbidden area?" Churuo pressed on. "There are restrictive formations. Even the disciples of the Xinling sect might not be able to enter, let alone you. With your mere master realm prowess." This was also a concern for Han Yin. She wouldn't dare to attempt entering the forbidden area lightly as it could be fatal. Yet the old devil had not only entered but also hidden the jade seal fragment there, which was indeed perplexing. "What you don't know is that although there are restrictive formations in the forbidden area, there is a narrow path that leads directly there, while a spirit leopard guards it. My windwalking technique is swift enough that it cannot catch me," the old devil said, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Speed had always been his point of pride. However, that pride had been shattered a few days prior by a handsome young man, undermining his confidence. "Oh? There is a shortcut to the forbidden area behind the Xinling sect?" Han Yin frowned. This was something she had never considered. "Yes, there is a grove of peach trees behind the Xinling sect, 2 of which I marked with red ribbons. If you pass through these 2 trees, you will find barren grasslands beyond. Follow the grasslands up the mountain, and you will reach the forbidden area." The old devil explained earnestly. "However, if you wish to enter, it would be best to send someone with quick movement. Otherwise, the spirit leopard will catch up to you. Furthermore, if you use spiritual energy to attack it, the restrictive formations will activate." Han Yin and Churuo exchanged concerned glances. While they could likely handle a spirit leopard, the restriction against using spiritual power made it challenging. The spirit leopard was not only fast but also possessed strength at the level of a true practitioner, making it nearly impossible to confront using mere physical strength. Of course, if you are willing to collaborate with me, I would be more than happy to assist you in retrieving the jade seal fragment," the old devil suddenly proposed, though his intentions remained unclear. However, Han Yin was not so easily deceived. "There are others in this world faster than you. The young man who captured you a few days ago is one of them," she stated, her tone turning stern. "If you dare to deceive me, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination." The mere mention of the young man who captured him sent a shiver down the old devil's spine. This untrustworthy individual was not only fast but also powerful. If he were to venture through that shortcut, obtaining the jade seal fragment would be no easy feat. Han Yin, you may let him try. And you will see whether I have deceived you, the old devil suggested, his eyes flickering slightly, before he earnestly pleaded, Han Yin, I have revealed the secrets you asked for. Now you can give me the roasted chicken and let me go. The roasted chicken may be offered to you, but allowing you to leave is out of the question. Han Yin cast the roasted chicken before him, then coolly strode towards the door. Junior sister Chu Ruo, upon witnessing this, hastily followed suit. Soon, the door to the secret chamber was slammed shut. After taking a few steps outside, Han Yin spoke, Junior sister, how much credibility do you think the words of that white-haired old demon hold? 70%, Chu Ruo replied after a moment of contemplation. 70%. Does that mean this white-haired old demon retains 30% of his truth? Han Yin also felt that the old demon had not disclosed the entirety of the truth, revealing only 70% while concealing the remaining 30%. That seems likely. The fragment of the imperial seal may indeed lie within the forbidden area of the Xinling sect's back mountain, but only he might manage to retrieve it. For anyone else, it would be perilously dangerous, Chu Ruo analyzed meticulously indeed. Yet if we let the white-haired old demon seek out the fragment of the imperial seal, capturing him again would be exceedingly difficult. Han Yin furrowed her delicate brows, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The urgency with which Han Yin sought the fragment stemmed from her desire to curry favor with Wang Teng, hoping to demonstrate her significance to the prince. Witnessing the prince marry an unattractive girl during the day ignited Han Yin's ambition to become the prince's woman, aiming to be the rightful consort and the one who ultimately triumphs as queen. The fragment of the imperial seal held immense significance and utility for the prince, in the struggle for fortune. Those who assisted the prince in ascending the throne would be rewarded with great luck. Yet the prince himself could not gain such fortune. This echoed the fate of Jiang Zia during the apotheosis. While others ascended to the divine list, he was left empty-handed. However, 5,000 years ago, matters were quite different. The founding emperor of the Great Xia martial dynasty, Xiada, unified the Central Plains, establishing the Great Xia martial dynasty and wielding the supreme artifact, the imperial seal, to unlock the nation's fortune. A millennium later, Xiada, having achieved great success through fortune, departed for the realm of cultivation, leaving behind the imperial seal to govern the millennial contest for fortune. Initially, the idea of a competition every 1,000 years was meant to foster healthy rivalry within the Xia royal family. However, by the time it reached the second generation, a heavenly tribulation struck, shattering the imperial seal into 9 fragments, scattered across the 9 provinces. Without the imperial seal, the princes of the Great Xia could no longer obtain fortune, leading to the decline of the royal family, while those who aided them in their ascent continued to reap rewards. This delineates the origin of the imperial seal fragments. For the princes vying for power, gathering all 9 fragments and successfully restoring the imperial seal was crucial. Only with the imperial seal in hand could a prince garner fortune while ruling the realm. Otherwise, apart from ascending to the dragon throne, he would not be able to obtain such fortune. Thus, the fragment of the imperial seal was of paramount importance to the competing princes. Han Yin, realizing this, was eager to obtain the fragment from the hands of the white-haired old demon. Senior sister, since the prince managed to capture the white-haired old demon, his speed must surpass that of the old demon. He should be able to easily traverse the shortcut to the forbidden area of the Xinling sect without triggering any restrictive formations. Junior sister Chu Ruo suggested after pondering for a while. Letting the prince take such a risk is far too dangerous. Now that we know the fragment lies in the forbidden area of the Xinling sect's back mountain, we can devise another means to acquire it without endangering the prince. Han Yin promptly rejected this notion. If the prince were to fall in that forbidden area, we would lose our foundation in this millennial contest for fortune. However, Chu Ruo was about to further persuade her when Han Yin interrupted. No need to say more. I will find another way to obtain the fragment of the imperial seal. After uttering these words, Han Yin intended to leave, but a subordinate hurriedly approached. Reporting, sect master. The external personnel have received word that the Black Mountain Gang, led by their chief Tang Shi, has mobilized with 3,000 disciples, charging towards the Liu family in Qiqing. Tang Shi has emerged from seclusion, and he leads 3,000 disciples to assault the Liu family. Chu Ruo exclaimed in disbelief, astonished by the audacity of the Black Mountain Gang to openly seek revenge in Qiqing. Indeed, the chief of the Black Mountain Gang has broken through to the true person realm, and they have enlisted the assistance of a disciple from the Xinling sect, the subordinate added. Upon hearing that a disciple of the Xinling sect was involved, Han Yin realized that the Black Mountain Gang had made a resolute decision, utilizing all their available connections and resources. Not only had they enlisted a disciple from the Xinling sect, but they had also persuaded the city lord of Qiqing to open the city gates, allowing the Black Mountain Gang to enter unimpeded. Senior sister, the Black Mountain Gang is determined to seek vengeance against the Liu family. The prince is still at the Liu residence. We must hurry to assist him, lest something dire occur, Chu Ruo suggested anxiously. Yet Han Yin was calculating something else. There's no rush, junior sister. Don't you think this presents an excellent opportunity for us to get closer to the prince? Han Yin's lips curled into a slight smile. What opportunity? Chu Ruo queried, puzzled. The prince is about to be besieged by the Black Mountain Gang. How is that an opportunity? The Black Mountain Gang has mobilized all their resources, emerging in full force, and their chief Tang Shi has achieved the true person realm. Oh, you think the Liu family can withstand such an assault? Han Yin countered, continuing her line of questioning. Given the strength of the Liu family, they certainly cannot fend off the Black Mountain Gang's attack, especially with the involvement of a disciple from the Xinling sect. It is a guaranteed victory for them. Chu Ruo replied earnestly. You are correct. Why not seize this opportunity to use the Black Mountain Gang to eliminate the Liu family? Then, when the prince is in despair, we can swoop in to rescue him. Wouldn't he be profoundly grateful to our Qilin pavilion? If amidst the chaos we could also do away with that ugly girl, it would be perfect. A glint of cold light flickered in Han Yan's eyes as she spoke. Upon hearing this plan, junior sister Chu Ruo's eyes brightened. Senior sister, you are so clever. Without the Liu family, the prince will have no choice but to rely on our Qilin pavilion. If we can also dispose of that ugly girl, the chances of the prince marrying you will significantly increase. Yes, quickly summon our Qilin pavilion's eagle guards to lay an ambush near the Liu family. When the time is right, we will intervene to save the prince. Han Yin commanded decisively. Understood, senior sister. Chu Ruo responded before swiftly departing. As Han Yin contemplated the demise of the Liu family and the death of the ugly girl, a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. Ultimately, the prince would have to rely on our Qilin pavilion. Chapter 36. A magnificent entrance within the Liu residence. As news of the Black Mountain Gang's siege spread, panic ensued among the crowd, each person becoming increasingly agitated. The terror and brutality of the Black Mountain Gang were well known to them all. Even Wang Teng was taken aback by the audacity of the Black Mountain Gang to seek revenge at this moment. Lu Yinxi, too, was so frightened that she lifted her red veil, her eyes filled with anxiety and unease. Seeing this, Wang Teng instinctively grasped Lu Yinxi's icy, delicate hand, offering her silent reassurance, as if to convey that as long as he was present, she would be safe. Lu Yinxi felt slightly calmed by his gesture. While the crowd was in disarray, Lu Gowen, the head of the Liu family, stepped forward, declaring, Everyone, remain calm. With me here, you shall not be harmed. Saying this, he hurriedly made his way outside, followed closely by his wife, Yao Shu. Lu Gowen's two old friends, Fang Desho and Xiao Han, also stood up and accompanied him out to the main hall. In this critical moment, these two old friends proved their loyalty. Apart from them, others with sufficient courage also followed suit. Wang Teng, realizing he could not evade his duty, turned to Lu Yinxi and instructed. Madam, please wait here for me. I will assist my father-in-law and the others. Husband, please be careful, Lu Yinxi urged, her concern evident as she feared for Wang Teng's safety. Rest assured, I will be fine. Stay here obediently and do not come out. Wang Teng assured her before quickly making his way outside, secretly clenching his fists. The audacity of the Black Mountain Gang to come and seek death meant he would have to send them to meet their doom. His strength had just broken through to the true person realm, and it was time to test his mettle against them. As they approached the main hall, the Black Mountain Gang had already slaughtered the Liu family's guards outside and stormed in with fierce intensity. Soon, the two factions met in the courtyard of the Liu residence. Tang Shi, what is your intention in charging into my Liu residence with your men? Lu Gowen bellowed. Simultaneously, all of the Liu family's guards, armed with weapons, rushed to Lu Gowen's side, numbering over 300. This represented the full strength of the Liu family's guards. However, the number of Black Mountain Gang members following Tang Shi far exceeded 300. And beside him stood the Black Mountain Gang's second-in-command, Tang Hong. Master Zhong from the Xinling sect also stood at the back, exuding an air of aloofness. Lu Gowen, while I was in seclusion, you and your Liu family murdered my third brother and the Grand Elder, severed my second brother's arm, and annihilated my Black Eagle squad. Today, we must settle this score. Tang Shi, a towering figure wielding a golden crescent blade, shouted angrily at Lu Gowen. Yet Lu Gowen remained undaunted. Tang Shi, it was your Black Mountain gang that provoked us first. We merely retaliated. Are we to allow your men to kill us without consequence? Lu Gowen retorted fearlessly. Ha ha, Lu Gowen, your audacity has grown. You dare to challenge the Black Mountain gang. Today, I shall eradicate every member of your Lu family, ensuring no one dares to provoke us again. Tang Shi declared with overwhelming arrogance, not only intending to destroy the Lu family but also to set an example for others. Do you dare? Lu Gowen shouted, summoning his shin steel dagger, his fury reaching its zenith. Watch if I dare. Tang Shi spoke with a wave of his hand, and suddenly, numerous Black Mountain bandits surged forth from behind him. The atmosphere at the scene instantly turned tense. At this moment, two old friends, Fang Desho and Xiao Han, stepped forward. Tang Shi, if you dare to annihilate the Lu family today, our Fang family will not show you any mercy. Fang Desho declared as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Han. Neither will our Xiao family. If you dare to take action, I will summon our Xiao family members to join forces against you Black Mountain bandits. Xiao Han also stepped forward bravely. Although these two old friends usually enjoyed competing with Lu Gowen, they were courageous enough to stand up for him at this critical moment. Naturally, they were also considering the interests of their own families. As they too had suffered from the scourge of the Black Mountain bandits, if the Black Mountain bandits continued to grow stronger, their own caravan escorting would become increasingly perilous. Lu Gowen felt deeply touched to see his two old friends stand up for him. However, Tang Shi was unfazed. Instead, he burst into a loud laugh. Ha ha, what a united front against my Black Mountain gang. To offend us is to court death. Oh, you see that master behind me? He is Master Zhong from the Xinling sect. If any of you dare to make a move against us today, you will be opposing the Xinling sect. As Tang Shi spoke, he slightly shifted his body aside to reveal Master Zhong. Clad in a gray Taoist robe, to everyone present, he had spent a considerable sum to invite Master Zhong, intending to intimidate his adversaries. Indeed, upon seeing Master Zhong from the Xinling sect, Lu Gowen, Xiao Han, and Fang Desho were all taken aback, and the others present were equally astonished. They had never imagined that the Black Mountain bandits had the backing of the Xinling sect. Even Wang Teng was shocked to see Tang Shi summon a disciple from the Xinling sect. The Xinling sect was a sect of spiritual cultivation, while they were merely a mundane third-rate martial arts family. Confronting someone from the realm of cultivation was utterly futile. Throughout this exchange, Master Zhong maintained a slight squint, showing no regard for Lu Gowen, Fang Desho, or the others' eye in his eyes. These mundane martial arts masters were akin to refuse, easily disposed of. Fang Desho and Xiao Han felt a twinge of hesitation. The strength of the Xinling sect was indeed formidable, and they dared not offend a sect of spiritual cultivation. Tang Shi, seeing the fear in their eyes, felt quite satisfied. Fang Desho, Xiao Han, do you still dare to besiege our Black Mountain gang? Come on, those not afraid of death should call for reinforcements, so I can annihilate you all together. Tang Shi shouted boastfully. He had anticipated this very situation, which was why he had invited Master Zhong. He needed only to stand there, and it was sufficient to intimidate these mundane martial arts families. Understanding the predicament Fang Desho and Xiao Han faced, Lu Gowen spoke to them. Thank you, my two old friends. This matter is best left to our Lu family to handle. If today our Lu family tragically faces annihilation, I hope the two of you will assist us in retrieving our remains. Upon hearing such a sorrowful declaration, Fang Desho and Xiao Han felt a pang of sadness, yet reality compelled them to concede. Otherwise, if Master Zhong intervened, both their families could face extermination. Rest assured, Lu old brother, given our friendship, we will surely help with the aftermath, Fang Desho and Xiao Han said apologetically. All right, I thank you both, Lu Gowen nodded gratefully. Seeing that Xiao Han and Fang Desho had been intimidated, Tang Shi felt a sense of triumph. Those who know the times are wise. Splendid. If anyone dares to stand up for the Lu family again today, we will likewise annihilate their entire lineage. Tang Shi threatened arrogantly. This threat caused the guests present to retreat in unison, as the intimidation of the Black Mountain bandits was overwhelming, compounded by the presence of Master Zhong from the Xinling sect. Lu Gowen, make your move. I will first kill you, then your wife and children, Tang Shi declared boldly. Tang Shi, do not go too far, Lu Gowen retorted, gripping his Xian steel saber tightly and charging at Tang Shi. You think you can challenge me? You seek death? Tang Shi tightened his grip on the King Kong crescent moon blade and charged toward Lu Gowen as well. The clash was akin to a rampaging bull. Exuding extraordinary might as they closed in on each other, they simultaneously struck with their blades. The sound of metal clashing resonated as Lu Gowen was propelled backward several steps by the tremendous force of the impact. While Tang Shi remained unperturbed, The outcome of their exchange was clear. The onlookers from the Lu residence gasped in astonishment. Tang Shi's strength had evidently reached the realm of true masters, and Lu Gowen was in serious trouble. Fang Desho felt a deep concern for his old friend. Indeed, Lu old brother has only reached the late stage of the Grandmaster realm, whereas Tang Shi stands at the true master level, not to mention the presence of a master from the Xinling sect. Tonight, the Lu residents may truly face annihilation, Xiao Han thought anxiously for Lu Gowen and his family. Lu Gowen, I have already reached the true master realm. You cannot hope to compete with me. Prepare to meet your end, Tang Shi bellowed before charging once more at Lu Gowen with his King Kong Crescent Moon blade. Lu Gowen gritted his teeth, realizing that if he did not unleash his ultimate technique now, he would surely perish. He then shouted, overlapping blade slash. With this cry, Lu Gowen summoned all his spiritual energy, infusing it into his Xian steel saber, which emitted a resonant hum before he struck with tremendous force. This blade unleashed a fearsome power, manifesting as 3 overlapping blade energies. Facing this formidable attack, Tang Shi stood resolute, roaring, bring it on, today, you shall witness my might. He swung his King Kong Crescent Moon blade in a sweeping motion. This sweeping strike drew upon 70% of Tang Shi's strength, and as it unleashed, a domineering wave of blade energy fanned outward. Almost in the blink of an eye, the two energies collided mid-air, and Lu Gowen's 3 overlapping blade energies were obliterated. Tang Shi's sweeping strike continued unabated, crashing toward Lu Gowen. Lu Gowen could only raise his blade to block in time. But the next moment, he was sent flying 10 meters by the sheer force of the blade energy, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The crowd watched in shock. The true master realm was indeed terrifying. It's over, it's over. If even Lu Gowen can be so easily defeated, the Lu family is doomed, Fang Desho thought, wishing to intervene but wary of the Xinling sect. The true master realm is indeed powerful. Lu Gowen didn't even last 3 exchanges, Xiao Han thought anxiously for Lu Gowen's family. Haha, Lu Gowen, you cannot hope to match me. I haven't even used my full strength yet, and you are already gravely injured. Next, I shall send you to the afterlife, Tang Shi declared, tightening his grip on the King Kong Crescent Moon blade and charging toward the fallen Lu Gowen. At this moment, Lu Gowen was gravely injured and had no strength left to fend off Tang Shi's impending strike. Just as everyone believed Lu Gowen was about to meet his end, a sharp sword energy shot forth from the crowd, aimed directly at Tang Shi. Tang Shi quickly sensed the ferocious sword energy and adjusted his blade to intercept it. The clash of blade and sword energy resonated in the air, and the two forces instantly dissipated. In the next moment, a strikingly handsome figure appeared before Lu Gowen. With me here, no one can kill him, Wang Teng declared, unleashing his true master presence, astonishing everyone present. Even Master Zhong, who had been squinting throughout, could not help but open his eyes to see what was happening. After everyone had read this, please encourage me to update, and for those who haven't commented yet, I kindly ask for a 5-star rating. Thank you all. Tomorrow marks the climax of The Ugly Wife's Transformation, Chapter 37. The Lu family's son-in-law shocks the crowd in the tea house opposite the Lu residence. Han Yen and Chu Ruo stood by the 3rd-floor window, looking down upon the unfolding events in the Lu family courtyard. When they saw Lu Gowen severely injured by Tang Shi's blade, they shook their heads in dismay. Merely the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. How can he be of any help to the prince? Han Yen thought with a hint of disdain. For in her eyes, the Lu family held no value, especially that ugly girl. She could scarcely understand why the prince was so infatuated with her. Senior sister, the Black Mountain Bandits are advancing with great force and have even enlisted the aid of a disciple from the Xinling sect. The Lu family may not withstand this, Chu Ruo commented instinctively. It's better, if they can't withstand it, as long as the prince is unharmed, we will emerge as the ultimate victors. Have the Eagle Guards been ambushed? Han Yan's eyes sparkled with determination. They are all in place, but that disciple from the Xinling sect, Master Zhong, poses a bit of a problem. His strength seems to be at the early stage of the Beggar realm. Chu Ruo remarked, furrowing her brows. The so-called early stage of the Beggar realm is a cultivation level within spiritual sects, equivalent to the early stage of the martial sage realm in martial arts. In the mundane world, this is already considered a formidable presence. Master Zhong, just a low-ranking disciple from the Xinling sect. Leave him to me, Han Yen said disdainfully, her cold gaze fixed on the so-called Master Zhong. While they conversed, Tang Shi, the leader of the Black Mountain Bandits, had once again raised his King Kong Crescent Moon blade and launched an attack on Lu Gowen. If this strike landed solidly, Lu Gowen would certainly meet his demise. However, just then, A fierce sword energy forced Tang Shi back, and a peerlessly handsome man appeared before Lu Guan. The next moment, he unleashed his true master aura, stunning everyone present. Even Han Yan, observing from the tea house across, felt a tremendous shock at the prince's display of true master power. The crown prince has astonishingly reached the realm of the true person. It has only been a few days since their last separation, and he has already made a breakthrough. Han Yin felt a profound shock within her heart. Just half a month ago, the crown prince was deemed a mere waste. Yet, in this brief span, he has ascended to the realm of the true person. Such a terrifying rate of cultivation is something even the most exceptional talents in the world could scarcely achieve. How has he accomplished this? How can he cultivate at such a rapid pace? Han Yan's body trembled imperceptibly, realizing that she had underestimated the crown prince. Chu Ruo was equally taken aback, the crown prince's prowess leaving her in awe. The speed of his cultivation is indeed astonishing. As she absorbed the scene before her, it dawned on her. In a wonder, the master instructed us to support the crown prince. It seems he recognized the crown prince's extraordinary potential long ago. Han Yin, upon hearing this, appeared contemplative, seemingly agreeing with her junior sister's assessment. The crown prince's manifest talent is undoubtedly a rarity in the world. Within the courtyard of the Lu residence, the onlookers were left in awe when Wang Teng displayed the aura of a true person. Incredible! The son-in-law of the Lu family has attained the realm of the true person. What an unexpected revelation! At such a young age, his potential is limitless. Xiao Han felt a mix of shock and envy. Indeed, Brother Lu is extraordinarily fortunate to have such an impressive son-in-law. With a true person to contend against another true person, the Lu family may not be at a disadvantage. Feng Desho chimed in, analyzing the situation. However, the Black Mountain Bandits are backed by Master Zhong of the Xinling sect. If he intervenes, even Lu Guan's son-in-law may struggle to withstand him. Xiao Han furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. Yes, after all, the Xinling sect members are seasoned cultivators with formidable strength. Feng Disha's eyes revealed a flicker of concern once more. Wang Teng's emergence not only astonished everyone present, but also invigorated the morale of the Lu family. Lu Guan, witnessing his son-in-law's achievement of the true person realm, felt a mixture of shock and joy, realizing he had underestimated his son-in-law, whom he had initially viewed as a mere pawn. The other members of the Lu family were equally inspired by their son-in-law's accomplishment. All were left in awe of Wang Teng's displayed strength, except for Lu Yinxi, who quietly worried about her husband's safety amidst the unfolding drama. The display of Wang Teng's strength also shocked the Black Mountain Bandits. How is this possible? This lad's strength was at most at the late stage of the Master Realm. How has he suddenly broken through to the realm of the true person? The one-armed Tang Hong's eyes revealed disbelief. Even Tang Shi, the leader of the Black Mountain Bandits, was taken aback by Wang Teng's prowess. He had toiled in seclusion for an entire year to break through to the true person realm. Yet this young man has also achieved it, evoking a tinge of wariness within him. What a remarkable fellow! The Lu family boasts another expert. What is your name? Tang Shi brandished his golden crescent moon blade, exuding a fierce aura as he shouted. Although Wang Teng was also at the true person realm, he could not afford to lose in terms of momentum. Wang Teng declared, Wang Teng, your third brother and the elder are both casualties at my hands. I also severed your second brother's arm. If you seek vengeance, come at me. As he spoke, Wang Teng pointed the wind spirit sword towards Tang Shi. Enraged, Tang Shi retorted, so it was you who killed my third brother and the elder, and severed my second brother's arm. His fury intensified, gripping the golden crescent moon blade tighter, his murderous intent rising. Wang Teng, aware that a fierce battle was imminent, turned to the injured Lu Guan, father-in-law, please retreat inside. I will handle this. Lu Guan wished to stand alongside Wang Teng, but realized his body could not withstand the effort, thus reluctantly stated, son-in-law, be cautious. If you cannot prevail, do not force it. Take my daughter and flee. Lu Guan had already contemplated a retreat. Now that Wang Teng had reached the true person realm, even if he could not defeat the enemy, escape was certainly viable, especially with the presence of disciples from the Xinling sect. Fleeing with his daughter was the best course of action he could devise. Fear not, father-in-law. With me here, no one can harm our Lu family, Wang Teng replied with unwavering determination. Lu Guan was deeply moved by Wang Teng's resolute gaze. Feeling immense gratitude for such an exceptional son and laud, at the same time, he silently resolved that should the situation spiral out of control, he would fight to buy Wang Teng and his daughter the time and opportunity to escape. Before long, Lu Guan retreated into the crowd, leaving only Wang Teng and Tang Shi facing each other in the expansive courtyard. All eyes were fixed on the impending duel. Come, Wang Teng tightened his grip on the wind spirit sword as he addressed Tang Shi. Provoked, Tang Shi roared and charged at Wang Teng like a cannonball. His immense strength caused the ground to tremble with each step, leaving the crowd in shock. However, Wang Teng remained unfazed. Boy, prepare to meet your end. As Tang Shi closed in, he swung his golden crescent moon blade toward Wang Teng with tremendous force. The blade descended with the weight of 1,000 pounds. If struck, it could only result in death or grievous injury. The spectators felt their hearts race, silently hoping for Wang Teng's safety. Yet, just as the blade was about to descend upon him, Wang Teng vanished in an instant. What? Where did he go? Tang Shi exclaimed, bewildered as he searched for his target. The crowd was equally astonished. How could he simply disappear? Even Tang Hong was left stunned, questioning how Wang Teng had vanished. Only Master Zhong understood the situation, his expression betraying no significant change. What incredible speed, he remarked. Upon hearing Master Zhong's words, Tang Hong's heart skipped a beat. Across the street at the tea house, Han Yin and Chu Ruo were equally taken aback to witness Wang Teng's sudden disappearance. Such remarkable speed. No wonder the crown prince was able to catch the white-haired old demon. With agility like that, the demon could not possibly escape. Chu Ruo marveled, noting that with her own strength, she could barely perceive Wang Teng's movement while in the shadowless state. Only Han Yin could fully track Wang Teng's speed, yet she too was astounded by his shadowless step. The crown prince continues to amaze me. It seems this performance is becoming increasingly captivating. Han Yin found herself growing more intrigued by the crown prince on the battlefield. After employing the shadowless step, Wang Teng's speed surged fivefold, rendering Tang Shi unable to land a blow. How is he so fast? Tang Shi realized that Wang Teng had not vanished but had simply become too swift for his eyes to follow. Wind Spirit Sword. Wang Teng circled behind Tang Shi at high speed, launching a probing strike. Instantly, a blade of wind combined with sword energy shot toward Tang Shi's back. The Wind Spirit Sword, a mid-grade Xian weapon, possessed innate wind blade capabilities. Though this strike was merely exploratory, Wang Teng exerted 50% of his strength, supplemented by the wind blade's enhancement, rendering it formidable. Sensing the imminent threat from behind, Tang Shi reacted swiftly, spinning around to counterattack. However, it was too late. He could only raise his blade in defense. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the aura of a true person, and the golden crescent moon blade radiated white light. The wind spirit sword energy collided with the golden crescent moon blade, failing to create significant turbulence, and Tang Shi did not even take a step back. The crowd gasped in astonishment, secretly marveling at Tang Shi's prowess. It's over. The Liu family's son-in-law may be swift, but his strength is insufficient to breach Tang Shi's defenses, Fang Desho sighed. Indeed, his speed is impressive, but lacking the necessary power, he cannot defeat Tang Shi. Xiao Han lamented. Lu Goen and Yao Shu watched anxiously. In the tea house across the street, Chu Ruo observed that the crown prince's strike could not penetrate Tang Shi's defenses and sighed inwardly. Sister, it seems the crown prince has focused all his efforts on cultivating speed, leaving his power too weak. At this rate, he cannot breach Tang Shi's defenses. Is that so? I sense that the crown prince has yet to unleash his full strength. Let us wait and see. Han Yin replied with keen interest. On the battlefield, Tang Shi, realizing that Wang Teng could not breach his defenses, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, boy, with that feeble strength, you cannot break my defenses. Now it is my turn to strike. Tang Shi declared, gripping his golden crescent moon blade tightly as he swung it toward Wang Teng. With a sweeping motion, Tang Shi unleashed a mighty blade aura that swept across the battlefield, sealing off all of Wang Teng's escape routes. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened. Understanding the formidable defense and strength of his opponent, he knew he must unleash his full power or risk defeat. Gripping the wind spirit sword, he roared, "Dragon Break Slash." With that declaration, he swung the wind spirit sword down with tremendous force, unleashing an unparalleled sword energy that surged forth like lightning toward Tang Shi. You believe that your strength can breach my sweeping army? Tang Shi was brimming with confidence, and the onlookers shared his belief. Yet, when Wang Teng's Dragon Break Slash collided with Tang Shi's sweeping army, the latter only held for a brief moment before being shattered. While Wang Teng's Dragon Break Slash retained most of its potency, continuing its relentless advance toward Tang Shi. What? My sweeping army was broken. How is that possible? Tang Shi wore an expression of disbelief. And it was not just him. Everyone present was astounded by Wang Teng's formidable dragon breaking slash. Initially, they assumed Wang Teng possessed speed but lacked strength, Yet they were utterly taken aback to discover that he was not only swift but also immensely powerful. On the opposite side of the Lu residence, in the tea house, Chu Ruo and Han Yin were equally astonished by Wang Teng's display of skill. What a marvelous dragon-breaking slash, Han Yin mused to herself. The might of the dragon-breaking slash, albeit somewhat diminished by the sweeping force of 1,000 armies, surged directly towards Teng It, is impossible to breach my defense. Tang Shi bellowed as a radiant white light enveloped him. Activating his protective spirit energy, he raised his blade in defense, convinced he could withstand Wang Teng's dragon-breaking slash once more. However, he was gravely mistaken. The first strike had merely been a probing attack. But this time, Wang Teng unleashed his full power, employing an advanced sword technique. When the dragon-breaking slash struck Tang Shi, his protective spirit energy shattered after only a brief resistance, and the sword aura collided with him directly. Although the Vajra crescent blade absorbed part of the impact, the majority still struck Tang Shi. Instantly, a deep gash appeared on his chest, and his towering figure was sent flying several meters away. This spectacle left all witnesses utterly stunned. Wang Teng's prowess far exceeded their expectations, and Tang Shi was left aghast. How could this be possible? I have transcended to the true person realm, yet I was defeated by a single strike. Tang Shi gasped, feeling the warmth of crimson blood as he clutched his chest, besieged by the wind spirit's power. Blood erupted from his mouth in just one blow. Wang Teng had severely injured the leader of the Black Mountain Bandits. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Teng gripped his wind spirit sword tightly and charged at Tang Shi once more. Seeing Wang Teng approach again, Tang Shi gritted his teeth and struggled to rise from the ground. Thousand June shock. Tang Shi summoned all his spirit energy, gripping the Vajra crescent blade and striking it down towards the ground. The moment his blade struck, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the earth around him, followed by an overwhelming blade aura hurtling toward Wang Teng. The ground trembled violently, disrupting Wang Teng's shadowless step and causing his speed to falter, just as a blade aura bore down upon him. Wang Teng did not flinch. Instead, he unleashed another dragon-breaking slash, obliterating the incoming blade aura. By the time he dispelled the attack, Tang Shi had already vanished from sight. Wang Teng scanned the surroundings, realizing that Tang Shi had no intention of confronting him head-on. Instead, he had rushed to the side of Master Zhong. Exhausted from expending all his spirit energy, Tang Shi knelt weakly before Master Zhong. Blood streaming from his chest. Master Zhong, I beseech you to eliminate that young man. I am willing to offer half of the Black Mountain Gang's treasures in exchange. Tang Shi pleaded with desperation. Faced with Wang Teng, he had lost all capacity to defend himself, and in his current state of injury, he could only hope for Master Zhong's intervention to turn the tide. His plea astonished everyone present. Although it was somewhat anticipated, if Master Zhong of the Xinling sect intervened, the dynamics would shift dramatically. The Lu family would no longer contend with the Black Mountain Gang, but rather the Xinling sect. Even Wang Teng felt an inexplicable sense of tension, as he could not fathom Master Zhong's true strength, which evidently surpassed his own. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, Master Zhong slowly nodded. Very well, upon completion, I demand half of the Black Mountain Gang's treasures. The moment these words were uttered, astonishment washed over the crowd. Who among them could withstand Master Zhong's intervention? Chapter 38. The Ugly Wife Transforms into a Stunning Empress, Part 1. A friendly reminder. Before reading this chapter, be sure to complete all preceding chapters to fully appreciate the impact. Upon hearing Master Zhong's agreement, Tang Shi's heart soared with joy. Securing Master Zhong's assistance rendered the sacrifice of half the Black Mountain Gang's treasures trivial. Tang Shi, step aside. Zhong Changzi waved his robe and strode forward with an air of arrogance. The onlookers within the estate were filled with dread, realizing that Master Zhong of the Xinling sect was indeed preparing to act. The Lu family's son-in-law was likely unable to withstand this challenge. Fang Desho expressed his trepidation, fully aware of the Xinling sect's formidable reputation, where even a mere disciple could easily overpower their mundane martial families. It was rumored that Master Zhong had reached the realm of Breaking Valley, equivalent to the martial saint realm in their martial arts. Wang Teng was merely at the true person realm. A significant gap between them. How could this be resolved? Xiao Han remarked nervously. Others shared in their fear of Master Zhong's prowess. This is dire. With Master Zhong's involvement, Wang Teng's situation is precarious. Lu Guan clasped his chest, his face a mask of anxiety as he tightened his grip on his large blade, ready to intervene at a critical moment. The other members of the Lu family also felt anxious for Wang Teng, especially Lu Yanxi. Her delicate features paled with worry, her palms slick with perspiration. Wang Teng, you must not come to harm. Lu Yinqi's gaze remained fixed on Wang Teng, her heart racing to the point of discomfort. Her breath quickening. In the tea house across from the Lu residence, Han Yin and Chu Ruo observed Zhong Changzi's emergence with a sense of foreboding. It seems Zhong Changzi can no longer restrain himself. The Crown Prince's strength is simply insufficient to withstand him. Master, should we assist the Crown Prince? Chu Ruo suggested with evident concern. Not just yet. Let's wait and see. Han Yin preferred to hold back, wishing to wait until the Crown Prince felt utterly despondent before making her move. Only then would he appreciate her significance. Otherwise, if she rushed in to save him now, he would not truly grasp her importance. On the battlefield, Wang Teng watched as Zhong Changzi approached with deliberate steps, sensing a slight pressure weighing upon him. Conversely, Zhong Changzi appeared entirely unfazed, his hands clasped behind his back, radiating an air of superiority. At your age, achieving the true person realm is commendable, yet alas, you have crossed paths with me. Zhong Changzi proclaimed. Is that so? Wang Teng gripped his wind spirit sword tightly. Despite the disparity in their strengths, he felt no fear. Make your move. Zhong Changzi beckoned dismissively, exuding arrogance. Wang Teng furrowed his brow slightly, then resolutely swung his sword in a tentative strike. The sword aura, infused with wind blades, raced forward, but Zhong Changzi merely sidestepped effortlessly. Evading the attack with ease again, Zhong Changzi continued to taunt. Wang Teng's expression darkened as he unleashed a flurry of strikes toward Zhong Changzi, encircling him with sword auras. Yet, despite the cunning nature of his assault, Zhong Changzi evaded every blow with effortless grace. Like a cat toying with a mouse, Wang Teng was the hapless rodent. The onlookers felt a surge of anxiety as they marveled at Master Zhong's prowess. Indeed, Master Zhong is formidable. A mere shift of his body allows him to evade Wang Teng's attacks. This is before he even strikes back. Should he choose to engage, Wang Teng would likely be unable to withstand it. Xiao Han remarked in awe. Yes, the gap in their realms is insurmountable. Wang Teng stands no chance. Fang Desho sighed, lamenting Wang Teng's misfortune. Lu Yinqi and her family members were likewise filled with trepidation. You lack the speed, the strength. You cannot touch me. Zhong Changzi chuckled mockingly. Is that so? Then I shall immobilize you. Wang Teng declared, channeling his spirit energy into his right hand, locking onto Zhong Changzi's presence before launching a powerful strike. Dragon Prison Palm, with a resounding shout, an ethereal hand formed from spirit energy surged towards Zhong Changzi. While most would struggle to perceive the Dragon Prison Palm, Zhong Changzi felt its approach distinctly. You think you can strike me with that? Zhong Changzi instinctively attempted to dodge, yet he was taken aback when he realized the Dragon Prison Palm was homing in on him. As he moved, the palm followed closely, ensnaring him in its grasp. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhong Changzi's face for the first time. The spectators were equally astonished, unable to believe that Wang Teng possessed such a technique. They were left in a state of shock. This Lu family's son-in-law is impressively skilled. He has managed to bind Master Zhong, Xiao Han exclaimed in amazement. Indeed, he is somewhat impressive. I am beginning to believe that the white-haired old demon truly fell into his grasp. Fang Desho nodded in quiet acknowledgement. However, Lu Goen, Lu Yinqi, and the other members of the Lu family remained tense. Master Zhong's strength was simply too overwhelming. In the tea house across from the Lu residence, Han Yin and Chu Ruo were taken aback by Wang Teng's use of the Dragon Prison Palm. What a remarkable Dragon Prison Palm. It seems the Crown Prince possesses many hidden talents. Han Yin observed, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes, with Chu Ruo nodding in agreement. On the battlefield, as Zhong Changzi found himself ensnared by the invisible Dragon Prison Palm, a flicker of intrigue sparked in his eyes. Interesting. His demeanor shifted, turning serious as he formed a hand sign, summoning a protective light shield around him. The shield expanded visibly, seemingly intent on overpowering the grasp of the Dragon Prison Palm. Realizing he could not afford to delay any longer, Wang Teng seized the moment when Zhong Changzi was momentarily immobilized, gripping his wind spirit sword tightly and cleaving it towards Zhong Changzi, roaring, dragon-breaking slash. With a single stroke, the sword aura surged in power, transforming into a brilliant blade of light that shot toward Zhong Changzi. As Zhong Changzi sensed his inability to evade, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. With such a pathetic sword technique, do you truly believe you can harm me? Such folly. Having uttered these words, Zhong Changzi formed another incantation and bellowed, Golden Bell Shield. At the very moment when the dragon-breaking slash approached his body, a golden protective barrier once again materialized around Zhong Changzi. Its appearance resembled that of a golden bell, hence its name. The binding of the Dragon Prison Palm, combined with the explosive force of the dragon-breaking slash, struck heavily against the Golden Bell shield, causing it to tremble precariously. Realizing he could not breach the Golden Bell shield, Wang Teng infused the remainder of his spiritual energy into the Wind Spirit Sword and unleashed the dragon-breaking slash once more. Dragon-breaking slash, shatter for me, Wang Teng shouted, his eyes ablaze with determination. If he could not even break through the opponent's defensive barrier, how could he hope to kill him? As one dragon-breaking slash concluded, another swiftly followed, targeting the same spot, the same point of attack. The already unstable Golden Bell shield, after enduring 2 consecutive assaults from the dragon-breaking slash, suddenly shattered into fragments. The residual force of the dragon-breaking slash then crashed into Zhong Changzi. With a resounding explosion, dust and debris were sent swirling into the air. The Lu family members observed Wang Teng's sword aura strike Zhong Changzi and felt a surge of joy, believing he had indeed injured him. The Tang brothers, Tang Shi and Tang Hong, from the Black Mountain Bandit group, were equally astonished to see Wang Teng capable of breaching Master Zhong's Golden Bell shield, silently marveling at Wang Teng's prowess. Though they still held great confidence in Master Zhong, on the opposite tea house, Han Yin and Chu Ruo were also taken aback by Wang Teng's ability to break through Zhong Changzi's Golden Bell shield. The Crown Prince truly is formidable. Despite the vast disparity in their realms, he actually shattered the opponent's shield. Chu Ruo mused in quiet astonishment. Yes, but alas, the gap in realms is too great. Although the Crown Prince's sword aura has destroyed the Golden Bell shield, its remaining power is insufficient to harm Zhong Changzi. Given some time to grow, Zhong Changzi would be no match for him. Han Yin analyzed earnestly on the battlefield. Wang Teng, panting heavily, gazed at the swirling dust before him. The consecutive use of 2 dragon-breaking slashes had completely depleted his spiritual power, leaving him too weak to continue the fight. As the dust gradually settled, it revealed a somewhat disheveled Zhong Changzi, whose robe bore several gashes from the sword aura, and his hair was disarrayed. He appeared quite disheveled. Yet he had not sustained significant injury. It was merely a matter of appearance. Very well, you have angered me. Boy, prepare to die. Zhong Changzi seethed, channeling his spiritual energy and forming another incantation before launching a palm strike at Wang Teng. Thunder Palm Spell. A palm thrust forth, unleashing a bolt of lightning that shot toward Wang Teng at an imperceptible speed. At this moment, Wang Teng, having exhausted his spiritual energy, found his reactions slowed. By the time he attempted to employ the shadowless step to evade, it was already too late. The lightning-fast Thunder Palm spell struck him, hurling him several meters away. Upon hitting the ground, he coughed up blood repeatedly, racked with pain from the internal assault of lightning energy. Witnessing this, the onlookers could only sigh in disappointment. Ultimately, no miracle had occurred. The vast gap in their realms rendered Wang Teng incapable of defeating Zhong Changzi. Wang Teng is doomed. Xiao Han could no longer bear to watch. Master Zhong is indeed formidable. Wang Teng is simply no match for him. Fang Desho lamented, shaking his head. The others present echoed similar sentiments, marveling at Master Zhong's strength. On the opposite tea house, Chu Ruo and Han Yin exchanged worried glances. Sister, the Crown Prince is injured. We can intervene to save him. Chu Ruo exclaimed anxiously. Wait a moment. The Lu family will not stand idly by as the Crown Prince is slain. Let us wait until the Lu family has suffered significant losses before we act. Han Yin replied, though she too felt a sense of urgency. However, she aimed to seize this opportunity to eliminate the Lu family with Zhong Changzi's assistance, ideally ridding herself of that ugly girl Lu Yinxi in the process. Hence the need for patience. Very well. Chu Ruo resigned herself to her sister's wishes. On the battlefield, seeing Wang Teng felled, Zhong Changzi leisurely approached him. Boy, you have potential, but regrettably, you have encountered me. Prepare to perish. Zhong Changzi declared, once more forming an incantation as he struck at Wang Teng. That moment, a figure clad in vibrant red surged forward, positioning itself before Wang Teng. Zhong Changzi's Thunder Palm spell collided directly with this crimson figure. In the next instant, that figure was sent flying a considerable distance before crashing to the ground. Why, lady? Wang Teng cried out in anguish upon recognizing the red-clad figure. Lu Goen and Yao Shu, realizing the urgency, rushed forward to shield Wang Teng. Wang Teng struggled to his feet and staggered to where Lu Yinxi lay, cradling her in his arms. Why, lady, are you unharmed? Wang Teng asked, anguish etched on his face as he looked at Lu Yinxi, whose complexion had turned pale. He could hardly comprehend that Lu Yinxi had sacrificed herself for him. Why, lord, I may have to leave this world first. Lu Yinxi coughed up blood, her face paling further, her strength rapidly waning. Having only reached the postnatal realm, she was no match for a martial sage like Zhong Changzi. You cannot leave. You cannot abandon me. We promise to never part. Wang Teng's heart surged with terror and helplessness as he witnessed Lu Yinqi's vitality fading. Tears streaming down his cheeks, he suddenly realized how terrified he was of losing Lu Yinqi, the seemingly unattractive girl he had only known for half a month, who had left such a profound impression on him. My lord, I have lived my life in a world of darkness. It was only when you appeared that I discovered the brilliance of the world. As Lu Yinqi spoke, she coughed up another mouthful of blood, her breath becoming increasingly labored. Do not speak. I possess healing skills. I will treat you. Wang Teng attempted to come to her aid, but she stopped him. It is futile. The lightning energy has ravaged my internal organs. I do not have long to live. Lu Yinqi gasped, reaching out to touch Wang Teng's face as she struggled to speak. Why, lord, encountering you in this lifetime is my greatest fortune. In the next life, I wish to marry you again and bear you children. As the final word left her lips, Lu Yinqi's hand fell from Wang Teng's face, her breath ceasing. Wang Teng gazed at Lu Yinqi's lifeless form, and in that moment, he let out a heart-wrenching cry to the heavens. Yinqi? Tears of anguish streamed uncontrollably from Wang Teng's eyes. The Tang brothers, Tang Hong and Tang Shi, witnessing Wang Teng grievously wounded, felt a surge of elation. They immediately shouted to their subordinates, brothers, charge forth. Annihilate the Lu family, leave not a single one alive. With that command, the disciples of the Black Mountain Bandit surged toward the Lu family members like a swarm. Across the tea house, Han Yin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the ugly girl dead. Excellent, the ugly girl is finally dead. It is time for us to act. With her goals achieved, Han Yin prepared to strike. Yet at that moment, Lu Yinqi's body suddenly radiated a faint purple glow, particularly illuminating her face. As her hair began to gradually turn purple, Wang Teng's tears fell upon Lu Yinqi's form. The red birthmark upon her face vanished rapidly, and her vitality began to return. Wang Teng soon noticed this anomaly. What is happening? As he beheld the purple light emanating from Lu Yinqi's face, he instinctively removed the red veil that obscured her features. Before him appeared a visage of unparalleled beauty. Upon witnessing this breathtaking countenance, Wang Teng was utterly stunned. It was the first time he encountered such exquisite beauty. He had thought Han Yin was a peerless beauty, but now he realized what it truly meant for a celestial maiden to descend to the mortal realm. Lu Yinqi now appeared so stunningly beautiful, surpassing even Han Yin by a measure. Yet, Wang Teng quickly regained his composure. How could the birthmark on my lady's face vanish so suddenly? In his astonishment, he also sensed the life force within Lu Yinqi rapidly revitalizing, while her hair transformed into a vibrant purple at a visible rate, exuding strands of purple spiritual energy. Indeed, purple spiritual energy. Typically, spiritual energy is invisible to the naked eye. Even when one grows powerful enough to condense it, it appears white. However, the energy emanating from Lu Yinqi was not only tangible but also distinctly purple, entirely unlike ordinary spiritual energy. How could this be? Could it be? Wang Teng gazed at Lu Yinqi's flawless visage, suddenly struck by a revelation. Could the birthmark on my lady's face have truly been a seal, and now it has been unbound? At this moment, a thought struck Wang Teng, and he hurriedly began to examine Lu Yinqi's body, especially her meridian points. Previously, he had discovered her martial arts meridians to be entirely blocked, impervious to even the Dian needle technique and medicinal baths. However, now, upon inspection, he was astounded. How is this possible? All of my lady's martial arts meridians have been unblocked, and the speed of spiritual energy circulating within her surpasses even mine. She is an extraordinary martial arts genius. Wang Teng was utterly astonished, further confirming his surmise that the unsightly birthmarks on Lu Yinqi's face had indeed been seals suppressing her true potential. For reasons unknown, the runes had now been unsealed, and Lu Yinqi awakened a mysterious power within her. Under Wang Teng's astonished gaze, Lu Yinqi slowly opened her eyes, revealing irises that were no longer black, but a regal purple, matching her hair. There was an air of nobility and aloofness about her. Madam, you are awake, Wang Teng exclaimed joyfully, unable to suppress his gentle call. However, Lu Yinqi did not respond to him. Instead, she gradually rose from the ground, her gaze turning icy as it fixated on Master Zhong of the Xinling sect, purple spiritual energy emanating steadily from her being. Simultaneously, an unparalleled aura began to radiate from Lu Yinqi, instilling a sense of oppression and submission in those around her, akin to the overwhelming presence of an exalted emperor. rendering them unable to stand. Even Wang Teng felt himself succumbing to this suffocating pressure. Such formidable oppression, without a single word or action, radiated an immense power, as if faced with an unmatched sovereign, compelling one to avert their gaze. Wang Teng's heart was filled with astonishment. He sensed that Lu Yinqi had transformed entirely, evolving from a gentle and caring young lady into an unapproachable empress. "Madam, where are you going? You will be in danger," Wang Teng called out urgently as he observed Lu Yinqi moving towards Zhong Changzi. He was deeply anxious. He knew Lu Yinqi's strength was only at the postnatal stage, likely unable to contend even with the more formidable elite of the Black Mountain Bandits. Approaching Zhong Changzi would surely spell her doom, especially since he had just killed her with a single blow. Yet, Wang Teng's pleas fell on deaf ears. Lu Yinqi continued to advance step by step towards Master Zhong. He attempted to grasp Lu Yinqi's arm, only to find himself utterly immobilized by the overwhelming force radiating from her. Not only was he rendered motionless, but everyone present was similarly paralyzed by the sudden emergence of her formidable aura. They soon noticed a breathtaking woman with purple hair and purple eyes, exuding a powerful presence, slowly emerging from the Lu family crowd. Her commanding demeanor compelled all to kneel in submission. "Yinqi, you are alive? How wonderful!" Lu Goen exclaimed, elated to see his daughter stepping forward. "My daughter, how splendid that you are unharmed," Yao Shu echoed, her heart swelling with joy upon witnessing her daughter's survival, having been deeply concerned when she saw her spitting blood moments earlier. However, they were both taken aback by Lu Yinqi's transformation into a figure with purple hair and eyes. It was not only the couple who noticed Lu Yinqi's metamorphosis. Everyone present was struck by her dramatic change. The unsightly birthmark on her face had vanished, replaced by an exquisite countenance of unparalleled beauty, complemented by her graceful and enchanting figure, truly reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. Furthermore, her purple hair and eyes added an aura of mystery and haughtiness. "Is this truly Lu Laoxiong's daughter, Lu Yinqi? What has happened to the birthmark on her face?" Xiao Han exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. "Indeed, she has not only become beautiful, but the very essence she exudes has transformed as well. What is the meaning of this?" Fang Desho, too, was astounded by the spectacle before him. Not only had her appearance altered, but her aura had shifted, emanating a powerful presence that rendered them immobile. This was truly extraordinary. "It's as if she has become an entirely different person, utterly unbelievable," Fang Desho remarked, his expression one of sheer amazement. Not only the Lu family was taken aback by Lu Yinqi's transformation, even Tang Shi, Tang Hong of the Black Mountain Bandits, and Master Zhong of the Xinling sect were equally astonished. "How is this possible? This ugly woman has seemingly transformed into a different person." Second-in-command Tang Hong trembled slightly, a hint of fear creeping into his heart as he watched the now beautiful Lu Yinqi approach. The leader of the Black Mountain Bandits, Tang Shi, was no better off. His pallid complexion, already drained from blood loss, became even more ashen. What has happened to the birthmark on that ugly woman's face? Why does she now radiate purple spiritual energy and such an overwhelming aura, rendering us powerless? Tang Shi's heartbeat quickened, feeling as if Lu Yinqi could crush him with a mere hand. Even Zhong Changzi, a martial sage, found himself intimidated by Lu Yinqi's presence, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "How can this be? I clearly struck her down moments ago. Why is she alive, and why has she become so powerful? The very aura she exudes is enough to immobilize me." Zhong Changzi gulped, utterly perplexed by the situation, his complexion growing increasingly pale. The pressure of her aura indicated a significant disparity in strength between them. As all eyes were fixed on her in trepidation, Lu Yinqi slowly approached Zhong Changzi, her expression frosty as she spoke. "Was it you who sought to kill my husband?" Chapter 40. The transformation of the ugly wife into the beautiful empress, Part 3, at the tea house opposite the Lu residence. Han Yin and Chu Ruo, who had originally planned to rush to Wang Teng's aid, were similarly astonished to witness Lu Yinqi's miraculous revival. Especially upon seeing her transformation, their jaws dropped in disbelief. "How can this be? This ugly girl not only survived but has become this beautiful." Han Yin, in shock, felt a surge of jealousy rising within her. Previously, others had envied her beauty, but today, the tables had turned. Moreover, the formidable aura emanating from Lu Yinqi left Han Yin in awe. Even from a distance, she could feel the suffocating pressure. The commanding presence and purple spiritual energy unmistakably signified Lu Yinqi's extraordinary status. "Senior sister, this ugly girl has completely transformed. It's as if she has become a different person." Look at her hair and eyes, both now purple, and the purple spiritual energy radiating from her. It is not something an ordinary individual can possess. Chu Ruo said, equally stunned by the sight before her. Purple spiritual energy. This must be the legendary purple extreme spiritual energy. Those with a purple extreme spiritual body are 1 in a million. It seems Lu Yinqi's true identity is far from ordinary. Han Yin clenched her fists in determination. Initially, she had thought she could easily defeat this daughter of a third-rate martial arts family. But now it appeared she had encountered a formidable opponent. The purple extreme spiritual body. Chu Ruo gasped, realizing the significance of such a rare cultivation treasure. Senior sister, should we still send the Eagle Guards to rescue the prince? She inquired. Let us wait a moment and observe how this girl intends to deal with Zhong Changzi, Han Yin replied, having deduced Lu Yinqi's intentions as she approached Zhong Changzi. Chu Ruo nodded, understanding her senior sister's intent, and leaned against the window to fix her gaze back onto the Lu residence courtyard. On the battlefield, as Lu Yinqi steadily advanced, Zhong Changzi's face had already drained of color. Cold sweat pouring down his back, the pressure emanating from Lu Yinqi's transformed state was overwhelming. Was it you who sought to kill my husband? Lu Yinqi reiterated coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhong Changzi trembled. His heart gripped by terror, he desperately wanted to blame his actions on Tang Shi, the leader of the Black Mountain Bandits, but the words caught in his throat. Ultimately, he had no choice but to muster his resolve. He could not allow this girl to intimidate him. Indeed, it was I who sought to kill your husband, Zhong Changzi declared, summoning his spiritual energy to counter the oppressive force, conjuring a small flying sword to prepare for an attack against Lu Yinqi. The brothers Tang Shi and Tang Hong of the Black Mountain Bandits regained their confidence upon seeing Zhong Changzi summon the flying sword. Wang Teng, Lu Goen, and Yao Shu, however, were filled with concern. Madam, he has summoned a flying sword. Please, come back, Wang Teng shouted anxiously. Had he not been immobilized by the overwhelming aura, he would have rushed forward. Now, he could only watch helplessly as Lu Yinqi faced Zhong Changzi alone. Daughter, come back at once, Lu Goen and Yao Shu cried out in desperation, unwilling to lose their daughter again. Yet Lu Yinqi paid them no heed, resolutely striking towards Zhong Changzi with a powerful palm. Dare to bully my husband? You seek death? The strike appeared unremarkable, but it was infused with a rich essence of purple extreme spiritual energy. Instantly, a hand formed from this energy surged towards Zhong Changzi. He, too, was resolute, unwilling to be passive. You wish to kill me? Not so easily. I shall see just how powerful you truly are. Zhong Changzi chanted a sword incantation, and in the blink of an eye, the small flying sword grew to a formidable size. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, the enlarged sword shot directly towards Lu Yinqi's palm of condensed purple extreme spiritual energy. Soaring like a meteor with astounding force, this was Zhong Changzi's most potent technique, the flying sword art. Yet, even this formidable strike was effortlessly shattered upon meeting Lu Yinqi's palm, which continued unabated towards Zhong Changzi. His face paled in disbelief. How can this be? My flying sword art was shattered so easily. Not only did Zhong Changzi appear utterly astonished, but all those present at the scene were equally taken aback. My heavens, when did Lu Yinqi become so formidable? She shattered Master Zhong's sword technique with a single strike. Xiao Han exclaimed in disbelief. Incredible. It seems that Master Zhong is no match for Lu Yinqi. This is astonishing, simply astonishing. Feng Desho echoed, his gaze vacant with shock. They were not alone in their astonishment. Others present were equally mesmerized, including Wang Teng, who could hardly fathom the sheer strength Lu Yinqi exhibited after her transformation. Such immense power! With a light flick of her hand, she obliterated the Taoist sword technique. When did my lady become so powerful? Wang Teng's heart trembled slightly, feeling as though he no longer recognized the woman before him. Lu Goen and Yao Shu shared a similar sentiment, sensing an unfamiliarity with their own daughter, overwhelmed by her strength. The tea house opposite the Lu residence, when Han Yin and Chu Ruo witnessed Lu Yinqi casually dispatch Zhong Changzi's flying sword technique. They too were left in shock. This girl is incredibly strong. Despite clearly being in the postnatal realm, how could she unleash such a powerful blow? Han Yin furrowed her brows, utterly confounded. He'll be honest, she doubted her own ability to withstand such a strike. It was evident that Lu Yinqi's strength had surpassed her own after the transformation, leaving Han Yin with a sense of resentment. Chu Ruo, too, was taken aback by Lu Yinqi's awe-inspiring strike. It appeared deceptively ordinary yet effortlessly dismantled Zhong Changzi's sword technique, maintaining its momentum and power. This girl has suddenly become extraordinarily formidable. Churuo's eyes were filled with astonishment. On the battlefield, Lu Yinqi's palm, after obliterating Zhong Changzi's sword technique, surged forward without diminishing in force, aimed directly at him. The latter attempted a final struggle, invoking the golden bell shield to fend off the impending strike. Alas, upon its release, the shield was similarly shattered by the concentrated force of the purple extreme spiritual energy. What? How is this possible? The golden bell shield can't withstand even a single blow. Zhong Changzi fell into complete despair. In the next moment, the hand formed from the purple extreme spiritual energy collided with Zhong Changzi, sending him hurtling back several dozen meters before crashing to the ground, lifeless. The sight of a single strike eliminating Zhong Changzi left the entire assembly in utter shock. After delivering that strike, Lu Yinqi's complexion paled slightly, and she seemed to collapse as if drained of energy. Simultaneously, her hair gradually reverted to black, and the purple spiritual energy surrounding her diminished. Chapter 41. The Transformation of the Plain Wife into the Stunning Empress, Part 4, with Zhong Changzi felled. It appeared Lu Yinqi had also succumbed to exhaustion, her purple extreme spiritual energy retracting instantly. Without Lu Yinqi's presence, the overwhelming aura dissipated rapidly. My lady. Upon regaining his ability to move, Wang Teng rushed towards the fallen Lu Yinqi, closely followed by Lu Gowen and Yao Shu. Wang Teng scooped Lu Yinqi into his arms, his face etched with concern. My lady, he called out repeatedly, but there was no response from Lu Yinqi. In a state of anxiety, he checked her pulse, and upon confirming she was not in grave danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. Xinqiu, how is Yinqi? Is she all right? Lu Gowen and Yao Shu inquired simultaneously. She is fine, merely unconscious from excessive spiritual energy depletion. Wang Teng glanced at the serene Lu Yinqi before noticing her hair had returned to black, the once powerful aura now replaced by that of a refined young lady. That is good to hear. Yao Shu exhaled in relief. Mother-in-law, please take Yinqi to her room to rest. We will handle things here. As Wang Teng spoke, he cast a glance at the remaining Black Mountain bandits lingering in the courtyard. They would not leave until dealt with, and the second task given to him by Qilin Pavilion was to eliminate the Black Mountain bandits. The moment was ripe for action. All right, I will take Yinqi back. You all be cautious, Yao Shu replied, lifting her daughter Lu Yinqi and heading towards the rear courtyard. Once Yao Shu ensured Lu Yinqi was safely taken away, Wang Teng felt a weight lift from his mind. He then tightened his grip on the wind spirit sword, directing his gaze at the injured Tang Shi and Tang Hong. Black Mountain bandits, today I shall eradicate you, Wang Teng declared, charging forth with the wind spirit sword in hand. To think that your wedding day would be so disrupted by you. Let's settle both old and new scores today. Seeing this, Lu Gowen gripped his large cleaver and advanced alongside him. Kill them. At the command, all members of the Lu family's guard launched a counterattack. Witnessing Wang Teng's fierce charge, Tang Shi's expression shifted in fear. He was grievously wounded and had no chance against Wang Teng. Retreat! Quickly retreat! He shouted to his men, sprinting ahead. Following suit, Tang Hong, fearing lagging behind, also fled. With both leaders abandoning ship, the morale of the Black Mountain bandits plummeted. This operation had ended in utter failure. Han Yin, who had been observing from the tea house, recognized that her plan had crumbled upon witnessing the Black Mountain bandits flee. Junior sister, summon the Eagle Guards to eliminate the Black Mountain bandits. This was the only way she could assist the Crown Prince now. She couldn't come all this way and do nothing. At the very least, she wanted the Crown Prince to know that Qilin Pavilion had contributed in some capacity. Yes, senior sister. Churuo nodded and hurried off to carry out the task. Meanwhile, Han Yin gazed at Lu Yinqi, now being carried into the rear courtyard by Yao Shu, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Her original plan had been flawless. To utilize the Black Mountain bandits to annihilate the Lu family, dispose of the ugly girl, and ultimately save the despairing Crown Prince. Then, he would be eternally grateful to her and perhaps even marry her. However, this perfect scheme was shattered by Lu Yinqi's unexpected transformation. Purple extreme spiritual body, Lu Yinqi, who exactly are you? Who sent you to the Crown Prince? Han Yin leaned against the window railing, her brows furrowing in contemplation. Yet for now, she would find no answers. The Black Mountain bandits fled for over 10 miles, pursued relentlessly until they were cornered in a dead-end alley, where corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river. Wang Teng was unaware of how many bandits he had slain. Only that his wind spirit sword had upgraded to a high-grade mystical weapon. With a few more high-level opponents, it could advance to an earth-grade weapon. The fleeing Tang Hong and Tang Shi were prime sources of energy for that upgrade. Tang Hong, Tang Shi, you cannot escape. Surrender yourselves, Wang Teng declared, steadily approaching them with the wind spirit sword. However, Tang Shi was unwilling to concede so easily. Wang Teng, if you spare my brother and me, I can offer you half of the Black Mountain Gang's treasure. How about it? Tang Shi attempted to barter for their lives with stolen riches. Yet Wang Teng was not one to be swayed by greed like Zhong Changzi. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in treasure. I am solely interested in your lives, Wang Teng replied with a slight smirk. His interest genuinely lay in their lives, as consuming their energy would elevate the wind spirit sword to an earth-grade weapon. Hearing that Wang Teng was not willing to let them go, Tang Shi's resolve hardened. If you spare us, then we will fight to the death, brother. Let's attack together, Tang Shi shouted, gripping his Vajra crescent blade and charging at Wang Teng. With no path of retreat, Tang Hong also tightened his grip on his long knife, letting out a roar as he joined the charge. Come at me, prison dragon palm, Wang Teng bellowed, launching his attack at Tang Shi. In an instant, the towering Tang Shi found himself ensnared by the prison dragon palm, allowing Wang Teng to seize the moment and strike at Tang Hong with his wind spirit sword. To conserve spiritual energy, Wang Teng refrained from using the dragon-breaking slash, but the immense force behind his strike was beyond what Tang Hong could withstand, especially given that Wang Teng outclassed him by an entire realm. In just a single encounter, Wang Teng's sword cleaved through Tang Hong's throat, blood gushed forth, and he soon breathed his last. Brother! Tang Shi roared in rage, witnessing his sibling's demise. However, he was trapped by the prison dragon palm and could not escape. Forced to watch helplessly as Wang Teng killed his brother, a surge of life energy was absorbed by the wind spirit sword. Excellent, now it's your turn, Wang Teng declared, brandishing the wind spirit sword and aiming a strike at the ensnared Tang Shi. Dragon-breaking slash. Tang Shi, witnessing Wang Teng employ the same technique again, was filled with terror. He summoned all the spiritual energy he could muster along with his Vajra crescent blade to defend himself. Yet the prison dragon palm rendered him incapable of resisting Wang Teng's dragon-breaking slash. With a final arc of sword energy, Tang Shi was slain on the spot, blood pooling around him. Once more, a rich energy was absorbed by Wang Teng's wind spirit sword, which was now bolstered by the life energy of a true human realm cultivator, far surpassing that of Tang Hong. After absorbing Tang Shi's life energy, the wind spirit sword upgraded yet again, evolving into the wind spirit greatsword, a weapon embodying the essence of wind and possessing the physical striking power akin to the earth. Its physical and mystical capabilities were significantly enhanced. Wang Teng felt a surge of joy upon sensing the wind spirit greatsword's new power. Excellent, the sword has upgraded, and the Black Mountain bandits have been eradicated. This fulfills the second task assigned by Qilin Pavilion. Having eliminated the Tang brothers, Wang Teng recalled Lu Yinxi, who was still unconscious in her room, and hastened his return. In his heart, the lady would forever hold the utmost significance. Furthermore, Wang Teng was eager to uncover the mystery surrounding the lady's sudden transformation into one with violet hair and violet eyes, radiating such an overwhelming aura, as long as everyone puts in their efforts. I shall be the donkey of the production team, tirelessly working without rest. Henceforth, the update schedule will be fixed at 7 p.m. every evening, generally with 2 updates per day. If we surpass 300 5-star reviews, there will be an additional update. Should we exceed 10,000 within 24 hours, there will be yet another update. Chapter 42. My lord, I seek affection. The following morning, as gentle light filtered into the room, Lu Yinxi, who had slumbered through the night, finally opened her eyes. This time, her irises were no longer violet but black, and the astonishing aura that had enveloped her was gone. Instead, a soft and tranquil demeanor returned, signaling the reappearance of the genteel young lady, Lu Yinxi. Although she had reclaimed her former grace, the birthmark on her face had not resurfaced. Lu Yinxi had truly undergone a transformation into a celestial being. Upon rising from the bed, Lu Yinxi quickly noticed Wang Teng, who had fallen asleep beside her. It seemed he had kept vigil over her the entire night. This made Lu Yinxi feel both pained and touched. She gently reached for a garment, intending to cover Wang Teng, but to her surprise, her movement startled him awake. Seeing Lu Yinxi awake, Wang Teng was filled with joy. "My lady, you are awake," he exclaimed, rubbing his eyes. "My lord, you've worked so hard. Are you still sleepy? Why don't you come to bed and rest a while?" Lu Yinxi initially wished to ensure her husband's comfort, but as the words left her lips, she felt a tinge of awkwardness, causing her delicate face to flush slightly. "No need. The sun is already up." Wang Teng chuckled, relieved to see Lu Yinxi was well. "My lord, how long have I slept?" Lu Yinxi inquired, suddenly realizing she was not wearing her veil, prompting her to anxiously search for it on the bed. She feared her unadorned visage might frighten her husband, At this point, Lu Yinshi was still unaware that the birthmark on her face had vanished. "My lady, what are you looking for?" Wang Teng could not help but ask, "Why veil? Where is it?" Lu Yinshi exclaimed, nearly in tears. Typically, she would place a veil at the head of her bed, yet today it was absent. Wang Teng, hearing this, smiled as he replied, "My lady, you no longer need to wear a veil. The birthmark on your face has disappeared. The birthmark is gone." "How is that possible?" Lu Yinshi instinctively covered her face and then felt it, discovering it was just as it had always been, leading her to suspect that Wang Teng was deceiving her. But how could a birthmark be discerned merely by touch? "Truly, I am not lying. I shall fetch a mirror," Wang Teng declared, proceeding to retrieve a mirror from the dressing table. Lu Yinshi hesitated to reveal her face in the mirror, swiftly covering it with her hands, but ultimately, curiosity got the better of her, and she slowly lowered her hands to gaze into the mirror. What met her eyes was astonishing. Her face indeed bore no traces of the terrifying birthmark, but rather showcased an unparalleled beauty, resembling that of a celestial maiden. Lu Yinshi was momentarily enchanted by her own reflection. "Is this truly me?" she murmured in disbelief, touching her face, never having imagined that one day she could appear so lovely. "Of course it is you. Yesterday, after being struck by Master Zhong from the Xinling sect, you died, and then the birthmark began to fade." Wang Teng paused, recalling something before pressing on. "By the way, my lady, do you remember what you did after being resurrected yesterday? How did you become so powerful all of a sudden?" Wang Teng had long wished to inquire about this. "I died and was resurrected," Lu Yinshi asked, somewhat bewildered. "Indeed, you were dead. Your heartbeat had ceased, and after a while, you resurrected. Not only had the birthmark vanished, but your body also restored in an instant. The key is that you became immensely powerful, your mere presence rendering us immobile. Moreover, your hair and eyes turned violet, and with a single effortless strike, you defeated Master Zhong of the Xinling sect. I am that formidable?" Lu Yinshi was again perplexed, her mind racing to recall the events of the previous day. "Yes, your father-in-law and mother-in-law, along with the Lu family, were all present. Try to remember." Wang Teng was eager to grasp the truth of the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yinshi replied, "It was as if I had a dream, where a Taoist sought to harm you. I became furious and stood up, striking him. I never expected him to be so vulnerable, falling to my blow." Wang Teng was taken aback, realizing Lu Yinshi had perceived the previous day's events as merely a dream, and it seemed she was oblivious to the specifics of the situation. "My lady, that was not a dream, but reality. You indeed killed that Taoist," Wang Teng said with a wry smile. "Is that so? Have I truly become so powerful? But he was a disciple of the Xinling sect." Lu Yinshi struggled to accept this truth. "It is real. Why don't you test your current strength?" Wang Teng suggested after some thought. "All right," Lu Yinshi nodded, quickly dressing and stepping down from the bed. She summoned her spiritual power and struck towards the distant door. However, no significant sound followed, only a gust of wind that caused the door to rattle slightly. "This is rather awkward," Wang Teng mused, initially believing the door would be compromised, only to realize he had overestimated the situation. "I shall try again. Perhaps I did not exert enough force." Lu Yinshi, unwilling to concede, summoned her spiritual power once more, envisioning the scene from her dream, and struck again. Yet, silence ensued once more. "It seems that truly was just a dream." Lu Yinshi sighed, realizing she remained feeble. "My lady, do not lose heart. While your strength may not match yesterday's prowess, your meridians are now unblocked, and your aptitude for martial arts has significantly improved. You are now an extraordinary talent." Wang Teng consoled her. "I am a genius now." Lu Yinshi's cheeks flushed with joy, soon followed by a sense of disbelief, suspecting Wang Teng was merely comforting her. "Indeed, you can try to circulate your spiritual energy. Your speed surpasses even mine by a great margin," Wang Teng remarked with a smile. Eagerly, Lu Yinshi began to test this, and upon doing so, her joy turned to tears, for as Wang Teng had said, her ability to circulate spiritual energy had indeed increased dramatically, flowing smoothly through her meridians. "This is wonderful. My meridians are clear." Lu Yinshi cried tears of happiness. In the past, she had felt unattractive and lacking in talent. Now, all that was behind her. She had transformed into a beauty akin to a celestial maiden, possessing unparalleled aptitude. "Fool, why are you crying? Is not the enhancement of your talent a good thing?" Wang Teng gently wiped her tears. Feeling a pang of tenderness. "I am not crying. I am overjoyed. I finally feel worthy of you, my lord," Lu Yinshi exclaimed, throwing herself into Wang Teng's embrace. Previously, she had battled with insecurities and felt unworthy of her exceptional husband. But now, she believed she could stand beside Wang Teng as an equal fool. Regardless of how you perceive yourself in my heart, you are of the utmost importance. No one is unworthy of another. Wang Teng held Lu Yinxi close, unwilling to let her go. Upon hearing such heartfelt words, Lu Yinxi was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed deeply into Wang Teng's eyes. Wang Teng instinctively lowered his gaze towards her. Their eyes met, igniting a spark that enveloped them in an intoxicating atmosphere. Lu Yinxi's cheeks flushed as she slowly closed her eyes, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Her lips pursed as if anticipating something. Even if Wang Teng were oblivious, he understood what was to come next, and he gently leaned down to kiss her. Chapter 43. A union between the empress and the crown prince? This was their first tender kiss, and neither wished to part from the other. After a prolonged moment, the sound of a growling stomach interrupted them. Wang Teng quickly pulled away. "Why, lady, you must be hungry. Allow me to prepare something for you to eat. You should rest a little longer." Since the previous evening, Lu Yinxi had consumed nothing and had just endured a fierce battle, so it was entirely understandable that she was famished. Yet, Lu Yinxi secretly blamed her stomach, wishing it had been more patient during their sweet moment. "Why, lady, what would you like to eat? I will make it for you." Wang Teng spoke with deep affection. "Anything you prepare will suffice." Lu Yinxi playfully responded. "Very well, I shall head to the kitchen and return shortly with something delicious," Wang Teng stated, turning to leave. Lu Yinxi watched wistfully as her husband disappeared from her sight, reminiscing about the sweetness of their earlier moment. Why Lord's kisses are so delightful. After a moment of blushing admiration, she took a seat at her dressing table and began to admire her reflection in the mirror. Indeed, she had become more beautiful. No longer would she face the world with the fear of being deemed unworthy of her husband. As she gazed into the mirror, her joy only grew, envisioning a stroll outside with her husband later. However, while admiring herself, she suddenly noticed a strand of her hair had turned violet. "Oh, why has this strand of hair changed to violet?" Lu Yinxi instinctively brought the lock closer to her eyes. Confirming that it was indeed violet, as she gazed at the tuft of purple hair, Lu Yinxi felt her spirit momentarily adrift, soon realizing that the dream from yesterday was becoming increasingly vivid, accompanied by a sudden influx of peculiar memories, all pertaining to the woman with purple hair and eyes from her dream. How could such inexplicable memories manifest in my mind? Lu Yinxi shook her head, attempting to cast away these foreign recollections, yet her efforts proved futile, as they only deepened. As she endeavored to access these fragments of memory, Lu Yinxi was suddenly transported to an immense palace. In this vision, she bore the appearance of the purple-haired woman, traversing the grand halls where countless formidable experts lined the sides, their realms beyond her imagination. There were even several top-tier mythical beasts present. Where am I? Why have I appeared here? Lu Yinxi felt her thoughts spiraling into a mysterious realm, akin to a vast palace. She continued to walk forward inexplicably, soon arriving at the heart of the palace, where an opulent throne awaited, flanked by a colossal nine-tailed celestial fox. The sight of the throne struck Lu Yinxi with an overwhelming sense of familiarity, prompting her to instinctively take a seat. The moment she settled upon the throne, the esteemed experts below suddenly knelt before her. Just as her memory reached this point, it abruptly ceased. Lu Yinxi awoke from the illusion of memory, gasping for breath. Was the person in that memory truly me? Yet I have never visited such a palace. How could I remember it so clearly? A wave of panic washed over Lu Yinxi as she felt herself becoming unrecognizable. At that moment, the doors swung open unexpectedly. Lu Yinxi, initially believing her husband had returned, quickly regained her focus, only to be met by a pristine white fox. What an adorable fox! Lu Yinxi was instantly captivated by the snow-white creature and prepared to reach out to touch it. But the fox spoke with human-like eloquence. "Congratulations, Empress, on your awakening." Upon hearing this, Lu Yinxi's body froze momentarily, and as she looked at the fox again, it seemed vaguely familiar. Wasn't he the same nine-tailed celestial fox that sat behind the throne in her memory? Now, however, it appeared smaller, its nine tails concealed. Yet, its visage remained unchanged. "Who are you? Why do you call me Empress?" Lu Yinxi retreated warily. "You have just awakened. In due time, you shall know who I am. That I have traveled from the Western continent specifically to inform you that the contest for the fate of the great Xia martial dynasty is about to commence. And our Yaoqi palace must also partake in this contest for fate." The white fox continued, speaking with conviction. "What connection does Yaoqi palace's participation in the contest for the great Xia martial dynasty have with me?" Lu Yinshi replied, her vigilance unwavering. She had learned a bit about the contest for fate from history books. Every 1,000 years, the royal offspring of the great Xia martial dynasty would engage in a battle for succession, also referred to as the contest for fate. That time, all factions would inevitably become involved, and various cultivation sects would vie for supremacy, as obtaining fate would greatly benefit their cultivation, tribulations, and ascension. Some even achieved instant ascension to immortality after gaining fate, owning its immense significance. You are the empress of Yaoqi Palace, so it naturally concerns you. The white fox asserted earnestly, I am not the empress of Yaoqi Palace. I am Lu Yinshi. Lu Yinshi replied defiantly, unwilling to assume the role of the Yaoqi empress. It is understandable that you cannot accept this now, but as your memories of your past life as the empress return, you will gradually embrace this identity. The white fox spoke with an air of certainty, I am who I am. I will not become the empress of Yaoqi Palace. Lu Yinshi reiterated her refusal. You will, indeed. When your hair becomes fully purple, you shall return to Yaoqi Palace to reclaim your role as empress, for it is your responsibility. The white fox continued, undeterred by Lu Yinshi's emotions. During your absence these past 20 years, Yaoqi Palace has faced dire straits, constantly besieged by various cultivation sects, leading to our diminishing strength. Thus, we must seize this opportunity presented by the contest for fate in the great Xia martial dynasty to reverse our unfavorable situation. Have you finished speaking? Lu Yinshi interjected, feeling overwhelmed. It is only natural that she would struggle to accept such immense responsibilities upon her awakening. After all, who could readily accept the burdens of a past life? No, as the empress of Yaoqi Palace, you must fulfill your responsibilities. We require your strength. Otherwise, Yaoqi Palace cannot participate in this contest for fate. The white fox continued, I am merely at the postnatal stage. I fear I lack the ability to assist you. You may need to seek alternative solutions. Lu Yinshi firmly declined once more. With your talent, restoring your strength could take only a few years. However, we do not require your martial prowess at this moment. The white fox asserted, her expression serious. Not require my martial prowess. Then what do you need from me? Lu Yinshi furrowed her brow, I want you, as the Yaoqi Empress, to represent our palace in a union with the current crown prince, and doing so, upon our victory in the contest for fate, you will obtain great fortune, and Yaoqi Palace shall benefit alongside you. The white fox stated earnestly, Initially, I did not wish to provide explanations, as it involves spoilers, but some readers question how a pet beast would dare command an esteemed empress, deeming it illogical. Given the numerous comments suggesting implausibility, allow me to clarify. This nine-tailed celestial fox is not merely the empress's pet or subordinate. It is a divine beast of unfathomable strength. Furthermore, in the empress's first life, she was orphaned, and it was this nine-tailed celestial fox that nurtured her and groomed her into an empress. Thus, to the empress, this celestial fox holds a status akin to that of a royal matriarch. It is not unreasonable for a royal matriarch to orchestrate a marriage for a young emperor. Even disregarding the fact that the empress is merely reincarnated, she holds immense respect for this nine-tailed celestial fox. I shall cease my explanations here. Many aspects that seem illogical now will be reasonably clarified later. Continuing further would lead to more spoilers. Please bear with patience as you read. The narrative of this book is intricately woven, and skipping chapters may cause you to miss vital foreshadowing, rendering the story incomprehensible. Chapter 44. Husband, I wish to bear your child. Upon hearing the white fox's demand for her to represent Yaoqi Palace in a union with the current crown prince, Lu Yinshi's face turned pale with anger. I am Lu Yinshi, not the Yaoqi Empress. I would rather die outside than represent your Yaoqi Palace in a union with the crown prince. You might as well abandon that thought. Lu Yinshi retorted vehemently, moreover, I am already married, a woman with a husband. Surely the crown prince would not favor a married woman. Lu Yinshi's words were sharp and resolute, yet the white fox remained unyielding. This is your responsibility as the reincarnation of the Yaoqi Empress. You cannot shirk it. If you refuse to accept, I will kill your mortal husband, ensuring he cannot even reincarnate. This, Lu Yinshi was struck with fear. Wang Teng was her Achilles heel. The threat against him softened her tone, though she still attempted to maintain her composure. You wouldn't dare. The memories within your mind will reveal whether or not I would dare. For the sake of Yaoqi Palace, I am capable of any action. The white fox threatened sharply. Lu Yinshi stumbled back, her fears confirmed by the fragments of memory that indeed warned her of the ferocity of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Known for its bloodthirst, the thought of her husband being slain was no idle threat. In 2 months, the old emperor is likely to pass away, and with his death, the contest for fate in the great Xia martial dynasty will commence. The white fox continued, disregarding Lu Yinqi's stunned state. Although the crown prince is currently missing, his imperial star shines brightly, indicating he is still alive. At present, he stands alone, yet with his rightful identity. If Yaoqi Palace were to ally with him, he would certainly accept, and we would gain significant leverage. Once the contest for fate concludes, Yaoqi Palace will undoubtedly emerge as the greatest beneficiary, becoming the empress of the great Xiao martial dynasty. You will also acquire great fortune, greatly aiding your cultivation and exponentially increasing your chances of achieving divinity. In contrast, your mortal husband offers you no benefits after merely a century. He does not deserve to be your spouse. I have laid everything out for you clearly. You have 2 months to accept. Should you refuse, your mortal husband shall meet his demise. The white fox's ruthlessness was evident, using Lu Yinqi's husband as leverage against her. After delivering this ultimatum, the white fox leapt and vanished from Lu's residence. Lu Yinqi stood staring at the spot where the white fox had disappeared, lost in thought, unable to comprehend that just as she had finally found a worthy partner, she was being forced to part from him. Why is this happening? If becoming beautiful means separating from my husband, I would rather remain plain. Tears welled in Lu Yinqi's eyes. She had no desire to separate from her husband, nor did she wish to enter into a union with the crown prince as the empress. All she yearned for was a simple, blissful life with Wang Teng. Go hold his hand and grow old together. That was Lu Yinqi's true desire. While she was lost in her thoughts, Wang Teng returned with a food box, having prepared a meal. Why, lady, I have made you something delicious, Wang Teng announced as he entered the room. Upon seeing her husband return, Lu Yinqi quickly concealed her sorrow, forcing a smile as she replied, "What have you prepared for me? It smells delightful. I prepared a delightful porridge with lean meat, boiled eggs, water-cooked cabbage, and braised pork." As Wang Teng spoke, he carefully brought out each dish from the food container, placing them on the table, still steaming with warmth. "Dig in," he urged. "These are all home-style dishes from our hometown, particularly delectable." Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he thoughtfully placed the rice and chopsticks in front of Lu Yinqi. "Are these dishes from your hometown?" she asked eagerly. "Then I must try them." In Wang Teng's company, Lu Yinqi seemed to momentarily forget her troubles. As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks and began to savor the dishes he had prepared. "Are they good?" Wang Teng inquired, his face brimming with expectation. Having often cooked during his time on Earth, he was well versed in the art of cuisine. "Delicious. Even better than what Chef Zhang makes," Lu Yinqi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "If they're that good, you should eat more," Wang Teng insisted, serving several dishes closer to Lu Yinqi, concerned she might not take enough. "There's so much here. You should eat too." "I can't possibly finish all this," Lu Yinqi replied. "I'm not hungry. You just enjoy it while I watch," Wang Teng said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The sight of his beloved dining filled him with contentment. "How can I eat all of this myself?" Lu Yinqi, noticing there was only one set of bowls and chopsticks, playfully picked up a piece of braised pork and held it to Wang Teng's lips, teasingly saying, "Husband, let me feed you." Surprised by her affectionate gesture, Wang Teng opened his mouth. Lu Yinqi lovingly placed the piece of braised pork into his mouth, then offered him a piece of boiled cabbage. "Have another bite of cabbage," she urged. Lu Yinqi felt a profound sense of happiness being with her husband, dismissing the thought of being the aloof empress. Wang Teng also relished the experience of being fed by his wife. Just as they were enjoying their intimate moment, the doors swung open, and her mother, Yao Shu, entered, witnessing the couple's affectionate display, which brought her immense joy. However, Wang Teng and Lu Yinqi felt a twinge of embarrassment and instinctively sat up straight. Lu Yinqi's cheeks flushed as she playfully chided, "Mother, you could have knocked before entering. We were having dinner." "I apologize. I promise to knock next time." Yao Shu chuckled, pleased to see the bond between her daughter and son-in-law. Wang Teng, with his thick skin, quickly regained his composure. "Mother, what brings you here?" Lu Yinqi then asked. "Oh, nothing major. Just checking on your health," Yao Shu said with genuine concern, having worried about her daughter who had slept through the night. "I am perfectly fine now, don't worry," Lu Yinqi reassured her mother. "Since you're well, how about completing the last step of your wedding tonight? That way, you can truly be considered a married couple," Yao Shu suggested with a smile, revealing her true intention for the visit. "The last step of the wedding? What is it?" Lu Yinqi asked instinctively. "Drinking the wedding wine, consummating the marriage, and then giving me a healthy grandson. That would be the fulfillment of my life's wishes," Yao Shu replied cheerfully. At her age, many would have already welcomed grandchildren, yet she had none, which made her anxious. Consummate the marriage, Lu Yinqi's face turned crimson. Feeling overly embarrassed, However, she quickly devised a clever plan to avoid the arranged marriage. Alright, if I were to conceive my husband's child, even if I agreed to marry the crown prince, he would likely reject me. As royal families prioritize bloodlines, if the crown prince refuses the union, that would be his issue. This way, I can avoid marrying the crown prince while ensuring my husband's survival, truly a win-win situation. I am quite the little genius, Lu Yinxi mused joyfully. Dear brothers, your support has been incredible today. I present 4 updates. I will first release these 3 chapters, and the 4th will follow later. Tomorrow, the same conditions apply. If the 5-star reviews reach 400, I will add another update. If the urging surpasses 10,000, I will continue to add more. Please don't see me as just an author, more like a diligent draft horse in a production team. Your enthusiasm ensures I can work tirelessly for 24 hours. Chapter 45. The Consummation, Additional Update in Qiqing, in the northern part of the city, in Old Yang's apothecary. After several days of gathering herbs, Old Yang finally enjoyed a moment of relaxation in his shabby shop, a jug of wine, a roasted chicken, and a plate of peanuts made for a delightful evening. Just then, a snow-white fox dashed in, which swiftly transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman in white, exuding charm and allure. Old Yang seemed to have noticed her arrival early on, barely lifting his eyes as he continued sipping his wine and savoring his chicken leg. Hiding here, living quite well, I see that. I wonder if you've been helping at the Yaoqi Palace, the white-clad fox woman remarked, glancing at Old Yang with mild reproach. With you guarding it, the palace won't fall apart. Whether I go help or not makes little difference, Old Yang replied nonchalantly, biting into his chicken leg and savoring the flavors. You? The white-clad fox woman was momentarily exasperated but quickly composed herself. Old Yang then probed, what brings you to Zhengzhou today? Aren't you worried those cultivation factions from the west might attack Yaoqi Palace while you're absent? He had already guessed her reason for coming to Zhengzhou but wanted confirmation. It's still about the empress's return. Now that she has awakened, she should return to Yaoqi Palace as soon as possible. Besides, the competition for luck in the Daxiao martial dynasty is about to begin, and without her, no one can take charge, the white-clad fox woman said, frowning. Indeed, as Old Yang had suspected, the young lady had awakened just yesterday, and she rushed here today. How eager was she to have her return? At least let her acclimate. Who can accept the responsibilities of a past life all at once? Old Yang shook his head disapprovingly. The competition for luck in the Daxiao martial dynasty is imminent. There's no time for her to adjust. If we lose this chance to those cultivation factions from the west, Yaoqi Palace will be in jeopardy, the white-clad fox woman insisted. You're not pushing that girl, are you? Old Yang suddenly asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Of course not. If I don't push her, how will she return to Yaoqi Palace? But I'm doing this for her sake. If she can marry the crown prince, after winning the competition for luck, she could gain great fortune and ascend to godhood in no time. The white-clad fox woman declared, convinced of her reasoning. What do you mean you're doing it for her? That girl is in love with her husband. Why forcing her to marry the crown prince? You're tearing them apart. Not to mention, who even knows where the crown prince is right now? Old Yang's voice grew stern for the first time. He genuinely cared for Lu Yinxi, not merely because she was the reincarnation of the Yaoqi empress. In the face of reality, what does love matter? Since when did you, Old Yang, become so concerned with love? Have you ever experienced it? Do you even know what love is? The white-clad fox woman scoffed. I may not understand love, but you do. Enough of this conversation. I advise you not to act recklessly. The one who sealed the empress is not to be trifled with, Old Yang warned, his tone serious. The mention of the one who had sealed the empress silenced even the nine-tailed celestial fox, her eyes filled with apprehension. I won't debate this with you any longer. When will you return to Yaoqi Palace? Do you plan to spend your life here selling herbs? The white-clad fox woman questioned. I will leave when someone can allow me to close this apothecary, Old Yang said mysteriously. You're being cryptic. I must return to the west. If I delay any longer, those cultivation factions will seize the opportunity to attack, the white-clad fox woman declared before transforming back into a white fox and vanishing. In the Lu residence's backyard, as night deepened, Wang Teng and Lu Yinxi, the newlyweds, had bathed and were now nervously seated across from each other in their new chamber. To complete the final step of their marriage. They were fully committed. Both were inexperienced, and this made them anxious. Husband, what should we do next? Lu Yinxi asked bashfully, her face flushed crimson, her delicate hands nervously clasped together, unable to meet Wang Teng's gaze. Her heart racing like a startled deer. We should start with the ceremonial wine, Wang Teng suggested, equally nervous. He poured himself a cup and then filled another for Lu Yinxi. Being the man, he felt it was his duty to take the lead. "My lady, let us drink the ceremonial wine first," Wang Teng said, extending a cup toward Lu Yinxi. "All right," she nodded, her cheeks ablaze as she accepted the cup from his hands. They intertwined their fingers and, under the gaze filled with affection, drank the wine together. After setting down their cups, Lu Yinxi shyly lowered her head again and asked, "Husband, what comes next?" "Now we proceed to the important step," Wang Teng replied, feeling a stir in his heart as he slowly took her hand. Lu Yinxi's face turned a deeper shade of red, a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Unable to resist the sight of her blushing beauty any longer, Wang Teng pulled her into a tight embrace and leaned down to kiss her. Lu Yinxi did not shy away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck, responding passionately. They kissed for a long while before Wang Teng lifted Lu Yinxi in his arms and gently carried her toward the bed. Lu Yinxi embraced Wang Teng's neck, her face adorned with a delicate shyness, mingled with a hint of anticipation. Should she conceive her husband's child, the crown prince would undoubtedly reject any matrimonial alliance. And that elusive nine-tailed celestial fox demon would be powerless against her. Lu Yinxi secretly yearned for this outcome. She had no desire to ascend as the lofty empress of the Yao Pool. Instead, she longed to be her husband's cherished little wife. Wang Teng gently carried Lu Yinxi to the bedside, laying her softly upon the bed. Observing his charmingly bashful wife nestled there, his heart brimmed with satisfaction. What more could a man desire than such a beloved spouse? Even if offered vast empires in exchange, Wang Teng would not trade her for anything. Before long, Wang Teng shed his garments, preparing to indulge in a delightful wedding night with his wife. Yet, at that moment, a sudden voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a new mission. Option 1. Consummate the marriage with Lu Yinxi. Reward: 1 volume of array-breaking technique. Option 2. Forego consummation with Lu Yinxi. Reward: 10 advanced spirit-gathering pills, 1 earth-grade beast pet egg, 5 fire talismans, 1 celestial-grade dragon-scale spear, and 3 divine generals." Stunned by the abrupt appearance of the system, Wang Teng found himself at a loss for words. "You show up now, just as I've removed my trousers?" This is the 4th update, a bonus chapter. While it may be delayed, it will certainly not be absent. If tomorrow's 5-star reviews reach 400, an additional chapter will follow. Let us rally, brothers. Chapter 46. A choice all men would make now that I've removed my trousers. This infernal system shows up? Is it intentionally working against me? Wang Teng muttered inwardly, unable to resist examining the system's rewards. The first option urged him to proceed with Lu Yinxi, promising a tome on array-breaking techniques. The second option, however, offered an abundance of rewards. To forego consummation with Lu Yinxi would yield a treasure trove. 10 advanced spirit-gathering pills, a celestial-grade weapon, the dragon-scale spear, and, most importantly, 3 divine generals, staunch and loyal bodyguards boasting true martial prowess. How to choose? Wang Teng glanced at the bashful Lu Yinxi on the bed, then at the system's rewards, his mind momentarily wavering. Consummations could occur daily. There was no rush for this moment. Perhaps he should opt for the second choice and gather those rewards first? No, that wouldn't do. Having come this far, to hesitate would be unmanly, and his wife would be left disappointed. He could not let that happen. Moreover, this pesky system often lured him. The last book on medicine had turned out to be the unparalleled medical tome. Fortunately, he had learned the healing arts. Otherwise, the Lu family might have faced dire consequences. "Darling, are you not coming to bed to rest?" Lu Yinxi, noticing Wang Teng's daze at the bedside, felt a flicker of confusion. She even began to wonder if her allure was insufficient to entice her husband. With that thought, she began to delicately loosen her garments, gradually revealing her enticing figure and smooth skin. Wang Teng's breath quickened at the sight. How could he possibly resist any longer? He decided to cast aside his reservations. "My lady, I am coming." Wang Teng leapt onto the bed, enveloping the nearly nude Lu Yinxi in his embrace. "Ding, congratulations, host. Your choice is successful. Reward: 1 volume of array-breaking technique has been added to the system space." As the system's voice faded, a tome appeared in Wang Teng's system space. However, he had no time to contemplate the book, as he rolled about on the bed with Lu Yinxi. Meanwhile, the rings of mutual longing they wore seemed to resonate with their fervor, emitting a faint white glow. The flow of spiritual energy within both of them surged, doubling in speed. At that moment, Wang Teng's focus remained solely on Lu Yinxi, entirely unaware of this anomaly, nor did Lu Yinxi perceive it. The entire night passed in a whirlwind of passion until the two succumbed to exhaustion, finally embracing in slumber. The next morning, as gentle rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Wang Teng slowly awoke from his dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Lu Yinxi still nestled in his arms, resembling a tranquil little kitten, evoking a sense of tenderness. Recollecting the fervor of the previous night, he hesitated to disturb her slumber. Yet soon, Wang Teng noticed a substantial increase in his spiritual energy. Overnight, his strength had ascended from the initial stage of the true person realm to the mid-stage. This revelation left him astounded. How could my strength elevate to the mid-stage of the true person realm overnight? I didn't even cultivate. Perplexed, he pondered for a moment before a realization struck him. He raised his left hand to examine the ring of mutual longing on his ring finger. Could it be due to this ring? Wang Teng recalled that the ring enabled couples to cultivate together, doubling their cultivation speed. With this thought, he reached out to explore Lu Yinxi's body. This probing confirmed his hypothesis. After a night of fervor, Lu Yinxi had also transcended from the acquired realm to the innate realm's great perfection. A significant leap in her cultivation. Indeed, it was true. He had not anticipated that the ring of mutual longing could function in such a manner. If he and his wife engaged in such intimate activities daily, it would be tantamount to cultivating together. Wang Teng felt a surge of satisfaction. This ring was indeed remarkable. He had made the right choice. Oh, right. The system also rewarded me with a volume of array-breaking technique last night. Surely, it must be a treasure as well. I should examine it. As Lu Yinxi continued to slumber, Wang Teng excitedly retrieved the tome from his system space. The book, titled Array-Breaking Technique, appeared quite tattered, clearly having been salvaged from some forgotten corner. It was indeed a book concerning array techniques. Lying on the bed, he instinctively began to peruse its pages. Yet, before he could delve very far, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! System has detected the reward book. Would you like to learn it immediately? Without hesitation, Wang Teng chose to learn. As he spoke, the tome transformed into a beam of white light, penetrating his mind. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding arrays flooded his consciousness, taking quite some time to fully assimilate. Upon mastering the content of the array-breaking technique, Wang Teng felt an exhilarating surprise. This was no mere book on array breaking. It was a divine tome of array techniques, encompassing all arrays known to the world in the future. Any array he encountered could be effortlessly dismantled. Furthermore, as long as he possessed sufficient spiritual energy and array stones, he could even establish divine-grade arrays. Joy coursed through Wang Teng's heart. The system had indeed sought to entice him once more. What was presented as a mere array-breaking technique was, in truth, a divine-grade tome. Had he not remained steadfast last night, he might have fallen prey to the system's manipulations. Reflecting on arrays, Wang Teng suddenly recalled the array restrictions in the back mountains of the Xinling sect. The white-haired old demon had concealed the fragments of the imperial seal there. Now, was it time to venture into the depths of the Xinling sect? He felt ready to explore the back mountains of the Xinling sect. Though he had learned a shortcut from the white-haired old demon, Wang Teng was wary. He doubted the old demon would reveal every detail. It was likely he had only shared half the truth. Keeping vital information to himself, to truly obtain the fragments of the imperial seal would not be an easy task, and he might risk falling victim to the array restrictions guarding that area. However, now that Wang Teng had acquired the divine-grade array knowledge, he need not fear the dangers posed by the Xinling sect's array restrictions. Just as he contemplated this bold venture, Lu Yinxi stirred awake from her slumber. Upon realizing she was nestled in Wang Teng's embrace, a wave of shyness washed over her. The wild night prior had allowed her to savor the exquisite joys of womanhood. And why, lady, you are awake. Let us rise. It is customary for newlyweds to pay respects to their parents with tea, Wang Teng said gently, and Lu Yinxi nodded. But as she attempted to rise, a twinge of pain from her lower body caused her brow to furrow slightly. What troubles you, my lady? Wang Teng inquired with concern. Is it not your doing? Lu Yinxi retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Me? What did I do? Wang Teng responded, bewildered, unsure how he had wronged her. Enough of this. Let us hurry and pay our respects to my parents, Lu Yinxi said, her face crimson as she flung aside the covers, only to spot a vivid red plum blossom on the sheets, deepening her blush. That was the mark of her transformation from girlhood to womanhood. By the way, my lady, check your body. Has your strength undergone a breakthrough? Wang Teng suggested, recalling something. A breakthrough? Lu Yinxi was momentarily taken aback. Having not cultivated the previous night, how could she possibly have made such progress? She had remained stagnant at the acquired realm for years. It was implausible to think she could suddenly ascend. Yet, following Wang Teng's advice, She began to explore her inner energy. This self-examination left her astounded. How is it possible that in just one night, I not only broke through the acquired realm but ascended to the great perfection of the innate realm? Her face was a canvas of disbelief. It was known that she had lingered in the acquired realm for several years without advancement, and now, after a single night with Wang Teng, she had leaped to the pinnacle of the innate realm. This was utterly inconceivable. Could it be that engaging in such intimate acts with her husband could actually aid in cultivation? Upon this realization, Lu Yinshi felt her cheeks burn anew, secretly contemplating how delightful it would be to cultivate effortlessly each day. Chapter 47. The Forbidden Grounds of the Xinling Sect in the Grand Hall of the Lu residence. After Wang Teng and Lu Yinshi awoke, they promptly went to serve tea to their parents-in-law, a customary ritual for honoring elders on the second day after marriage. However, following the tea ceremony, Wang Teng was retained by his father-in-law, Lu Gowen, who bore a trace of worry upon his brow. As the virtuous son-in-law, we have slain Master Zhong of the Xinling sect, and they will surely seek retribution against us. What shall we do? Lu Gowen lamented, his face clouded with concern. The Xinling sect was the only cultivator sect in the vicinity, renowned for its formidable strength. It would be a challenge not only for their third-rate martial arts family, but even for the combined martial families of the entire Qiqing to contend with the Xinling sect. Now that the Lu family had killed a disciple of the Xinling sect, they were bound to face repercussions. Wang Teng furrowed his brow at this predicament. If Master Zhong was already so powerful, what if several stronger elders came? The situation could escalate, and the Lu family might face utter ruin once more. This was indeed a conundrum. After pondering for a moment, an idea suddenly sparked in Wang Teng's mind. Father-in-law, do we possess any formation stones at the Lu residence? Wang Teng inquired. Having recently learned about formation techniques, he believed that if he could arrange a high-level formation, he might confine or even counterattack the vengeful disciples of the Xinling sect. Formation stones? Our Lu family does not possess such items. They are exclusive to cultivators. How could we possibly have access to those? Lu Gowen shook his head, unable to suppress his curiosity. Son-in-law, what do you require the formation stones for? I intend to set up formations. If we can establish a powerful formation around our Lu residence, we shall have no fear of the Xinling sect's approach, Wang Teng explained earnestly. His mind was teeming with an array of formidable formations, including the Zhuxian formation, the Jiangma formation, and the Qiulong formation, among other divine-level arrays. Provided he had enough formation stones, Wang Teng was confident he could arrange them, rendering him fearless even if the sect leader of the Xinling sect were to come in person. Son-in-law, you can arrange formations? Lu Gowen exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, I have perused some formation literature in my spare time and possess a rudimentary understanding, Wang Teng replied with modesty. Lu Gowen did not doubt him. Assuming Wang Teng only had a minor knowledge of formations, given that his focus was on martial arts. Nevertheless, he responded, I shall think of a way. Perhaps my old friends might have such formation stones. Though the likelihood seems slim, Wang Teng frowned. Without formation stones, even his extensive knowledge of formations would be ineffectual, akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without rice. Thus, he needed to devise a means to procure some formation stones to set up advanced formations around the Lu residence. After contemplating for a while, an epiphany struck Wang Teng. Isn't there a formation restriction in the forbidden area of the Xinling sect's rear mountain? If I can breach their formation and acquire their formation stones, wouldn't that resolve our predicament? Wang Teng felt like a genius for coming up with this plan. Digging up the formation stones from the Xinling sect, while simultaneously seeking out the jade seal fragments hidden by the white-haired old devil was truly a twofold benefit. Father-in-law, I have a plan to obtain the formation stones. Wang Teng suddenly turned to Lu Gowen with excitement. Oh? Where do you intend to acquire the formation stones? Lu Gowen asked, intrigued. It was well known that formation stones were typically only found within cultivator sects and were exceedingly rare in the mundane world. I have my methods. I won't be returning for the next few days. Please inform my wife on my behalf, Wang Teng said as he began to stride toward the exit. Son-in-law, are you leaving now? Lu Gowen called out anxiously, yes, time is of the essence. I must act swiftly. With those words, Wang Teng activated his shadowless step and vanished from the Lu residence. His journey to the Xinling sect's rear mountain in search of formation stones was a race against time. If the Xinling sect dispatched disciples to seek vengeance before he could arrange the formations, the Lu family could once again face a dire crisis. Thus, he needed to hurry. The Xinling sect was located 50 kilometers east of Qiqing atop Xinling Mountain. With the aid of his shadowless step, Wang Teng arrived within a short span of time. The Xinling sect was nestled on Xinling Mountain, and Wang Teng purposely veered toward the rear mountain. This area was desolate and overgrown, yet amidst the wilderness, There was indeed a peach orchard in full bloom. According to the white-haired old devil, 2 peach trees were tied with red ribbons, and passing between these marked trees would lead directly to the forbidden area of the rear mountain. With this in mind, Wang Teng hastened toward the peach orchard. The orchard was not extensive, comprising only about 20 trees. As he searched one by one, he soon located the 2 peach trees adorned with red ribbons. Found them! These must be the marked trees. If I pass between them, I should reach the forbidden area, Wang Teng thought. He did not rush through immediately, but cautiously peered from behind the 2 trees. There lay a dense thicket, obscuring the path ahead, yet signs indicated that someone had traversed this way before. It seemed that someone had indeed entered here. Thus far, the white-haired old devil had not deceived him. Wang Teng attempted to pass between the 2 peach trees and stepped into the thicket. Seeing no immediate danger, he quickened his pace up the mountain. The overgrown grass was no hindrance, and he soon emerged into a secluded mountain forest. Just as he entered, he heard a low, rumbling growl of a leopard, and an agile, spotted spirit leopard leaped from the trees, glaring at the unexpected intruder, poised to launch an attack. There really is a spirit leopard. Wang Teng swallowed hard. This adult spirit leopard possessed strength comparable to that of a human cultivator. While he could potentially defeat it in a direct confrontation, he preferred to conserve his spiritual energy and avoid killing it, as doing so might provoke a reaction from the forbidden area's formation. Hence, his only option was to rely on speed to escape this spirit leopard. With that thought, Wang Teng activated his shadowless step and dashed up the mountain. The spirit leopard instinctively lunged at him as he moved, but it missed completely. Frustrated, the leopard roared and pursued Wang Teng, but it was no match for his speed. Although spirit leopards were known for their agility, they could not keep pace with Wang Teng, who left them far behind as he ran. Wang Teng glanced back and saw the spirit leopard lagging far behind, feeling a surge of relief. Thank goodness I have the shadowless step. Otherwise, I would not have outrun the spirit leopard. After evading the leopard, Wang Teng soon entered the true forbidden area of the Xinling sect. Upon stepping inside, he was met with a dense aura of formation energy, igniting a surge of excitement within him. However, as he sensed the surrounding formation energy, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized this was no ordinary formation but rather a demon-locking formation. This meant that a powerful demon was imprisoned within this array. Wang Teng never anticipated that the forbidden area of the Xinling sect's rear mountain would be a demon-locking formation. This posed a dilemma. If he attempted to extract formation stones, he would inevitably disrupt the formation, allowing the imprisoned demon to escape. Yet, if he refrained from acquiring the stones, his journey would be in vain. After much deliberation, Wang Teng resolved to first seek out the jade seal fragments hidden by the white-haired old devil. I recall him saying they were concealed within a red earthen jar in the forbidden area. I wonder if he was telling the truth. Wang Teng furrowed his brow and began to search for the red jar within the forbidden area. The space was saturated with formation energy, and one misstep could trigger the wrath of the demon-locking formation. With his current strength, he could not withstand the formation's attacks. Fortunately, he understood the workings of the demon-locking formation and could navigate through it without incident, a skill he had acquired after spending the previous night with his wife. Wang Teng felt a sense of gratitude for that decision. The forbidden area of the Xinling sect was vast, predominantly consisting of rocky terrain. In the center, there was a dark, desolate well emitting a potent aura of demonic energy. It seemed this great demon was confined within the depths of the well. Despite being trapped by the demon-locking formation, the intensity of the demonic energy suggested that it was formidable. It would be wise to keep a safe distance. Wang Teng swallowed hard, contemplating the dire consequences of being devoured by the demon. He skirted around the well and continued searching among the rocky piles for the red earthen jar mentioned by the white-haired old devil. Initially, he suspected the old devil was deceiving him. But to his surprise, after a short search, he did indeed find the red jar nestled within a cluster of stones. Found it. There really is a red earthen jar, Wang Teng exclaimed with delight. Only to halt in his tracks, he realized that the area surrounding the jar was ensnared in the formation's restrictions. Approaching it would undoubtedly trigger a retaliatory attack from the demon-locking formation. Fortunately, I understand this formation. Otherwise, I would have been struck down by its defenses. Wang Teng now recognized that the white-haired old devil had indeed concealed some crucial information from him. The presence of restrictions surrounding the red jar was a significant omission. It appeared that the old devil had shared only partial truths, leaving out the most critical details that could lead to his demise if he were not cautious. Wang Teng furrowed his brow, pondering a solution. With restrictions surrounding the red jar, retrieving it would prove challenging. But how had the white-haired old devil managed to place it there in the first place? Wang Teng now harbored grave suspicions regarding the white-haired old demon's understanding of formations. Otherwise, how could he have placed the red jar precisely within the constraints of the demon locking array? The mere act of placing it there indicated that there must be a flaw in the array's perimeter. Otherwise, with the prowess of the white-haired old demon, it would have been impossible for him to insert the red jar. Wang Teng approached the vicinity with keen scrutiny, and indeed, he discovered the flaw in the array. The gap was located behind the red jar, making it nearly imperceptible from the front. For someone unfamiliar with formations, blindly approaching from the front or the side would undoubtedly lead to their demise at the hands of the array's prohibition. The cunning of this white-haired demon was truly remarkable, deliberately designing it in such a manner to create a protective formation for the red jar using the constraints of the demon locking array. However, alas, he had encountered someone well-versed in formations like myself. A slight smirk graced Wang Teng's lips as he circled around to the rear of the red jar, crouching down carefully to lift it. Given that the area surrounding the red jar was laden with the array's prohibitions, Wang Teng had to exercise utmost caution to successfully extract it, for a moment's carelessness could trigger the array's defenses. Soon, he triumphantly retrieved the red jar. Excellent, at last, he had secured the red jar. Wang Teng did not hastily pry it open to inspect its contents. Instead, he moved to a relatively safe location before slowly unveiling it. Upon opening the red jar, a radiant golden light burst forth, suffused with an overwhelming aura and regal presence. Upon sensing this imperial energy, Wang Teng was immediately elated. The fragment of the imperial seal was indeed within. He swiftly reached in to retrieve the fragment, holding it carefully in his hands for a closer examination. The fragment represented a corner of the imperial seal, its surface smooth as jade, emanating a yellowish hue and radiating golden imperial energy. Although merely a fragment, it invigorated the flow of spiritual energy within Wang Teng. Notably, the true dragon art began to operate autonomously. This fragment of the imperial seal was undeniably a royal artifact, capable of activating the true dragon art for cultivation, which was truly astonishing. Wang Teng felt an overwhelming excitement. Possessing this fragment was akin to having a tool for passive cultivation. Regardless of whether he was eating, drinking, or sleeping, the true dragon art would continue to operate and cultivate on its own. It was nothing short of a miraculous artifact for passive cultivation, albeit exclusively for the royal technique of the true dragon art. It offered no such benefit for other techniques. Indeed, his efforts had not been in vain. Acquiring this fragment of the imperial seal was a tremendous gain. After placing the fragment into the space of red dust affection, he stood up once more. The next step was to figure out how to excavate the array stones of the demon locking array. Yet again, a similar dilemma arose. If he were to dig up the array stones, it would effectively dismantle the demon locking array. Without the array's constraints, the formidable demon trapped within the dry well would undoubtedly escape, leading to consequences that Wang Teng could not foresee. Should he proceed with excavating the array stones? Without sufficient array stones, he would be unable to set up formations to defend against the Xinling sect, thus placing the Lu family in jeopardy once more. Just as Wang Teng pondered this conundrum, a sultry and enchanting voice emanated from the dry well. "Young man, come help your sister. I can offer you what you desire." The words were laced with an irresistible allure, soft and tender, capable of ensnaring the unsuspecting. Even Wang Teng felt a momentary haze, revealing the formidable charm of this female demon. Fortunately, at that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have triggered a new quest. Option 1. Assist the demon's request. Reward, Advanced Spirit Gathering Pill, Beast Taming Technique. Option 2. Decline the demon's request. Reward, 30 array stones, 10 Spirit Gathering Pills. Brothers, yesterday's push for updates did not exceed 10,000, and today we only have 3 updates. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. Let us all be proactive, as this will motivate the author to write more. With 40 to 50,000 readers, a simple click to urge updates can easily surpass 10,000. It is truly not difficult at all. Additionally, I earnestly request 5-star reviews. If the number of 5-star reviews reaches 500 by tomorrow, an additional chapter will be added, and if the push for updates exceeds 10,000, another chapter will follow. I sincerely request 5-star reviews and urges for updates. Chapter 49. I desire not your body, but your person. The sudden interjection of the system's voice jolted Wang Teng out of his daze, causing him to break into a cold sweat. That was close. The female demon's enchanting ability was formidable, and he had almost fallen prey to it. He was fortunate to have the system's timely interruption. Wang Teng silently expressed his relief. Had it not been for the sudden announcement of the system, he might have indeed succumbed to her charms. Regaining his composure, Wang Teng began to scrutinize the newly triggered quest options and their rewards. Option 1 involved assisting the female demon, with rewards of an advanced spirit-gathering pill and the beast-taming technique. Conversely, Option 2 entailed refusing the demon's request, which would yield 30 array stones and 10 spirit-gathering pills. Wang Teng contemplated carefully. Should he choose the latter, he would avoid the risk of excavating the Xinling sect's array stones while also receiving 10 spirit-gathering pills for free, thus preserving the integrity of the demon-locking array and ensuring the formidable demon would not escape to wreak havoc. This would also guarantee his safe departure from the forbidden area. However, if he chose the former, the risk would increase. If the demon's request involved her release, it would necessitate dismantling the demon-locking array, which would inevitably allow the formidable demon to break free and might even alert the Xinling sect, putting Wang Teng's life in jeopardy. The benefits, however, included the system's reward of the beast-taming technique, which would enable him to subdue this female demon, as well as an advanced spirit-gathering pill, far superior to 10 ordinary pills. Moreover, after dismantling the demon-locking array, he could excavate the array stones from within. This forbidden area likely contained more than just 30 array stones, and given sufficient time, he could unearth at least 100. After meticulously analyzing both options, Wang Teng concluded that while the first option carried greater risk, the potential rewards were significantly higher, whereas the second option, albeit safer, offered lesser rewards. After only a brief moment of contemplation, he resolutely chose the first option. To attain greater rewards, one must be willing to embrace some risks. As Wang Teng made his choice, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding, congratulations, host, for making your selection. Reward: 1 advanced spirit-gathering pill, beast-taming technique. The moment the system's voice fell, an advanced spirit-gathering pill materialized in Wang Teng's system space, accompanied by the incantation for the beast-taming technique flooding his mind. In an instant, Wang Teng comprehended the beast-taming technique and integrated it seamlessly. Overjoyed, Wang Teng realized that with this advanced spirit-gathering pill, his strength would elevate 1 tier higher, and the beast-taming technique would grant him the opportunity to subdue the demon trapped within the dry well. With this thought in mind, Wang Teng took a deep breath and strode toward the center of the forbidden area, where the dry well lay. Upon reaching the edge of the well, Wang Teng instinctively peered down and discovered a beguiling woman with long green hair ensnared within, clad in a sheer green garment. Her form was tantalizingly visible beneath, her features enchantingly alluring, radiating an aura of seduction and charm. Particularly striking were her captivating peach blossom eyes, which seemed to ensnare one's soul, making it feel as though a single glance could lead to eternal entrapment. Fortunately, with the recently acquired beast-taming technique, Wang Teng now possessed a formidable resistance against the female demon's allure. Oh, young man, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for so long. Could you assist your sister? The green-clad demon, seeing Wang Teng approach, felt a surge of delight, believing she had ensnared him with her charms. What do you need me to help with? Wang Teng replied calmly. His composed demeanor momentarily startled the green-clad demon, making her realize that this handsome young man seemed unaffected by her allure, his gaze clear and discerning. This cast doubt on her confidence in her charm. Nevertheless, regardless of whether she had truly entranced him, the green-clad demon was unwilling to relinquish her chance for escape. Young man, I inadvertently wandered into this place and became trapped in this dry well. Could you lend your sister a hand? The green-clad demon feigned a pitiful plea. Her demeanor was heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy in any man who laid eyes upon her, making them feel compelled to rescue her immediately. One could not deny that this green-clad demon was truly exceptional in her ability to beguile men. Inadvertently wandered here? Wang Teng could not help but chuckle, feeling as though she was taking him for a fool. He then probed further. How can I help you? What's in it for me? The green-clad demon, sensing Wang Teng's willingness to assist, felt a surge of hope. This was her opportunity to escape. Young man, do you see the 2 yellow talismans affixed to either side of the well? If you tear them down, I will be free. The green-clad demon continued to charm him, her voice dripping with allure. The talismans on either side? Wang Teng instinctively glanced to the sides and, indeed, spotted 2 yellow talismans affixed to the dry well. However, these were no ordinary talismans. They were demon-suppressing talismans, the core of the entire demon-locking array. If these 2 talismans were torn down, the power of the demon-locking array would be significantly diminished. Young man, do you see them? If you do, please tear them down, the enchanting demon urged. I see the talismans. But why should I help you? What is the benefit for me? Wang Teng smirked slightly, contemplating whether he could extract any additional advantage from the demon. Observing Wang Teng's calm demeanor, the green-clad demon instinctively believed he was resolute and thus intensified her charm offensive. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I am now your demon servant. Can you help me out of here?" The green-clad female demon, somewhat fatigued, gazed at Wang Teng at the well's mouth. Having just endured the binding of her soul by the demon control rune, she had expended a considerable amount of her strength and energy, leaving her feeling somewhat weakened. "Rest assured, now that you are my demon servant, I shall not allow you to remain trapped here. Allow me to recover some of my physical and spiritual energy, and you should also take the time to rest. Once the demon-locking formation is broken, it will surely attract the attention of the Xinling sect," Wang Teng said as he sat cross-legged to begin his meditation. "Once the demon-locking formation is breached, it will undoubtedly alert the Xinling sect, so it is imperative to restore our states to their optimum for a swift escape." The green-clad female demon was taken aback by her master's thorough consideration. Without further ado, she too settled into a cross-legged position to meditate. Although her soul was bound by Wang Teng's demon control rune, her strength remained unaffected. After an hour of meditation, both the human and the demon had optimized their conditions. Once Wang Teng finished meditating, he stood up and surveyed his surroundings, determined to memorize the positions of the formation stones within the demon-locking formation. After breaching the formation, his first task would be to excavate these stones, so he needed to prepare accordingly. Noticing that Wang Teng was still not taking action after finishing his meditation, the green-clad female demon grew somewhat anxious but softened her tone and said, "Master, could you tear down the 2 demon-binding runes at the well's mouth now?" Proud as she was, she found herself compelled to lower her voice before Wang Teng, fearing that a harsh tone might displease him. "Do not rush. I am noting these formation stones. Once I tear down the demon-binding runes for you, I will also dismantle the demon-locking formation, allowing you to emerge effortlessly from the dry well." Wang Teng replied earnestly. The green-clad female demon felt a surge of gratitude at the thought of Wang Teng assisting her in dismantling the demon-locking formation. With Wang Teng's keen perception and expertise in the formation, he quickly memorized the positions of the 198 formation stones. He would need to excavate at least 50 to set up the desired formation. After committing these positions to memory, he turned back to the edge of the dry well. "Xiaoqing, are you ready? I am about to assist you in breaking the formation," Wang Teng said, taking a deep breath. This was his first attempt at breaking a formation, and he could not predict what unexpected events might transpire, including the possibility of being counterattacked by the formation's restrictive powers. Most critically, once the demon-locking formation was breached, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the disciples of the Xinling sect. And if they did not escape in time, it would mean certain doom. Thus, Wang Teng felt an intense nervousness, his heart racing. Not only him, but the green-clad female demon in the dry well was also filled with anxiety and excitement. She had been trapped here for over 30 years, and today she finally had the chance to escape. "Master, I am ready. Let us begin to break the formation," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as demonic energy began to accumulate around her. Preparing for a powerful strike. "First, I will tear down these 2 demon-binding runes, then you will break through the formation while I excavate the formation stones to destroy the demon-locking formation. Do you understand?" Wang Teng explained his plan. "I understand." The green-clad female demon nodded, then recalled something and said to Wang Teng with concern, "Master, do take care. Do not let the formation's powers rebound against you." Her worry stemmed from the possibility that if her master perished, even if she managed to break free, her own life would be in peril. "All right." Wang Teng nodded and crouched down to tear the 2 demon-binding runes. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Xinling sect, several elders and the sect leader were engaged in discussions when a disciple rushed in. "Sect leader, our disciple Zhong Changzi has been killed by the Lu family in Qiqing," the disciple reported loudly. "Zhong Changzi is dead?" Sect leader Jiecheng furrowed his brow, his voice grave. With only 98 disciples in the Xinling sect, the death of any one of them was a serious matter. "Yes, he was killed by the Lu family just 2 days ago." The disciple continued. "The Lu family in Qiqing?" Sect leader Jiecheng narrowed his eyes, stroking his dark brown beard, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his gaze. "They are merely a third-rate martial arts family. Are you certain it was the Lu family that killed Zhong Changzi?" According to a disciple who escaped from the Heishan gang, Zhong Changzi was indeed killed by a purple-haired, purple-eyed woman with a single strike. The disciple replied, "A purple-haired, purple-eyed woman? To kill Zhong Changzi with a single blow, her strength must be at least at the foundation establishment stage." Sect leader Jiecheng mused, then instructed the 4th elder below. "4th junior brother, Please take some men to the Lu family in Qiqing to seek justice for Zhong Changzi. We cannot allow the reputation of the Xinling sect to be tarnished. If a mere third-rate martial arts family can kill our disciples, what does that say about our dignity and authority? Who would dare send disciples with spiritual roots to our Xinling sect in the future? Although Zhong Changzi held a lower status within the sect, he still represented the Xinling sect in the outside world, and they could not simply ignore the killing of their disciple. Moreover, they needed to address this matter severely, or else their standing in the region would suffer. Yes, senior brother, I shall head over immediately, the fourth elder replied, bowing. Just as he stood to gather his men and head to the Lu family for retribution, a sudden commotion erupted from the back mountain of the Xinling sect. The entire grand hall trembled violently, and everyone present changed their expressions. Not good. The demon-locking formation at the back mountain has been breached. The green serpent demon is about to emerge. All elders, follow me to the back mountain. Sect leader Jiaqing exclaimed in alarm. At his command, the sect leader and the four elders rushed toward the back mountain. This is an additional chapter as a reward for reaching 500 5-star ratings. Thank you all for your support. If the 5-star ratings reach 600 tomorrow, there will be another bonus chapter. Additionally, if there are over 10,000 requests for updates tomorrow, 2 bonus chapters will be added. With 50,000 readers, reaching 10,000 requests for updates is quite feasible, so please take a moment to click for an update. I humbly ask for a wave of requests for updates and 5-star ratings. Thank you all, bowing in gratitude. Chapter 52. The stunning female demon breaks free the forbidden grounds of the back mountain of the Xinling sect. Wang Teng gathered his spiritual energy in his hands and forcefully tore down the demon-binding rune affixed to the left side of the well's mouth. The moment the rune was ripped off, the entire demon-locking formation trembled violently, and blue lightning began to flicker within the formation. This indicated that the restrictions of the demon-locking formation had been triggered, and it was now releasing the demon-binding thunder to prevent the female demon from escaping. Master, be careful. The restrictions of the demon-locking formation have been triggered. This is the demon-binding thunder. The anxious green-clad female demon called out from the dry well. Should Wang Teng be struck down by this thunder, even if she miraculously escaped, her own demise would be inevitable. Do not worry. I am quite familiar with this demon-locking formation. The demon-binding thunder cannot harm me. Wang Teng confidently responded. He knew the ins and outs of the demon-locking formation, so while it appeared perilous, he was actually quite safe. After tearing down the left rune, Wang Teng quickly tore down the right one as well. Once both demon-binding runes were removed, not only did the demon-locking formation tremble violently, but the entire back mountain began to shake as well. Countless blue demon-binding thunders descended within the formation, and being struck by even one would leave Wang Teng gravely injured, if not dead. Fortunately, Wang Teng was well versed in the demon-locking formation, and those thunders posed no threat to him. All right, Xiaoqing, you may break through the formation now. I will excavate the formation stones, Wang Teng declared before quickly stepping onto a safe point of the demon-locking formation and moving away. He needed to excavate the formation stones promptly. With the formation's restrictions activated, it would only be a matter of time before the disciples of the Xinling sect were alerted, leaving Wang Teng little time to work. Master, move back. I am about to break through, the green-clad female demon exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. Having been suppressed for 30 years, she was finally about to emerge. In an instant, she transformed into a massive green serpent, her demonic energy intensifying. The surge of demonic energy triggered a response from the demon-binding thunders within the demon-locking formation, which immediately surged toward her. However, without the demon-binding runes, these thunders posed little threat to her. Today, this demon-locking formation shall no longer bind me. Xiaoqing cried out in exhilaration, and with a powerful flick of her tail, she soared into the air from the dry well. That moment, the demon-binding thunders launched toward her once more. Wang Teng, noticing that the thunders were now directed at Xiaoqing, felt a surge of joy and quickly retrieved a shovel from the red dust relic to begin excavating the formation stones. This shovel had been prepared before his arrival. Having intended to dig for formation stones, he certainly would not forget to bring tools. He hurried to dig as much as he could before the Xinling sect's disciples arrived. Wang Teng paid no further mind to Xiaoqing and gripped the shovel tightly, digging furiously. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones. Soon, a dozen formation stones were collected and promptly stored within the space of the red dust relic. While Wang Teng excavated the formation stones, Xiaoqing had already ascended into the sky, and the demon-binding thunders, deprived of the support of the formation stones, weakened considerably, causing minimal harm to her, at long last. The cursed demon locking array has been breached. Today, I shall bring it to ruin. With a fierce flick of her colossal serpentine tail, Xiaoqing struck the ancient well that had confined her for over 30 years. The moment her massive tail collided with the well, an earth-shattering explosion resonated, shattering the well and obliterating the demon-locking array, causing the suppressive thunder to vanish in an instant. The entire rear mountain began to tremble violently, rocks cascading down the slopes. Meanwhile, the leader of the Xinling sect and 4 elders rushed to the scene, with the sect leader, Xiecheng, leading the way on his flying sword. He was the only one among them who had attained the Golden Core realm, while the other 4 elders were merely at the foundation establishment stage. Upon spotting the sect leader and his companions, Xiaoqing's expression shifted slightly. Having expended too much demonic power in her battle against the suppressive thunder, she realized that engaging them in combat would likely lead to her defeat. Thus, her best course of action was to flee. Master, have you finished mining the array stones? The Xinling sect is coming. Xiaoqing called out urgently. Not yet. Hold them off for a moment. I still need over 20 more array stones. Wang Teng replied, his urgency palpable. He knew he could not set up the formation he desired without sufficient stones. At least 50 in total. Although Xiaoqing felt anxious about Wang Teng's continued mining, she had no choice but to comply, for as his demon servant, her fate was tied to his if he were to perish here. Her life would be forfeit as well that in an instant. Xiecheng was the first to confront Xiaoqing. Upon witnessing the destruction of the demon-locking array that his master had meticulously crafted, he was utterly astonished. The strength of the Azure Serpent demon should have rendered it impossible to breach, yet it had been shattered, indicating external assistance. Azure Serpent demon, who aided you in breaking the formation? Xiecheng bellowed at Xiaoqing. Xiecheng, do you presume to question me? Xiaoqing retorted, disregarding him entirely but harboring a deep-seated respect for his master, who had confined her for over 30 years, subjecting her to immense suffering. Do you believe your master needs to intervene to handle you? Today, even if you have breached the array, you shall not escape, Xiecheng declared, though inwardly, he felt a flicker of doubt. His master was away on a journey, and given his own strength, he was unlikely to defeat Xiaoqing alone. Fortunately, his 4 disciples were on their way. If he could just hold out until they arrived, they would have a chance to overpower the Azure Serpent demon. Do you think you can contend with me at the mid-Golden Core stage? You are courting death, Xiaoqing exclaimed, swinging her massive tail towards Xiecheng. Having reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm 30 years prior, she should have advanced to the nascent soul stage had she not been trapped for so long. This strike was imbued with formidable power, and should it connect, it would surely inflict serious harm. Xiecheng's expression shifted as he narrowly dodged the blow while conjuring a lightning spell to strike at Xiaoqing. However, the spell scarcely harmed her. Xiecheng, your feeble strength cannot harm me, Xiaoqing declared, pausing her assault. Given her current weakened state, killing Xiecheng would prove exceedingly difficult. Her best strategy was to buy time for Wang Teng to gather the necessary array stones. Once her strength was restored, she would return to settle the score with the Xinling sect. Oh? Is that so? Xiecheng scoffed, refraining from immediate attack, seemingly intent on stalling for time until his 4 disciples arrived. However, a glance downward revealed a young man mining array stones in the forbidden area of the rear mountain, an epiphany dawning upon him. Ah, so you were the one who aided the serpent demon in breaching the array. You have sealed your fate. Xiecheng's brow furrowed in anger as he maneuvered around Xiaoqing, launching a lightning strike toward Wang Teng. Master, be careful, Xiaoqing cried out in alarm. This lightning spell, conjured by a mid-Golden Core cultivator, was far beyond Wang Teng's mid-realization stage abilities, equating to a significant disparity in power. Should it strike him, he would either die or suffer grave injuries. The Azure Serpent demon's face paled. If Wang Teng were to perish from this attack, her own demise would surely follow, a tragic fate for a demon servant whose destiny was bound to her master. Master, watch out, she urged, though Wang Teng was already aware of the situation. Even without her warning, he was acutely attuned to the battlefield. Just as the lightning spell was about to strike him, he deftly employed his shadowless technique to narrowly evade it. Xiecheng was momentarily taken aback by the young man's speed, while Xiaoqing was equally astonished yet relieved that Wang Teng had not been hit. Otherwise, dire consequences would have ensued. Regaining her composure, Xiaoqing, filled with indignation, swung her tail once more at Xiecheng. Observing the enormous tail barreling toward him, Xiecheng's expression grew grave as he activated his spiritual energy to evade once again. Seeing her initial attack thwarted, Xiaoqing opened her gaping maw and lunged at Xiecheng. Her razor-sharp fangs a terrifying sight. Faced with her relentless onslaught, Xie Cheng could no longer afford to target Wang Teng and had to focus on defending against the Azure Serpent Demon's aggression. This was precisely Xiaoqing's intent, to create an opportunity for Wang Teng to mine the erase stones. Seizing the brief window of respite, Wang Teng accelerated his mining efforts. 48, 49, just one more stone to go, he thought, fixating on the final stone and digging with all his might. At that moment, the other 4 elders of the Xinling sect arrived. Upon seeing them, Xiaoqing's expression shifted once more. While she could contend with Xiecheng alone, facing 4 Foundation establishment practitioners simultaneously would prove challenging. Azure Serpent Demon, do not think that breaching the demon locking array allows you to escape. Prepare to die, the eldest elder proclaimed, unleashing a flying sword attack toward her. Not only he, but the other 3 elders also conjured their flying swords, launching a coordinated assault against Xiaoqing. You pitiful fools dare to harm me, she scoffed, summoning the last remnants of her demonic power to sweep her tail across, sending all 4 flying swords careening away. What? How is she so powerful? The 4 elders gasped in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the Azure Serpent Demon's strength, which exceeded their expectations. Yet, Xiaoqing was acutely aware that this last maneuver had drained almost all of her remaining power. Should the battle continue, her defeat was imminent. Just as she felt her strength waning, Wang Teng's voice reached her. Xiaoqing, I've finished mining. We can retreat. He communicated through their connection, activating his shadowless technique to flee down the mountain. Given that Xiaoqing's strength surpassed that of the sect leader and elders, Wang Teng had no concern for her escape. Upon seeing him retreat down the mountain, Xiaoqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was finally free from entangling herself with the Xinling sect disciples. I shan't play with you today. When I regain my strength, I shall annihilate the Xinling sect, she declared, unleashing a final wave of toxic green mist. Her last desperate strike. Not seeking to poison them, she merely aimed to impede their pursuit. After expelling the noxious mist, Xiaoqing followed Wang Teng's lead, rushing down the mountain without hesitation. Xie Cheng and the 4 elders watched the Azure Serpent Demon flee. They considered pursuing her, only to be met by a cloud of poisonous mist. Not good, it's serpent venom, Xiecheng exclaimed, maneuvering his flying sword to evade the oncoming cloud, while the other elders also retreated. Terrified to pursue further, the serpent venom lingered for quite some time before gradually dissipating, and by then, darkness had fallen, rendering any further pursuit impossible. Looking at the ravaged, forbidden area of the rear mountain, the expressions of Xiecheng and the 4 elders were grim. Leader, the Azure Serpent Demon has escaped. What shall we do now? If our master finds out, he will surely blame us, Elder Chuna said anxiously. Concern etched on his face. The other 3 elders mirrored his apprehension. After all, the Azure Serpent Demon had slipped through their fingers, and none could shoulder the blame for their master's wrath. Xiecheng furrowed his brow. Contemplating the situation, he dared not share this news with his master. After such a significant incident, he could hardly expect to retain his position as sect leader. However, he quickly devised a strategy. The escape of the Azure Serpent Demon is a grave matter. Before our master returns from his travels, we must either capture or kill her. Otherwise, none of us can bear the consequences, Xiecheng stated solemnly. But leader, our combined strength may not be sufficient to subdue the Azure Serpent Demon. How can we bring her back? Moreover, she has already fled far from here. We might not catch up, Elder Hushou expressed his concerns. I have already formulated a plan. I shall personally visit the demon extermination sect. They specialize in exterminating demons. With their assistance, we shall surely eliminate the Azure Serpent Demon. Xiecheng's words ignited a spark of hope among the 4 elders. Indeed, the leader's foresight is commendable. If we can enlist the help of the demon extermination sect, we will undoubtedly succeed in vanquishing the Azure Serpent Demon, Elder Hushou remarked, though he quickly shifted gears, his expression turning grave. However, securing the aid of the demon extermination sect is no simple task. I have my own methods for this matter. The 6th elder of the Lianyao sect owes me a favor from years past. When the time comes, I shall present him with a high-grade gathering spirit pill, and he will undoubtedly assist me. After a brief pause, the sect leader, Jie Cheng, continued, during my absence from the sect, I entrust the management of the Xinling sect to you, junior brother Hu. Yes, sect leader, Hushou responded respectfully. After nodding, Jie Cheng recalled an important matter and turned to the 4th elder, Chuna, instructing, additionally, I assign you the task of dealing with the Lu family in Qiqing. The dignity of our Xinling sect must not be tarnished by a mere trifling third-rate martial arts family. Rest assured, sect leader At dawn tomorrow, I shall lead my disciples to Qiqing to confront the Lu family, ensuring that the matter is handled with utmost precision, so that no one dares to underestimate our Xinling sect again. Chuna responded with a slight bow, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He had already resolved to eradicate the Lu family entirely. How dare such a third-rate martial arts clan slay disciples of the Xinling sect? They were courting death, and it served to remind neighboring families that the Xinling sect was not to be trifled with. Chapter 54. Madam, I have returned. Let us cultivate together this evening. As the night deepened, Wang Teng descended from the back mountain of the Xinling sect, employing the shadowless steps to hasten towards Qiqing. The exhausted Xiaoqing, having depleted her demonic energy, struggled to keep pace with Wang Teng. Her breath growing increasingly labored. Master, I can no longer run. Xiaoqing, reverting to her human form, was draped in a thin azure veil, her delicate figure barely concealed. Upon hearing her voice, Wang Teng halted and turned back. Xiaoqing, are you all right? Did the disciples of the Xinling sect harm you? He lifted the collapsed Xiaoqing into his arms, in her human form. Xiaoqing appeared fragile and delicate, her enchanting visage evoking a sense of pity. I am fine. I merely need to rest as my demonic energy is exhausted, she replied, her complexion pale. Wang Teng glanced at the darkening sky and the desolate surroundings, realizing this was not a suitable place to rest. Moreover, he needed to return to set up the formation, so time was of the essence. This is not a safe place to rest. I shall take you into the city. No need to enter the city. I can rest here in the wilderness, Xiaoqing graciously declined, accustomed to cultivating outdoors. No, it is far too dangerous here. If the disciples of the Xinling sect catch up, it would be troublesome. I insist on taking you to the city. Wang Teng remained resolute, for he was concerned about her safety in the wilderness. Seeing the genuine worry in Wang Teng's eyes, Xiaoqing felt a twinge of warmth. Perhaps her master was not as intolerable as she thought. Very well, she acquiesced weakly. Then, with a visible transformation, Xiaoqing morphed into a small azure serpent, coiling around Wang Teng's arm, resting quietly. Her smaller form would reduce her demonic energy consumption, aiding in her swift recovery. Wang Teng was taken aback by this transformation, but it was for the best. Bringing back the human form of Xiaoqing would likely incite jealousy in his wife, who might misconstrue the situation. As midnight approached, Wang Teng finally returned to the Lu residence, but did not head straight to his room. Instead, he settled Xiaoqing to rest upon a parasol tree in the back courtyard before busily preparing the perimeter around the Lu residence. He needed to act swiftly to set up the formation, as the disciples of the Xinling sect might arrive at any moment to demand retribution from the Lu family. Only by doing so could they withstand any inquiries from the Xinling sect. He unearthed a total of 50 formation stones, sufficient to establish the 10,000 sword formation. With my capabilities, commanding the 10,000 sword formation should pose no challenge. With this thought, Wang Teng began to lay out the formation stones he had excavated from the Xinling sect. Working diligently under the cover of night, to avoid attracting attention, he buried the stones in the corners and covered them with soil, ensuring they went unnoticed. The formation, known as the 10,000 sword formation, required only 50 stones for its setup, yet its power rivaled that of top-tier Earth-grade formations. It would effortlessly eliminate cultivators below the Golden Core stage, and even withstand assaults from Golden Core experts. Thus, employing this formation as a defense against the Xinling sect would be more than sufficient. Indeed, this was the most powerful formation Wang Teng could currently wield. Not until the dawn broke did Wang Teng complete the setup of the 10,000 sword formation, imprinting sword intent onto the formation stones. Now, when the formation was activated, he would only need to wield the Wind Spirit Giant Sword, which would serve as the heart of the formation. With the formation finally established, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, no longer fearing the approach of the Xinling sect. After completing all these tasks, Wang Teng finally had time to return to his room. At that moment, Lu Yinqi had just awakened and, upon opening her door, was greeted by the sight of her husband, who had occupied her thoughts throughout the night. Husband? Lu Yinqi rubbed her eyes, initially suspecting she was still dreaming. However, no matter how she rubbed, Wang Teng remained there. Could this be a dream? Lu Yinqi thought, still in disbelief, as her father had informed her just yesterday that Wang Teng was on a mission and would not return for several days. Yet here he stood after just one day. To confirm her suspicions, Lu Yinqi reached out to pinch her own cheek, but Wang Teng, aware of her intent, quickly intervened. Madam, you are not dreaming, I have returned, he said with a smile. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Yinqi finally realized she was not dreaming. Her husband was indeed back, and she could hardly contain her joy. Husband, you have truly returned. Did you not say it would take several days? Was the mission successful? Were you injured? Lu Yinshi bombarded him with questions, her eyes filled with concern as she scrutinized him from head to toe. I missed you too much, so I rushed back overnight. Wang Teng replied with a grin. His charming words caused Lu Yinshi's cheeks to flush. Unable to contain herself, she leaped into Wang Teng's embrace, holding him tightly. I missed you so much too. Last night, without you, I could hardly sleep. Lu Yinshi nestled her head against Wang Teng's chest, feeling the rhythm of his strong heartbeat, which filled her with happiness. Tonight, I shall accompany you thoroughly, and then we shall cultivate together. Wang Teng held Lu Yinshi close, reluctant to let go, enchanted by her fragrant presence. Indeed, he cherished the moments spent cultivating in bed with Lu Yinshi, for it was a double delight. Hearing this, Lu Yinshi blushed deeply, fully aware of what he meant, yet shyly nodded in agreement, as she too found herself enamored with such moments. Indeed, my husband seems truly formidable. By the way, you must be starving after rushing back overnight. Allow me to help you prepare something to eat, Lu Yinshi suddenly recalled, her eyes filled with concern. That would be great, but I must first cultivate for a bit. Wang Teng replied with a smile. Earlier, when rescuing Xiaoqing, the system had rewarded him with a high-grade gathering spirit pill, which was now perfect for his needs. After finishing breakfast, Wang Teng seated himself cross-legged in his room, retrieving the system's reward, a high-grade gathering spirit pill. It resembled a red, glistening candy. Is this truly a high-grade gathering spirit pill? I wonder how effective it is. This was Wang Teng's first experience with a high-grade gathering spirit pill. After a brief examination, he promptly consumed it. As the pill entered his stomach, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, far denser than that of a regular gathering spirit pill. Such powerful spiritual energy, with this high-grade gathering spirit pill. I shall surely level up, Wang Teng exclaimed with delight, hastily channeling the energy to absorb and transform it. Meanwhile, the fourth elder of the Xinling sect, Chuna, along with 4 disciples, made their way to the Lu family in Qicheng. By midday, they finally arrived at the Lu residence. The Xinling sect held a substantial reputation in the area, and their robes drew the attention of many as they entered Qicheng. When they stormed through the gates of the Lu family, passers-by could not resist gathering around, gossiping among themselves. Look, it's the robes of the Xinling sect. It seems they have come to visit. How could they not? Disciples of the Xinling sect were slain by the Lu family. Could they simply ignore it? They must be here to demand retribution. The leading figure in black robes must be an elder. This spells doom for the Lu family. Indeed, how could the Lu family survive after offending the Xinling sect? Before any action was taken by the Xinling sect, the onlookers had already condemned the Lu family to their fate. In their eyes, a mundane third-rate martial arts faction stood no chance against the Xinling sect. A genuine cultivation sect. Previous cases of martial families offending the Xinling sect had all ended in annihilation. It appeared the Lu family was destined for the same grim fate. Chapter 55. Will Lu Yinshi once again unleash a stunning palm? At noon, the sun hung high in the sky. The fourth elder of the Xinling sect, Chuna, and his 4 disciples entered the Lu family to demand accountability. Where is the head of the Lu family? Chuna bellowed upon entering, his voice amplified through a sound transmission technique, echoing throughout the Lu residence. Hearing this, Lu Goen, who was having lunch, turned pale, hastily setting down his bowl and rushing out to meet them. Yao Shu's countenance was also marked by a palpable unease as she stepped forward to greet the visitors. Meanwhile, Wang Teng remained in the chamber, diligently absorbing the potent effects of the advanced spirit-gathering pill. Reaching a critical juncture in his progress, whether he could ascend to the next level hinged entirely on this moment. Lu Yinshi steadfastly guarded Wang Teng, yet upon hearing a loud, hostile voice from outside, a flicker of concern ignited within her heart, prompting her to hastily make her way to the front courtyard. Upon arriving in the yard, Lu Goen felt an inexplicable tension grip him upon recognizing that the newcomers were indeed from the Xinling sect. The anticipated confrontation had finally come. I was unaware of the esteemed immortal's arrival. I, Lu, have failed to extend a proper welcome. Please forgive my indiscretion. Lu Goen bowed deeply, his heart racing with apprehension. The Xinling sect was regarded as a divine presence in this region. Are you Lu Goen, the head of the Lu family? Chu Nua cast a cold glance at Lu Goen, utterly dismissive of him. Might I inquire why the esteemed immortal seeks me? Lu Goen feigned composure. Though he had already surmised the elder's purpose for visiting, a few days prior, one of our disciples, Zhong Changzi, perished at your Lu residence. Is this true? Chu Nua's piercing gaze remained fixed on Lu Goen. I am not aware of such matters, But there was indeed an individual clad in the robes of the Xinling sect who conspired with the Black Mountain bandits to annihilate my Lu family. In self-defense, we were compelled to retaliate, Lu Gowen articulated with remarkable finesse, deftly avoiding an admission of guilt regarding the death of the Xinling disciple, instead framing Zhong Changzi as an impostor and emphasizing the collusion with the bandits. The Xinling sect prided itself on being a righteous sect. It was unlikely they would acknowledge any association with the Black Mountain thieves. One must concede that Lu Gowen possessed a modicum of intellect. Is that so? Chu Nuo was taken aback to learn of Zhong Changzi's entanglement with the bandits, information that had eluded him prior to this encounter. This indicated that Zhong Changzi's actions were his own, not reflective of the sect's will, or perhaps there were those within the sect who were aware yet chose to turn a blind eye. Every word Lu speaks is the truth, Lu Gowen quickly replied. A cold sweat trickling down his back. He had meticulously prepared this narrative before Chu Nuo's arrival, yet whether it would suffice to deceive depended on fate. Regardless of the circumstances, you must understand that your Lu family bears the consequences for the death of our disciple. Chu Nuo replied coldly, unfazed by Lu Gowen's attempts at justification. Esteemed immortal, please forgive me. I truly had no knowledge of his affiliation with the Xinling sect. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, I would never dare offend your sect. Lu Gowen bowed once more, a bead of cold sweat now visible on his forehead. Do you still intend to argue your case before me? Chu Nuo was not easily deceived and was resolute in his stance. I have heard that it was your daughter, Lu Yinxi, who killed Zhong Changzi. Bring her forth to face her fate. Chu Nuo had already received word from his disciples that it was indeed Lu Yinxi, the young lady of the Lu family, who had slain Zhong Changzi. Thus, he resolved to execute her before annihilating the entire Lu family. Only in this way could he establish authority and deter other families from underestimating the Xinling sect. The common folk would also come to recognize the might of the sect. If they could not even handle a third-rate martial arts family, how would they ever be regarded as formidable? The sect's influence would surely diminish, and no one would send those with spiritual roots to the Xinling sect in the future. Lu Gowen's heart sank at Chu Nuo's declaration to kill his daughter. A cold sweat breaking out across his back, it seemed that his attempts to deceive had failed, and he was left with little choice but to make one final stand. Esteemed immortal, my daughter is currently not in the manor. If you insist on avenging Zhong Changzi, I, Lu Gowen, am willing to offer my life in exchange. This had been Lu Gowen's plan all along, hoping to barter his life for his daughter's, thus minimizing the sacrifices of the Lu family. However, Chu Nuo regarded him with utter disdain. Your worthless life cannot compare to that of my sect's disciple. Even if I were to wipe out your entire family, it would not suffice to atone for the loss of our disciple. I shall count to 3. If your daughter does not emerge, I will commence a massacre, Chu Nuo declared, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. 1. Without waiting for Lu Gowen's consent, Chu Nuo proceeded to count. 2. Lu Gowen's anxiety mounted. He could never allow his daughter to be delivered to Chu Nuo. Just as Chu Nuo was about to utter 3, a clear voice rang out from within the house. I killed Zhong Changzi. If there are grievances, let them be directed at me. With that, Lu Yinxi resolutely stepped forward. She would not allow her father to face the Xinling elder alone. Seeing his daughter emerge, Lu Gowen rushed to intercept her, urgently pleading, Yinxi, this is no place for you. Quickly, escape with Wang Teng. The elder from the Xinling sect was far stronger than the previous Zhong Changzi. Her appearance now was tantamount to seeking death. He could only hope to delay the confrontation long enough for his daughter and son-in-law to flee. But father, I cannot stand by and watch you perish. Furthermore, I may not be inferior to this old Taoist. Lu Yinxi declared with unwavering determination, contemplating the possibility of transforming again to unleash a powerful strike against the elder. After uttering those words, Lu Yinxi advanced towards Chu Nuo, while Lu Gowen felt a sense of despair wash over him as he realized he could not restrain her. The onlookers gathered at the doorside in unison, lamenting the tragic fate of this devoted father-daughter duo, rendered futile before the overwhelming power of the immortal. It's over. It's truly over. The Lu family has sealed its fate by offending the Xinling sect. Yet, there was still a glimmer of hope. I have heard that Lu Gowen's daughter possesses the ability to transform, becoming a formidable figure with purple hair and eyes. Was it not she who struck down Zhong Changzi with a single blow? Perhaps she could defeat the elder of the Xinling sect. The crowd exchanged murmurs, each voicing their beliefs that the Lu family was doomed. While also yearning for a miracle from Lu Yinxi, Chu Nuo surveyed Lu Yinxi as she approached, noting with a frown that she did not possess purple hair and eyes. You are the one who killed my disciple Zhong Changzi? Indeed, It was I that your disciple conspired with the Black Mountain bandits and met his demise at my hands. Lu Yinxi, though a seemingly fragile maiden, met Chu Nua's gaze without trepidation. Very well, since you admit to this. Let us see your abilities. Chu Nua's eyes hardened. He was uncertain of Lu Yinxi's true strength. Reports from his disciples indicated that she had effortlessly slain Zhong Changzi, who was at the initial stage of the pill-absorbing realm. This suggested that her power must be at least at the foundation establishment stage, while Chu Nua himself was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, which made him hesitant to strike carelessly. Lu Yinxi, emboldened by her newfound confidence, stepped forward, channeling her spiritual energy as she prepared to unleash a mighty strike against the elder. The onlookers outside tensed with anticipation, eager to witness another earth-shattering blow from Lu Yinxi. Even Chu Nua felt a twinge of anxiety. As Lu Yinxi gathered her energy, envisioning the moment from days past, she infused her power into her palm and thrust it forcefully towards Chu Nua. With a resounding cry, Chu Nua instinctively activated his protective barrier, while the crowd braced themselves, anticipating a repeat of the awe-inspiring scene from before. Yet, Lu Yinxi's strike merely stirred a gentle breeze, devoid of any tangible force or energy. The atmosphere became painfully awkward, even leaving Chu Nua momentarily stunned by her display. Why did no energy manifest? Lu Yinxi pondered, bewildered. My power has reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, and I executed the technique as I did before. She had believed that her increased strength would enable her to replicate that previous, awe-inspiring strike, yet it appeared she had overestimated her capabilities. Let me try again. Determined not to concede, Lu Yinxi prepared for another attempt. Chu Nua, witnessing her renewed assault, instinctively activated his protective barrier once more, yet once again, nothing occurred. The awkwardness lingered in the air, and Chu Nua's patience wore thin. Are you jesting with me? Seeking death. His eyes gleamed with fury as he unleashed a massive fiery hand towards Lu Yinxi. Yinxi, be careful. Lu Gowen's face drained of color at the sight, realizing he was too late to shield his daughter. In that moment of peril, as everyone braced for Lu Yinxi's imminent demise at the hands of the Xinling elder, a figure, swift as lightning, suddenly appeared, whisking Lu Yinxi away in an instant. Chu Nua's fiery strike met only empty air. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the turn of events, a voice rang out, "If you wish to annihilate the Lu family, you must first ask for my consent." Wang Teng spoke as he gently set Lu Yinxi down. Having just completed his absorption of the advanced spirit-gathering pill, his strength had surged to the pinnacle of the true person realm. He activated the shadowless step and rushed to save Lu Yinxi just in the nick of time. My dear husband, you have completed your training. Upon seeing Wang Teng's arrival, Lu Yinxi felt a surge of joy in her heart. From now on, such reckless ventures must not be undertaken again. Do you understand? Wang Teng said with genuine concern in his eyes. Had he arrived even a few seconds later, Lu Yinxi might have faced death or severe injury. I understand. My husband, I merely wished to test whether I could unleash that formidable strike again after my recent enhancement in power. Lu Yinxi admitted, acknowledging her naivety. She realized that the astonishing strike from days prior was a rare opportunity, not easily replicated. Why, lady, please retire to the back and rest. I shall handle these members of the Xinling sect. Wang Teng said, his tone notably gentle. But husband, these Taoists appear quite formidable. Are you certain you can contend with them? Lu Yinxi's delicate face was etched with concern. Do not worry. I have my methods. Just watch from the back, Wang Teng replied before striding toward Chu Nua. The disciples of the Xinling sect, upon noticing Wang Teng's presence, turned their gazes toward him. Who are you? Chu Nua demanded with a menacing glare. I am the son-in-law of the Lu family, here to avenge Zhong Changzi, Wang Teng stated calmly. Thankfully, he had arranged the 10,000 sword formation around Lu Manor overnight, which would prove invaluable at this moment. The son-in-law of the Lu family? Chu Nua examined Wang Teng with a dismissive glance, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes. So, you have reached the pinnacle of the reality realm. No wonder you are so arrogant. However, you may not realize that your strength is beneath my notice. In Chu Nua's estimation, Wang Teng's power was merely at the peak of the Qi absorption realm, while he had already attained the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. He believed it would be easy to eliminate him. Not only was Chu Nua confident, but the onlookers gathered at Lu Manor's entrance also anticipated Wang Teng's inevitable defeat. He is doomed. This son-in-law of the Lu family is far too self-assured. He is facing an elder of the Xinling sect. How could he possibly triumph? Indeed, it seems this prodigious youth is finished. What a pity, they murmured, fearing that the entire Lu family might face annihilation today. Lu Gowen, Yao Shu, Lu Yinxi, and other members of the Lu family shared similar concerns for Wang Teng's safety. Nevertheless, Wang Teng was brimming with confidence. Despite the vast difference in their strengths, the 10,000 sword formation he had meticulously set up would allow him to vanquish Chu Nuo. Who can say who will win or lose without a contest? Wang Teng remarked as he retrieved the Wind Spirit Greatsword from his red dust affection ring. This sword was the core of the 10,000 sword formation, serving as its control center. Wielding it would enable him to command the formation. You are indeed arrogant, boy. I shall first slay you, and then eradicate the Lu family, Chu Nuo sneered as he formed a series of hand seals. Sending a palm strike toward Wang Teng, flame palm. A powerful wave of fiery energy surged toward Wang Teng with formidable force. If struck directly, he would surely suffer grievous injuries. However, Wang Teng skillfully evaded the fiery strike with the shadowless step, swiftly maneuvering behind Chu Nuo and delivering a dragon-breaking slash aimed at his back. The blade's energy intensified exponentially as it sliced through the air. The onlookers gasped in horror, yet Chu Nuo seemed to anticipate the attack. With a slight smirk, he turned and unleashed several flame palms to counter Wang Teng's strike. Boom, boom, boom. As multiple flame palms rained down, Wang Teng's dragon-breaking slash was gradually neutralized, and the remaining fiery attacks surged directly toward him. Wang Teng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Chu Nuo's flame palm to possess such strength, capable of overcoming even his dragon-breaking slash. As the flames approached, Wang Teng had no choice but to employ the shadowless step once more to evade. Through this exchange, Wang Teng gained a newfound respect for the prowess of a mid-stage foundation establishment expert. The disparity in their realms was stark, and without his shadowless step, he would have been at a severe disadvantage. Chu Nuo, noticing that Wang Teng consistently escaped at critical moments, felt a surge of frustration. Boy, your speed is commendable, which explains your confidence. However, do you truly believe that you can remain invincible based solely on speed? You underestimate the Xinling sect, Chu Nuo declared, retrieving a talisman from his possession. After reciting a few incantations, he cast the talisman to the ground. Gravity talisman, accelerate. The moment the gravity talisman activated, the gravitational force within a 100-meter radius increased tenfold, affecting Wang Teng's position as well. Such a talisman exists? Wang Teng was genuinely astonished. He had initially believed that his shadowless step would render him invulnerable, but now he realized he had underestimated this world. Furthermore, as the gravity talisman took effect, the gathered spectators felt the weight pressing down upon them. Those with weaker abilities collapsed to the ground, while Lu Gowen, Lu Yinshi, and Yao Shu, though able to stand, were deeply concerned for Wang Teng's fate. This is bad. With the gravity talisman in play, my son-in-law's mobility will be severely restricted, Lu Gowen thought, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Lu Yinshi's face turned pale with anxiety, her heartbeat quickening to an alarming rate. The onlookers, experiencing the sudden heaviness, fell to the ground, silently acknowledging the might of the Xinling sect. Truly, they were a divine sect, capable of manipulating the very forces of the earth. In that moment, the crowd's reverence for the Xinling sect deepened. The ability to control the forces of the earth was akin to wielding divine power, was it not? Chu Nuo, observing the situation, felt a sense of satisfaction. Boy, were you not so fleet of foot? Why don't you attempt to run now? Chu Nuo seemed unaffected by the gravity, confidence radiating from him. Everything is over. Prepare to die. Chu Nuo gathered his spiritual energy, preparing to launch another assault on Wang Teng. The spectators believed Wang Teng's demise was imminent, and even Lu Gowen and Yao Shu felt hopeless about his chances. However, at that moment, Wang Teng swung the Wind Spirit Greatsword before him. In the moment he unleashed the sword formation, the entire Lu manor erupted with a dazzling display of sword light. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock. The disciples of the Xinling sect, including Chu Nuo, were visibly shaken. How is this possible? The 10,000 sword formation? Chu Nuo trembled slightly, while Wang Teng smirked, echoing Chu Nuo's earlier words back at him. Everything is over. Prepare to die. Chapter 57. My lady. You are my nourishment. The unexpected appearance of the 10,000 sword formation not only astonished everyone present, but also completely reversed the tide of battle. Lu Gowen, Lu Yinshi, and others were equally taken aback. When did our Lu manor acquire such a powerful sword formation? When did my son-in-law arrange this? Lu Guozhen was genuinely astounded by Wang Teng's capabilities, his heart swelling with elation. With this formidable 10,000 sword formation, they need not fear the 5 disciples of the Xinling sect. Lu Yinshi, witnessing the sword formation, felt a mix of astonishment and relief, her admiration for her husband growing deeper. The onlookers outside the Lu Manor were left speechless at the sight of such an impressive display. What a remarkable sword formation. It must contain at least 10,000 sword energies. Those knowledgeable about sword energies could not help but voice their amazement. The most shocked among them were Chu Nuo and his 4 disciples. How is this possible? How could this boy master the sword formation, let alone such a powerful one? Chu Nuo's expression twisted in fear, and his disciples looked on in dread. Master, what do we do now? This boy wields the 10,000 sword formation. One of the disciples exclaimed in terror. With this formation in play, they stood no chance of victory. Realizing their predicament, Chu Nuo's eyes glinted with determination as he decided to make a final stand. He retrieved a blazing sword from his spatial ring, while his 4 disciples drew their respective blades. Clearly, they were prepared to fight seriously. The tension in the air heightened as the onlookers braced themselves. The outcome of the battle hinged on this next exchange. Charge! Chu Nuo commanded, brandishing his fiery sword as he led the charge toward Wang Teng. His 4 disciples followed suit, swords drawn, launching a concerted attack. The 5 of them advanced with ferocious momentum. Wang Teng furrowed his brow slightly at the sight, gripping the wind spirit greatsword and swinging it toward them. As he struck, the multitude of sword energies from the 10,000 sword formation surged forth to assail Chu Nuo and his disciples. The sheer magnitude of the sword energies was truly intimidating. In an instant, the 4 disciples behind Chu Nuo were obliterated by the sword energies of the formation, not even able to utter a sound. Only Chu Nuo, gripping his blazing sword, desperately attempted to fend off the onslaught. Why does this boy possess the 10,000 sword formation? Why? Chu Nuo's heart burned with resentment. What had begun as a guaranteed victory was now spiraling into chaos. Given the current circumstances, it seemed increasingly likely that he would meet his end here. Protective shield. Chu Nuo conjured a white shield around himself while simultaneously wielding his sword to fend off the sword energies of the 10,000 sword formation. Making a last-ditch effort to survive, ASI stated, "Everything is over. Prepare to die." Wang Teng tightened his grip on the wind spirit greatsword, channeling all his spiritual energy into it. As the wind spirit greatsword absorbed the vast amount of energy. The 10,000 sword formation grew even more formidable. The power of the 10,000 sword energies surged, and even though Chu Nuo swung his blazing sword with all his might, several sword energies pierced through his defenses, striking his protective shield. Initially, the shield held against 1 or 2 sword energies, but as they continued to rain down upon it, Chu Nuo began to falter. Soon, cracks began to appear in his protective shield. The crowd present was once again struck with astonishment. How formidable this son-in-law of the Lu family was, to have forced an elder of the Xinling sect to such an extent. Not only was he powerful, but this elder of the Xinling sect seemed to be on the brink of death. After all, he was an elder of the Xinling sect, a figure regarded as a deity in their eyes. And now he was about to perish here? All the onlookers were left dumbfounded. This outcome was entirely unforeseen. Even Lu Goen and Yao Shu were taken aback, realizing that Wang Teng's strength had grown to such an extraordinary level. One man capable of contending against 5 members of the Xinling sect, one of whom was an elder Wai son-in-law, is truly remarkable, a veritable dragon among men. His future achievements are boundless. Lu Goen felt a mix of shock and excitement in his heart. For this was his son-in-law. The mightier Wang Teng became, the more glory would reflect upon him as the father-in-law. Observing that Chu Na was still holding on, Wang Teng intensified his assault, determined not to allow him to escape alive. Even if his own spiritual energy was entirely depleted, he would ensure the elder's demise. Chu Na, feeling the relentless pressure of the sword array, could no longer withstand the onslaught, as his flame sword faltered. The sword array's energy surged past him, crashing into his white protective shield. It barely held for a moment before shattering, and the myriad sword energies pierced through his body. With a series of piercing sounds, Chu Na fell lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Chu Na was dead, along with the 4 disciples he had brought. The supposedly invincible Xinling sect had crumbled in mere moments at Wang Teng's hands. This scene utterly shocked everyone present, especially those onlookers at the entrance. The once godlike figures in their eyes had been slain by the Lu family's son-in-law. The shock was unimaginable, their faith shattered in an instant. Realizing that the deities of the Xinling sect were not invincible, they could indeed be slain, and in front of Wang Teng, they were surprisingly fragile. In contrast, Wang Teng's stature soared to new heights. After this battle, Wang Teng was sure to become renowned throughout Qiqing. Witnessing Chu Na and his companions' demise, Wang Teng sheathed the wind spirit giant sword and ceased the sword array. As he did so, exhaustion washed over him, and he collapsed to the ground, having depleted his spiritual energy in the process. However, the silver lining was that after slaying 5 cultivators, his wind spirit giant sword had advanced from a low-grade inferior to a mid-grade superior, enhancing both his martial and magical prowess. Clearly, employing the sword array to vanquish foes allowed him to absorb their energy, as the array's core was the wind spirit giant sword. Lu Yinshi rushed over at that moment and lifted the collapsed Wang Teng into her arms. "My husband, are you all right?" Her delicate face was filled with concern. "I am fine. It's merely the exhaustion of my spiritual energy. A night's rest will suffice," Wang Teng replied with a pale smile, forcing himself to stand. "That's good to hear. Let me help you to your room to rest," Lu Yinshi said, her heart aching as she supported Wang Teng, guiding him slowly toward their quarters. Lu Goen gazed at the 5 lifeless disciples of the Xinling sect sprawled in the courtyard, a wave of worry washing over him. Another 5 disciples had perished, one of whom was an elder. It seemed the Xinling sect would not rest until they exacted revenge on the Lu family. Sighing, Lu Goen found some solace in the thought of his formidable son-in-law, bolstered by the protection of the sword array. As night deepened, Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the bed, having recovered a portion of his spiritual energy after a brief period of meditation. Lu Yinshi remained by his side, attentive and unwavering. "Husband, do you feel better? You should rest soon," she urged, her face filled with concern. Unexpectedly, Wang Teng pulled her close, enveloping her in his embrace. Lu Yinshi's face flushed crimson, yet she made no attempt to escape, allowing him to hold her. "My husband, I expended far too much spiritual energy today. I need to replenish it properly," Wang Teng whispered mischievously in her ear. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Lu Yinshi's face reddened further, her heart racing. "How shall you replenish it? I can prepare ginseng soup for you. We have a 500-year-old ginseng at home. It's highly nourishing. After you consume it, your body will surely recover more swiftly," Lu Yinshi replied instinctively, "No need for ginseng soup. My dear, you are the best tonic I could ever wish for," Wang Teng retorted with a playful grin. "I am a tonic?" The innocent Lu Yinshi momentarily failed to grasp his meaning until Wang Teng leaned in to kiss her, sealing her delicate lips. Only then did she realize the nature of his suggestion. Chapter 58. The capture of the Crown Prince in Qiqing. At the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Lin Jishang practiced swordsmanship in the backyard early in the morning. In this martial-centric era of the Great Xia dynasty, it was essential for a city lord to engage in martial arts every morning. However, just as he was midway through his practice, a guard hurriedly entered from outside. "My lord, there is a messenger from the third prince requesting your immediate presence." The guard, Linda, reported respectfully. "The third prince's messenger?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jishang's expression tightened, and he quickly sheathed his sword. Currently, the third prince wielded immense power in the Great Xia dynasty, with no one able to contend with him. Without a doubt, he was likely to become the next emperor. Realizing this, Lin Jishang quickly instructed, "Take me to him." He dared not delay in meeting the third prince's messenger. Upon entering the grand hall, he saw a towering figure clad in black and gold armor, exuding an imposing aura steeped in bloodlust. Clearly a seasoned warrior, as Lin Jishang hurriedly approached, the warrior frowned disapprovingly and spoke in a deep voice. "You are the city lord of Qiqing, Lin Jishang?" "Indeed. I was unaware of the general's arrival, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly," Lin Jishang replied, trembling. "This is the individual the third prince wants you to apprehend in Qiqing. Report immediately if you receive any leads," the armored warrior stated, handing Lin Jishang a portrait. Lin Jishang carefully accepted the portrait, inspecting it closely. The person depicted was remarkably handsome, prompting him to inquire, "Might I ask who this person is? What crime has he committed, so I can inform the populace?" "No need for further questions. Simply know that this is a significant fugitive. Report any leads immediately if you manage to capture this fugitive or provide critical information. The third prince will reward you handsomely. You might not only gain rank but potentially share in his fortune," the warrior replied curtly. "Understood. I will do my utmost to carry out this task. Should I discover the individual in the portrait, I will report at once," Lin Jishang responded without daring to ask more. He was not foolish. Someone capable of drawing the third prince's direct order for capture was undoubtedly of considerable significance. Any further questioning could jeopardize his life. "Very well, I shall take my leave," the armored warrior concluded and departed hastily, without even pausing for tea, clearly rushing to attend to duties in the next city. Lin Jishang personally escorted the warrior out of the mansion and returned to the grand hall with a sense of frustration. Glancing at the portrait in his hand, he turned to his trusted servant, Linda, and asked, Linda, do you have any guesses as to the identity of the person in this portrait? Lin Zhishang held great trust in this servant, fully confident in his abilities. Anyone who could prompt the third prince to issue a personal capture order was surely of no ordinary status, especially as this task was entrusted to one of the third prince's elite black gold armored guards. Linda hesitated, seemingly having guessed the identity but reluctant to voice it. There is no one else here. Speak freely, Lin Zhishang urged, harboring his own suspicions yet seeking confirmation. And why, Lord? If my guess is correct, the person in the portrait might be the long-missing crown prince, Linda stated honestly. Upon hearing the words crown prince, Lin Zhishang's heart stirred. His own conjecture aligned with Lin Da's. It seemed the third prince, unable to locate his own men, was now resorting to utilizing officials of the Great Xia dynasty to expand the search for the crown prince. Indeed, as I suspected. With the emperor bedridden and barely hanging on, the third prince, now wielding power over the court, has various factions and sects aligning themselves with him. The only obstacle left is the crown prince. Without finding him, he cannot rest easy, Lin Zhishang analyzed. What you say is true. Following the battle at the outskirts of the capital, the crown prince's faction was nearly annihilated, and the families and sects that supported him faced a bloody purge at the hands of the third prince. He barely escaped with his life, thanks to his master's protection, but his martial abilities have been crippled, leaving him with no hope of resurgence, Linda concurred. The crown prince was indeed in a dire state, struggling to survive with little hope for a comeback. Lin Zhishang quickly made a decision, handing the portrait to Linda, have the artist create a dozen copies of this portrait and post them at all 4 city gates. Scrutinize everyone entering and exiting. We cannot let a single person slip by. After a pause, he added, additionally, dispatch the city guards to conduct a thorough search within the city. If we happen to find the crown prince, it would reflect well on us. Yes, my lord. After Linda received the portrait, he hastily exited the grand hall, only to be greeted by a pure and beautiful girl approaching him. Miss, Linda bowed slightly and intended to leave, but was halted by the girl, who noticed the portrait in his hand and found the person depicted somewhat familiar. Uncle Lin, what portrait do you have there? Let me have a look. Lin Xingyun's captivating eyes fixated on the image. It's nothing, just a portrait of a fugitive. The Lord has tasked me with posting notices, Linda replied casually. A fugitive? Let me see, Lin Xingyun exclaimed as she snatched the portrait from Linda's grasp. After examining it closely, she was suddenly taken aback, for the figure in the portrait was none other than the dashing gentleman who had rescued her last time. Miss, this portrait is not a toy. Please return it to me, Linda implored, somewhat helpless after losing the image. Hearing his daughter's voice, the city lord Lin Zhishang approached. Xingyun, stop fooling around. Uncle Lin has work to do. Quickly return the portrait to him. Although Lin Zhishang spoke sternly, his gaze towards Lin Xingyun was filled with affection. Being an elderly man who had finally fathered a daughter, he cherished Lin Xingyun dearly and usually indulged her whims. But this time, as it was a matter of the third prince, he dared not be lenient. Father, I know the person in this portrait, Lin Xingyun suddenly declared after scrutinizing the image. This revelation astonished both Lin Zhishang and Linda. Xingyun, what did you say? You know the person in the portrait? Where is he? Lin Zhishang hurriedly inquired. If they could capture this prince, it would be a significant achievement, and his prospects for promotion and wealth would be bright. However, Lin Xingyun's next words left him even more shocked. Father, he is the handsome gentleman who saved me from the clutches of the white-haired old demon last time. I believe his name is Wang Teng. What? He is the one who rescued you? Lin Zhishang and Linda exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's shock. Chapter 59. The Banquet at Hongmen. After a night of nurturing under the clouds and rain, with the aid of the red dust affection ring, Lu Yinxi made a remarkable breakthrough to the master realm, advancing straight to the mid-stage of that realm, equivalent to a 2-level leap. Such rapid progress left Lu Yinxi both astonished and delighted. Having cultivated for nearly 20 years to reach the pinnacle of the acquired realm, she had advanced to the master realm mid-stage after just 2 nights with Wang Teng. This swift and effortless method of cultivation completely captivated Lu Yinxi. She even contemplated practicing with her husband daily, believing that in a year or 2, her strength might surpass that of the wretched white fox, freeing her from the threat of a forced marriage to the prince. Yet, Lu Yinxi was also curious as to why her strength increased so rapidly during their intimate encounters. Husband, why does being with you during those moments elevate my realm so quickly? She asked. Her cheeks flushed as she adjusted Wang Teng's clothing. It is simply because your husband is extraordinary, Wang Teng replied with a slight smile. Unable to resist the allure of Lu Yinxi's enchanting presence, He pulled her closer into his embrace. Truth be told, Wang Teng also relished the time spent cultivating with Lu Yinxi. In just one night, his strength had again surged, reaching the early stage of the martial saint realm. Akin to the foundational stage of a cultivator, this astonishing rate of cultivation exceeded his expectations. Held in Wang Teng's arms, Lu Yinxi did not struggle. Instead, she felt a wave of sweetness within her heart. Observing her charmingly bashful demeanor, Wang Teng could not help but lean down to kiss her, and Lu Yinxi instinctively leaned in as well. Just as they were lost in their kiss, a voice suddenly called from outside the door. "Miss, sir, the Lord requests your presence. He has important matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, the two reluctantly parted, and Lu Yinxi's cheeks retained a hint of flush in the main hall of the Lu residence. Lu Goen and Yao Shu were already present, dressed formally. Upon their entrance, Lu Goen approached with a smile. "Daughter, son-in-law, the city lord is hosting a banquet today and has invited our family to join. Please get ready so we can go together." It was evident that Lu Goen was quite pleased with the city lord's invitation. Their family, being a third-rate martial arts clan in Qiqing, seldom had the opportunity to speak with the city lord. And today, the lord personally inviting them was indeed an honor. However, Wang Teng remained cautious, pondering why the city lord would invite their family without reason. Father-in-law, did the city lord mention anything specific about the banquet? Were we the only ones invited? Wang Teng asked, frowning. It was not that he was timid, but rather that his identity as a prince made it easy to expose many things, even attracting life-threatening dangers. Thus, he felt the need to be cautious. The city lord's servant did not provide any details about the banquet, only mentioning that the lord is hosting a feast and inviting our family. As for who else is invited, I cannot say. Lu Goen shook his head, then suddenly realized something and asked Wang Teng, "Do you feel something is amiss? I am not sure where the issue lies." "Perhaps I am just overthinking it," Wang Teng replied casually, although he sensed that the city lord's banquet might not be simple. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind once again. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Option 1. Attend the banquet at the city lord's residence. Reward: flying sword technique, divine disguise technique, turtle breathing skill. Option 2. Refuse to attend the banquet at the city lord's residence. Reward: 2 advanced spirit gathering pills." Surprised by the unexpected mission trigger, Wang Teng began to analyze the pros and cons of both options. Option 1 offered substantial rewards. The flying sword technique was an offensive method from the realm of cultivation, granting him ranged attack capabilities. The divine disguise technique and turtle breathing skill would allow Wang Teng to completely conceal his identity and aura, alleviating his fears of being discovered by the prince. The key was that with these 2 skills, Wang Teng could cultivate in peace, and given his current speed of advancement, he would undoubtedly become a top-tier expert in 1 or 2 years. Even without the spirit-gathering pills, merely practicing with his wife would yield rapid upgrades. Once his skills reached perfection, he could charge in alone, and even if the prince had numerous experts as protection, they would likely be unable to withstand his assault. However, attending the city lord's banquet could pose dangers, making it a high-risk option. Option 2 offered only 2 advanced spirit-gathering pills, which could elevate Wang Teng's strength from the early martial saint realm to its pinnacle, with seemingly lesser risk involved. Yet, while Option 2 provided short-term benefits, Option 1 appeared more advantageous in the long run. After weighing his choices, Wang Teng decided to take a risk and select Option 1. "Father-in-law, let us attend the city lord's banquet," he declared before turning to change his attire. Almost simultaneously, the system's voice rang in his mind once more. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewards: flying sword technique, divine disguise technique, turtle breathing skill. As the system concluded, Wang Teng's mind filled with the secrets of these 3 techniques, which he quickly assimilated. Additionally, Wang Teng's departure was not merely to change clothes. He activated the shadowless step to head to the Lu residence's backyard, where he had previously arranged for Xiao Qing to rest beneath the parasol tree. Anticipating potential danger, Wang Teng decided to bring Xiao Qing along. As her strength had reached the pinnacle of the golden core realm, equivalent to the peak of the martial artist's golden body, in such a small place as Qiqing, few could match her. With Xiao Qing by his side, he would be perfectly safe. However, bringing a snake openly would attract attention, so Wang Teng found a leather bag to conceal her, which Xiao Qing was not particularly pleased about. "Master, can you buy me a beast bag? Being stuffed in this leather bag is quite demeaning. Are there really beast bags?" Wang Teng was genuinely unaware of such items. Of course, high-grade beast bags even have the function of nurturing beasts to enhance cultivation. Xiao Qing replied earnestly. "I see. Next time, I will get you a high-grade beast bag." Wang Teng nodded. If he could acquire a beast bag, it would allow him to carry Xiao Qing with ease. For now, however, He could only use the palm-sized leather bag to contain her. After completing these preparations, Wang Teng returned to the Lu residence's hall. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, thank you for your patience. We are ready to proceed to the city lord's banquet. Wang Teng bowed. All right, let us go. Lu Guan nodded, pleased, and led the family to board the carriage heading to the city lord's residence. For him, attending the city lord's banquet was a significant honor, while for Wang Teng, the outcome of this event remained uncertain. Chapter 60. Taking a concubine? The city lord's residence was situated at the heart of Qiqing, and Lu Guan's family soon arrived at its entrance. As Wang Teng and the others alighted from their carriage, the city lord Lin Jishang personally came forward to greet them. Brother Lu, thank you for gracing my residence with your presence for the banquet. Lin Jishang welcomed them with a smile. This warm reception left Lu Guan somewhat flabbergasted. Lord Lin, what have I done to deserve such honor? He responded hastily, bowing respectfully. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Jishang's gaze shifted to Wang Teng, standing behind Lu Guan. Upon seeing Wang Teng's appearance, Lin Jishang was taken aback. For the young lady had spoken the truth. This Wang Teng bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure depicted in the portrait. Surely, this must be the illustrious young master Wang Teng, who has recently garnered much attention. Lin Jishang remarked with considerable admiration. As the lord of Qiqing, he was naturally well acquainted with the latest happenings in the city, particularly concerning the remarkable Wang Teng. Not only had he secured first place in the hunting competition, but he had also vanquished an elder of the Xinling sect, making him undoubtedly the most renowned figure of late. Impossible to overlook, indeed. He is my son-in-law, Wang Teng, Lu Guan stated proudly. Lu brother, your son-in-law possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Lin Jishang laughed heartily, though his words held unspoken implications as he sought to gauge the Lu family's sentiments. Wang Teng maintained a calm expression, yet he became increasingly convinced that the city lord's invitation to the banquet was indeed motivated by ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Lu Guan remained blissfully unaware, mistakenly believing that the lord was merely praising his son-in-law's talents. Lord Lin is merely jesting. My son-in-law still has much to learn, Lu Guan humbly protested, though his eyes betrayed a sense of pride. As the two exchanged compliments, a familiar, petite figure emerged from behind Lin Jishang. Brother Wang Teng, hello, do you remember me? Lin Xingyuan greeted with a delightful laugh. Upon seeing Lin Xingyuan, Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. Was she not the girl he had rescued from the clutches of the white-haired old demon? Not only was Wang Teng surprised, but Lu Yinxi, who had accompanied him, was equally astonished. What was this young girl doing here? How did you end up here? Wang Teng inquired, astonished. The city lord is my father. How could I not be here? Lin Xingyuan replied with a playful laugh. Wang Teng had never anticipated that this girl was the daughter of the city lord. Lin Jishang, noticing the interaction, stepped forward with sincerity. I must express my gratitude to young Master Wang for saving my daughter. Otherwise, she might have fallen victim to the white-haired old demon. This banquet is specifically to thank you for your life-saving grace. This was indeed true. This gathering was primarily to express gratitude to Wang Teng, though it also served to probe and draw closer to him. I see. What a coincidence that my son-in-law happened to save the city lord's daughter that day. Lu Guan responded with a smile. Indeed, let us converse inside. Lin Jishang invited cheerfully, especially respectful towards Wang Teng. Soon, under the guidance of city lord Lin Jishang, Wang Teng and Lu Guan's family were ushered to the backyard, where a sumptuous feast awaited. Once seated, laughter and conversation flowed freely. Lu Guan and city lord Lin Jishang drank merrily, sharing a camaraderie akin to long-lost friends, almost on the verge of swearing brotherhood. Wang Teng, however, partook less in the drink, although Lin Jishang frequently toasted him, even arranging for his daughter to sit beside Wang Teng, leaving one to wonder about his intentions. Brother Wang Teng, would you come to my room for a bit later? I have created many intriguing things. You simply must see them. Lin Xingyuan's cheeks flushed as her sparkling eyes remained fixed on Wang Teng, brimming with admiration. Over the past few days, she had heard so much about him that her admiration only grew with each tale. Lu Yinxi, observing Lin Xingyuan's adoring gaze towards Wang Teng, felt a twinge of jealousy. As a woman herself, she understood the significance of such looks, yet with so many people present, she could not express her feelings openly. Suppressing her emotions within, seeing that Wang Teng had not responded, Lin Xingyuan could not help but plead again. Brother Wang Teng, please? I have so many fascinating things in my room, all crafted by my own hands, things you cannot find elsewhere. Just come and take a look. Lin Xingyuan had always used such charm on her father, and now, unconsciously, she applied the same tactic to Wang Teng. Lu Yinxi felt her jealousy intensify upon hearing this. Wang Teng, sensing the situation, awkwardly declined, Miss Lin, I am not particularly interested in those things. Perhaps another time? Just for a little while? Lin Qingyuan asked with a hint of vulnerability. Wang Teng felt a bit troubled. And Lin Jishang, noticing his daughter's distress, could not help but interject, Young Master Wang, I apologize. My daughter is quite spoiled. I hope you can be understanding. It's nothing. Children can be quite demanding. Wang Teng chuckled awkwardly. Who says I'm a child? I'm already 16 and can marry, Lin Qingyuan exclaimed, her eyes suddenly lighting up as she turned to Wang Teng. Brother Wang Teng, why don't you marry me? I wouldn't mind being a concubine, as long as you are willing to take me. Since the day she was saved by Wang Teng, Lin Qingyuan had been unable to forget him, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. Today, having finally met him, she was unwilling to let him go easily. This declaration left everyone present in shock, their gazes fixed on Wang Teng, including Lu Yinxi, whose heart was already brimming with jealousy. Yet she could not voice her feelings in front of so many. After all, in the Daxiao martial dynasty, it was common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. What? Marry a concubine? Wang Teng was at a loss for words. Lin Qingyuan's boldness in proposing a concubine arrangement was beyond anything he had expected. Brother Wang Teng, I am not jesting. Ever since I first laid eyes on you, I have been smitten. Although you have a wife, it is still permissible to take concubines. I am willing to be the second, Lin Qingyuan boldly confessed, showing no regard for the presence of Wang Teng's wife and in-laws. Wang Teng, bewildered by this audacious girl, glanced at Lin Jishang, hoping he would counsel his daughter, only to be met with Lin Jishang's unexpected response. Young Master Wang, my daughter is quite fond of you. I cannot intervene, if you are willing. Then perhaps you could take her as a concubine. What? Even the city lord is saying this. Wang Teng was utterly stunned, as were Lu Goen and the others, who had initially thought it was just a child's playful remark. Lu Yinxi was simultaneously envious and fuming. Wang Teng was utterly perplexed by Lin Jishang's suggestion to take his daughter as a concubine. Just then, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding, congratulations, host, you have triggered a new quest. Option 1, take Lin Qingyuan as a concubine. Rewards, 100 high-grade spirit gathering pills, 1 high-grade monster beast bag, 100 high-grade divine generals, 1 yuan ing level guard, flight technique, and a random skill enhancement by 1 level. Option 2, refuse to take Lin Qingyuan as a concubine. Rewards, 1 book on breaking talismans. Wang Teng had not anticipated the system's interruption at such a moment. The first option presented such generous rewards. Was it tempting him to take a concubine and establish a harem? Just the 100 high-grade spirit gathering pills alone could elevate his strength to the Yuan Ing level in no time. Not to mention the other lavish rewards. The second option, however, offered merely a book on breaking talismans, which seemed rather meager. It was evident that the system was coaxing him towards the first option. However, Wang Teng had no intention of choosing it, as his past experiences suggested that rewards labeled breaking were typically exceptional and permanent. Moreover, he felt a deep commitment to Lu Yinxi and had never considered taking a concubine or establishing a harem. With this in mind, Wang Teng turned to City Lord Lin Jishang and said, Lord Lin, my wife and I share an unwavering bond. I have no intention of considering taking a concubine. Please do not jest. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded in Wang Teng's mind once again. Ding, congratulations, host, successful choice. Reward. 1 book on breaking talismans has been added to the system space. Wang Teng's response left Lin Jishang with a sense of regret. Yet he maintained a calm facade and no matter. My daughter is simply caught up in the moment, being playful, young Master Wang. Please do not take it to heart. Hearing this, Wang Teng felt a sense of relief. He had finally been spared. Lu Yinxi, upon witnessing Wang Teng's refusal, also felt a wave of relief wash over her, as well as a surge of gratitude. She realized that her husband was willing to forego the city lord's tempting offer, which demonstrated his deep affection for her. She resolved to reward him properly upon their return home, her cheeks flushing with the thought of what that reward would entail. Lin Qingyuan, noticing that Wang Teng had once again declined her offer, felt a slight disappointment but refrained from pressing further. Instead, she gazed at Wang Teng and Lu Yinxi with a hint of envy. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Lin Jishang suddenly stood and addressed Wang Teng. Young Master Wang, I wish to discuss an important matter with you privately. Do you have a moment? Wang Teng, observing the earnest expression on Lin Jishang's face, understood that he had something significant to discuss, and he nodded. Very well, Lord Lin, let us go. Seeing Wang Teng's agreement, Lin Jishang rose from his seat and led him to a secluded chamber within the city lord's residence. Once inside, Lin Jishang closed the door and, before Wang Teng could react, knelt before him. Lord, what is the meaning of this? Wang Teng was perplexed. What was happening? I have the honor to meet His Highness the Crown Prince, Lin Zhishang proclaimed, bowing deeply to Wang Teng. This unexpected revelation shocked Wang Teng. Lin Zhishang had recognized him as the Crown Prince, and his expression shifted accordingly. However, Wang Teng did not immediately confirm this, instead opting to respond deliberately. Why, Lord Lin? Have you mistaken me for someone else? I am Wang Teng, merely a refugee who has fled from a small, remote town. I am certainly not a prince. Upon hearing Wang Teng's denial, Lin Zhishang produced a wanted poster from his person and handed it to Wang Teng. Your Highness, this is the nationwide wanted poster issued by the third prince, and the target is none other than you, Lin Zhishang stated as he presented the image to Wang Teng. Upon seeing the poster, it became futile for Wang Teng to deny the truth. He had not anticipated that his royal brother would escalate the search for him, even enlisting the aid of various city lords. If you possess this poster, why not report to my royal brother to claim credit, instead of inviting me to dine at your residence? Wang Teng inquired, his expression a mix of seriousness and curiosity. In the current Daxiao martial dynasty, the third prince's power was undeniable. It was evident to any discerning individual that he was likely to inherit the throne. Reporting this useless prince would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Wang Teng was eager to understand why Lin Zhishang had chosen not to disclose his whereabouts, but instead extended an invitation for a meal. Your Highness, to be candid, I did indeed contemplate launching an extensive search within the city to capture you for credit. Lin Zhishang said, his voice trembling with apprehension. Oh, is that so? Then why did you change your mind? Wang Teng asked, intrigued, as he regarded Lin Zhishang, who was kneeling before him. It is because of my daughter. Lin Zhishang paused before continuing. Lin Zhishang, was blessed with a daughter late in life and doted upon Qingyuan greatly. It was you, Your Highness, who rescued her from the clutches of the white-haired old demon. By saving Qingyuan, you have saved me as well. I, Lin Zhishang, am a man who believes in repaying debts of gratitude. Henceforth, I wish to follow you, Your Highness, without regret. Wang Teng cast a glance at Lin Zhishang's sincere gaze. Feeling a wave of emotion wash over him, he never imagined that the girl he had casually rescued would turn out to be the daughter of the city lord. If he had not saved Lin Qingyuan, Lin Zhishang would not have changed his stance. Otherwise, the entire city would likely have been in pursuit of him. Indeed, it seemed that fate was at play. You may rise. My identity must remain confidential for the time being. Wang Teng stated. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Zhishang stood up, only to recall something and reminded Wang Teng, Your Highness, the third prince has already ordered the black gold armored guards to distribute your wanted poster to all cities. You must exercise caution when venturing out. I understand. You have done well. Wang Teng nodded. With his skills in disguise and the turtle breathing technique, he could easily navigate the outside world. However, this incident had made him acutely aware of the significance of intelligence. Had he not fortuitously saved Lin Zhishang's daughter, he would likely be fleeing from his royal brother's pursuit. If only he had known in advance that his brother was distributing wanted posters to the city lords. He could have made necessary preparations. Furthermore, this situation had solidified one truth for Wang Teng. Regardless of his desires regarding the throne, his royal brother would undoubtedly wish him dead, rather than passively await his fate. It was better to rise in resistance. It seemed necessary to complete the final task assigned by the Qilin Pavilion, which was to eliminate the sect master of the Xinling sect, Xiecheng. Indeed, Wang Teng had successfully completed the first two tasks given by the Qilin Pavilion, and the last one remained, to kill Xiecheng, the sect master of Xinling sect. Once this task was accomplished, the Qilin would pledge loyalty to him. After the banquet concluded, City Lord Lin Zhishang personally escorted Wang Teng and his family out of the residence. As he watched the carriage gradually disappear. Lin Zhishang's trusted servant, Linda, could not help but bow and ask, My lord, are you certain you wish to follow His Highness? This is a perilous choice. Many prominent sects that previously supported the prince have been annihilated by the third prince. And now he stands alone, unable to contend. Do you truly believe I agreed to follow His Highness solely because of my daughter? Lin Zhishang revealed a profound and astute gaze. Then what is the reason? Linda inquired, furrowing his brow. The elder of the Xinling sect came with 4 disciples seeking revenge, yet he was vanquished by a single individual. Do you think the previous prince possessed such extraordinary abilities? Lin Zhishang countered. Upon hearing this, Linda's understanding was illuminated. Indeed, my lord is wise. What about the wanted posters issued by the third prince? Tear them up, Lin Zhishang declared, turning to leave. This time, he had placed a substantial wager. Betting his life and fortune. Chapter 62. My lord, tonight I shall reward you. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Wang Teng immediately seated himself to examine the rewards bestowed upon him by the system. The divine disguise technique. In essence, it is a method of altering one's appearance, yet the system's reward surpasses Wang Teng's understanding. Not only can it transform one's visage, but it can also alter one's voice and aura, allowing one to take on the guise of an unparalleled beauty. Indeed, a remarkable skill. Thus, with this divine disguise technique, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to recognize Wang Teng as the prince. The turtle breathing technique is a method for concealing one's power and abilities. Once employed, others will be unable to perceive one's strength or aura. Wang Teng was currently cultivating the true dragon art, which is easily discerned by those of considerable strength, leading them to suspect his royal lineage. However, with the turtle breathing technique, no one could see through him, not even an immortal emperor. Both techniques serve to obscure one's true self, while the sword technique provides a means of long-range attack. Additionally, there remained a tattered spellbook, the nature of which was still unknown to him. Based on past experiences, anything labeled as tattered tends to prove quite valuable. With this in mind, Wang Teng retrieved the worn spellbook. The cover was indeed dilapidated, and the pages were slightly yellowed. It was unmistakably an old tome titled Spellbook. Quite straightforward indeed. Ding, system detected. Would you like to study immediately? There was no need for hesitation. He chose to study it at once. As he made his selection, the tattered spellbook transformed into a beam of white light, penetrating his mind. Instantly, a multitude of spell secrets flooded Wang Teng's consciousness. Invisibility spells, transformation spells, flight spells, duplication spells, enlargement spells, puppet spells, feminine transformation spells, and more. Over 100,000 spells in total, each more bizarre and imaginative than the last. Provided one has sufficient spiritual energy and materials, they can be crafted. Upon absorbing the contents of the tattered spellbook, Wang Teng was filled with delight. Indeed, anything labeled as tattered proves to be a treasure. With over 100,000 spells, he would be able to turn the tide in combat by simply employing these spells against his foes. Wang Teng felt exhilarated, contemplating purchasing materials for spell creation in the market the following day to prepare thousands of various talismans, ensuring that he would not fear any expert encounters. He could simply throw spells to defeat his opponents. How fortunate he was to possess a resolute will. Otherwise, he might have missed such a great opportunity. Just then, Lu Yinshi entered the room, having just finished bathing, clad in a simple white garment. Her hair was still damp, and she resembled a celestial being emerging from the water, breathtakingly beautiful. My lady, why have you finished bathing so early today? Wang Teng wondered, slightly perplexed, as the sun had yet to set. My lord, it is time for us to rest. Lu Yinshi said, her enchanting features captivating as she locked the door behind her. So early to rest? The sun has not yet set. Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. Today, my lord refused the city lord's invitation on my behalf, and I am deeply touched. Therefore, I wish to reward you properly, Lu Yinshi replied. Her cheeks flushed. It is not often that someone can turn down the city lord's offer, especially considering Lin Qingwen's stunning beauty. Yet Wang Teng had resolutely declined to take her as a concubine, expressing sentiments that moved her greatly. Such a wonderful husband deserved a fitting reward. What kind of reward do you intend to bestow upon me? Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with interest. It was the first time he had heard his lady speak of rewarding him. You will find out shortly, Lu Yinshi said, her face turning crimson as she slowly began to remove her simple garment, revealing her flawless, delicate skin and her alluring figure. Wang Teng could hardly contain himself, nearly losing control. This was unequivocally an overt temptation. Any man would struggle to resist at such a moment. He immediately approached Lu Yinshi, lifting her and carrying her toward the BEDMY lady. I graciously accept this reward, he said with a slight smirk. Lu Yinshi's soft, tender arms wrapped around Wang Teng's neck, and with a shy whisper, she breathed into his ear, my lord, tonight I shall serve you. Very well, but does this reward belong to me or to you? Wang Teng chuckled. Oh, stop it. I said it is a reward for you. Lu Yinshi playfully chided. All right, the world may be vast, but my lady reigns supreme. If you say it is a reward for me, then it is indeed a reward for me. So, does that mean I only need to lie here tonight? Wang Teng grinned mischievously. Lu Yinshi's face turned beet red. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. As night fell, within the grand hall of the Xinling sect, the elder Hu Shou was managing sect affairs on behalf of the sect master when a disciple rushed in, breathless and distressed. Elder, trouble has arisen. A grave situation has occurred. Upon hearing this, the elder set aside the sect matters, raising his gaze. What ails you? maintain your composure. Remember, we are a cultivation sect. What calamity has befallen us? Speak clearly, elder Hu Shou reprimanded, his tone displeased. Elder, the fourth elder has perished. He was killed at the Lu residence. The disciple gasped, trembling with fear. What? The fourth elder is dead? Upon hearing those words, the grand elder Hu Shou was so astonished that he rose abruptly from his seat. His face a portrait of disbelief. It is crucial to recognize that the fourth elder possessed strength equivalent to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, akin to a martial saint in the realm of martial arts. Such prowess rendered him an invincible entity even within the entirety of Qiqing. How could he possibly perish at the hands of a third-rate martial family? Indeed, many witnesses attested to the fourth elder's demise at the hands of the son-in-law of the Lu family. The disciple continued to elucidate. The son-in-law of the Lu family? Is he truly formidable? To have slain the fourth elder, his strength must be at least at the late stage of foundation establishment. The grand elder Hu Shou furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth within the grand hall, taken aback by this revelation. Without reaching the late stage of foundation establishment, it seems that the Lu family's son-in-law is merely at the pinnacle of the qi refining realm. The disciple reiterated, he has already achieved such a feat at the qi refining stage. How can that be? There exists a significant gap of an entire realm between them. It is inconceivable that he could have slain the fourth elder. Have you verified this thoroughly? The grand elder Hu Shou expressed his skepticism, utterly unwilling to accept that the fourth elder could fall to a mere practitioner of the qi refining stage. I have heard from those present at the time that the son-in-law of the Lu family seemingly employed the 10,000 sword formation to eliminate the fourth elder. The disciple explained after a moment of contemplation. The 10,000 sword formation? The son-in-law of the Lu family is capable of orchestrating the 10,000 sword formation? The grand elder Hu Shou was once again struck with astonishment, for such formations could only be arranged by cultivators. How could a mere martial artist possibly deploy such an intricate array? Indeed, it was through the 10,000 sword formation that the fourth elder met his end. The disciple reaffirmed it appears that this son-in-law of the Lu family is no ordinary individual. To be able to arrange the 10,000 sword formation while still at the qi refining stage is quite remarkable. The grand elder Hu Shou stated, his brow knitted in contemplation, Grand elder, you must avenge the fourth elder. Do you have any idea how the people of Qiqing are currently speaking of us? They say that the Xinling sect is nothing but a fade, incapable of besting even a single son-in-law of the Lu family, a mere farce of a celestial sect. The disciple replied, his voice laced with indignation. As a disciple of the Xinling sect, he had always taken pride in his affiliation. Now, however, he felt as though that pride had been trampled upon, leaving him with a profound sense of discomfort. It seems that the Lu family requires a reckoning. I shall procure the formation compass tomorrow, gather my people, and personally annihilate the Lu family. A glint of determination flickered in the grand elder Hu Shou's eyes, for he was the Xinling sect's foremost expert in formations, and with the formation compass in hand. Dismantling a 10,000 sword formation would be a trivial matter. Chapter 63. Crafting Talismans, Two Ladies, Double the Joy? At the break of dawn, Wang Teng rose from his slumber. The previous night, Lu Yinqi had attended to him, granting him a truly indulgent experience. However, Lu Yinqi was utterly exhausted and still slumbering. Thus, Wang Teng, unwilling to disturb her, quietly got out of bed. The night's escapades, combined with the cultivation of the jade seal fragments, had elevated Wang Teng's strength to the mid-stage of the martial saint realm, equivalent to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. This meteoric rise in power filled him with exuberance. The weather was delightful today. He planned to procure some talisman paper to ensure he was well prepared for any future dangers. His next course of action involved eliminating the leader of the Xinling sect, Jiecheng, to complete the final task assigned by the Qilin Pavilion. Thus, it was essential to gather ample talisman paper. With that thought in mind, Wang Teng set out alone. The materials required for crafting talismans included talisman paper, brushes, and vermilion powder, all of which could be easily acquired from mundane shops. However, the intricacies of talisman crafting remained profound. The most critical aspect was the drawing of the talisman on the paper, which was the most challenging part. The more complex the talisman, the greater the number of strokes required. And each stroke demanded an infusion of spiritual power. Consequently, not every cultivator could successfully craft a talisman. Within the span of an hour, Wang Teng returned with an abundant supply of talisman paper. Nearly depleting the entire inventory of a shop, he had procured tens of thousands of sheets of talisman paper, and now he needed to prepare for the confrontation with Jiecheng. Only by eliminating him could he fulfill the Qilin Pavilion's final task. Moreover, the Lu family and the Xinling sect had reached a point of no return. Eliminating him would also eradicate the root of the problem. Upon returning to the Lu residence, he found Lady Lu Yinxi already awake, wielding a long sword as she practiced beneath a peach tree. Her graceful form and exquisite visage left Wang Teng momentarily entranced. Lu Yinxi had now reached the pinnacle of the master realm, and as she wielded her sword, purple sword energy emanated from her, each strike executed with remarkable precision. Wang Teng observed her practice from a distance, sensing an air of aloofness about her, reminiscent of the night she transformed during their wedding ceremony, exuding an innate regal aura that contrasted with her usual gentle demeanor. Just as he was lost in admiration, Lu Yinxi appeared to notice him, sheathed her sword, and approached him with a radiant smile. "My dear husband, you have returned. Where did you venture so early this morning? I was unable to find you." Lu Yinxi beamed, her demeanor softening once more. "I went to purchase talisman paper. Seeing you still asleep, I refrained from disturbing you," Wang Teng replied with a smile. "What do you need talisman paper for at such an early hour? Are you planning to craft talismans?" Lu Yinxi inquired, her fair face adorned with curiosity. "Indeed, I intend to craft talismans. Please assist me in grinding the vermilion powder shortly," Wang Teng responded. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed a few strands of her hair at her shoulder had turned purple, prompting him to ask, "My lady, why have the strands of hair at your shoulder turned purple?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yinxi grew slightly flustered, quickly tucking her hair behind her ear before responding, "Do not concern yourself with my hair. Let me help you grind the vermilion powder. I am eager to see what kind of talismans my husband can create." Anticipation shimmered in her watery gaze. "Very well, let us commence at once." Wang Teng echoed her enthusiasm, retrieving a desk and 2 chairs from the room and preparing to draw talismans beneath the peach tree. Lu Yinxi, clad in a flowing white gown, quietly assisted Wang Teng in grinding the vermilion powder. Yet her captivating eyes remained fixated on him, as if he were her entire world. The scene was akin to a beautiful painting, a harmonious blend of male and female beauty. Wang Teng produced a sheet of talisman paper from his spatial ring, dipped his brush in vermilion powder, and began to inscribe the talisman. "Let us start with a clone talisman to practice." He visualized the strokes required for the clone talisman and infused spiritual power into the brush, then began to draw with unwavering focus. With each stroke flowing effortlessly beyond his expectations, he exclaimed, "Done! A clone talisman!" His excitement was palpable as he held the finished talisman aloft, reveling in the moment. Lu Yinxi shared in his joymy husband. "Is this truly the clone talisman?" "Indeed. Place it upon yourself, and it shall manifest its effects." Wang Teng explained. "Is that so? I shall give it a try," Lu Yinxi replied, taking the clone talisman and affixing it to her chest. Instantly, the talisman emitted a radiant white light, and a beautiful doppelganger identical to Lu Yinxi appeared beside her. Every detail, from expression to appearance, mirrored her own, though this clone possessed only half the strength of the original. Thus, the clone talisman created a duplicate with only 50% of the original's power. My husband, it seems the clone talisman has succeeded. "I've produced a perfect replica of myself," Lu Yinxi exclaimed, exhilarated by the clarity with which she beheld her own likeness for the first time. Wang Teng was equally pleased with his inaugural talisman. "Two ladies, splendid indeed." Wang Teng mused, nodding with satisfaction at the sight of 2 identical Lu Yangsis before him, when a bold thought suddenly flickered through his mind. Double the joy, however, he quickly dismissed the notion. Chastising himself for such impure thoughts, Lu Yinxi remained blissfully unaware of Wang Teng's wandering mind. "My husband, what troubles you?" Lu Yinxi waved her hand before him. "Nothing, nothing. Let us continue crafting other talismans." Wang Teng hurriedly deflected the subject. The clone talisman soon dissipated, and Lu Yinxi resumed grinding the vermilion powder as Wang Teng continued his work. He proceeded to create flight talismans, thunder talismans, puppet talismans, earth escape talismans, fire talismans, ice talismans. Wang Teng tirelessly crafted hundreds of talismans until dusk approached, finally pausing his efforts. After a full day of drawing, he felt utterly fatigued. Crafting talismans consumed not only spiritual power but also considerable physical energy. Indeed, crafting talismans proved to be a labor-intensive and energy-draining endeavor. Wang Teng slumped into his chair, reluctant to move a muscle. "My husband, shall I massage your shoulders?" Lu Yinxi approached with genuine concern, gently kneading Wang Teng's shoulders with her delicate hands. Her touch was tender, providing immense comfort. "Is it better now?" she asked, her voice laced with compassion. Wang Teng leaned back, emitting a contented sigh, feeling grateful for such a devoted wife. Very comfortable. A bit more pressure. If you please. How about now? Lu Yinxi applied a little more force. Even more pressure and quicker. Wang Teng urged, savoring the pampering. Just as he reveled in his wife's gentle ministrations, the Grand Elder Hu Shou, accompanied by the formation compass and a dozen disciples, stormed toward the Lu family, their intent ominous as they entered Qiqing. Chapter 64. The array of 10,000 swords is shattered, yet I have further plans at this moment. He Shou, the Grand Elder of the Xinling sect, was filled with immense fury. He could hardly fathom that their esteemed sect, once untouchable in this region, was now facing such disgrace. The common folk had elevated them to celestial heights. Yet in the matter concerning the Lu family, they had suffered repeated setbacks, tarnishing the reputation of the Xinling sect. Some began to think that the Xinling sect was no more than a farce, inferior even to a mere martial artist from the rivers and lakes. How could He Shou possibly endure such humiliation? Thus, he had brought the array compass along with 18 disciples, personally arriving to deal with the Lu family. The Lu family could no longer be allowed to exist. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous affront to the Xinling sect. As they journeyed, numerous townsfolk witnessed He Shou and his entourage marching towards the Lu residence, their palpable murderous intent causing many to retreat in fear. Yet, curiosity got the better of them, and they stealthily followed, whispering among themselves. The Xinling sect was truly enraged this time, bringing such a force. Did they intend to annihilate the Lu family? Who would be the one to perish, however, remained uncertain, for the Lu family's son-in-law was indeed formidable, with a sword array for defense. The Xinling sect's men might very well meet their demise. Indeed, the Lu family's son-in-law was exceedingly powerful. It seemed the Xinling sect had once again come to offer their heads. He Shou, being in the late foundation establishment stage, possessed extraordinary hearing. Upon hearing the townsfolk's remarks, his fury surged anew. When had the Xinling sect's reputation fallen so low? Clenching his fists in determination, he vowed that today, he would annihilate the Lu family and restore the honor of the Xinling sect. Before long, they arrived at the gates of the Lu residence. He Shou unleashed a powerful palm strike, shattering the door and killing several servants instantly, his momentum unstoppable. He then led his 18 disciples, filled with murderous intent, straight into the Lu estate in the annex. Wang Teng, who was enjoying a massage from his wife, suddenly awoke to the commotion. This was bad. Another formidable opponent had invaded the Lu residence. My dear, stay here. I shall return shortly, Wang Teng declared, rising to his feet and activating his shadowless step to dash towards the front courtyard. Darling, Lu Yinxi, seeing this, was filled with concern and hurriedly followed. At this moment, He Shou was already wreaking havoc in the front courtyard, having slain several guards of the Lu family. Even Lu Goen had suffered grievous injuries from He Shou's strike, lying on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Today, not a single one of you from the Lu family shall escape. All must perish here, He Shou bellowed, his killing intent palpable. He was bent on avenging his fourth junior brother and establishing the might of the Xinling sect, making the destruction of the Lu family imperative. Just then, a voice of commanding authority rang out. Stop! Wang Teng, wielding the wind spirit giant sword, arrived with remarkable speed. Seeing the carnage and his father-in-law severely injured ignited a fierce anger within him, and he gripped the wind spirit giant sword tightly. You are the Lu family's son-in-law? He Shou narrowed his eyes, a murderous glint in his gaze. Indeed, I am the one responsible for the deaths of your disciples. If there are grievances, let them be directed at me, Wang Teng replied sternly. Very well, then I shall kill you today, He Shou declared without hesitation, launching a flying sword directly at Wang Teng from his sleeve. This was sword technique. Wang Teng did not anticipate He Shou's immediate strike, devoid of any preliminary banter. Such a villain speaks little. He must possess genuine skill. Wang Teng activated his shadowless step, evading the attack with great speed while simultaneously launching the wind spirit giant sword back at He Shou, countering with his own sword technique. Surprised to find that Wang Teng could also wield sword techniques, He Shou deftly sidestepped Wang Teng's attack and bellowed an order. Form the array, at his command. The 18 disciples, swords in hand, charged forward and quickly surrounded Wang Teng. Ha! They shouted in unison, their swords vibrating ominously, forming a massive sword net that ensnared Wang Teng within. Thus, even with his shadowless step, escape was impossible. The onlookers gasped in horror as they witnessed Wang Teng ensnared by the sword net. Oh no, Wang Teng is trapped. Lu Goen coughed, worry etched across his face. Lu Yinxi's eyes brimmed with concern. Her delicate hands had tightened around her sword, ready to intervene should Wang Teng falter. The crowd outside watched in astonishment. The Xinling sect was serious this time, even deploying the 18-sword array. Surely, the Lu family's son-in-law was doomed. The 18-sword array was the Xinling sect's signature formation, composed of 18 disciples at the pill condensation stage, wielding extraordinary power. Even the Grand Elder himself would find it challenging to contend with. It was an invincible force beneath the golden core stage. Encircled by the sword array, Wang Teng felt a wave of dread, sensing the boundless sword energy around him. The moment he moved, the sword energy would rain down upon him from all directions. What a formidable move, the 18-sword formation. But do you think you are the only one with a sword array? I have one too, Wang Teng declared, tightening his grip on the Wind Spirit Giant sword and channeling his spiritual energy into it. The Wind Spirit Giant sword let out a thunderous hum, illuminating the area around the Lu residence with countless terrifying sword energies. Over 10,000 in total. As the 10,000 sword array emerged, its might far surpassed that of the Xinling sect's 18-sword array. Let us see which is more powerful, your 18-sword formation or my 10,000 sword array. Wang Teng smirked slightly. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Wang Teng unleash the 10,000 sword array, an exceedingly potent formation. Anticipation and excitement filled the onlookers. Even Lu Gowen believed that with this 10,000 sword array, Wang Teng could once again turn the tide. Indeed, the 10,000 sword array is impressive. You have surprised me. A mere son-in-law of the Lu family can command such a formation. Unfortunately, you have encountered me today. He declared, producing an array compass from his possession. After infusing it with spiritual power, the compass emitted a radiant light. The vibrations of the compass caused Wang Teng's 10,000 sword array to tremble, filling him with alarm. What is happening? The moment that compass moved, my array seems to be losing control. Wang Teng's heart raced. He sensed a threat emanating from that compass. He could not allow his show to continue. Attack, he commanded, directing the 10,000 sword array to break through the 18-sword array. Kill, the 18-sword array shouted in unison, launching their swords at Wang Teng. 18 sword energies surged from all directions towards him, leaving him no choice but to command the 10,000 sword array to fully defend against the onslaught. The 18-sword array and the 10,000 sword array collided violently, unleashing tremendous energy. However, overall, the 10,000 sword array held the upper hand. Unfortunately, this advantage was short-lived. With a thunderous roar from his several light swords shot forth from the array compass, striking the base of the Lu residence's walls. In an instant, the array stones buried in the corner were obliterated, leading to the collapse of Wang Teng's 10,000 sword array. The Wind Spirit Giant sword slipped from Wang Teng's grasp, and the residual force of the 10,000 sword array exploded, scattering the 18 sword array. It was a mutual destruction. My 10,000 sword array has been broken. Wang Teng's heart sank with shock. The Lu family members were equally stunned. Oh no, Wang Teng's 10,000 sword array has been shattered, Lu Gowen exclaimed, his face a mask of horror. The onlookers were rendered speechless. The Xinling sect was indeed formidable, capable of dismantling even the 10,000 sword array. Now, the Lu family's son-in-law was doomed. Without the 10,000 sword array, how could he compete with the Grand Elder of the Xinling sect? It seemed the Lu family was no match for the Xinling sect. The outcome was sealed, and the Lu family was destined for annihilation. The crowd shook their heads, lamenting the demise that awaited the Lu family, with even the servants believing that this time, their house would be extinguished. He, brimming with self-satisfaction, stepped forward and proclaimed, "Boy, you are indeed skilled to have set up the 10,000 sword array. But alas, I possess the array compass, specifically designed to counter arrays. Thus, your death is assured. Is that so?" Wang Teng's lips curled into a slight smile as he slowly retrieved over 100 talismans from his ring of earthly affection. Chapter 65. I shall crush you with talismans. Having witnessed the destruction of his 10,000 sword array, Wang Teng felt no fear. Instead, he wore a calm demeanor. He furrowed his brow at the sight. You, a mere peak of the pill condensation stage, how do you presume to contend with me at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage? Now that your 10,000 sword array has been shattered, what do you have left to challenge me? He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding arrogance. Wang Teng had utilized the turtle breathing technique, concealing his true power. He believing the reports of his disciples, assumed Wang Teng was merely at the peak of the pill condensation stage. In reality, Wang Teng's strength had long transcended that level. Moreover, he possessed hundreds of talismans he had crafted just that day. which were his greatest assets at present. Is that so? Even without the 10,000 sword array, I can still slay you, Wang Teng declared, producing nearly 100 talismans from his ring of earthly affection. He show's gaze sharpened as he observed the talismans, his expression shifting slightly. Talismans? Where did you acquire such a vast number of them? He was genuinely taken aback. Wang Teng held in his hands over 100 talismans. A quantity even the Xinling sect could scarcely boast of. It was well known that successfully crafting a single talisman was a daunting task. Even a seasoned talisman master would typically succeed in only 1 out of 10 attempts. The sheer number of talismans Wang Teng possessed was exceedingly rare. Lu Gowen was once again astonished by his son-in-law, Wang Teng, who possessed an astonishing number of talismans. How could Wang Teng have acquired so many? Where did he procure them? Lu Gowen felt increasingly perplexed by this son-in-law of his. Previously, it was the myriad sword formation and now, the abundance of talismans. It seemed as if his son-in-law was capable of anything. Only Lu Yinxi, standing by, likely knew the source of these talismans. Thankfully, she had drawn numerous talismans alongside her husband during the day. Otherwise, they would be in peril now. Lu Yinxi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that her efforts earlier were not in vain. The onlookers gathered at the gate of the Lu residence were also left speechless upon witnessing Wang Teng brandishing a large handful of talismans. Is this son-in-law of the Lu family truly this formidable? The sight of so many talismans was indeed impressive. It promised to be quite the spectacle indeed. This Lu family son-in-law surpassed my expectations. At that moment, he furrowed his brow tightly, sensing that this Lu family son-in-law was quite a formidable adversary. However, he refused to believe that all the talismans in Wang Teng's possession were genuine. Surely, there were some fakes mixed in to intimidate him. I do not believe all those talismans are real. A glimmer of cunning flashed in He's eyes as he bellowed, "Form the array." With that command, the 18 disciples, previously scattered by the remnants of the myriad sword formation, scrambled to their feet and began to regroup. However, this time, Wang Teng would not grant them the opportunity to set their array. Thunderbolt Talisman. Wang Teng casually drew 5 thunderbolt talismans and tossed them into the air, whereupon 5 bolts of blue lightning descended from the heavens, striking 5 disciples with pinpoint accuracy. The 5 disciples fell lifeless to the ground in an instant. This scene left everyone in shock. The power of these talismans exceeded all expectations. He, suppressing his fury, spoke again in a deep voice, "Continue forming the array." Soon, the remaining 13 disciples, wielding their long swords, charged once more at Wang Teng. Yet how could he allow himself to be encircled again? With a shadowless step, he evaded their encirclement and unleashed 3 fire talismans towards the 3 nearest disciples of the Xinling sect. Fire talismans! The 3 talismans transformed into a powerful blaze, igniting the 3 disciples. They writhed in agony, but it was futile. This was no ordinary fire, but the true fire of Samadhi. He's expression darkened once more. Before he could issue another command, Wang Teng took the initiative. Ice talismans. 4 ice talismans were swiftly deployed, freezing 4 more disciples in place, rendering them silent. Wang Teng did not pause. Under the shadowless step, he continued to unleash other talismans. Puppet talismans. 2 puppet talismans struck 2 disciples of the Xinling sect, and in an instant, they became Wang Teng's puppets, seizing their swords and charging at their fellow disciples. Sheep transformation talismans. Wang Teng casually tossed 2 transformation talismans, and immediately, 2 disciples of the Xinling sect turned into sheep. This left the crowd in awe. Even Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. This sheep transformation talisman truly transformed people into sheep. However, the effect was brief. Within 10 seconds, the 2 sheep reverted to their human forms. Summoning talismans. Wang Teng cast 5 summoning talismans to the ground, and 5 rock puppets emerged from the symbols. Let us try the daughter transformation talisman. Wang Teng flung the one and only daughter transformation talisman at the last male disciple of the Xinling sect. Instantly, the male disciple transformed into a woman. This left Wang Teng himself dumbfounded. The daughter transformation talisman was exceedingly bizarre. I wonder if the body structure has changed. The onlookers erupted in laughter, marveling at the efficacy of Wang Teng's talismans. The 18 disciples from He's entourage, initially sent to eliminate Wang Teng, had instead become unwitting subjects of his talisman trials. As He watched his disciples fall one after another to Wang Teng's talismans, he could no longer restrain himself. "Arrogant brat, die!" He gripped a long sword and charged at Wang Teng with incredible speed. Wang Teng, aware that He's strength far surpassed his own, chose not to confront him directly, but instead employed the shadowless step to dart around the courtyard. He show's speed could not keep up with Wang Teng, forcing him to resort to long-range attacks with his flying sword. Yet Wang Teng always managed to evade. Allow me to demonstrate the power of my talismans. Tornado talisman. Wang Teng casually threw a talisman at He Shou, conjuring a swirling tornado beside him. The immense wind power gradually drew He Shou towards its center. Realizing the peril he faced, He Shou gathered his energy and shouted, bursting out of the tornado's grasp. However, the moment he emerged, he was met with another talisman. Dungeon talisman. With the activation of this talisman, a 1-meter radius circle appeared beneath He Shou's feet, trapping him within this confined space. This brat, how can he possess such an array of peculiar talismans? After recalling his flying sword and infusing it with spiritual energy, He Shou began to forcefully strike at the confines of the dungeon. Yet, before he could break free, he found himself confronted by multiple copies of Wang Teng. How can there be so many clones? He Shou immediately recognized them as clones, yet the sheer number still left him dumbfounded. This was the talisman Wang Teng had crafted the most, the clone talisman, originally intended for his wife. Now, it was repurposed for his own defense. Crush him. Wang Teng mentally commanded his numerous clones to charge at He Shou, surrounding him with a flurry of attacks. However, the clones possessed only half the strength of the original. Despite their numbers, they were easily dispatched. Indeed, the clones inflicted only minor injuries upon He Shou, failing to cause any substantial harm. With a mighty roar, He Shou unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, obliterating both the dungeon talisman and the multitude of clones in an explosive display. Boy, you cannot kill me with these talismans, He Shou shouted defiantly. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than a flying sword pierced through his chest at remarkable speed, a talisman affixed to it. Who said my talismans cannot kill you? A smirk graced Wang Teng's lips. Chapter 66. Bathing. He Shou stared in disbelief at the sword that had pierced his chest. How is this possible? I cannot believe I am dying at the hands of this boy. As the words left his lips, a spurt of blood erupted from He Shou's mouth, and he felt the life force within him rapidly waning, his vision becoming increasingly blurred. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, he fell to the ground, blood pooling around him, his breath fading swiftly. The grand elder of the Xinling sect, He Shou, was utterly deceased. His life energy was absorbed by Wang Teng's wind spirit giant sword, which upgraded to a superior grade, indicating that the stronger the foe, the quicker the sword's ascension. Furthermore, the 18 disciples of the Xinling sect met their end at the hands of Wang Teng's talismans. Thus, the Xinling sect's attempt at vengeance ended in failure once more. Lu Guan, Yao Shu, and the other members of the Lu family were left utterly astounded. Wang Teng's prowess far exceeded their imaginations, and they silently rejoiced, grateful for his presence. Otherwise, their family would have faced annihilation countless times. The onlookers outside were once again awestruck by Wang Teng's displayed strength. So, this son-in-law of the Lu family is a celestial being, effortlessly conjuring various talismans. It is truly remarkable. Compared to him, the elders and disciples of the Xinling sect were utterly inadequate. Following this battle, the reputation of the Xinling sect among the people of Qiqing would likely plummet, and fewer would be willing to send talented children to their sect for training. Indeed, some had already resolved to take their children to the Lu family's martial arts academy instead. However, this battle took a toll on Wang Teng as well. The extensive use of talismans had significantly drained his spiritual energy, causing him to stagger. Fortunately, Lu Yinshi hurried over to support him. My husband, are you all right? Lu Yinshi, noticing Wang Teng's pale complexion, was filled with concern, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead with her pristine sleeve, displaying utmost tenderness. I'm fine, just a bit drained. I'll replenish my energy shortly, Wang Teng replied wearily. Replenish your energy? Lu Yinshi seemed to ponder this, her cheeks flushing crimson, and she softly murmured, then let me help you back to your room to rest. Wang Teng nodded in agreement. As night fell, after assisting Wang Teng to his room, Lu Yinshi instructed Xiao Hong to bring a large wooden tub and fill it with several buckets of hot water. Once all was prepared, she closed the door behind her. My husband, you've been fighting all day? You should take a hot bath. It will help alleviate your fatigue, Lu Yinshi said gently and considerately. That sounds lovely. You've thought of everything, Wang Teng agreed, finding the idea of a hot bath quite appealing. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he leaned closer to Lu Yinshi and whispered, what if you join me for a bath? After all, the tub is large enough for both of us. Hearing this, Lu Yinshi's face flushed bright red, and she shyly replied, perhaps you should bathe alone. I'll help you wash your back. Though they had been intimate several times, the thought of bathing together still made her feel somewhat bashful. Very well then. Seeing his wife's reluctance, Wang Teng did not press further. He swiftly removed his clothing with a few deft movements. As Lu Yinxi caught sight of Wang Teng's bare form, she turned her head slightly, her cheeks aflame. Although she had seen him before, she could not help but feel her heart race. As he settled into the wooden tub, Wang Teng luxuriated in a soothing soak. Indulging in a hot bath was truly delightful. "My dear, are you certain you don't wish to join me?" he inquired. Leaning against the edge of the tub, he felt the warmth enveloping him, as if all his pores had opened up, providing an exquisite sense of relaxation. "Husband, turn around. Allow me to wash your back," Lu Yinxi declared, casually grabbing a towel, dampening it, and preparing to tend to Wang Teng. Once he turned his back, resting on the tub's edge, he reveled in Lu Yinxi's tender ministrations, his heart swelling with joy. To have such a considerate and gentle wife was truly a fortune. "Is this comfortable for you?" Lu Yinxi asked while wiping his back. "Indeed," Wang Teng responded, eyes closed in bliss. "Very well, dear wife. Your technique is commendable. If only you could increase your pace, it would be perfect." Lu Yinxi readily complied, rinsing the towel before diligently continuing her task. Her delicate face reflecting utmost seriousness, even a bead of sweat forming on her brow. "My dear, would you mind washing the front as well?" Wang Teng suddenly turned, reclining back into the tub. The front too." Lu Yinxi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "I am utterly exhausted today." Wang Teng feigned fatigue. Lu Yinxi, with her naive heart, could not bear to refuse. "Well, if you insist," she replied bashfully, then proceeded to gently wash Wang Teng's torso. Daring only to touch his chest, "A little lower," he teased playfully. Lu Yinxi blushed, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her tender, lotus-like arms. "A bit lower still." Wang Teng continued to jest. Just a tad lower will suffice." He smirked mischievously. "If you insist." The innocent Lu Yinxi was no match for Wang Teng's playful antics. Just as she earnestly attended to him, Wang Teng suddenly seized her arm and, with a swift motion, pulled her into the tub. With a splash, Lu Yinxi was plunged into the water, instantly drenched. "You rascal! What are you doing? Now my clothes are soaked," she scolded, her face a mixture of indignation and embarrassment. "Since you're wet, why not just take them off?" Wang Teng grinned out. "So, you did this on purpose, you naughty husband." "I shall not." Lu Yinxi feigned anger. "Then allow me to assist you." Wang Teng chuckled, wrapping his arms around the dripping Lu Yinxi and leaning down to kiss her. Chapter 67. The wrath of the sect leader. As the gentle morning light streamed through the door, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, instinctively rolling over to embrace his wife, only to find himself clutching at emptiness. To his astonishment, he realized that Lu Yinxi had already risen. "Did you really wake up so early after such a late night?" he mused, slightly taken aback. After their antics in the tub and on the bed, he expected her to be up at dawn. He quickly got dressed, and just as he opened the door, the enchanting Lu Yinxi entered, carrying a food container. Upon noticing Wang Teng awake, her brow furrowed with concern. "Husband, you're up? I've prepared ginseng soup for you, made from a 500-year-old ginseng. You must replenish your strength." "You used the 500-year-old ginseng that your father treasured?" Wang Teng exclaimed, surprised, though he hoarded it. "It was meant for consumption." With a gentle smile, Lu Yinxi presented the steaming bowl of soup before him. "Drink it while it's hot." Wang Teng felt a swell of gratitude. He hadn't anticipated Lu Yinxi waking so early just to prepare this for him. "Thank you, my dear," he said, not hesitating to lift the bowl and drink deeply, consuming the ginseng along with it. After finishing the soup, warmth spread throughout his body, and he sensed his internal energy flowing more rapidly. It seemed the 500-year ginseng was indeed effective. "Husband, do you feel any difference after drinking the soup?" Lu Yinxi asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "The flow of my energy has accelerated, even faster than during our fierce battle last night," he replied, smiling. Lu Yinxi's face turned crimson at his words. "You rascal, always teasing me," she retorted. Her cheeks flushed. In all seriousness, last night's cultivation had allowed Lu Yinxi to break through to the true person realm, a feat that even Wang Teng found remarkable. As for Wang Teng, his strength had also progressed to the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm after a night of training, aided not only by the red dust affection ring but also by the fragments of the imperial seal. The fragments enabled him to train passively. No matter what he was doing, the true dragon technique operated continuously. It was evident that these fragments were extraordinary for those practicing the true dragon technique. If he could gather all 9, his cultivation speed might reach a new pinnacle. I shan't tease you further. It's time for me to draw talismans, my dear. Could you please help me grind the cinnabar? Wang Teng shifted the conversation. With the Lu family and the Xinling sect now at odds, and the 10,000 sword formation shattered, talismans were his only recourse. The previous day's battles had revealed their formidable potential. Now, to eliminate the Xinling sect's leader, Jie Cheng, he could only rely on these talismans in the following 2 days. Wang Teng remained in his room with Lu Yinqi, creating an array of talismans. They ranged from those for escape, attack, defense, to bizarre and even perverse varieties, some of which left Wang Teng astounded. Particularly the transformation talismans, capable of turning individuals into various animals, plants, or objects, some even altering gender completely, changing men into women and vice versa, modifying their very physical structure. This left Wang Teng thoroughly impressed. However, with his current strength, he could only maintain the transformation for about 10 seconds. Yet, as his power grew, the duration of future transformation talismans would undoubtedly extend. While Wang Teng diligently crafted talismans, the Xinling sect remained curiously tranquil, with the deaths of the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder at the hands of the Lu family in Qiqing. The temporarily stationed Second Elder, Feng Sui, remained unnaturally calm, while the Third Elder, Sigu, was seething with anger. Second Brother, the Master Brother, and the Fourth Junior Brother have all perished at the Lu family's hands. We cannot let this grievance go unpunished, Sigu exclaimed, filled with indignation. We shall avenge them, but not just yet, Feng Sui replied, suppressing his fury. When, then, shall we take our revenge? Do you know what the outside world is saying about us Xinling sect? They claim we are weak, unable to best even the small Lu family in Qichenji. Sigu paused before continuing. That is a mild interpretation. Many nearby citizens refuse to send their children to our Xinling sect, opting instead to train under the Lu family. If this continues, our sect's prestige will vanish. Do you think I do not wish for vengeance? Feng Sui countered. The Master Brother, Fourth Junior Brother, and the 18 sword formation all fell to that Lu family's son-in-law. Do you still view them as merely a typical martial arts family? His calm analysis revealed a flicker of intellect. Upon hearing this, Sigu settled down. Are you suggesting that the Lu family's son-in-law surpasses all of us in strength? Indeed. His array techniques and talisman skills far exceed ours. Sending more of our people now would only lead to their demise, Feng Sui concluded thoughtfully. What then, Second Brother? What shall we do now? Sigu sighed. We shall wait for the sect leader to return and make a decision. Just as Feng Sui finished speaking, a powerful voice resonated from outside the hall. Feng Elder, what decision do you wish for me to make upon my return? As the voice echoed, Jie Cheng, the sect leader of the Xinling sect, entered the hall, followed by an elderly man clad in a dark green robe, exuding a mysterious aura and carrying a high-level beast pouch at his waist. Sect leader, upon seeing him, Feng Sui and Sigu's faces brightened, and they hastened to welcome him. Sect leader, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, our Xinling sect might have faced annihilation. Sigu lamented. Jie Cheng's expression shifted upon hearing this. What transpired? Where are Elder Hu and Elder Chu? As he scanned the room for them, an ominous premonition began to rise within him. Elder Hu and Elder Chu were slain by the Lu family's son-in-law, and our sect's 18 sword formation was also annihilated. Sigu reported urgently, his tone laced with resentment and frustration. What? A mere Lu family from Qiqing dares to trample on our Xinling sect. They are truly courting death, Jie Cheng thundered, his fury palpable. Chapter 68. The Xinling sect's counterattack. Jie Cheng was indeed enraged. He had never anticipated such turmoil would unfold in his absence of only a few days. Yet, as the leader of the sect, he was not one to act rashly. He turned to the second elder Feng Sui and third elder Sigu, inquiring intently, what level of cultivation does the Lu family's son-in-law possess? To think that Elder Hu and Elder Chu could be slain. In his recollection, Chuna was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while Hu Shou had already reached the late stage of the same realm. To defeat both of them, one would need to possess at least the strength of the golden core stage. Therefore, Jie Cheng must ascertain the truth. Otherwise, acting rashly might lead to his own downfall. Reporting back to the sect leader, the young master of the Lu family is named Wang Teng. According to the disciples, he was at the peak of the pivotal realm when he killed Elder Chu, relying solely on the 10,000 sword formation. After a pause, the second elder, Feng Sui, continued, stating that by the time Elder Hu brought the 18 sword formation and the array compass, Wang Teng had already exhibited strength at the foundation establishment stage. Crucially, once his 10,000 sword formation was broken, he utilized formidable talismans to slay Elder Hu. Thus, we cannot definitively ascertain Wang Teng's precise cultivation level at this moment. But one thing is clear. He excels in formations and talismans, with profound mastery in both areas, likely surpassing even first-rate talismancers and formation masters. The detailed and rational account provided by Second Elder Feng Shui stood in stark contrast to the vengeful mindset of Third Elder Sigu, who was blinded by hatred and solely fixated on exacting revenge on the Liu family. So, it seems this young master of the Liu family possesses unfathomable strength. Upon hearing this, sect leader Jie Cheng regained his composure. A leader of a sect is certainly no fool. On the contrary, they are adept at gauging the situation. Indeed, if we recklessly seek vengeance, we might fall into his trap. Furthermore, given his expertise in formations, he has likely set up arrays around the Liu residence, and without an array compass, rushing in for revenge could very well lead to our demise. Second Elder Feng Shui calmly analyzed the situation. One cannot deny that Xinling's sect harbors intelligent individuals. If aided by the 10,000 sword formation, even I might not prevail against him, sect leader Jie Cheng mused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He was well aware of the might of the 10,000 sword formation. If only Elder whose array compass were available, they could break the formation. However, now that it had been seized by Wang Teng, they had no means to dismantle it. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether the young master of the Liu family would lay new formations. They were entirely in the dark. Thus, to charge in recklessly for revenge indeed risked becoming a mere offering. Sect leader, does this mean we will not avenge Elder Hu and Junior Brother Chu? Third Elder Sigu exclaimed anxiously. Revenge is certainly warranted, but we must consider how to achieve it. If we charge in openly and fall into his formation, would that not be a death sentence? Second Elder Feng Shui reminded once more. Feng Elder is correct. It would be prudent for us to draw the young master of the Liu family out. If we can lure him away from the Liu residence, then his formations will be of no use to us. Ideally, we could entice him into a trap of our own design, sect leader Jie Cheng said, his eyes gleaming with a glimmer of insight. This proposal received Second Elder Feng Shui's approval. Indeed, sect leader, we could arrange for someone to escort goods for the Liu family, specifically requesting the young master Wang Teng to accompany. We can offer a handsome price, and Liu Goen will undoubtedly be tempted. After a brief pause, Second Elder Feng Shui continued. Once Wang Teng agrees to escort the goods out of the city, we can set up our array traps along the way, laying an ambush of Xinling sect troops. When he falls into our traps, the sect leader can lead the charge. I refuse to believe that. Under the circumstances of our ambush, he could escape alive. The gathered audience's eyes lit up at this suggestion. A splendid plan. Feng Elder is truly remarkable. Once ensnared in our trap, he shall not live to tell the tale. Third Elder Sigu remarked appreciatively. Excellent, let us proceed as per Elder Feng's plan. Sect leader Jie Cheng nodded in agreement, then turned to the elderly man in green robes beside him. Old Zhuang, you should join us to observe the battle. All right, since I have nothing else to do, I will come to watch. The old man in green robes replied with a nod. This old man, Zhuang Shang, was the sixth elder of the alchemy sect, possessing strength at the golden core stage and exceptional skills in alchemy. Meanwhile, Wang Teng had been preoccupied with drawing talismans, rarely stepping out, and spending his evenings indulging in marital bliss with his beloved wife. Leading a life of leisure, Liu Yinxi also relished their shameless days together, spending every moment with Wang Teng, wishing to be by his side constantly. Their powers progressed rapidly during these carefree days. Within just 5 days, Wang Teng's strength had ascended to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, merely a step away from the golden core stage. Liu Yinxi's strength also surged during this time, catching up to Wang Teng, having reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Such a rapid cultivation rate left even Wang Teng feeling somewhat inadequate. One afternoon, after completing his 10,000th talisman, Wang Teng stretched. Fatigue etched on his face, as drawing talismans was indeed a laborious task that consumed considerable spiritual energy. Darling, why don't you take a break? Let me give you a massage, Liu Yinxi said tenderly, approaching to gently knead his shoulders. For the past few days, every time Wang Teng felt tired, Liu Yinxi had been there to help him relax with her massages. After enjoying her soothing touch for a while, he pulled her into his embrace, prompting a startled exclamation from her. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded him. Husband, what are you doing? It's broad daylight. Someone might see us. It was indeed midday, and with the door ajar, they could easily be spotted. Then let us close the door and relax properly, Wang Teng replied with a grin. No, it's still midday. If others find out we're doing this in broad daylight, it would create a bad impression. Liu Yinxi protested, yet she remained reluctant to leave Wang Teng's embrace. Women are truly contradictory. If we close the door, who will know? Wang Teng said, leaning in for a kiss. Just as he was about to, Xiao Hong rushed in hurriedly. "Young master, the master is calling for you. He says there is something important to discuss." Xiao Hong, keeping her head down, dared not look at Wang Teng and Miss Lu. Her face flushed, clearly having stumbled upon something she shouldn't have. Lu Yinchi quickly extricated herself from Wang Teng's embrace and blushed as she adjusted her clothing. "I understand. Xiao Hong, you may leave now." Wang Teng, unperturbed, quickly regained his composure and responded before hastily heading out. At that moment, Lu Guan awaited Wang Teng in the main hall of the Lu residence. "Father-in-law, did you call for me regarding something?" Wang Teng inquired upon entering. "Someone has offered a substantial sum to us for escorting goods, 10,000 taels just for the escort fee. However, there is one condition. You must personally escort the goods." Lu Guan stated without preamble. 10,000 taels for escorting? What valuable cargo are we transporting? Wang Teng instinctively asked. "The cargo consists of precious medicinal materials, ginseng, Hisho Wu, snow lotus, and the like. Indeed, all are highly valuable." Lu Guan replied candidly, "So many precious medicinal materials, and they specifically request me to escort them. 10,000 taels for the escort fee seems reasonable." Wang Teng nodded in agreement. However, he expressed some concern. "Although this client is a local from Chicheng, we have never collaborated before, and offering such a high commission for the first time, particularly requesting me specifically, raises suspicions." Lu Guan paused before continuing. "I fear that if you venture out to escort the goods, enemies may target our Lu family." Hearing this, Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, recognizing the possibility, especially given the numerous factions the Lu family had offended, particularly Xinling sect. "Father-in-law, do you suspect this is a ruse to lure you away?" Wang Teng asked, furrowing his brow. "Indeed, but I can only suspect. There is no concrete evidence." Lu Guan expressed his worries. Just as Wang Teng was about to respond, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. "Ding! The host has triggered a new mission. Option 1. Agree to escort the goods for Lu Guan. Reward: 1 golden core breakthrough pill and a random enhancement for 1 technique. Option 2. Refuse to escort the goods for Lu Guan. Reward: 10 high-grade gathering spirit pills." Chapter 69. Breaking through to the golden core stage. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Teng knew exactly what to do. His cultivation was precisely at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and with the reward from option 1, the golden core breakthrough pill, he could instantly advance to the golden core stage. With this in mind, Wang Teng turned to Lu Guan and said, "Father-in-law, in that case, I shall accept this task." As his words fell, the system's voice resonated once more in Wang Teng's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Reward: 1 golden core breakthrough pill and a random enhancement for 1 technique. Excellent, 2 rewards received." Wang Teng felt elated. Seeing Wang Teng accept, Lu Guan's face remained troubled. "Son-in-law, I worry about what will happen here if you leave," Lu Guan said with a furrowed brow. He feared that if Wang Teng departed, their enemies might come seeking revenge, putting the entire Lu family in jeopardy. Wang Teng had already prepared a countermeasure for this. "Father-in-law, do not worry. I have recently crafted many talismans. With these talismans, you can defend, counterattack, or escape without issue," Wang Teng declared, retrieving hundreds of talismans from the ring of red dust affection. Lu Guan was taken aback upon seeing so many talismans. So many talismans? Son-in-law, did you draw all of these?" Lu Guan was genuinely astonished. Even first-rate sects would not possess such an abundance. It is known that a skilled talisman master requires to draw 10 talismans to succeed in producing just one. And each drawing demands a significant amount of spiritual energy, making talismans exceedingly rare treasures. In the marketplace, a talisman can fetch a price of 1,000 taels or even more, often existing as a coveted item with no available market. With so many talismans in Wang Teng's possession, their worth must surely amount to hundreds of thousands of taels. It is no wonder that Lu Guan was taken aback. "Indeed, all of these are my creations. I have over 10,000 more in my room. You need not conserve them. When the time comes, unleash them without hesitation. Even if the leader of Xinling sect were to personally arrive, you need not fear. If you cannot fight, simply use these talismans to escape," Wang Teng stated earnestly. With such an abundance of talismans, Lu Guan felt a slight sense of safety. "Thank you, my dear son-in-law. With so many talismans at our disposal, even if we cannot fight back, we can at least make a temporary retreat," Lu Guan thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief. Wang Teng nodded and set the time for the escort mission for the following morning. He intended to seize the opportunity tonight to make a significant breakthrough, while also utilizing the rewards granted by the system to enhance his cultivation techniques. Upon returning to his room, Wang Teng sat cross-legged and retrieved the breakthrough pill from the system's space. Promptly placing it in his mouth, as the pill entered his stomach, an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy rapidly spread throughout his body. Such dense spiritual energy, Wang Teng felt a surge of joy within, as he began to circulate the rich energy throughout his body, ultimately directing it into his dantian. The small river of spiritual energy in his dantian began to transform once more, gradually coalescing into a golden core. While Wang Teng was engaged in his breakthrough, news had already reached Xinling sect. "Master, good news, good news!" Elder Feng Shui exclaimed excitedly as he rushed in. "What good news?" Sect leader Jiecheng inquired, rising to his feet. "Lu Gowen has agreed to the escort mission and has asked his son-in-law, Wang Teng, to personally undertake it," Elder Feng Shui replied with enthusiasm. "As long as we can lure Wang Teng outside the city, our plan will be half successful." "Excellent. As long as we can draw him out of the city, our plan will indeed progress significantly. Has he mentioned when he will leave the city to deliver the goods?" Sect leader Jiecheng pressed on. "Tomorrow morning," Elder Feng Shui answered truthfully. "Tomorrow morning? That leaves us little time. We must quickly set up the trap tonight," Sect leader Jiecheng stated solemnly. "Indeed, once he falls into our trap, escape will be impossible," Elder Feng Shui said with a sinister smile. "Very well, I shall personally oversee the arrangements." A glimmer of determination flashed in Sect leader Jiecheng's eyes. Throughout the night, Wang Teng successfully broke through to the golden core realm. Upon opening his eyes, he exhaled a plume of golden turbid energy. "Wonderful, I have finally reached the golden core realm." Wang Teng rejoiced internally, feeling the substantial enhancement in his physical attributes and strength, as well as a significant improvement in his senses. "So this is the golden core realm. It seems I can now fly with my sword." Wang Teng felt a surge of anticipation, then recalled another reward bestowed by the system. He communicated with the system, "How do I utilize the other reward?" "Randomly enhance a technique. Would you like to use it now?" The system's voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. "Use it immediately," Wang Teng replied through his thoughts. Almost instantaneously, the system responded, "Ding, flying sword technique enhanced." With the system's announcement, Wang Teng's flying sword technique experienced a tremendous upgrade. Curious about the enhanced technique's power, Wang Teng quietly rose and made his way outside. At that moment, Lu Yinshi was still asleep in bed. Wang Teng carefully pushed the door open and stealthily stepped out, ensuring to close the door quietly behind him. Once in the courtyard, Wang Teng drew forth the wind spirit giant sword and launched it into the sky. Whoosh! A sound of slicing through the air echoed, and the wind spirit giant sword vanished without a trace. Its speed akin to lightning in the blink of an eye, the sword had traveled a considerable distance. Wang Teng was secretly astonished by the remarkable speed and explosive force, noting that it had increased tenfold compared to his previous flying sword technique, and its power seemed to have surged significantly as well. Excited by this discovery, Wang Teng recalled the wind spirit giant sword to his hand. "If only I could elevate the wind spirit giant sword to the next level. A celestial grade sword would further enhance its power." As Wang Teng pondered this, Lu Gowen approached. "Son-in-law, the client's goods are ready. We are merely waiting for your departure." "Understood, father-in-law. I will head over immediately," Wang Teng responded, sheathing the wind spirit giant sword and joining Lu Gowen outside the estate. The escort team and the goods were already prepared, awaiting Wang Teng's arrival. There were 5 carts in total, accompanied by 20 guards from the Lu family. At the front was a chestnut horse, which Lu Gowen had prepared for Wang Teng. "Son-in-law, as we journey to Yun City, exercise utmost caution. If danger arises, prioritize your life. The goods can be replaced," Lu Gowen urged solemnly. This demonstrated Lu Gowen's considerable regard for Wang Teng as a son-in-law. "Rest assured, father-in-law, I will return swiftly," Wang Teng replied, effortlessly leaping onto the horse. He waved goodbye to the others before leading the procession onward. Chapter 70. Do they think they can trap me with a simple array? This batch of goods was destined for Yun City, a route Wang Teng was quite familiar with, having traveled it before. Among the escort team, aside from Wang Teng, the other guards were at the postnatal realm, with 2 at the innate realm. This represented the strongest protective force the Lu estate could muster. Lu Chong was also part of the group, one of the 2 innate realm experts. He rode up alongside Wang Teng. Visibly concerned, "Brother, do you think we might encounter bandits along the way?" His concern was not unfounded, given that they were transporting precious medicinal herbs worth several million taels, an enticing target for thieves. "I am uncertain. However, the other party offered us 100,000 taels as escort fees and specifically requested my presence for the delivery. It seems they anticipate an attempt to seize this shipment. But with me here, we will be fine," Wang Teng reassured him. "True, Otherwise, why would they offer such a high fee? Lu Chang nodded instinctively, though he felt a measure of relief knowing someone as formidable as Wang Teng was with them. In truth, Wang Teng did not share his genuine suspicions, as he had a nagging feeling that this might be a setup, perhaps a ploy to lure him away or a targeted ambush. As the group made swift progress, they soon approached a wooded area. Wang Teng sensed a disturbance in the energy surrounding them, prompting him to call out loudly, "Everyone, halt!" As his voice echoed, the accompanying guards and drivers immediately ceased their movement. "Brother, what is it?" Lu Chang asked, puzzled. "Something feels off here. We need to retreat," Wang Teng ordered, his instincts on high alert. However, just as he finished speaking, a throng of disciples from the Xinling sect burst forth from the woods. Led by none other than sect leader Jiecheng, flanked by Elder Sigu and Elder Zhuang Sheng from the Lianyao sect. Behind them trailed over 30 disciples from the Xinling sect, each wielding a sword. The sight of such a formidable force made it clear that they were fully committed to this ambush. "Ha ha, Wang Teng, you've fallen into my trap," sect leader Jiecheng laughed triumphantly. Elder Sigu stepped forward, seething with anger. "Wang Teng, have you considered the consequences of slaying my Xinling sect disciples?" The sudden appearance of the Xinling sect disciples startled Lu Chang and the other guards, who had not anticipated such an ambush. "This is bad, brother. It's the Xinling sect trying to rob us," Lu Chang exclaimed in terror. Given his strength, he couldn't even contend with an ordinary disciple from the Xinling sect, let alone the elders or the sect leader. In contrast to the fear etched on Lu Chang's face, Wang Teng remained remarkably composed. On the contrary, he felt a surge of excitement at the sight of so many foes approaching. "Excellent! I finally have the opportunity to elevate my Wind Spirit Giant Sword to the celestial grade." With this thought, Wang Teng drew the Wind Spirit Giant Sword from his ring and pointed it menacingly at sect leader Jiecheng. "You are the leader of the Xinling sect, Jiecheng, correct?" Wang Teng recognized him from a previous encounter at the back mountain of the Xinling sect, thus recalling his appearance. Jiecheng was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Wang Teng had recognized him, but quickly regained his composure. "Indeed, I am Jiecheng, the leader of the Xinling sect. Wang Teng, you have slain my disciples, and today I shall settle the score," he proclaimed loudly. "Seeking revenge? No problem. I happen to desire your head." "Let us see who prevails," Wang Teng declared fiercely, unyielding in his stance. Completing the 3 tasks assigned to him by the Qilin Pavilion hinged on this confrontation. If he could eliminate Jiecheng, he would fulfill all his objectives. "Ha! You dare to be so arrogant after falling into my ambush? Allow me to demonstrate the might of our Xinling sect's prisoner array," as Jiecheng shouted. A multitude of white lights illuminated the surroundings of the woods. In the next instant, Wang Teng and Lu Chang found themselves horrified to discover they could no longer move, their spiritual energy rapidly dissipating. "Brother, my spiritual energy is vanishing quickly, and I can't move. What is happening?" Lu Chang asked in panic. Having never encountered such a situation before, he was understandably terrified. "This is the prisoner array," Wang Teng replied calmly, his gaze scanning the area. To break this prisoner array, he needed to locate its center. Only by destroying the center could he shatter the array. However, he is not in a hurry at present. With his current strength, even if he does not break this prison immortal array, he could still slay the members of the Xinling sect. The third elder, Sigu, gleefully taunted as he saw Wang Teng trapped in the prison immortal array. "Boy, do you still dare to be arrogant now? Prepare to meet your demise." As soon as he finished speaking, the third elder eagerly hurled a long sword towards Wang Teng. This was a flying sword technique. Sigu was desperate to kill Wang Teng to avenge his brothers. Unfortunately, the latter was not to be trifled with and held a higher realm. "You think this mere trifling array can kill me?" A slight smirk graced Wang Teng's lips as he shot forth the Wind Spirit Giant Sword. Flying sword technique against flying sword technique, the Wind Spirit Giant Sword raced forward with astonishing speed. And when the 2 swords clashed head-on, Sigu's long sword was almost instantly obliterated. Following that, the Wind Spirit Giant Sword continued its relentless advance, darting towards Sigu with lightning speed. "What? How is this possible?" Sigu could only let out a shocked cry as the Wind Spirit Giant Sword struck his chest, crimson blood gushing forth from the wound. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers utterly unprepared. Even the sect master, Jiecheng, and his old friend from the alchemy sect were taken aback. The speed of this flying sword technique was simply astounding. Sect master Jiecheng was shocked by Wang Teng's display of the flying sword technique. His complexion shifting dramatically, he had anticipated Wang Teng to be formidable, but he never imagined him to be this powerful. The third elder, Sigu, was pierced through the chest by a single sword strike, and soon thereafter, he breathed his last, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Wang Teng casually summoned back the wind spirit giant sword, having effortlessly slain a foundation establishment expert without moving an inch. This display of power thoroughly astonished the members of the Xinling sect. Feeling the wind spirit giant sword absorb energy, Wang Teng felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed that by killing a few more cultivators, he could level up again. He then pointed the wind spirit giant sword at sect master Jiecheng. "Jiecheng, you are next," Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Upon being pointed at by Wang Teng's sword, Jiecheng sensed a hint of danger, but quickly regained his composure. "Yo, you think I'm afraid of you?" Jiecheng formed a hand seal and pointed at Wang Teng. The bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Wang Teng. This was the thunderbolt technique, Jiecheng's signature skill. Trapped within the prison immortal array, Wang Teng found himself unable to move his feet. Evading the thunderbolt technique with his shadowless step was utterly impossible. In a moment of desperation, Wang Teng pulled out a protective talisman and affixed it to himself. The diamond talisman, instantly, a golden shield enveloped Wang Teng, and when the thunderbolt technique struck him, it could not breach the shield created by the diamond talisman. Seeing this, Jiecheng was momentarily taken aback. The thunderbolt technique was his prize skill, yet it failed to overcome Wang Teng's protective talisman. "Sect Master Jia, now it is my turn to unleash the thunder," Wang Teng said as he produced a dozen thunderbolt talismans and hurled them towards Sect Master Jiecheng. "Thunderbolt talisman, go!" At his command, dozens of blue lightning bolts appeared above Jiecheng's head, their magnitude far surpassing that of his signature thunderbolt technique. "What? So many lightning bolts?" Jiecheng's expression changed dramatically. It was his first time witnessing someone unleash talismans in such a manner. While others typically cast talismans one by one, Wang Teng was bombarding them en masse, leaving Jiecheng utterly astounded. Faced with the onslaught of dozens of descending lightning bolts, Jiecheng dared not be careless and immediately activated his movement technique. Darting left and right, however, despite his swiftness, several bolts of lightning struck him, causing his hair to stand on end and his clothes to singe, leaving his face charred. After opening his mouth, he even coughed up a plume of gray smoke. It seemed that the thunderbolt talisman had quite the effect. Wang Teng observed Jiecheng's pitiful state with satisfaction. However, this only served to enrage Jiecheng further. "You little rascal, seeking death. Charge at me and slaughter all the members of the Lu family." Jiecheng was now completely furious, intent on killing a few members of the Lu family to vent his rage. With a single command, over 30 disciples of the Xinling sect surged forward. The weakest among them was at the Qi refinement stage, equivalent to a master, while the strongest among the Lu family's guards was merely at the innate stage. Their strengths were not even comparable. Moreover, the guards of the Lu family were currently trapped within the prison immortal array, unable to move, and what awaited them was a one-sided massacre. "Brother, they are charging at us. What should we do?" Lu Cheng shouted anxiously, his face paling. Not only he, but the Lu family guards accompanying him were equally terrified by the overwhelming presence of the Xinling sect. "Do not panic, as long as I'm here. They cannot harm you," Wang Teng, seeing such a large group rushing towards them, initially thought to eliminate them with talismans. However, realizing that his wind spirit giant sword was just a bit short on energy for an upgrade, he changed his mind. "Flying sword technique, go!" Wang Teng sent the wind spirit sword flying once more. The sword zipped through the crowd of Xinling sect disciples like a bolt of lightning, instantly claiming the lives of 5. To pierce through 5 opponents with such a terrifying flying sword technique once again astonished Jiecheng, and even the 6th elder of the alchemy sect, Zhuangsheng, standing beside him, was taken aback. What level of power has this child reached? His flying sword technique is astonishingly potent. For the first time, Jiecheng felt the gravity of Wang Teng's terror, coupled with the fact that he could not decipher Wang Teng's true strength. His fear only intensified. "Old brother Jia, do you need me to intervene?" Zhuangsheng suddenly spoke up. "Do you have confidence in defeating him?" Jiecheng, now cautious, hesitated. Wang Teng's displayed prowess had far exceeded his expectations. He initially believed that with the prison immortal array, he could slay Wang Teng, but he had miscalculated. Wang Teng's flying sword technique and talismans had completely suppressed them. Thus, he could only seek help from his old friend. "A few days ago, I tamed a white serpent with late-stage golden core strength. It possesses swift movement and thick scales. Your flying sword techniques cannot harm it. The key is its venom, which can kill instantly." Even bypassing protective talismans, Zhuangsheng stated with confidence. Upon hearing this, Jiecheng's eyes lit up. If Zhuangsheng were to assist, this little brat would surely meet his end. Jiecheng rejoiced. Once I release the white serpent, you can seize the opportunity to attack, and you will surely be able to slay that boy, Zhuangshang said as he retrieved a high-grade beast pouch from his waist and swiftly opened it, causing a small white serpent to emerge. If you do not wish to be refined, kill that brat, Zhuangshang pointed at Wang Teng from afar. The small white serpent flicked its red tongue and lunged at Wang Teng. As it soared with the wind, it instantaneously transformed into a colossal white python. What a massive white serpent! Wang Teng, having just finished off the Xinling sect's cannon fodder disciples, turned to see a gigantic white serpent lunging at him. His expression shifting in alarm. Flying sword technique. Wang Teng summoned the wind spirit giant sword back and shot it towards the serpent. However, the infallible flying sword technique merely left a shallow scratch on the serpent's body. And the serpent's speed was astonishingly swift, far surpassing human limits. It frequently evaded the flying sword's attacks, leaving Wang Teng in awe once more. Goodness, this white serpent is even more formidable than the little green one, Wang Teng thought to himself, but soon, an idea to subdue it crossed his mind. With this little white serpent and the little green one, they would make a perfect pair. This idea was indeed excellent. However, using beast taming techniques required a significant expenditure of spiritual energy, and now he found himself trapped within the prison immortal array, causing his spiritual energy to dwindle. Before long, Wang Teng might even struggle to use flying sword techniques. This is not good. I must break the array quickly, or I will truly perish here. Just as Wang Teng had this thought, the massive white serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged at him. Its sharp teeth dripping with dark green venom. Transform into a sheep talisman to buy himself some time. Wang Teng cast a transform into a sheep talisman, turning the fearsome white serpent into an adorable little lamb. Ba let out a cheerful sound. Jie Cheng and Zhuangshang were left utterly dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. Is this even possible? No more waiting. I must charge in and slay him. Jie Cheng, witnessing this, rushed towards Wang Teng, brandishing his high-grade earth-level Qingqing sword. Transform into a sheep talisman. Wang Teng hurled another transform into a sheep talisman at Jie Cheng. The latter was instantly transformed into a sheep. Running about on the ground in a fit of frustration, its speed surprisingly swift, much faster than an ordinary sheep. He turned into a sheep and is still running so fast. Wang Teng refrained from striking him down, as his spiritual energy had been depleted significantly by the prison immortal array. Even if he used the flying sword technique, its power would be greatly diminished. Seizing the opportunity while they were transformed into sheep, he hastily sought to break the array. Wang Teng was quite familiar with the workings of the prison immortal array, and having been searching during the battle, he quickly pinpointed the array's center, which was precisely where Jie Cheng had stood earlier. Flying sword technique, break. Wang Teng directed his flying sword towards the spot where Jie Cheng had stood moments ago. In an instant, the wind spirit giant sword plunged into the ground, destroying an array stone buried beneath. The array stone at the heart of the formation was shattered. The prison immortal array instantly lost its effect. Wang Teng and the Lu family guards regained their freedom, and the spiritual energy within them ceased to dissipate. Jie Cheng, now returned to his human form, was left in utter shock. This brat managed to see through the heart of the prison immortal array at a glance. How is that possible? A wave of fear washed over Jie Cheng. This child was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Zhuangshang, the sixth elder of the Lianyao sect, was profoundly struck by the prowess exhibited by Wang Teng. However, the true astonishment was yet to come. Wang Teng hurled another transformation talisman, aiming it at Jie Cheng, but this time, the result was not a sheep. Instead, Jie Cheng transformed into a woman. Both Wang Teng and Jie Cheng were momentarily bewildered. How did I become a woman? Jie Cheng exclaimed in disbelief, only to realize that his voice had also changed to that of a woman. Wang Teng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. My apologies, I must have used the wrong talisman. Wang Teng quickly retrieved a sheep transformation talisman and threw it again. Almost instantaneously, Jie Cheng reverted to a small sheep. Meanwhile, the white snake, having returned to its serpentine form, lunged at Wang Teng. However, after executing a few hand seals, Wang Teng unleashed a beast-controlling technique toward the white snake. A beam of white light shot into the snake's forehead, causing it to halt its attack and writhe in agony on the ground. Zhuangshang's expression changed drastically at this sight. This is a beast-controlling technique. This kid actually knows how to wield it. It was now Zhuangshang who felt the urgency. The white snake had been a hard-won capture, intended to be refined into spiritual power for his cultivation upon returning to the sect. He never expected Wang Teng to intercept it. Stop. That is my beast. Zhuangshang could no longer contain himself and charged at Wang Teng with a long sword in hand. "Come on, Wang Teng," using his left hand to manipulate the beast-controlling technique while tossing attack talismans with his right, unleashed a barrage of spells. Although Wang Teng was uncertain of the specific effects of these talismans, he had plenty at his disposal and hurled them without hesitation. The multitude of talismans transformed into flames, icy blasts, rock golems, and various other offensive maneuvers. In an instant, Zhuangshang found himself in a desperate retreat. But the sheer number of talismans made evasion impossible. After being frozen in place by a freezing talisman, several rock golems assailed him, leaving him grievously injured. Observing Zhuangshang still clinging to life, Wang Teng summoned his flying sword technique to swiftly claim his life. Zhuangshang perished instantly, and a powerful surge of energy was absorbed into the wind spirit sword, which then underwent a transformation into a low-grade heavenly flying immortal sword. Its blade elongated, yet its power intensified, now possessing a refining effect against both beasts and humans. Wang Teng dispatched Zhuangshang in mere seconds. Upon returning to human form, Jiecheng was filled with despair at the sight of his fallen comrade. How could this kid be so powerful? It was the first time Jiecheng felt fear and the specter of death. Wang Teng continued to wield the beast-controlling technique on the white snake while pointing the flying immortal sword at Jiecheng. "Now, it is your turn." Wang Teng's tone exuded the aura of death, causing Jiecheng to blanch in terror. Initially, he believed that the ambush set up with the formation would guarantee victory, but now it was clear that he had underestimated Wang Teng. Overcome by a desire to flee, Jiecheng performed a hand seal and vanished into the ground. Trying to escape? No way. Wang Teng executed the flying sword technique and the flying immortal sword, moving faster than before. Pursued Jiecheng, who was hiding underground. With a piercing sound, the flying immortal sword pierced through Jiecheng's body, and a fountain of blood erupted from the earth, staining it crimson. Shortly thereafter, Jiecheng lay lifeless beneath the soil. His body refined into energy by the flying immortal sword, a new ability it had just acquired. Wang Teng casually recalled the flying immortal sword and directed all his energy toward the white snake, which, after a brief moment, transformed into a white-clad woman, kneeling in terror on the ground. Clearly, this white snake had also been subdued by Wang Teng. Thus, what the Xianling sect had believed to be a cunning ambush turned into a one-sided massacre by Wang Teng. Chapter 72. Gathering the green and white snakes in this ambush, Wang Teng single-handedly annihilated the members of the Xianling sect, including their leader Jiecheng, resulting in catastrophic losses for them. Conversely, Wang Teng reaped substantial rewards. Not only did he successfully upgrade his sword to a heavenly grade, but he also completed the final task assigned to him by the Qilin Pavilion. Additionally, he had captured a white snake with power on par with the little green snake. Now, both the white and green snakes were gathered. Wang Teng approached and retrieved the Qing sword, which had been buried alongside Jiecheng. With the body having been refined away, this sword would serve as evidence of Jiecheng's demise. As he spoke, Wang Teng placed the Qing sword into the red dust affection ring. Since Jiecheng's body had been absorbed by the flying immortal sword, this sword was the only tangible evidence he could obtain. After securing the sword, Wang Teng walked over to the white-clad woman kneeling before him. This was the white snake demon in its transformed state, evidently another female serpent. The white-clad snake demon was extraordinarily alluring. Her figure graceful and enchanting, with garments so sheer that a mere glance revealed her snow-white skin, comparable to the little green snake. It seemed that when beasts transformed, they neglected to don more clothing. Or perhaps it was because this snake, being cold-blooded, was unbothered by the chill, hence her scant attire? Nevertheless, this white snake exuded a maturity that suggested she had undergone significantly more cultivation than the little green snake. "What is your current realm?" Wang Teng inquired, looking down upon her. As her master, he indeed held the right to ask. "Reporting to my master, I am currently at the late stage of the Golden Core realm." The white-clad snake demon answered, somewhat trembling, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear. Unlike the previous encounter with the little green snake, this white-clad snake demon was entirely submissive to Wang Teng, even harboring a degree of trepidation. During his first encounter, the little green snake had no choice but to yield due to Wang Teng's inferior strength, lacking any true fear. "From now on, you shall be called Xiao Bai. You shall not be wronged in my company," Wang Teng declared, turning his gaze toward Zhuangshang's corpse and walking over. Previously, Wang Teng had observed that Zhuangshang released this little white snake from a bag, leading him to suspect that the elder possessed a beast bag. His assumptions were confirmed. Zhuangshang indeed had a high-grade beast bag, so this is a beast bag. It will make it much more convenient to carry the little green and white snakes in the future. Wang Teng remarked as he stored the newly captured white snake in the beast bag. After completing these tasks, Lu Chang approached. Brother, you are truly amazing. Even the leader of the Xianling sect and the giant white snake were no match for you. Lu Chang spoke, his eyes full of admiration. Not only him, but the other guards also gazed at Wang Teng with reverence, awestruck by his displayed strength. It seems our escort mission was a deliberate trap set by the Xianling sect. Aimed at luring me here, Wang Teng deduced. This was no high-paying escort mission. It was clearly a scheme by the Xianling sect. Fortunately, he was strong enough to retaliate. Otherwise, he might have truly met his end here. Lu Chang quickly grasped the situation. Brother, should we continue with the delivery? Lu Chang asked. Deliver my foot. The client, the Zhu family, colluded with the Xianling sect to attempt to kill me, and you suggest we deliver the goods? We are going back to settle accounts with the Zhu family, lest they think the Lu family is easy to bully. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and he was also concerned that trouble might arise for the Lu family, prompting his decision to turn back. Yes, let us settle accounts with the Zhu family. Lu Chang echoed, equally indignant. Had it not been for Wang Teng's timely intervention, he might have perished earlier. This indignation could not go unaddressed. Lest others believe the Lu family was a pushover. Soon, Wang Teng led the team back along the original route. Over an hour later, Wang Teng returned to the Lu residence with the convoy. Upon receiving the news, Lu Gowen hurried out to greet them, and Lu Yinshi rushed out as well at the sound. Son-in-law, why have you returned? Did something unexpected happen? Lu Gowen asked, glancing at the untouched cargo truck in surprise. We were ambushed by the Xianling sect. Their leader, Jie Cheng, personally set up a formation to lay in wait for us. Wang Teng's words shocked Lu Gowen and Lu Yinshi. What? The Xianling sect? A prestigious cultivation sect, actually resorted to such treacherous tactics? Lu Gowen exclaimed in disbelief. In his mind, the Xianling sect was an esteemed sect that would disdain engaging in such underhanded murder plots. He never imagined such an event could occur, indicating he had overestimated the moral integrity of the cultivation sections. Hearing that Wang Teng had been ambushed, Lu Yinshi quickly approached, her face filled with concern. Husband, are you injured? Lu Yinshi's eyes were filled with worry. I am unscathed. The Xianling sect's ambush aimed to kill me, but I turned the tables on them, and their leader was slain by my hand. Wang Teng replied calmly. Yet, this statement once again astonished Lu Gowen, Yao Shu, and others. You killed the leader of the Xianling sect? He is a master of the Golden Core Realm, Lu Gowen exclaimed. Incredulous. A master at the Golden Core Realm was equivalent to the Golden Body Realm in martial arts, ranking among the top-tier experts in the martial world. Before Wang Teng could respond, Lu Chang interjected. Uncle, you haven't seen it. My brother is truly formidable. Not only did he slay the leader of the Xianling sect, but he also killed another elder of the Golden Core Realm and captured a Golden Core white snake. It was an impressive sight, by the way. My brother also casually killed over 30 disciples of the Xianling sect and effortlessly broke through their renowned prison of immortals formation. That was truly remarkable. Lu Chang spoke with shining eyes full of admiration. This statement left Lu Gowen and the others even more astonished. Initially, they thought that killing the Golden Core leader of the Xianling sect was already impressive. Now they realized that Wang Teng's true strength far exceeded their expectations. Son-in-law, I never imagined you to be this powerful. What realm have you attained now? Lu Gowen inquired with bright eyes, feeling increasingly perplexed by his son-in-law. At this moment, the specifics of my realm are of little consequence. What truly matters is that we must investigate the Zhu family, who hired us for this escort mission. If my suspicions are correct, the Zhu family is likely in collusion with the Xianling sect. Wang Teng spoke with a hint of murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Lu Gowen nodded in agreement. It appears this escort mission is aimed squarely at you. No wonder the bounty was so high and required your personal involvement. A flicker of anger crossed Lu Gowen's eyes as he turned to Wang Teng, saying, My esteemed son-in-law, you have just emerged from battle and must be weary. Return to the residence to rest. I shall take charge of investigating the Zhu family. After uttering this, Lu Gowen immediately summoned dozens of guards from the Lu family and headed straight for the Zhu residence. With Lu Chang following closely behind, with hundreds of talismans at his disposal, Lu Gowen felt significantly emboldened, particularly with his son-in-law backing him. He was determined not to suffer indignities any longer. As Lu Gowen and his entourage departed, Wang Teng did not return to the residence to rest. Instead, he set off for the Misty Rain Tower. Having completed the 3 tasks assigned by the Qilin Pavilion, it was time to seek them out. Chapter 73. Loyalty to the Qilin Pavilion. On the 3rd floor of the Misty Rain Tower, Han Yin, adorned in a resplendent crimson gown, sat elegantly in her chamber, playing the zither while fragrant incense wafted through the air. Her demeanor was poised and graceful, yet her brow bore an air of cold pride. The melodic strains of the zither lingered in the air, enchanting yet tinged with a note of sorrow, as if reflecting the feelings of a woman abandoned by her lover. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and her junior sister, Chu Ruo, clad in a green gown, entered, causing the music to cease instantly. "Sister, are you missing the crown prince again?" Chu Ruo teased with a playful smile. "Who is thinking of him?" Han Yin retorted with an aloof expression, though internally she felt a flicker of unease, for her thoughts had indeed been laid bare by her sister. "Even if she refused to admit it, I can tell from your music that no one else could make you feel this way except the crown prince," Chu Ruo continued with a cheeky grin. Han Yin chose not to respond and skillfully redirected the conversation. "Did you come here just to say that?" "Of course not. I wanted to inform you that the crown prince is here, just outside the Misty Rain Tower." As she spoke, Chu Ruo cast a glance at Han Yin, who, upon hearing that the crown prince had come to visit, revealed a glimmer of joy, quickly masking it with her usual composure and haughty demeanor. "From now on, there is no need to announce his arrival. Let him come directly. Please invite him in." Han Yin feigned calmness. "Understood, sister," Chu Ruo replied with a slight smile before stepping back, secretly musing to herself about Han Yin's undeniable feelings for the crown prince, despite her stubbornness in denying them. Once Chu Ruo exited, Han Yin swiftly transformed her demeanor, embodying the eager anticipation of a young woman awaiting her beloved. She hurried to the vanity, meticulously adjusting her appearance, ensuring every detail was flawless, fearing that any imperfection might mar her allure. After several days without seeing the crown prince, Han Yin found herself increasingly preoccupied with thoughts of him, whether it was her desire to become empress or her reluctance to accept defeat to Liu Yinqi. She was determined to win the crown prince's favor. Chu Ruo had long since guessed her sister's sentiments and, while guiding Wang Teng upstairs, remarked amiably, "Crown prince, in the future, when you come here, there's no need for announcements. Just come up to find my sister." "Very well," Wang Teng nodded. "Crown prince, these past few days you have not visited, and my sister has missed you greatly. You must be aware of her feelings for you." Chu Ruo probed cautiously. Indeed, it could be aptly summarized that Han Yin had been yearning for the crown prince, echoing the sentiment. "The belt grows loose, yet I do not regret, for I have grown pale for him, however." Whether her longing was for Wang Ting the individual or the identity of the crown prince remained uncertain. "I am aware of your sister Han Yan's feelings, but my heart belongs to another. Matters of affection cannot be forced," Wang Teng replied calmly. "Very well," Chu Ruo sighed. Having anticipated this response, as they conversed, they arrived on the third floor. Upon entering the room, Han Yin had already prepared herself, ensuring her appearance was impeccable before she could be satisfied. Upon seeing the crown prince enter, her heart raced uncontrollably. "Your Highness, what brings you here today?" Han Yin inquired, performing a slight bow while her captivating eyes remained fixated on Wang Teng, reluctant to look away. After such a long separation, her excitement was undeniable. "I have slain the leader of the Xinling sect, Jie Cheng, and I am here to report my mission," Wang Teng stated as he produced Jie Cheng's sword, the Chongqing sword, from the ring of earthly affection. Both Han Yin and Chu Ruo were astonished to hear that Wang Teng had killed the Xinling sect's leader in such a short span of time. "Crown Prince, you truly killed Jie Cheng?" Han Yin asked, her disbelief evident. Jie Cheng was a mid-stage golden core expert, considered invincible in the vicinity of Qi City. In their view, it was implausible that Wang Teng could have defeated him. Yet, the reality was that Wang Teng had indeed slain Jie Cheng in such a brief period, which surpassed their expectations. "Indeed, this is his sword. You may examine it at your leisure. Furthermore, if you harbor doubts, feel free to send someone to inquire at the Xinling sect," Wang Teng replied confidently as he seated himself. Han Yin and Chu Ruo exchanged glances before meticulously inspecting the Chongqing sword, quickly confirming its authenticity as the weapon of Jie Cheng, the leader of the Xinling sect. The astonishment in their eyes mirrored each other, and as they scrutinized Wang Ting anew, they realized that the crown prince's strength had grown to a level beyond their comprehension, leaving them once again in a W.E.I. In truth, it was their own misjudgment. Wang Teng had utilized the turtle breathing technique, which concealed his true power from them. "Crown Prince, what method did you employ to slay Jie Cheng?" Han Yin could not suppress her curiosity. She recalled that on the day of their wedding, Wang Teng had been merely at the Master Realm, unable to defeat even a low-ranking disciple of the Xinling sect. Yet now, merely a few days later, He had the capability to kill the leader of the sect. Anyone would feel compelled to inquire. I didn't employ any special method. The Xinling sect set a trap to kill me? But they couldn't defeat me, and I turned the tables, effectively decimating most of their members. Wang Teng replied with an air of calmness. This was indeed the truth. Apart from the second elder, the majority of the elders and disciples of the Xinling sect had been eradicated by Wang Teng. This revelation left Han Yin and Chu Ruo in a state of shock yet again. In just a matter of days, Wang Teng's strength had grown to the point where he could obliterate the Xinling sect. Such rapid advancement was astonishing. Typically, one would find it hard to believe such claims, yet they could no longer gauge the Crown Prince's strength, which confirmed that Wang Teng was not lying. Wang Teng scanned the two astonished women before continuing. I have completed the 3 tasks assigned to me by your Qilin Pavilion. Should you not fulfill your promise? Determined to contend with the imperial younger brother, it was essential to bolster his own power, particularly by gaining control of this intelligence organization to better understand his adversary. Our Qilin Pavilion is renowned for its integrity. Since you have accomplished the 3 tasks we assigned, we shall certainly uphold our end of the bargain. Han Yin stated, rising from her seat before kneeling before Wang Teng with utmost seriousness. Chu Ruo followed suit, kneeling on one knee as well as I, Han Yin, on behalf of the Qilin Pavilion, pledge my allegiance to His Highness the Crown Prince from this day forth. Willing to face fire and water and meet any peril, Han Yin declared earnestly, swearing an oath to the heavens. Chapter 74. Choosing the path of rebellion. This marked the fulfillment of their promise from the Qilin Pavilion, signifying their complete recognition of the Crown Prince's capabilities. Wang Teng regarded the kneeling Han Yin and Chu Ruo with satisfaction, as he had finally managed to gather the Qilin Pavilion through his own abilities. Very well, you may rise. Wang Teng responded with a composed demeanor. Although gaining the allegiance of the Qilin Pavilion was immensely beneficial, he understood that true strength was paramount. Otherwise, he might meet the same fate as the previous Crown Prince. The prior Crown Prince's downfall was largely attributed to his insufficient strength. Once Han Yin and Chu Ruo stood, their attitudes towards Wang Teng shifted significantly. Previously, he had been an outsider. Now he was one of their own. Their master, with whom they would share both glory and disgrace. Your Highness, what are your plans regarding this contest of fortunes? Han Yin inquired cautiously, eager to learn his intentions now that they had pledged their loyalty. To be honest, Wang Teng had yet to formulate any specific plans for the contest of fortunes. At present, he simply wished to quietly enhance his own strength before determining his next course of action. Han Yin, do you have any good suggestions? Wang Teng asked, seeking her counsel. 3 paths lay before the Crown Prince to choose from. Han Yin did not hesitate but pondered for a moment before articulating her thoughts. Firstly, you could leverage your identity as the Crown Prince to connect with various sects and factions, securing their support while systematically dismantling the core forces of the Third Prince. Once the Third Prince's strength is eradicated, victory in this contest of fortunes will be ours. Secondly, you may secretly bolster your own strength while cultivating loyal factions. When the Emperor passes, you can reveal your identity as the rightful Crown Prince to the world. Thirdly, you could gather the fragments of the Imperial Seal and various cultivation resources, focusing on enhancing your own strength, ultimately overpowering the Third Prince with sheer force. The cold mist presented Wang Teng with 3 distinct paths from which he could choose. Each option was viable, yet they varied in difficulty. As Wang Teng furrowed his brow, poised to make a selection, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, you have triggered a new quest. Option 1. Choose the first path proposed by Han Yin. Reward, prestige increased by 100 Imperial Guards, 4 Yuanying Realm Bodyguards, 1 Shenhua Realm Bodyguard, and a designated sect to pledge loyalty to you. Option 2. Choose the second path proposed by Han Yin. Reward, 100 high-grade gathering spirit pills and a designated sect to pledge loyalty to you. Option 3. Choose the third path proposed by Han Yin. Reward, 10 supreme gathering spirit pills, 100 high-grade gathering spirit pills, enhancement of the true dragon technique cultivation method, and improvement of cultivation talent. Wang Teng was taken aback by the system's provision of 3 choices, each corresponding to the path suggested by Han Yin. However, he did not rush to respond. Instead, he engaged in careful analysis. The first path was evidently a direct confrontation with the Third Prince, proclaiming his identity as the Crown Prince. The former Crown Prince had traversed this route, recruiting forces and systematically dismantling the Third Prince's influence, yet ultimately met with a disastrous escape. This path was instantly dismissed by Wang Teng. Having faced death once was sufficient. He had no desire to tempt fate again. The second path appeared somewhat more moderate, allowing for the development of his own strength while secretly nurturing his core faction, biding his time to utilize his royal identity when the moment was ripe. This route seemed more secure than the first, yet Wang Teng felt that even with his legitimate status as the crown prince, he might still fall short against the third prince in the end. Thus, he deemed the second option unnecessary as well. That left only the third path, which focused on the enhancement of his own power. Once he achieved a formidable strength through cultivation, he could then sweep aside all opposition. Moreover, the rewards offered by the system were particularly beneficial to his training, providing not only pills but also enhancements to his techniques and innate talent. After thorough contemplation, Wang Teng swiftly reached a decision. Han Yin, I believe it is more prudent to elevate my strength for the time being. Once I attain extraordinary power, I can directly confront my royal brother in the capital, Wang Teng stated with resolve. No sooner had he spoken than the system's voice echoed once more. Ding, congratulations, host, for your successful choice. Rewards: 10 Supreme Gathering Spirit Pills, 100 High-Grade Gathering Spirit Pills, enhancement of the True Dragon Technique cultivation method, and improvement of cultivation talent. As the system's announcement concluded, Wang Teng received the promised rewards. However, the enhancement of his techniques and talent required his own effort. He felt quite satisfied with his decision. With such an abundance of pills, he was confident he could reach an extraordinary level of cultivation within a month. Yet, this choice astonished Han Yin and Chu Ruo. They had originally anticipated that the crown prince would opt for the second path, as it was the most prudent option. However, they were taken aback when he instead chose the extreme third path. Although this route held the potential for realization, the fragments of the imperial seal were scattered across the vast lands, and gathering them would prove to be an arduous task. Furthermore, Han Yin and Chu Ruo understood that no matter how powerful one might become, it would be nearly impossible to contend with the multitude of top-tier experts surrounding the third prince. Your Highness, the third prince currently has the support of over 100 cultivation sects and dozens of elite experts. Relying solely on your own strength may make it difficult to contend against them. Would you like to reconsider another path? Han Yin instinctively cautioned. No, I will pursue the third path. I firmly believe that in the face of absolute power, numbers and forces bear little significance, Wang Teng declared with unwavering conviction. With the system's assistance, he was confident in his ability to transform into an unparalleled master in a short time, capable of overwhelming all factions, including the third prince. What he lacked was merely time. With his current aptitude and the system's aid, given enough time, he could potentially single-handedly annihilate a nation or even the entirety of the realm. Seeing Wang Teng's resolute determination, Han Yin and Chu Ruo had no choice but to comply. Since the crown prince insists, we shall acquiesce. As for the fragments of the imperial seal, based on the information we possess, there is one located at the back mountain of the Xinling sect. Before Han Yin could finish her sentence, Wang Teng interjected. That fragment of the imperial seal has already been obtained by me. Both Han Yin and Chu Ruo were momentarily stunned. Then, as realization dawned upon them, they understood that the crown prince must have learned of the whereabouts of the fragment from the white-haired old demon. They also suddenly comprehended why Wang Teng's strength had surged so rapidly within such a short span. He must have had the fragment's assistance. What news do you have regarding the remaining 8 fragments? Wang Teng inquired instinctively. He was well aware of the benefits of the imperial seal fragments. Not only could they facilitate his cultivation, but they would also bestow upon him great fortune in the future, making them invaluable treasures. According to our information, there is a possibility that one fragment is hidden within the Lianyao sect. Han Yin replied. Lianyao sect? Wang Teng's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, although the Lianyao sect is merely a second-rate sect, they suppress a 9-clawed dragon king beneath their grounds, and the fragment lies within that underground chamber. Han Yin elaborated. A 9-clawed dragon king. Wang Teng's brow raised slightly. It seemed he would need to pay a visit to the Lianyao sect, once his strength permitted. Chapter 75. The accelerated speed of cultivation. After discussing matters of significance, Wang Teng rose to depart, but Han Yin called out to him. Your Highness, we've chatted for quite a while. Why not stay for dinner before you leave? Han Yin's phoenix-like eyes sparkled with a hint of eagerness and anticipation. Chu Ruo too sensed the atmosphere and chimed in. Indeed, Your Highness, our Yinyu Tower has recently acquired a new chef, renowned for his culinary skills, particularly with his crispy roasted duck and braised pork, which are truly exceptional. Faced with the invitations and entreaties of the two beauties, Wang Teng replied nonchalantly, It is already late, and my wife is waiting for me at home for dinner. I shall not impose. After uttering those words, Wang Teng bid farewell and exited the room. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Han Yan's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Your Highness, allow me to see you off, she said, forcing a calm demeanor as she followed him outside. Chu Ruo, witnessing the scene, sighed inwardly. In the crown prince's heart, His beloved wife would always hold the utmost importance. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Lu Yinchi was indeed waiting for him in the dining room. Her face brightened upon seeing Wang Teng's return, and she hurried to greet him. "Husband, you're back. Have you eaten?" Lu Yinchi inquired with tender affection. "Not yet. Just in time. I'm quite hungry. Let's eat," Wang Teng remarked, gazing at the table laden with dishes. The corners of his mouth curled upward. This was his wife. No matter how late he returned, she would always wait for him to dine together. "Allow me to serve you some rice," Lu Yinchi said thoughtfully, filling a generous bowl for him and even adding a swift eagle egg. "Husband, this is a swift eagle egg. It's nourishing." Looking at Lu Yinchi's radiant smile, Wang Teng felt a profound sense of happiness at that moment. However, he soon noticed that more and more of her hair was turning purple. "Wife, why is your hair becoming increasingly purple?" Wang Teng asked curiously. Just a few days prior, only a few strands at shoulder length had been purple. Now, even her bangs were beginning to change. Were it not for the absence of hair dye in this world, Wang Teng might have thought Lu Yinchi had dyed her hair. I'm not certain either. Recently, as my strength has rapidly increased, my hair has become more and more purple, Lu Yinchi replied, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. As her purple hair grew, memories of her past life as the Yaoqi empress began to resurface. Lu Yinchi was now fearful that she might indeed transform into the Yaoqi empress, losing her true self. Wang Teng furrowed his brow in contemplation but could not discern the reason behind it. It could be related to the purple spiritual energy you are cultivating. As your strength increases, the purple spiritual energy may be altering your physical constitution, Wang Teng speculated. Perhaps so. Lu Yinchi was uncertain how to convey this to her husband. After all, sharing it would be futile and might only add to their worries. It was better for them to simply cherish their present lives together. As night deepened, Wang Teng encouraged Lu Yinchi to retire for the night, while he, in order to avoid disturbing her rest, retreated to a neighboring room. Once seated cross-legged on the bed, Wang Teng eagerly summoned the system. "System, I wish to enhance my cultivation talent." Having chosen the third path, it was imperative to hasten the enhancement of his strength. Ding! Host's cultivation talent is beginning to elevate. As the system's voice faded, Wang Teng felt a warm sensation enveloping his body once more, reminiscent of the first time he had consumed the celestial spirit chicken leg. However, this time the sensation was even more intense. As his talent improved, golden spiritual energy began to radiate from within Wang Teng, filling him with exhilaration. Golden spiritual energy. What an astonishing sensation! Wang Teng recalled that Lu Yinchi's spiritual energy was purple, and her cultivation speed far surpassed his own. Now, with his golden spiritual energy, he felt as though he was about to soar to new heights. Furthermore, he could sense that the flow of energy within him had accelerated several-fold, igniting his excitement. Ding! Host's cultivation talent has been elevated to the Holy Spirit body. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Wang Teng was filled with elation. The Holy Spirit body was an extraordinarily rare constitution, akin to that of Lu Yinchi. He was thoroughly satisfied with this enhancement of his talent. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that following the enhancement of his innate talents, under the automated cultivation with the fragments of the imperial seal, the golden core located in his dantian is visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. It is estimated that by the end of tonight, he will reach the mid-stage of the golden core realm. Nevertheless, Wang Teng remains dissatisfied with his current pace of cultivation. The next step is to elevate the true dragon technique, which is already a celestial level cultivation method. Should it be further enhanced, one cannot fathom the potential tier it may ascend to. Wang Teng harbors a quiet anticipation and then addresses the system, stating, "System, I wish to enhance the true dragon technique." Beep! The true dragon technique is currently undergoing enhancement. As the system's voice fades, Wang Teng's celestial-grade true dragon technique begins to rapidly strengthen. The true dragon technique is the royal cultivation method of the great Siam martial dynasty, classified as a superior celestial level technique. Regrettably, the former crown prince possessed inadequate aptitude, having spent 2 decades only to reach the pinnacle of the grandmaster stage, failing to even break into the true immortal realm. Perhaps due to this personal limitation, the former crown prince shifted his strategy to recruit various factions to aid him in his conquest. However, it ultimately proved ineffective. After enduring a period of intense anticipation, Wang Teng's True Dragon technique swiftly completes its upgrade. Beep! The True Dragon technique has been upgraded, transforming into the True Dragon King technique. Hearing this, Wang Teng is once again filled with excitement. Although only a single character has been added, the True Dragon King technique has transcended the celestial level, attaining the status of a superior immortal level cultivation method. Splendid! Having upgraded to a superior, immortal-level cultivation technique, my speed of cultivation will undoubtedly accelerate. Wang Teng examines the flow of spiritual energy within his body and, indeed, it has increased several-fold. If the cultivation pace of an ordinary individual resembles a tortoise's slow crawl, his previous speed could be likened to an adult running. And after enhancing his innate talents, it now resembles the speed of riding a motorcycle. With the enhancement of his technique, that speed has escalated to racing down a smooth highway in a sports car. Excellent, my cultivation speed has improved once more. It is time to consume a premium gathering spirit pill to further boost my progress. As he speaks, Wang Teng retrieves a premium gathering spirit pill from the system space. Gathering spirit pills are typically categorized into ordinary, advanced, and premium. With each ascending level, the effectiveness of the pill increases tenfold or more. Having never before consumed a premium gathering spirit pill, he decides to give it a try. Wang Teng gazes at the black pill, resembling a chocolate truffle, and pops it directly into his mouth. Immediately, he feels a surge of spiritual power erupting within his body, and his cultivation speed soars as if a sports car had been equipped with a rocket. Soaring into the cosmos, Chapter 76, My lady, I shall compensate you well tonight throughout the entirety of the night. Wang Teng's strength surged from the initial stage of the golden core realm to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. To achieve this, he consumed 3 premium gathering spirit pills, yielding remarkable results. When he finally opened his eyes, a tangible golden light shot forth from them, quickly dissipating into nothingness. To have elevated an entire realm in just one night is truly an astonishing rate of cultivation. Wang Teng is overwhelmed with excitement, and he clenches his fist tightly, feeling a sense of fear from the immense power coursing through him. Such formidable strength, is this truly the nascent soul realm? At this moment, the golden core, now transformed into a golden nascent soul resembling Wang Teng himself, resides in his dantian. Remarkably powerful, today, I shall continue my cultivation, for there remain 100 advanced gathering spirit pills and 7 premium gathering spirit pills in the system space. Having tasted the sweetness of rapid cultivation, Wang Teng is reluctant to pause, swiftly grabbing a handful of advanced gathering spirit pills from the system space and consuming them without hesitation. Advanced gathering spirit pills are a rare commodity even in the realm of cultivation. Sects like the Xinling sect possess only a few. Yet, Wang Teng treats them as if they were mere sustenance. After ingesting a handful of advanced gathering spirit pills, the spiritual power within Wang Teng once again explodes. With no time to ponder, he seizes the moment to cultivate. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Xinling sect, the second elder Feng Shui is pacing anxiously back and forth. The sect leader and others have been gone for an entire day and night without return. Stirring a sense of foreboding within him, suddenly, a disciple, pale as a ghost, rushes in, the very individual Feng Shui had dispatched to gather intelligence. Second elder, it's terrible. A grave matter has arisen. The disciple exclaims in a panic. What grave matter? I instructed you to investigate the sect leader's whereabouts. What have you discovered? Feng Shui seizes him, urgency lacing his voice. The sense of foreboding deepens. I've checked the mountain path. Our Xinling sect disciples lie dead in droves. Blood flowing like a river. The disciple reports, terror etched on his face. What of the sect leader? What about the third elder and the sixth elder of the alchemy sect? Feng Shui interjects, urgency spilling forth. The third elder is dead. His corpse lies over there. The sixth elder of the alchemy sect has also perished. As for the sect leader, I could not find his body, but I discovered his Taoist robe in a pit. Soaked in blood, and his sword is missing. It appears the situation is dire. The disciple takes a moment to catch his breath before continuing, his expression one of horror. Additionally, it seems our Xinling sect's immortal capturing array has been breached. What? How could this be? How is it possible that the son-in-law of the Lu family is so formidable? Upon hearing this, Feng Shui is struck with disbelief, nearly stumbling to the ground. He could never have imagined that a mere son-in-law from the Qi City Lu family would possess such terrifying strength. The sect leader laid an ambush for him, yet not only did they fail to eliminate him, but they were also completely annihilated in return. This level of power exceeds all his expectations. What realm has this Lu family son-in-law reached to be so incredibly powerful? Feng Shui's heart begins to tremble with fear. Should Wang Teng harbor resentment and come to the Xinling sect for vengeance, his own life would be forfeit. Second elder, the disciples within the sect are in a state of panic. Many are considering retreat. You must think of a solution. If this continues, our Xinling sect is doomed. The disciple exclaims urgently. Feng Shui, being one of the more astute individuals in the Xinling sect, paces the grand hall for a moment before a plan suddenly dawns upon him. The only option left is to send a message via the flying crane to our master. His strength has reached the consummate stage of the nascent soul realm, and he founded the Xinling sect. He will not stand idly by. Although he will surely chastise us for failing to protect the sect. It is far better than the annihilation of our clan. This cannot wait. I must inform our master, lest this matter come to light on its OW. And as he speaks, Feng Shui retrieves a paper crane from his person, inscribing a plea for help upon it. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the paper crane takes flight, soaring through the window and vanishing into the distance. This is the flying crane message, a common long-distance communication method among cultivators. For the next 2 days, Wang Teng remains in the adjacent room, diligently cultivating. Lu Yinxi, understanding his need for focus, refrains from disturbing him. During this time, Wang Teng's strength escalates rapidly, yet he does not forget his lady. Lu Yinxi. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, he opens his eyes once more. It appears I have underestimated the difficulty. As one progresses, the ascent becomes increasingly arduous. After consuming 100 advanced gathering spirit pills and 5 premium gathering spirit pills, he finally transitions from the early stage to the consummate stage of the nascent soul realm. Wang Teng shakes his head in mild dissatisfaction. If anyone were to overhear him, they would surely be aghast. Even for a prodigy in cultivation, transitioning from the early stage of the nascent soul realm to the consummate stage typically requires years, if not decades, of consuming gathering spirit pills. Yet Wang Teng has accomplished this feat in merely 2 days. To be discontent with such a rate of progress is truly perplexing. Upon awakening from his meditative state, Wang Teng stretches, his body cracking and popping in comfort. Splendid. There remain 2 premium gathering spirit pills. Tonight, I shall give one to my lady and keep one for myself. Coupled with the effects of the red dust affection ring, perhaps I can achieve a breakthrough. With this thought in mind, Wang Teng steps outside. Lu Yinxi is practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. In just 2 days, her strength has remarkably reached the pinnacle of the true immortal realm, equivalent to the consummate stage of the foundation establishment realm. Truly astonishing. Moreover, in this short span, Lu Yinxi's purple hair has grown denser, nearly half of it now a vibrant purple. From a distance, she exudes a modern flair. Wang Teng observes Lu Yinxi as she practices, choosing not to interrupt but rather to watch in silence. Each movement she executes is sharp and powerful, evoking an aura of authority, reminiscent of an emperor. It seems my lady's aura is gradually transforming. Wang Teng is uncertain whether this change is for better or worse. Before long, Lu Yinxi notices Wang Teng standing nearby, her face lighting up with joy as she sheathes her sword and rushes toward him. Beaming, "Husband, you're out." Regardless of how Lu Yinxi may change, when faced with Wang Teng, she forever retains her gentle and endearing demeanor. "I missed you. So I came out." Wang Teng opens his arms and sweeps Lu Yinxi into an embrace, spinning her around several times. Lu Yinxi clings tightly to him, her face radiating happiness. Having been apart for just 2 days feels like an eternity. Lu Yinxi has missed him dearly. "Husband, I missed you so much," she exclaims, resting her head against his chest, wishing to meld into him entirely. "My lady, you've been left alone in this empty house for 2 days. I shall make it up to you properly," Wang Teng says, holding Lu Yinxi close, filled with a sense of indebtedness. "And how do you intend to make it up to me?" Lu Yinxi, with a sweet expression, nestled in Wang Teng's embrace, playfully remarked. "Of course, I will take good care of you." A subtle smile graced Wang Teng's lips as he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her delicate lips. He then retrieved a premium spirit-gathering pill from his system space. "Here, take this before I pamper you later. It will assist you in breaking through your realm." "Take this before you pamper me? What is the use of this pill?" Lu Yinxi blinked her watery eyes, curiosity evident in her voice. "You will know once you take it," Wang Teng replied, effortlessly lifting Lu Yinxi into his arms. "My lord, what are you doing? It's only noon. Put me down. It would be quite embarrassing if someone saw us." Lu Yinxi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "I will not, today. I must make up for the 2 days I owe you," Wang Teng declared as he carried Lu Yinxi towards their room. After a token struggle, Lu Yinxi wrapped her arms around Wang Teng's neck, her face aflame, exuding a demeanor of delightful submission. Upon entering the room, Wang Teng swiftly locked the door and gently laid Lu Yinxi on the bed, loosening her garments while reminding her, "My lady, you may swallow the pill I gave you earlier. It will surely grant you the sensation of ascension." Hearing this, Lu Yinxi's face blushed anew. She initially assumed it was a different kind of pill. But to please her husband, She hesitated not and swallowed the spirit-gathering pill. After Wang Teng finished unfastening her garments, he quickly shed his own clothes and swallowed the last premium spirit-gathering pill. Whether I can break through to the spirit division realm depends on this, he mused, then pounced towards Lu Yinxi. Chapter 77. My lady, allow me to assist you in cultivation. Lu Yinxi had thought the pill was of a different nature until the spiritual energy erupted within her, revealing that it was indeed a cultivation aid. Ultimately, her strength successfully advanced to the foundation establishment realm. Wang Teng, benefiting from this cultivation session, also broke through to the spirit division realm. It must be said, the red dust affection ring significantly aided their cultivation. As Wang Teng and Lu Yinxi both achieved their breakthroughs, the founder of the Xinling sect, Ying, returned with a dark expression, dressed in a black Taoist robe. His thick brows furrowed, and an ominous aura surrounded him, sending chills down the spines of those nearby. Master, you have finally returned. If you had not, our Xinling sect would have been annihilated. The second elder, Feng Shui, knelt in distress upon seeing his master return, his demeanor woeful. What happened? I was gone for only a few months, and you have reduced the Xinling sect to this state? Explain everything in detail. Ying's voice was laced with fury. His recent travels were intended to seek favor with the third prince in the capital, hoping to ride the wave of fortune. He had not anticipated receiving a distressing message from his disciples upon his arrival. Master, the cause of this trouble lies with Wang Teng, the son-in-law of the Lu family in Qiqing. Not only did he kill 3 of our elders, but he also slain our sect leader. And even the 6th elder of the refining demon sect did not escape his wrath. His power is exceedingly formidable, Feng Shui recounted, tears streaming down his face. Upon hearing this, Ying did not rashly seek revenge but instead inquired patiently, what cultivation level does this son-in-law of the Lu family possess to have killed so many of my sect's members and the 6th elder of the refining demon sect? I am not certain of his exact strength, as I have not seen him personally, but to have killed so many, he must be at least at the nascent soul realm, Feng Shui speculated. The nascent soul realm? Ying furrowed his brow. If the opponent was at the early or mid-nascent soul realm, he felt confident in defeating him. However, if the opponent had reached the late stage or peak of the nascent soul realm, even he would find it challenging to vanquish him. Indeed, he must have reached the nascent soul realm. Feng Shui nodded, then suggested, Master, since Wang Teng has also killed the 6th elder of the refining demon sect, we might consider allying with him to confront him. This would enhance our chances. This thought aligned with Ying's own. Without knowing the opponent's strength, rushing in alone would be too perilous. However, if they could join forces with the refining demon sect, their odds of success would significantly increase. This proposition pleases me. I shall personally visit the refining demon sect to persuade them to join me against the Lu family's son-in-law, Ying affirmed, stepping purposefully towards the exit. Meanwhile, Wang Teng and Lu Yinxi remained entangled in each other's embrace on the bed. Why, lady, were you satisfied with my performance last night? Wang Teng teased, holding her close. How insufferable! You only know how to bully me. I shall ignore you. Lu Yinxi, blushing, nestled against Wang Teng, reluctant to part from him, seemingly accepting his playful jabs. Surely this cannot be considered bullying. I am merely aiding you in your breakthrough. Wang Teng chuckled. Impudent husband. You dare say you haven't bullied me? Lu Yinxi retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Very well, then. Can you sense how far your strength has progressed? Wang Teng asked earnestly. Let me check. Lu Yinxi closed her eyes, attuning herself to the spiritual energy within her. The sensation left her astounded. Why, Lord, it seems my strength has reached the peak of the martial saint realm. This pace of cultivation is astonishing. I advanced an entire major realm in just one night. Her face was a portrait of disbelief, realizing that cultivating alongside her husband yielded terrifying results. Not too shabby. Wang Teng accepted this speed begrudgingly. If others were to hear this, they would likely be infuriated. Advancing a major realm in a single night and still deeming it merely acceptable seemed utterly absurd. Why, Lord, what kind of pill did you give me last night? It was incredibly potent. Lu Yinxi recalled something and inquired eagerly. That was the premium spirit-gathering pill, highly beneficial for cultivation. How did it feel after taking it? Wang Teng's lips curled into a slight smile. Lu Yinxi instinctively responded, but soon realized the underlying implication of his words, her cheeks flushing anew as she playfully scolded, Impudent husband. You are teasing me again. How could I be teasing you? This is merely the effect of the premium spirit-gathering pill. Feeling something is entirely normal. Wang Teng smirked, then, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, added, My lady, Would you like to experience that sensation of advancement again? My lord, do you have more? Lu Yinxi, believing Wang Teng possessed additional premium spirit-gathering pills, asked instinctively. The delightful experience of the previous night lingered in her mind. The explosive surge of spiritual energy had propelled her cultivation to new heights. The premium spirit-gathering pill is no more. But I can still allow you to experience that sensation of advancement once again, Wang Teng replied with a grin. And how shall we accomplish that? The innocent Lu Yinxi had yet to grasp the full meaning behind Wang Teng's words, but he had already made his move. Naturally, I shall assist my lady, Wang Teng declared as he leaned down to kiss her. Only when Lu Yinxi felt her lips sealed did she come to her senses. However, she quickly succumbed to the sweet embrace, her delicate arms wrapping around Wang Teng's neck. By noon, Wang Teng and Lu Yinxi finally emerged from their room, dressed and composed. Yet, the moment they stepped outside, several figures appeared in the sky, rapidly approaching from afar, exuding a palpable killing intent. Wang Teng, come out and face your demise. Chapter 78. No more restraint today on the third floor of the Misty Rain Tower. Han Yin was playing the zither while burning incense when her junior sister, Chu Ruo, hurriedly burst through the door. Sister, 3 experts of the nascent soul realm have flown to the Lu residence, explicitly demanding the prince to come out and face death, Chu Ruo exclaimed, urgency dripping from her tone. Nascent soul realm experts were the pinnacle of power in the southern border region, and even Han Yin would find them formidable. Let alone 3 of them appearing simultaneously. Did you discern their sect? Han Yin's brows knitted with concern. She feared that the third prince might discover the true identity of the prince and send experts to eliminate him. One is the founder of the Xinling sect, Yu Ying, and the other 2 are elders of the refining demon sect. They do not seem to be affiliated with the third prince. They appear to be seeking revenge on the prince. Chu Ruo clarified, her urgency palpable. Sister, should we call for second brother to assist? He seems to be in the southern border region. For now, there is no need. I shall assess the situation first, Han Yin replied, rising swiftly and heading towards the door. Both the Xinling sect and the refining demon sect were merely second and third-rate cultivation sects. Han Yin felt confident in her ability to handle the situation. Above the Lu residence, the loud shout had drawn the attention of everyone nearby, including those inside and outside the Lu residence. They beheld 3 experts soaring through the air, hovering ominously above the Lu residence, leaving them astonished. Flying in the air, this is the work of deities. This is truly the work of deities. It's over. The Lu family is genuinely finished. Offending deities leaves no path for survival. The Lu family's son-in-law will likely not survive this. No matter how skilled he is, he cannot contend with deities. The people of the Lu residence were taken aback by the sudden appearance of 3 formidable nascent soul stage experts, especially Lu Goen. This is disastrous. They are masters of the nascent soul stage, a power that surpasses even that of the martial Tao golden body. Lu Goen's expression shifted dramatically, and the other members of the Lu family felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. However, Wang Teng exhibited no fear at all. On the contrary, upon seeing these 3 nascent soul masters, he felt a flicker of excitement. How splendid! 3 nascent soul experts. My sword is about to ascend in power. With that thought, he drew forth the wind spirit immortal sword, preparing to charge forth, only to be halted by Lu Yinxi at his side. Husband, you must flee. The adversary has sent 3 nascent soul masters. You cannot contend with them. Lu Yinxi's delicate face was etched with worried eye in her view. Wang Teng's strength was no match for these 3 nascent soul experts, and she urged him to escape. Yet Wang Teng merely smiled and replied, there is no need to run. Your husband can crush them with but one hand. This was indeed the truth. Wang Teng had now attained the spirit division stage, a full realm above them, and could effortlessly defeat them with a single hand. However, before Lu Yinxi could persuade him further, Wang Teng interrupted, dear wife, remain here and watch how I deal with them. After stating this, Wang Teng soared into the air, wielding the wind spirit immortal sword. This was a feat of aerial flight, achievable only by those above the nascent soul stage. As Wang Teng stepped into the air, both the onlookers inside and outside the Lu residence were once again astounded. How is this possible? The son-in-law of the Lu family has become an immortal. It is simply unbelievable. This is extraordinary. The son-in-law of the Lu family can actually fly. It seems I have underestimated him. What realm has he truly reached? Not only were the onlookers astonished by Wang Teng's aerial prowess, but Lu Goen, Yao Shu, and other members of the Lu family were equally dumbfounded by his display. My son-in-law is becoming increasingly formidable. He can even fly now. I wonder what his true strength is. Lu Goen appeared utterly astonished. Across from the Lu residence, at a tea house, Han Yin and Chu Ruo had just arrived and witnessed this astonishing scene. Senior sister, look, the crown prince has already reached the nascent soul stage. Chu Ruo's face was filled with shock. I see it. No wonder the crown prince chose the third path. At this rate of progress, within a month, he may indeed be able to sweep away all obstacles. Han Yin remained somewhat composed but was equally astonished. In just a few short days, the crown prince's strength had grown to such a terrifying level, truly unprecedented. In the sky, the founding patriarch of the Xinling sect, Ying, along with 2 elders of the Lianyao sect, tightened their grips on their weapons as they beheld Wang Teng soaring toward them. You are Wang Teng? Ying stepped forward, speaking coldly. Indeed, I am Wang Teng. Have you come to kill me? Wang Teng responded nonchalantly. I am Ying, the founding patriarch of the Xinling sect. You have slain 3 of my disciples and nearly 50 disciples of the Xinling sect. It is time to settle this score. Ying brandished a crimson long sword, his face filled with murderous intent. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the elders beside him stepped forward. And we from the Lianyao sect demand recompense for the death of our 6th elder at your hands. This debt must also be addressed. Elder LG of the Lianyao sect reprimanded loudly. Faced with the pursuit of these 3 nascent soul masters, Wang Teng remained unperturbed. Instead, he smiled coldly. You all have come to settle scores. Then allow me to settle mine with you as well. Wang Teng's expression gradually turned icy as he pointed the wind spirit immortal sword toward Ying in a menacing gesture. Xinling sect, I have never sought to provoke you, yet you have repeatedly come to instigate conflict, slaughtering one after another. Now even the founding patriarch has arrived. Let me make this clear. I, Wang Teng, am not so easily bullied. From this day forth, I shall eradicate your entire Xinling sect. These words thoroughly enraged Ying. You dare? He roared. However, Wang Teng ignored him and redirected his attention toward Elder LG of the Lianyao sect. Furthermore, it was your 6th elder who conspired with the Xinling sect and attacked me first. I was left with no choice but to retaliate, and now you dare to come and kill me. Wang Teng's fury surged within him as he spoke with a chilling intent. Since you have gone too far, do not blame me for being merciless. Wang Teng had repeatedly shown restraint, only to be met with relentless pursuit from them. Thus, he resolved not to hold back any longer. He would annihilate the Xinling sect, flatten the Lianyao sect, and seize the fragment of the jade seal hidden beneath their mountain. Upon hearing Wang Teng's audacious declarations, Ying, LG, and the others were consumed with rage. This brat, even at this point, dares to be arrogant. Very well, I shall send you to the afterlife, Ying declared, channeling his spiritual energy into his sword. The crimson longsword emitted a resonant hum, clearly an extraordinary weapon. Die? Ying shouted as he hurled the longsword toward Wang Teng. This was a technique of flying swords, its power far exceeding that of the previous sect master, Jie Qing's. All that the onlookers saw was a flash of red sword light streaking across the sky, arriving before Wang Teng in an instant. Just as everyone believed Wang Teng was about to be pierced through the chest, he merely extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the longsword firmly. The founding patriarch of the Xinling sect is nothing more than this, Wang Teng declared, exerting a slight force, and the longsword shattered with a resounding crack. What? My longsword was broken by him with just his fingers. Ying's face changed dramatically, his mind reeling from the shock. The onlookers were left utterly speechless by this scene. Chapter 79. Founding Patriarch? One sword to kill. At the tea house opposite the Lu residence, Chu Ruo was completely astounded by the crown prince's might upon witnessing this spectacle. Incredible! The crown prince merely used 2 fingers to break Ying's longsword, which is a top-grade earth-level flying sword. Excitement sparkled in her eyes as she realized the crown prince's power was beyond her imagination. Even Han Yin, who had been reminding herself to remain calm, could not help but be astonished by Wang Teng's display. Go casually pinch a flying sword and break it effortlessly. The crown prince's strength had grown to a level that was inscrutable even to me. Han Yin was thoroughly amazed by Wang Teng's prowess. Originally, she had thought she had overestimated the crown prince's strength, but the reality was that she had significantly underestimated him, truly a slap in her own face. The onlookers were in awe, marveling at Wang Teng's ability to break the flying sword with just 2 fingers. This is astounding. The son-in-law of the Lu family is indeed mightier than any immortal. Unbelievable, this son-in-law of the Lu family is extraordinary. Not only the onlookers, But even those within the Lu residence were left in shock by Wang Teng's displayed power. Lu Yinxi never imagined that her husband, with whom she spent every day, had attained such a terrifying level of strength. Yet, beyond her astonishment, she felt a surge of admiration. Husband, you are incredible. The most shocked of all were Yu Ying, the founding patriarch of the Xinling sect, and the two elders of the Lianyao sect. How is this possible? This brat actually broke my long sword with just 2 fingers. Yu Ying's face was filled with disbelief. His flying sword was a top-grade Earth-level weapon. Yet it had been so easily shattered by Wang Teng. Not only him, but the 2 elders of the Lianyao sect beside him were equally incredulous. Wang Teng, satisfied by their astonished expressions, then pointed the wind spirit immortal sword at Yu Ying, declaring, "Now it is my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Teng summoned golden spiritual energy, infusing it into the wind spirit immortal sword. The sword, infused with golden spiritual energy, emitted a fierce hum, and Wang Teng casually flicked it toward Yu Ying. With a single stroke, the wind spirit immortal sword sliced through the air, leaving a dazzling golden arc, its speed surpassing that of the sword Yu Ying had launched, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Why is this flying sword so fast? By the time Yu Ying sensed it, it was already too late. He could only hastily activate his protective barrier to defend against the strike. However, the power of this sword was beyond his imagination. The defensive barrier was instantly pierced by Wang Teng's flying sword, which continued unabated, striking Yu Ying squarely in the chest and piercing through. Impossible! Yu Ying spat out a mouthful of blood, disbelief etched on his face. Soon after, the life force within him swiftly diminished, and he collapsed, dead. Simultaneously, his body was refined into energy by the wind spirit immortal sword, which absorbed it. As Yu Ying's robe fell from the sky, all present were rendered speechless by the spectacle. The most stunned were the 2 elders of the Lianyao sect, who witnessed the entire event firsthand. How could this happen? He killed a late-stage nascent soul master with a single sword strike. What level of power does this brat possess? Why was he able to shoot and leave no body behind? The 2 elders of the Lianyao sect were utterly astounded by Wang Teng's displayed strength. This power is terrifying. The speed of the flying sword is astonishing, and it even refined the corpse afterward. The expressions of the 2 elders shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, the onlookers were once again left in shock. My heavens! This son-in-law of the Lu family is truly extraordinary. He even killed the founding patriarch of the Xinling sect with a single sword. I had anticipated that he would employ talismans to confront his adversary. Never did I expect that with a single stroke of his sword, he would vanquish his opponent. The prowess of this son-in-law of the Lu family has grown increasingly formidable. Such strength could very well establish a sect. In an instant, the onlookers were utterly captivated by Wang Teng, with many considering the prospect of sending their children to the Lu family's martial arts academy for training. At the tea house, Han Yan and Chu Ruo were once again left in awe as they witnessed Wang Teng slay the late-stage Yuanying realm practitioner, Yu Ying. Senior sister, the prince's strength has likely reached the divine transformation realm. And why is his flying sword technique so swift? Chu Ruo, astonished, felt her body tremble slightly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of admiration. For at that moment, the prince appeared exceedingly handsome. As for Han Yan, even her usual composure was shaken by Wang Teng's display of power, though her keen insight allowed her to discern certain nuances. The prince's talent has indeed grown stronger. Did you not see that the spiritual energy he wielded earlier was golden? Such a gift is certainly extraordinary. Has the prince's innate talent truly intensified? Can one's cultivation aptitude change over time? Chu Ruo asked, her expression one of surprise. Generally speaking, one's cultivation talent is predetermined at birth and cannot be altered. Although there might be exceptional circumstances, Han Yan's phoenix-like eyes were fixed on Wang Teng in the distance, desperately attempting to fathom his depths, yet no matter how she scrutinized him, she could not penetrate the prince's mysteries. Exceptional circumstances? What do you mean? Chu Ruo inquired curiously. Ordinary individuals may enhance their cultivation aptitude through rare treasures or spiritual herbs, but to elevate it to the level of the prince's golden spiritual energy, such a feat likely transcends the capabilities of typical treasures and elixirs. Han Yin furrowed her brow in analysis. What kind of opportunity must the prince have encountered to elevate his cultivation aptitude to such heights? Moreover, what does the golden spiritual energy signify? Chu Ruo pressed on with curiosity. The golden spiritual energy likely indicates a sacred spirit body. It is said that the founding emperor of the great Xia martial dynasty possessed such a body. It seems that after obtaining the fragment of the imperial seal, the prince has awakened his royal bloodline. Han Yin theorized, constrained by her limited knowledge. A sacred spirit body? My heavens, that's a talent rarely seen even among millions. The prince awakening such a body surely indicates that destiny favors him as the new emperor. Chu Ruo exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. Perhaps our master foresaw this and thus urged us to steadfastly support the prince. Han Yin suddenly realized how remarkably prescient her master was on the battlefield. After slaying the founding ancestor of the Xinling sect, Wang Teng retrieved the wind spirit sword, only to discover that it had ascended to the mid-tier of the heavenly grade. This revelation thrilled him. It appeared that the stronger the opponent he vanquished, the greater the energy feedback he received. Furthermore, with the newly added ability to refine, the wind spirit sword absorbed even more energy than before. With this thought in mind, Wang Teng aimed the wind spirit sword at the two elders of the refining demon sect. If he could eliminate these two Yuanying realm experts, perhaps the wind spirit sword could ascend once more. Now it is your turn. Chapter 80. Annihilation. Wang Teng directed the wind spirit sword at the two elders of the refining demon sect, his tone icy. Now it is your turn. The two elders, witnessing Wang Teng's audacity, felt a surge of fury. Wang Teng, do not be so arrogant. We merely underestimated you earlier, allowing you to luck into killing Yu Ying now. We shall see how we can end you. As Lu Ji spoke, he retrieved a beast pouch from his waist and, with a flick of the bag's opening, a massive two-headed dragon eagle materialized in the air and mine. The other elder, Pang Guang, swiftly opened his own pouch, unleashing his beast, the two-winged flying tiger. Roar. The two-winged flying tiger let out a furious roar upon appearing. Both the two-winged flying tiger and the two-headed dragon eagle were Yuanying-level beasts, far superior in strength to Shao Qing and Shao Bai. With two Yuanying realm elders and two Yuanying beasts, this lineup could contend, albeit barely, against a divine transformation expert. How about it, kid? Are you impressed by the might of our refining demon sect? Pang Guang's face bore a smug grin. Quite formidable indeed, but just perfect to nourish my sword. Wang Teng smirked slightly. He had been concerned that the two elders might not provide enough sustenance for the wind spirit sword. But now, with the addition of two Yuanying beasts, it should be sufficient for another upgrade. Nourish your sword? How foolish! Pang Guang seethed, and with a wave of his hand, his two-winged flying tiger charged forward, followed closely by Pang Guang himself, wielding a long sword as he rushed at Wang Teng. Junior brother, I will assist you. Lu Ji, seeing his fellow elder charge, also brandished his sword and joined the fray. With his two-headed dragon eagle accompanying him in an instant, Wang Teng found himself besieged from both sides by four Yuanying realm experts. Members of the Lu family, including Lu Goen and Yao Shu, watched with bated breath, while Lu Yinqi's palms were slick with sweat, her heart racing in her chest. Meanwhile, Han Yin and Chu Ruo at the tea house were also anxiously watching Wang Teng. Though their focus was more on how the prince would unleash his power, facing their onslaught, Wang Teng exhibited no fear, rather an undercurrent of excitement surged within him. Come at me. Wang Teng hurled the wind spirit sword directly at the nearest two-winged flying tiger. The sword left a dazzling golden trail in the air before striking the beast, piercing its body completely. Crimson blood sprayed from the air as the two-winged flying tiger let out a mournful cry before plummeting to the ground. Its corpse immediately absorbed by the wind spirit sword. The white beast core fell from the sky. Upon witnessing the demise of his beast, Pang Guang screamed in anguish and immediately unleashed 4 or 5 sword strikes at Wang Teng, each strike imbued with fierce intent. Simultaneously, Elder Lu Ji tightened his grip on his long sword and slashed towards Wang Teng, sending several sword energies his way, while the two-headed dragon eagle unleashed a wind attribute tornado from its massive heads. In the face of such a barrage, Wang Teng did not choose to withstand the attacks directly. Instead, he applied a speed talisman, effortlessly evading their assaults as he swiftly flew towards the fallen beast core. This core was a potent elixir. It could not be wasted. After catching the beast core, Wang Teng quickly stored it in his red dust affection ring. Seeing Wang Teng's speed increase, Pang Guang and Lu Ji felt urgency and redirected their assault towards him. Flying sword technique. Both elders simultaneously launched their flying swords at Wang Teng, while simultaneously performing hand seals that sent 2 blue fireballs hurtling towards him. These were no ordinary flames. They were meant for refining. As they sought to eliminate Wang Teng, you think you can kill me with such meager skills? Wang Teng did not flinch or evade. He activated the spiritual energy within him, gripping the wind spirit sword tightly as he swung it with all his might. Dragon breaking slash. With a resounding roar, a massive golden sword energy surged forth, spanning over 1,000 meters, obliterating all their attacks in an instant. What? How can his sword energy be so powerful? Both elders were struck with astonishment. And before Pang Guang could react, he was slain on the spot by the sword energy. The two-headed dragon eagle, in the wake of the powerful golden sword energy, lost one of its heads, causing blood to spurt from the wound. Elder Lu Ji, witnessing this, was utterly shocked. How is this possible? His sword energy is incredibly formidable. For the first time, a hint of fear crept into Lu Ji's heart. The other onlookers were equally astounded by the overwhelming sword energy, especially Han Yin and Chu Ruo in the tea house. Incredible! The prince's sword energy can rival that of our second senior brothers. Spanning 9,000 miles, Chu Ruo exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Indeed, this sword energy is capable of slaying divine transformation experts. Given more time, he may soon surpass even our second senior brother and senior brother. Han Yin remarked, her heart resolute in her desire to be with such an exceptional man as the prince. Only someone as outstanding as him would be worthy of her. Lu Goen and the other Lu family members were equally captivated by Wang Teng's display. To slay a Yuanying realm expert with a single sword strike and sever the head of a two-headed dragon eagle, such power was utterly terrifying. As the sword energy passed, the corpse of Elder Pang Guang was swiftly absorbed by the wind spirit sword. Yet it did not upgrade, indicating that the energy from a single Yuanying realm expert was insufficient. Wang Teng then pointed the wind spirit sword at Elder Lu Ji. Now it is your turn. Upon being targeted by Wang Teng's wind spirit sword, Lu Ji trembled and feared. As the Grand Elder of the refining demon sect, having lived for centuries, he had not felt such a threat of death in a long time. Wang Teng, I am the Grand Elder of the refining demon sect. If you kill me, our sect will not let you go. If you allow me to leave today, we shall clear all grievances between us. Knowing he was no match for Wang Teng, Lu Ji attempted to leverage his status to intimidate him into letting him go. However, Wang Teng would not be swayed so easily. You think you can come and go as you please? As if I am so easily trifled with? Wang Teng scoffed. Wang Teng, do not overstep your bounds. After all, I am the Grand Elder of the refining demon sect, and we are a second-tier sect. Powerful enough that you would not dare to. Before LG could finish his words, Wang Teng unleashed another dragon-breaking slash. A golden sword aura, spanning 1,000 meters, sliced through the air, cleaving LG in two. While the two-headed dragon eagle behind him met an instantaneous demise. One sword, 2 lives taken. How tiresome! A mere second-tier sect dares to threaten me. They are truly ignorant of their own mortality in a few days. I shall lay waste to your refining demon sect as well. A glint of brilliance flickered in Wang Teng's eyes. His decisive slaughter once again astonished all present. 3 formidable experts of the nascent soul realm had come to eliminate Wang Teng, only to be outdone by him in an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 81. Change at the Yaoqi Palace. In the tea house, Han Yin watched as the crown prince returned to the Lu residence from the skies, then turned her gaze away. Senior sister, with the crown prince's extraordinary talent now, shouldn't we take some action? Junior sister Churu asked instinctively. Yes, send for all the spirit-gathering pills from our Qilin pavilion. I wish to present them to the crown prince. Additionally, dispatch others to gather medicinal pills for cultivation from various places, Han Yin commanded. At this point, she recalled another important matter and instructed Churu. Junior sister, immediately send the Eagle Guards to annihilate the Xinling sect. They have repeatedly pursued the crown prince. It is time to settle this. Han Yan's actions aimed to demonstrate to the crown prince how beneficial she could be to him. Understood, senior sister, junior sister Churu replied before quickly departing. Before leaving, Han Yin could not resist one last glance at the Lu residence. From her elevated position, she observed Lu Yinchi tenderly assisting Wang Teng into the house. A flicker of jealousy flashing in her phoenix eyes. I shall make you aware that only I can aid the crown prince in this contest for fortune. Upon returning to the room, Lu Yinchi helped Wang Teng sit on the bed, her face filled with concern. Husband, you weren't injured just now, were you? Rest assured, my dear wife, I am quite formidable now. Those 3 could not harm me. It was merely a slight depletion of spiritual energy. Wang Teng reassured her, as long as you are unscathed. Lu Yinchi exhaled softly, having been terrified by the earlier scene, fearing Wang Teng might have suffered injury. However, I do need to replenish my spiritual energy, Wang Teng added, shifting the topic. Replenish spiritual energy? Lu Yinchi suddenly recalled something, her cheeks flushing as she whispered, but we just replenished this morning. Wouldn't it be too frequent to do so again? Her face turned as red as an apple, her heart racing uncontrollably. Wang Teng, aware of her thoughts, teased, "My dear, what are you thinking? When I mentioned replenishing spiritual energy, I did not mean what you imply." As he spoke, Wang Teng retrieved 2 beast cores from the ring of earthly attachment, specifically, the cores of the 2 nascent soul realm beasts he had previously defeated. These cores emanated a potent essence, and consuming them would convert their essence into pure spiritual power, a significant boon for any cultivator. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinshi realized her misunderstanding, her face reddening further. "You naughty husband, I wasn't thinking that way," she retorted, blushing. "All right, dear wife, if you weren't thinking inappropriately, then perhaps I was." "Look at this," Wang Ting said, presenting the 2 beast cores before Lu Yinshi. "What is this?" Lu Yinshi asked, her expression one of confusion, as it was her first encounter with a beast core. "This is a beast core, specifically from a nascent soul realm beast. Consuming it will grant you ample spiritual energy. It is perfectly suited for replenishing your power," Wang Ting explained earnestly. "A beast core? Can it truly replenish spiritual energy?" Lu Yinshi remained skeptical about its efficacy, finding the core's appearance somewhat off-putting, resembling a bitter gallbladder, with traces of blood. "You'll know once you try it, one for each of us," Wang Teng declared, handing one of the beast cores to Lu Yinshi while swallowing the other himself. Seeing Wang Teng consume the beast core, Lu Yinshi shut her eyes and followed suit, swallowing her own. Unlike spirit-gathering pills that instantly transform into spiritual energy upon ingestion, the beast core required a period of conversion. Once inside, Wang Teng felt his spiritual power activated, surging toward the core like bees to nectar. Almost instantaneously, the core became enveloped in spiritual energy, which rapidly digested it, yielding a plethora of spiritual power. Wang Teng, delighted by the abundant energy produced, settled into a meditative posture to absorb this newly released power. Lu Yinshi appeared to sense the energy as well and mimicked Wang Teng's position, beginning her own absorption and transformation of the spiritual power. Though the rate of energy breakdown from the beast core was slower than that of the spirit-gathering pill, it lasted significantly longer. As Wang Teng absorbed the energy, golden spiritual light emanated from him, while Lu Yinshi radiated a purple hue. 1 golden, 1 purple, 2 unparalleled talents sharing the same bed for cultivation. With the assistance of the ring of earthly attachment, their cultivation speed accelerated several-fold. However, as she practiced, Lu Yinshi's hair gradually turned more and more purple, and that night, she began to dream. A nightmare. She envisioned the Yaoqi Palace, where countless citizens within its domain were slaughtered by other sections. The ground was littered with corpses, crimson blood staining the city, flames consuming homesteads. Multitudes were displaced, forced to abandon their homes, living in constant fear and deprivation. Some were enslaved by rival sects, condemned to lives of unimaginable suffering. This was a dream, yet it unfolded with a frightening vividness in Lu Yinshi's mind. She awoke in a cold sweat, her complexion ashen. When the soft rays of dawn streamed into the room, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Turning his head, he noticed Lu Yinshi still seated in meditation, her expression awry, prompting immediate concern. "What has happened? Why are you drenched in sweat, pale as a ghost? My dear wife, have you fallen into a trance?" Wang Teng thought anxiously, calling out to her, "Wife, dear wife." Responding to Wang Teng's calls, Lu Yinshi gradually emerged from her nightmare. Upon opening her eyes, Wang Teng was astonished to see her irises transformed into a vibrant purple. "Are you all right, my dear? Did something go wrong in your practice?" Wang Teng queried, his face etched with worry as he grasped her wrist to check her pulse, fearing she had encountered some mishap in her training. Fortunately, after examining her, he confirmed that Lu Yinshi was in good health, merely shaken by a frightful dream, leaving her emotions a bit unstable. "Husband, I believe I had a nightmare, filled with many dead." Lu Yinshi gasped. "It's all right, just a nightmare. You'll feel better after some rest." Wang Teng gently embraced Lu Yinshi, soothing her with soft reassurances. Nestled in Wang Teng's embrace, Lu Yinshi finally felt her anxiety subside. Yet, whenever she closed her eyes, the haunting images of the previous night's nightmare resurfaced, leaving her unsettled. Meanwhile, in the northern district of Qiqing, early in the morning, old Yang stretched lazily, preparing to open his apothecary for business. Just then, a blood-soaked young man leapt down from the rooftop across the street. Kneeling before him with urgency, "Medicine King, urgent news from the Yaoqi Palace. The nine-tailed heavenly queen has sent me to deliver this to you." Chapter 82. To become the Yaoqi Empress or a cherished wife? Old Yang furrowed his brow deeply as he regarded the bloodied young man kneeling before him. He recognized him as Lu Yuan, the third protector of the Yaoqi Palace. although his strength was rather mediocre. His speed was unmatched within the palace. The fact that Lu Yuan was sent to deliver a message indicated that the Yaoqi Palace was indeed facing a dire situation. Accepting the items from Lu Yuan, a letter and a purple stone, Old Yang's expression shifted again at the sight of the stone. This was no ordinary stone. It was a celestial stone, the Yaoqi Empress's fateful artifact. "Protector Lu, please come in and speak," Old Yang instructed solemnly, leading Lu Yuan into his apothecary and promptly closing the shop. "Now, tell me, what has transpired at the Yaoqi Palace?" Old Yang inquired before opening the letter. "Reporting to the Medicine King, the third prince of the Great Xia Yu, has somehow learned of our possession of the Jade Seal fragment. After failing to coerce us into surrender, he has resorted to inciting the 18 major sects of the Western continent to besiege our Yaoqi Palace," Lu Yuan reported earnestly. "We possess a fragment of the Jade Seal? Why was I not informed by the nine-tailed Heavenly Queen?" Old Yang's worry escalated. Under normal circumstances, with the nine-tailed Heavenly Queen present, the Yaoqi Palace would remain secure. However, with the Jade Seal fragment involved, the situation changed dramatically. The ongoing contest for fortune, occurring once every 1,000 years, made the fragment an invaluable treasure that would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful factions, willing to resort to violence to seize it. Years prior, the nine-tailed Heavenly Queen obtained the fragment through a combined effort of the 18 protectors and 9 elders during a raid on the Dragon Tomb. Lu Yuan paused momentarily before continuing. "This secret has never been disclosed to anyone outside. We are merely perplexed as to how the third prince of the Great Xia came to learn of it. It turns out it was obtained from the Dragon Tomb, which explains how the third prince could have acquired such information. What is the current situation at the Yaoqi Palace?" Old Yang inquired, his brow furrowed and his voice solemn. "Under the united assault of the 18 cultivation sects, half of Yaoqi Palace's territory has already fallen. The nine-tailed Celestial Queen is valiantly battling against the 4 top experts of the Western continent, but it is feared she cannot hold on much longer. I implore the Medicine King to return to Yaoqi Palace as soon as possible," Lu Yuan earnestly pleaded once more. "I never expected the forces of the Western continent to unite so resolutely. This truly took me by surprise." "You may take your leave and rest," Old Yang said, his expression grave. "I must return to save Yaoqi Palace. Resting is not an option. I hope the Medicine King will return soon." Lu Yuan replied, clasping his fists and bowing before swiftly flying westward. As he vanished from sight, Old Yang turned his attention back to the envelope, hastily tearing it open. Upon reading the contents, his expression grew increasingly serious. Culminating in a heavy sigh, "It seems the Empress of Yaoqi must inevitably return." On the streets of Qiqing, Wang Teng took his wife, who had been plagued by nightmares, for a shopping excursion to lift her spirits. Naturally, Lu Yinshi was delighted by Wang Teng's company. The handsome man and beautiful woman strolled hand in hand down the street, drawing envious glances from many passers-by. "Isn't that the son-in-law and daughter of the Lu family? They truly make a perfect pair." Indeed, the Lu family's young lady has become exceptionally beautiful, resembling a celestial being. While that son-in-law is quite impressive as well. They are truly a match made in heaven. Absolutely, they are exceptionally well suited. Listening to the envious comments from the bystanders, Lu Yinshi felt a wave of joy for the first time. In the past, people often remarked that she was unworthy of Wang Teng. But now the narrative had shifted entirely. "Husband, I finally feel worthy of you," Lu Yinshi exclaimed, her face aglow with happiness. "And no matter your circumstances, in my heart, you shall always be the most important," Wang Teng replied with a smile. His eyes filled with determination. Lu Yinshi felt a twinge of emotion upon hearing those words, realizing how fortunate she was to have encountered Wang Teng in this lifetime. "Let us have some candied hawthorn." Knowing Lu Yinshi's fondness for the treat, Wang Teng bought a skewer from a vendor. "Thank you, husband. You should have one first." Lu Yinshi handed the candied hawthorn to Wang Teng without tasting it herself. Wang Teng chuckled and took a bite. "It's quite sweet. You should try some." Lu Yinshi beamed with joy, and after tasting a piece herself, she offered Wang Teng another. "Husband, have another." "No, you eat it." Wang Teng, who wasn't particularly fond of sweets, tried to decline, but Lu Yinshi persisted. "Husband, please have just one more," she said playfully. Unable to resist her charm, Wang Teng complied and took another bite. "All right, now it's your turn," he said with a resigned smile. "Is it sweet?" Lu Yinshi asked with a hint of mischief. "Sweet, very sweet." Wang Teng replied with a laugh. "That's good, remember, the flavor of our time together is akin to that of eating candied hawthorn." Lu Yinshi said with a deeper meaning. The nightmare from the previous night had instilled a sense of foreboding within her. She recalled the words of the nine-tailed white fox, that as her hair gradually turned purple, she would one day become the empress of Yaoqi. Lu Yinqi feared that when that day arrived, she might forget Wang Teng or leave him behind. Hence, she wanted Wang Teng to remember that the days spent together were sweet like candied hawthorn. As evening fell, the couple returned to the Lu residence. That night, Lu Yinqi felt an overwhelming desire to have a child with Wang Teng, as her sense of impending doom grew more palpable. "Husband, it's time for us to rest," Lu Yinqi called out, having completed her bath early. "So early? The sun hasn't even set yet," Wang Teng replied, glancing outside. Unexpectedly, Lu Yinqi leaped into his arms and kissed him. Wang Teng, taken aback by her boldness, found it hard to refuse her advances and soon carried her to the bed. After a night filled with passion, they finally fell asleep, utterly exhausted. The next morning, upon waking, Wang Teng felt his cultivation had advanced to the mid-stage of the spirit separation realm. It was time to visit the Lianyao sect and retrieve the fragment of the jade seal hidden beneath their mountain. "My dear, I may not return for a few days. I need to venture outside," Wang Teng informed her. "Are you leaving again? Where to this time?" Lu Yinqi asked, reluctant to see him go but not wanting to keep him back for her sake. "I'll be hunting some magical beasts and collecting their inner cores. It's not dangerous," he said, omitting the truth to spare her worry. "Very well, while the magical beast inner cores are beneficial for cultivation. Do take care, I shall await your return," Lu Yinqi replied, adjusting Wang Teng's attire as she spoke. "I'll be back in a day or two at the quickest, or 4 to 5 days at the slowest," Wang Teng said before stepping outside, only to be called back by Lu Yinqi. "Husband, what is it? Do you have any last instructions?" He turned to her, curious. "Nothing much, just be careful if you encounter any formidable beasts. Don't push yourself," she warned, gazing deeply into his eyes, wanting to imprint his face in her memory. "Rest assured, I will be fine." With those words, Wang Teng left the room, swiftly disappearing from Lu Yinqi's sight. Watching him go, Lu Yinqi felt a moment of daze. Before long, a familiar old man suddenly appeared in her room, accompanied by a voice she recognized. "Fairy girl, I have come to see you." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Yinqi was both startled and overjoyed. "Old Yang, what brings you here so suddenly? How did you get in? I didn't see you." Turning around, she indeed found the familiar old man, though she was unsure how he had entered. However, upon seeing his face again, a memory stirred within her, a recollection involving this old man. "Fairy girl, you have truly become more beautiful. Do you remember who I am?" Old Yang closed the door and conjured a soundproof barrier around them. For what he was about to say was of utmost importance. You are the medicine king of Yaoqi Palace?" Lu Yinqi furrowed her brow, pondering, before finally recalling who the old man before her was. Of course, this memory did not originate from Lu Yinqi herself, but from the empress of Yaoqi. "It seems the fairy girl has finally regained her memories," Old Yang remarked. After a brief pause, he shifted the topic. "In that case, I have an important matter to discuss with you. How you choose to respond will depend on your own decision." "What matter?" Lu Yinqi inquired, a hint of apprehension and unease gracing her delicate features. "Yaoqi Palace is under siege by 18 cultivation sects from the western continent, suffering heavy casualties and leaving the populace displaced. The only one who can save them is the empress of Yaoqi," Old Yang stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinqi stumbled slightly. Was this not the very scenario from her nightmare? Could it be that it was not just a dream, but a grim reality? How could this be? How could this be? Lu Yinqi struggled to comprehend, grappling with the disbelief that what had once seemed a nightmare was now unfolding before her. "Originally, the nine-tailed celestial queen sent word for me to forcibly bring you back to Yaoqi Palace. But I did not wish to proceed in that manner." As he spoke, Old Yang produced a purple stone from his possession, the very life stone of the Empress of Yaoqi, the stone of reparation. "I understand that you and Wang Teng share a deep bond, and if you wish to remain as Lu Yinqi, I shall not oppose you. After all, you are merely the reincarnation of the Empress of Yaoqi, with no obligation to shoulder the responsibilities of your past life. However, if you wish to save the citizens of Yaoqi Palace, you must take this stone of reparation in both hands, at which point you will fully regain your memories and rapidly restore your powers. No matter what you choose, I will support you," Old Yang said, his expression earnest. Lu Yinqi gazed at the stone of reparation in Old Yang's hand, recalling the tragic scenes from her nightmare, though she felt a pang of reluctance. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to remain as her husband's beloved wife. "Old Yang, I only wish to live a simple life with my husband. As for the matters of Yaoqi Palace, they are no longer my concern. And I do not wish to become the empress of Yaoqi, Lu Yinshi declared after a lengthy deliberation, choosing to follow her heart. Humans are inherently selfish. Lu Yinshi did not possess the grand ambition to forsake her beloved husband for the sake of others. For her, her husband was a radiant light in her life, and even in death, she wished only to perish in his embrace. Old Yang nodded appreciatively upon hearing Lu Yinshi's choice, as expected of my fairy girl. You truly do not resemble the heartless and unloving empress of Yaoqi. After a brief pause, he continued with a serious demeanor, if I were to tell you that your husband is destined to face a great calamity, and only the empress of Yaoqi could save him, would you still hold firm to your current choice? At those words, Lu Yinshi's body trembled slightly. Chapter 83. The Nine-Clawed Dragon King has set its eyes on me. What should I do? Waiting online. The Lianyao sect is a second-tier sect located in the southern frontier, with a history spanning over 1,000 years, renowned for its expertise in refining and controlling magical beasts. Their revered ancestor was once a transcendent master of cultivation, who established the refining demon sect here to subdue the Nine-Clawed Dragon King. Unfortunately, this ancestor fell just 300 years after founding the sect, leading refining demon sect to decline with each passing generation, ultimately relegating it to a second-rate sect. However, their mission to guard the Nine-Clawed Dragon King has remained unchanged. Bema Mountain serves as the stronghold of the refining demon sect. At this moment, within the grand hall atop the mountain, Sect Master Niechong and 4 elders were engaged in a serious discussion, the atmosphere decidedly tensed. So, this Wang Teng single-handedly killed 3 experts of the nascent soul realm? Sect Master Niechong furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. Not only did he slay 3 experts of the nascent soul realm, but he also exterminated 2 of our own nascent soul beasts, which amounts to him having killed 5 nascent soul experts in total, Elder Yuhan interjected. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock, including Sect Master Niechong, who was equally astonished. To simultaneously kill 5 experts of the nascent soul realm indicates an extraordinary level of power. He may have already reached the spirit separation realm. Who would have thought that a mere family from Qi City, the Lu family, could harbor such a formidable master? The strength of Wang Teng must surely be at the spirit separation realm. A look of concern appeared on Sect Master Niechong's face. Within the entire refining demon sect, only Sect Master Niechong had attained the early stages of the spirit separation realm, while the other elders were at most at the nascent soul realm. Seeking vengeance against Wang Teng seems almost impossible, as even Sect Master Niechong himself lacked the confidence to eliminate this Lu family son-in-law named Wang Teng. Sect Master, what shall we do now? Wang Teng has consecutively murdered 3 of our elders. If we do not seek retribution, our resentment will be hard to bear. Elder Yuhan exclaimed through gritted teeth. Let this grudge remain in our hearts for now. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Without sufficient power, seeking revenge would only lead to our demise, Sect Master Niechong replied solemnly. The elders present sighed in unison. Well aware of this truth, in the realm of cultivation, power reigns supreme. Without strength, there is truly nothing one can do against an adversary. While they deliberated on how to deal with Wang Teng, he had already arrived at Bema Mountain. Observing the towering heights of Bema Mountain, Wang Teng frowned slightly. According to the intelligence provided by the Qilin Pavilion, a fragment of the Imperial Seal lay at the foot of Bema Mountain, where the Nine-Clawed Dragon King was also imprisoned, with the entrance seemingly located halfway up the mountain. After recalling the information given by the Qilin Pavilion, Wang Teng stealthily flew towards the mountainside. There, he indeed noticed something unusual. The entrance to the foot of the mountain was situated at the mountainside, but it was heavily guarded, making a forceful intrusion seem unwise. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Teng quickly devised a plan. Eureka! I can use an invisibility talisman to sneak in. Feeling quite clever, Wang Teng retrieved an invisibility talisman from his spatial ring and affixed it to himself. In an instant, he became invisible. Coupled with his mastery of the turtle breathing technique, it became exceedingly difficult for anyone to detect his presence. The invisible Wang Teng descended directly to the mountainside, where 8 disciples of the refining demon sect stood guard, each possessing considerable strength, at least at the foundation establishment stage. This clearly indicated the sect's vigilance over the area. Due to Wang Teng's invisibility, the 8 disciples failed to sense his presence. He continued towards the entrance, only to discover a transparent array barrier obstructing his way, which surprised him. An array barrier? How utterly vexing. Wang Teng furrowed his brow. But this did not pose a challenge for him. He was quite adept at arrays, and this was merely a minor barrier sealing the entrance. After observing the entrance for a brief moment, Wang Teng quickly identified the weak point in the array barrier, turned out to be an 8 trigrams barrier, which was manageable. With this realization, Wang Teng reached into the mountain rocks beside the barrier and began to feel around, soon discovering a mechanism that controlled the 8 trigrams barrier. Before turning the mechanism, Wang Teng applied another invisibility talisman to extend the effect, to distract the attention of the 8 refining demon sect disciples at the entrance. Wang Teng casually threw a summoning talisman for a rock puppet not far away. Instantly, a rock puppet emerged from the ground, capturing the attention of the 8 guarding disciples. "There's a rock puppet. Everyone be cautious and split into 2 groups to handle it," someone shouted, immediately taking charge. What a perfect opportunity! Seizing the moment while their attention was diverted by the rock puppet, Wang Teng swiftly manipulated the mechanism of the 8 trigrams barrier. The barrier at the entrance vanished in an instant, allowing Wang Teng to slip inside silently, and as soon as he entered, the 8 trigrams barrier resumed its original state. Throughout this entire sequence, the 8 disciples of the refining demon sect remained oblivious to Wang Teng's infiltration. Upon entering the cave, he encountered a series of descending stone steps, illuminated by luminous stones embedded in the walls guiding his descent. To be cautious, Wang Teng continued to apply invisibility talismans. Utilizing the faint glow of the luminous stones, he descended the spiral staircase, which was extensive, requiring him to exercise great patience as he continued downward. Halfway down, the fragment of the imperial seal concealed within his Hongqian Ju Lian ring suddenly vibrated violently. Upon sensing this, Wang Teng immediately retrieved the fragment and discovered it was emitting a golden glow, as if it had sensed something. The fragment must have detected the presence of another fragment, thus radiating its light. Seeing this, Wang Teng felt a surge of excitement. It appears the intelligence from the Qilan pavilion was accurate. There truly is a fragment of the imperial seal beneath the refining demon sect, but I wonder how dangerous the 9-clawed dragon king is. Wang Teng felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the 9-clawed dragon king was not a creature to be trifled with. As he delved deeper, the response from the fragment intensified, and simultaneously, he sensed a powerful energy fluctuation from an array. This was Wang Teng's first encounter with such a strong array energy fluctuation. The potency of the array energy was remarkable. It seemed to be the celestial prison dragon formation meant to suppress the 9-clawed dragon king. The individual capable of setting up such a formidable array must possess strength at least equivalent to that of a transcendent master. Wang Teng swallowed hard. The more powerful the array, the more formidable the 9-clawed dragon king it contained. After traversing downward for roughly half an hour, Wang Teng finally reached the base of the mountain. There, he beheld a colossal golden dragon coiled majestically, adorned with 9 claws, its scales shimmering in golden hues, and atop its head were a pair of grand golden horns. This was indeed the 9-clawed dragon king, a being whose power rivaled that of a transcendent master. Although it lay asleep, the oppressive aura radiating from it made Wang Teng feel breathless. Truly, this is the Dragon King. The pressure is immense. Fortunately, I have reached the spirit separation realm. Otherwise, even this pressure would render me immobile. Once he steadied himself, Wang Teng applied another invisibility talisman, fearing that the 9-clawed Dragon King might notice him in his concealed state. Holding the fragment of the imperial seal, Wang Teng began to search for the other fragment within the cavern's depths. The cavern at the base was vast, spanning an area equivalent to 100 football fields. But the 9-clawed Dragon King occupied nearly half of it, illustrating just how enormous its body was. As Wang Teng scoured the cavern for the fragment, he silently prayed, "Oh, 9-clawed Dragon King, please do not awaken. Even a single sneeze from you could spell my doom." Wang Teng felt increasingly anxious. He was not merely speaking idly. The 9-clawed Dragon King's strength was on par with that of a transcendent master, and a sneeze from it could indeed end his life. Wang Teng cautiously maneuvered through the cavern, guided by the fragment of the imperial seal, quickly locating another piece hidden beneath the mountain. However, this fragment was situated beneath one of the dragon's claws. Upon realizing this, Wang Teng felt a wave of despair wash over him. It's over. The fragment is pinned beneath the dragon's claw. Retrieve it. I must lift this claw. Glancing at the slumbering 9-clawed Dragon King, Wang Teng instinctively took a deep breath. Since I have come this far, I cannot return empty-handed. Therefore, I must secure this fragment at all costs. No turning back now. I can only hope that the 9-clawed Dragon King remains asleep, or else I will truly be in peril. Wang Teng silently prayed, then activated another invisibility talisman to extend its effect. Completing this, Wang Teng steeled himself and slowly approached the enormous dragon. Yet, the overwhelming pressure quickened his heartbeat and breath. Though he persevered, inching closer to the nine-clawed Dragon King. Excellent, it remains asleep. Seeing that the nine-clawed Dragon King had not detected him, Wang Teng let out a quiet sigh of relief. With careful steps, he finally reached the claw of the nine-clawed Dragon King. The closer he got, the more intense the pressure became. The sheer size of the claw was overwhelming. It dwarfed Wang Teng's entire body. Swallowing hard, Wang Teng focused his gaze on the fragment lying beneath the dragon's claw. Now, if only I can lift that claw, I can claim the fragment. Taking another deep breath, Wang Teng extended his hands and began to pull at the dragon's claw with all his might, but despite his utmost effort, he couldn't budge it an inch. Why goodness, just one claw is that heavy. Wang Teng was secretly astounded, yet he refused to give in. After catching his breath, he made another attempt. This time, he channeled his spiritual energy. As golden energy surged forth, Wang Teng's strength indeed escalated several levels. Seizing the massive dragon claw, he exerted all his strength to lift it. With the support of spiritual energy, the claw began to shift little by little, revealing fragments of the jade seal beneath. As the fragments emerged further, a surge of determination filled Wang Teng's heart. With a bit more effort, success was within reach. He gritted his teeth and pulled at the claw with all his might. After considerable exertion, the claw was finally moved half a meter, fully exposing the jade seal fragments. The wave of joy surged within Wang Teng upon seeing the fragments revealed at last. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he bent down to retrieve the precious piece of jade. At long last, he had obtained this fragment. Wang Teng was overwhelmed with excitement. Just then, the nine-clawed Dragon King seemed to sense something, suddenly opening its enormous eye and gazing intently at Wang Teng. Noticing that the nine-clawed Dragon King had awakened and was now looking at him, Wang Teng's face turned pale with fear. To make matters worse, his invisibility talisman had just expired, leaving him completely exposed. It was over. He was truly doomed. Chapter 84. Subduing the nine-clawed Dragon King. Gulping, Wang Teng stared at the colossal dragon head before him, his heart racing and his complexion drained of color. He stood frozen in place, terrified that the nine-clawed Dragon King might devour him. After over 1,000 years, there is still someone who remembers these jade seal fragments. A deep voice suddenly resonated from the Dragon King. Wang Teng was taken aback to hear the dragon speak. It was astonishing that the nine-clawed Dragon King could articulate human speech. Swallowing hard, he attempted to respond, "Dragon King, I mean no offense. This jade seal fragment originally belonged to my royal family. I have come solely to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us, though. You are a descendant of the royal family of the Daxia martial dynasty?" The tone of the nine-clawed Dragon King was laced with surprise, as it sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Wang Teng, wondering how an ordinary human could have arrived here. "Indeed, I am the crown prince of the current Daxia martial dynasty." As he spoke, Wang Teng suppressed his breath and released the aura of the true dragon royal art. Instantly, a brilliant golden light erupted from his body, accompanied by a rich and substantial golden spiritual energy. Even the ancient nine-clawed Dragon King was momentarily taken aback by the dazzling golden aura and the essence of the true dragon royal art. Truly a unique true dragon art of the Daxia martial dynasty. And a sacred spirit body at that. Seeing you reminds me of the founding emperor of the Daxia martial dynasty, Xiaodang, a truly extraordinary individual, the nine-clawed Dragon King remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Wang Teng felt a slight easing of tension upon realizing that the nine-clawed Dragon King was amenable to conversation. "Dragon King, this jade seal fragment is indeed a possession of the Daxia royal family. You wouldn't mind if I took it back, would you?" Wang Teng ventured to inquire. "What do you think?" The nine-clawed Dragon King's tone turned icy, its enormous eyes fixed on Wang Teng with a predatory glint. Under the immense pressure emanating from the dragon, Wang Teng found himself paralyzed with fear, his heart racing in terror. Just as he contemplated whether to return the jade seal fragment, the system's voice chimed in once more. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a new mission. Option 1. Return the newly acquired jade seal fragment. Reward: 10 superior gathering pills. Option 2. Vow never to return the jade seal fragment. Reward: enhanced beast taming technique." Upon triggering a new mission, Wang Teng quickly assessed his options. The first option appeared safe, offering 10 superior gathering pills in exchange for the fragment, but there was no guarantee that the nine-clawed Dragon King would release him afterward. It might even demand another fragment from him. The second option promised the enhancement of his beast taming technique, which could potentially allow him to subdue the nine-clawed Dragon King, but if luck was not on his side, he might meet his demise here. After careful consideration, Wang Teng resolutely chose the second option, realizing that regardless of his choice, the nine-clawed Dragon King seemed unlikely to let him go if that were the case. He might as well take a gamble. I'll go for option 2. As the system registered Wang Teng's intent, his beast taming technique was rapidly enhanced. Previously, he could only tame beasts of similar strength, but now, the upgraded technique allowed him to disregard power disparities and even tame celestial and divine beasts. The nine-clawed Dragon King was certainly a high-level celestial beast. If you leave behind both fragments of the Jade Seal, I might consider letting you go, the nine-clawed Dragon King said, its eyes glinting with greed. The Jade Seal fragments were not only beneficial for cultivating the true dragon art, but were also immensely valuable to the Dragon Clan. For the past 1,000 years, the nine-clawed Dragon King had relied on one of these fragments to avoid being overwhelmed by the heavenly prison dragon array, thus making the fragments critical for its survival. Wang Teng was taken aback that the nine-clawed Dragon King could sense the presence of 2 Jade Seal fragments on him. However, he could never part with these hard-won treasures. Moreover, even if he did hand them over, there was no guarantee he would survive. Yet, he could use the Jade Seal fragments as a distraction to divert the nine-clawed Dragon King's attention and then unleash his enhanced beast taming technique. Dragon King, I will give you these 2 Jade Seal fragments. Will you truly let me go? Wang Teng feigned weakness. Do you believe you have any choice in the matter? The nine-clawed Dragon King's tone was filled with unshakable confidence, completely dismissing Wang Teng as a mere human of the separation realm. Although trapped by the heavenly prison dragon array, it could easily kill an ordinary human like him. It was clear that the nine-clawed Dragon King had no intention of releasing him. Realizing this, Wang Teng decided to be bold. Dragon King, please keep these 2 Jade Seal fragments. As he spoke, he tossed the 2 fragments towards the dragon's tail. The nine-clawed Dragon King, elated, thought that 1 fragment could ensure its survival under the heavenly prison dragon array, and perhaps 2 fragments would grant it a chance to escape. However, as it turned its gaze towards the fragments, Wang Teng seized the opportunity to launch his enhanced beast taming technique while the dragon was distracted. A brilliant green light shot from Wang Teng's hand, striking the dragon's head directly. The nine-clawed Dragon King was struck by the green light, its massive body swaying violently. The entire underground cavern trembled as it collided with the walls, rocks cascading from above. Wang Teng activated his shadowless step, narrowly avoiding the falling debris. Damn human, you dare attempt to enslave me. Your paltry beast taming technique is useless. The nine-clawed Dragon King lashed out with its colossal tail. The immense force sent Wang Teng flying back, crashing against the cavern wall, blood spilling from his mouth. This was merely a fraction of the dragon's power, suppressed by the heavenly prison dragon array. Without that restraint, Wang Teng would have perished instantly from such an attack. How formidable! Thank goodness for the heavenly prison dragon array. Otherwise, I would have been a goner in a life-and-death struggle. Wang Teng rose, continuing to unleash his enhanced beast taming technique against the nine-clawed Dragon King. Your human beast taming technique is of no consequence to me. Prepare to die. The dragon roared in fury. Yet, the next moment, the derided technique unexpectedly attached itself to the dragon's soul with a green glow, leaving the nine-clawed Dragon King utterly astonished. How is this possible? A human's beast taming technique cannot bind my dragon soul. Why is it able to bind mine? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the nine-clawed Dragon King panicked. If its dragon soul became imbued with the green light, it would be truly trapped by this human. I will kill you. The nine-clawed Dragon King went berserk, launching an all-out assault on Wang Teng within the cavern. Wang Teng affixed a swift movement talisman to himself and continued to dodge while casting the beast taming technique. Just a little longer and I'll succeed. His internal energy was in disarray, narrowly avoiding several of the dragon's attacks. The nine-clawed Dragon King, unwilling to be subjugated, was a high-level celestial beast and would not easily accept being made a pet by a human. I will make you pay for this. The nine-clawed Dragon King, furious, sought to unleash its Dragon King power to eliminate Wang Teng. However, activating that power would invoke restrictions from the heavenly prison dragon array. Thanks to the array's suppression, Wang Teng was still alive. Otherwise, he would have already met his end. Unable to utilize its Dragon King power, the nine-clawed Dragon King resorted to brute physical attacks, but Wang Teng's speed rendered the dragon's strikes ineffective, even as it caused the cavern to collapse around them. Ultimately, after a prolonged struggle, the nine-clawed Dragon King was exhausted, and Wang Teng's green light had successfully attached itself to its dragon soul. Success! Wang Teng rejoiced, then formed a seal with his hands, inflicting excruciating pain upon the dragon's soul, causing its massive body to writhe. Dragon King, I have now attached my beast-taming green light to your dragon soul. If you kill me, this green light will explode, and you will perish as well. However, if you obediently submit to me, I can find a way to release you from this place. The carrot and the stick approach is a plan that Wang Teng has long devised. The nine-clawed Dragon King, initially reluctant to be subjugated by Wang Teng, felt a flicker of hope upon hearing the prospect of escape. Can you truly free me from here? This is the heavenly earth prisoning dragon array, laid out by an immortal sovereign. You are merely in the spirit separation realm. It is impossible for you to break this formation, the nine-clawed Dragon King gasped, its energy significantly drained from the recent battle, and its dragon soul subdued, leaving it considerably weakened. I am well versed in all formations known to the world. A mere heavenly earth prisoning dragon array is not beyond my capabilities. A glimmer of confidence flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. Very well, if you can release me from here, I shall submit to you. The nine-clawed Dragon King, left with no other options, conceded. Having been outmaneuvered by this young man, it could only barter for a bit of freedom. It is a promise. Wang Teng felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of having the nine-clawed Dragon King bow to him. Such an alliance would undoubtedly prove beneficial. As he spoke, Wang Teng began to examine the cave, quickly uncovering the essence of the heavenly earth prisoning dragon array. Dragon King, step aside. I am about to break the formation, Wang Teng declared, drawing forth the wind spirit immortal sword from the red dust affection ring. Simultaneously channeling his golden spiritual energy, the nine-clawed Dragon King had no choice but to comply, shifting its immense form to allow Wang Teng access. Upon its retreat, the ground beneath them was revealed, etched with a myriad of symbols, the very runes that constituted the heavenly earth prisoning dragon array. Dragon breaking slash. Wang Teng struck fiercely at one of the runes on the ground. A massive sword aura erupted, striking true and kicking up a cloud of dust. Useless. I have attempted this before. Those runes are not so easily destroyed, the nine-clawed Dragon King instinctively remarked. As the dust settled, it was indeed as the Dragon King had said. The rune remained intact, unscathed. Yet, Wang Teng paid it no mind, tightening his grip on the wind spirit immortal sword and aiming for the next rune to unleash another strike. Another cloud of dust erupted. Yet still, no rune was destroyed. A flicker of disappointment ignited within the nine-clawed Dragon King. It seemed this young man was all talk, unable to breach the heavenly earth prisoning dragon array with his mere spirit separation realm skills. Nevertheless, Wang Teng continued his relentless assault, striking rune after rune. Upon delivering his ninth blow, one of the runes finally shattered, followed swiftly by a chain reaction as the previous 8 runes erupted in a series of explosions. The nine-clawed Dragon King was taken aback, utterly astonished that this young man had indeed penetrated the secrets of the heavenly earth prisoning dragon array. To dismantle the array, one must destroy the core runes in precise order. A single misstep would render the array impenetrable. After elucidating this, Wang Teng continued, now, sense the power of the heavenly earth prisoning dragon array that binds you. Does it not feel considerably diminished? The nine-clawed Dragon King concentrated on the force pressing down upon it, and to its astonishment, discovered that the array's power had indeed halved. Excellent, the strength of the array has waned. I can finally escape, the nine-clawed Dragon King exclaimed, elated after being trapped for over a millennium. You, young man, hasten your departure. I am breaking the array and ascending the mountain, the Dragon King shouted with fervor. Understood, Wang Teng replied, swiftly activating his shadowless steps to retrace his path with no hesitation. As he emerged from the cave on the mountainside, Bai Mang Mountain trembled violently. A resounding dragon roar echoed from the depths of the mountain. The nine-clawed Dragon King was finally on the verge of freedom. Chapter 85. The lady has disappeared within the Grand Hall at the summit of Bai Mang Mountain. Nye Chong, the sect leader of the refining demon sect, and several elders were deliberating matters when they suddenly sensed the mountain shaking violently. The most powerful leader, Nye Chong, felt an ominous premonition. Oh no, something has gone awry with the heavenly earth prisoning dragon array. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a disciple rushed in, panic-stricken. Sect leader, it's terrible. Someone has breached the entrance to the heavenly earth prisoning dragon array and has slaughtered the guarding disciples. What? What are you all doing? The heavenly earth prisoning dragon array has been breached, and you come to report it now? Nye Chang's expression shifted dramatically, and he was the first to rush out. Everyone, gather. We must prevent the nine-clawed Dragon King from breaking free. With the command given, the 4 elders hurriedly followed suit. The mission of the refining demon sect was to guard the nine-clawed Dragon King, and now that the heavenly earth prisoning dragon array was compromised, they could not escape blame. At this moment, Wang Teng had already dispatched the 8 disciples stationed at the entrance and was hovering in the air, watching the 9-clawed Dragon King break free from the array. Just then, Nie Chong and 4 elders flew in their direction, colliding with Wang Teng. "You are the one who killed my disciples and disrupted the heavenly earth prisoning dragon array." Nie Chong glanced down at the 8 fallen disciples on the mountainside, instantly grasping the situation. "Indeed, it was I. Your sect has sent people to hunt me down. It is only fair that I teach you a lesson, lest you think me an easy target," Wang Teng replied, his gaze icy, the wind spirit immortal sword materializing in his hand. Upon hearing this, Nie Chong and the 4 elders understood the gravity of the situation. "So, you are Wang Teng. We have refrained from seeking revenge, and yet you dare to come here to seek your demise. Then we shall oblige," Nie Chong declared, summoning a blue long sword into his grip, while a colossal gorilla emerged behind him, a long-armed ape, comparable in strength to a perfected nascent soul cultivator. The 4 accompanying elders promptly summoned their weapons and unleashed their beasts. In an instant, 5 formidable experts and 5 beasts appeared in the air. The 5 experts consisted of 1 in the early spirit separation realm, 2 in the mid-nascent soul realm, and 2 in the late golden core realm, while the 5 beasts included 3 in the nascent soul realm and 2 in the golden core realm. Almost immediately, Wang Teng found himself surrounded by these 10 formidable opponents. Yet, he remained unperturbed, even feeling a thrill at the sight of such strength. "My sword shall ascend once more. Wang Teng, today marks your end." Nie Chong hurled his sword toward Wang Teng, employing a flying sword technique in an attempt to eliminate him. As the sect leader made his move, the 4 elders unleashed their flying sword techniques in unison. Simultaneously, the 5 beasts launched their attacks as well. Facing this onslaught, Wang Teng remained calm. After applying a movement talisman, his speed surged several times over, allowing him to effortlessly evade their strikes. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed his own flying sword technique, instantly slaying the 2 closest golden core experts, their corpses devoured by the wind spirit immortal sword. "Wang Teng, I will see you dead." Nie Chong's eyes blazed with fury. While directing the flying sword technique, he hastily performed several hand seals, summoning a barrage of thunderbolts to chase Wang Teng from the heavens. This was a chain lightning technique, far more potent than a simple lightning strike. The remaining 2 nascent soul elders also began casting spells to attack Wang Teng. However, their efforts were futile. Bolstered by the movement talisman, Wang Teng evaded every assault with ease. Speed is indeed advantageous. "Die!" Wang Teng casually sent a sword flying, instantly slaying 2 golden core beasts, which dropped their inner cores from the sky, easily collected by Wang Teng. 2 inner cores in hand. "I shall share this bounty with my lady later." Wang Teng mused as he commanded the wind spirit immortal sword to veer around and continue its assault on the 3 nascent soul beasts. In a flash, those 3 were felled beneath the might of Wang Teng's sword. With no chance to resist, Wang Teng swiftly acquired 3 more inner cores, showing no hesitation as he turned the wind spirit immortal sword toward the 2 remaining nascent soul experts. Meanwhile, the refining demon sect had been thoroughly demoralized by Wang Teng's onslaught. Even with the sect leader in the spirit separation realm present, they could not halt Wang Teng's massacre. Soon, the 2 nascent soul experts fell as well, their bodies consumed by the wind spirit immortal sword. At last, only Nie Chong remained, utterly terrified by Wang Teng's relentless killing spree. Wang Teng's speed was far too swift. No matter how he tried, he could not land a blow, leaving him in a state of despair. "Now, it is just you left." Wang Teng pointed the wind spirit immortal sword at Nie Chong. "Wang Teng, you will regret releasing the 9-clawed Dragon King. He is an evil dragon that will surely bring calamity upon the world. Why not set aside our grievances and join forces to seal him instead?" Realizing he could not win in direct combat, Nie Chong attempted to negotiate. However, Wang Teng would not grant him such an opportunity. "Rest assured, he is now my thrall. He shall serve as my demon slave from now on," Wang Teng said, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "What? You have enslaved the 9-clawed Dragon King? That is a high-level immortal beast. Even our sect's founding ancestor could not subjugate him. How could you possibly achieve such a feat?" Skepticism filled Nie Chong's eyes. Just because your ancestor could not accomplish it does not mean that others cannot. As Wang Teng's words fell, Bai Mang Mountain erupted with a deafening roar, and the entire mountain split in 2, countless stones tumbling down, and then, a colossal golden dragon soared from the depths of the mountain, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies, leaving all in awe at "Ha ha, I, the 9-clawed Dragon King, am finally free." The 9-clawed Dragon King burst forth from the mountains, letting out an exultant roar. The sect leader, Nye Chong, witnessed this emergence with a sinking heart, overwhelmed by despair, fully aware that their alchemy sect was on the brink of annihilation. Yet, he remained skeptical that Wang Teng could subdue this formidable nine-clawed dragon king. Though that disbelief would soon evaporate. Young man, I never imagined you could indeed break the heavenly prison dragon formation. From this day forth, you shall be my master, declared the nine-clawed dragon king, as it wielded its draconic power to present two fragments of a jade seal before Wang Teng. Upon hearing this, sect leader Nye Chang's face contorted in shock. How is this possible? The nine-clawed dragon king has truly submitted to you. This is something even our ancestors could not achieve, yet it has been accomplished by this enemy before my eyes. You can now rest easy, Wang Teng proclaimed, as he unleashed a sword strike that pierced directly through Nye Chang's chest, leaving him cold and lifeless in an instant. The wind spirit immortal sword subsequently devoured his corpse, leveling up to a superior heavenly grade, just a step away from ascension to the immortal tier. After retrieving the wind spirit immortal sword, Wang Teng caressed it with satisfaction. Thank you, young man, for rescuing me. However, I must make a journey to Dragon Valley. If you require assistance, you may summon me. The Dragon King's pride would not allow it to become a mere vassal to Wang Teng. And it had matters of great importance to attend to in Dragon Valley. After a millennium of absence, it was time to return. Very well, tend to your affairs. The contest of fortunes is about to commence. And I hope you will aid me then. Wang Teng spoke, not as a commander but as a friend. This was a high-level immortal beast of the immortal sovereign grade. Although its strength had diminished to a mere 10% due to the suppression of the heavenly prison dragon formation, it would soon recover and become a formidable ally for Wang Teng. The contest of fortunes? Is it truly about to begin? And you are the prince? The nine-clawed dragon king felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Such fortuitous timing, to emerge just as the contest of fortunes was set to commence. If it could support its master in ascending to power, it might harness that fortune to evolve into a divine beast. Indeed, I require your assistance, Wang Teng replied earnestly. Rest assured, I will return from Dragon Valley after attending to my own matters and summon a few brethren to assist you. We must secure victory in this contest of fortunes. The nine-clawed dragon king no longer felt any shame in becoming Wang Teng's subordinate. Instead, it felt a sense of relief. After all, he was the prince of the great Siam martial dynasty, and should they triumph in the contest, it would bask in that glory as well. Then I shall take my leave first. Wang Teng nodded to the nine-clawed dragon king, who swiftly turned and soared northward, vanishing from sight with a speed surpassing his own. Watching the dragon disappear, Wang Teng finally felt a weight lift from his chest. It was fortunate that the heavenly prison dragon formation had restrained the nine-clawed dragon king in the cavern below the mountain. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. I too must return. Wang Teng glanced at the sky before pivoting and flying toward kitchen. As dusk approached, he arrived at the Liu residence. Upon landing in the courtyard, his excitement propelled him straight to the room, eager to share his latest acquisition of 5 beast cores with his wife for their mutual cultivation. However, when he opened the door, he found the room utterly deserted. My lady, Wang Teng called out several times, only to be met with silence. Where could she be? She had always awaited his return. Could she be with her parents? Just as he contemplated leaving the room, he noticed a letter on the table. Oh, what is this letter doing here? Curiosity piqued. Wang Teng approached and picked it up, noticing it was addressed to him. To my husband, Wang Teng. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he quickly tore it open and began reading. Chapter 86. Welcoming the return of the Yaoqi Empress as he discovered the letter's sudden presence. An ominous dread enveloped Wang Teng. He hastily opened it and read. My dear husband, by the time you read this letter, I will have already departed Qiqing. I am bound for a distant place, and I cannot say when I shall return. My love, it pains me deeply to leave you. But there are matters I must attend to. Perhaps it is my destiny. For the past 20 years, I have lived in darkness, enduring disdain and ridicule, until you illuminated my life. You are like a ray of moonlight, casting brightness and warmth throughout my existence. You have shown me that true love exists, and you have allowed me to experience the joy of being a woman. Every day spent with you has been filled with happiness, and I cherish every moment we have shared. I once vowed that if you remained steadfast, I would stand by you through life and death. Now, I may not be able to uphold that promise. Please forgive me, my dearest husband. I must go. Do not dwell on my absence. If there is a next life, I would gladly be your little wife once more. Upon finishing the letter, Wang Teng felt as though struck by lightning. unable to accept the dreadful reality before him. Tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. This cannot be. It cannot be. My lady would never leave me. She would not abandon me. We promised to never part. The weight of despair clouded his mind, leaving him in a state of disorientation. No, I must find her. I must find my lady. Muttering to himself, he bolted from the room, only to encounter Xiao Hong approaching him. Wang Teng disregarded everything else, rushing to intercept her. Xiao Hong, have you seen your young lady? Where has she gone? Do you know where she might be? His eyes were red with urgency as he bombarded her with questions. I do not know where the young lady has gone. Has she not been with you? Xiao Hong replied, taken aback by Wang Teng's distress. In truth, she had not seen Lu Yinqi for a day and a night. Initially, she thought the young lady was simply out enjoying herself with her husband, hence she had not paid it any mind. However, it now appeared that the young lady was not with him at all. You haven't seen her for a day and a night either? Wang Teng felt a jolt of shock. He quickly activated his shadowless steps to seek out his in-laws, desperate to learn where his wife had gone. Unwilling to lose her. However, to his dismay, Lu Goen and Yao Shu were equally unaware of their daughter's whereabouts. Though they did recall some details. I remember yesterday, Yinqi came to bid us farewell, saying she was going on a long journey, thanking us for raising her for 20 years, and she even performed a deep bow of respect. I thought she was simply going out to have fun with you. So I did not think much of it. I told her to return early. Lu Goen's heart raced with concern. He had sensed something amiss when his daughter bowed so deeply, yet he believed he knew her temperament well enough to trust she would not do anything extreme. Thus he dismissed the thought. Yao Shu suddenly recalled, I remember when she visited yesterday, her demeanor seemed off. I even asked her if she had not slept well the previous night, but she did not respond. After hearing his in-law's words, Wang Teng's despair deepened. It was clear that Lu Yinqi had resolved to leave, indicating something significant had transpired. Otherwise, her gentle nature would never have allowed her to act in such a way. In-laws, I am going to find my lady, Wang Teng declared before racing out the door, unable to fathom life without her. Soaring into the sky, Wang Teng affixed a swift travel talisman to himself and began searching for Lu Yinqi throughout Qiqing. Yet to no avail, he then approached the guards at the 4 city gates, inquiring if they had seen a girl with purple hair and purple eyes. To his dismay, none of the guards had encountered Lu Yinqi. Undeterred, he scoured the city again, but still found no trace of her. Expanding his search, he ventured into the surrounding cities, a quest that lasted several days. On the 3rd day, feeling that he could not find Lu Yinqi alone, he resolved to enlist the help of the Qilin Pavilion. Being the foremost intelligence organization in the Great Xia martial dynasty, their spies were spread throughout the Central Plains, and engaging them would significantly increase his chances of locating her. With this in mind, Wang Teng flew back to Qiqing and headed straight to the Misty Rain Tower, on the 3rd floor. When Han Yin saw the disheveled and distressed Wang Teng, she could scarcely believe that this haggard figure was the prince himself. Your Highness, what troubles you? Han Yin rushed forward with concern. Han Yin, I need your Qilin Pavilion to assist me in finding someone, Wang Teng replied, his expression weary. 4 days, he had neglected his well-being in the relentless search for Lu Yinqi, traversing nearly half of the southern wilderness, yet still without success. This relentless pursuit had drained him both physically and mentally. Your Highness, who is it you wish for us to find? Since the Qilin Pavilion has pledged its loyalty to you, we shall spare no effort in our search, Han Yin said earnestly, eager for the opportunity to assist the prince. However, the person Wang Teng sought was not what she had anticipated. I want you to help me find my wife. Lu Yinqi, Wang Teng replied, his voice weary. Your wife, Lu Yinqi? Is she not in the Lu residence? Han Yin responded, taken aback. She has departed, the reason shrouded in mystery, leaving behind a letter before vanishing without a trace. It has been several days since her absence, and Wang Teng's expression has morphed into one of anguish. Upon hearing this, Han Yin felt a mixture of shock and delight. The shock stemmed from the fact that Lu Yinqi had actually gone missing, while the delight arose from the possibility that her disappearance could grant her another chance to ascend. However, outwardly, Han Yin dared not reveal her feelings and instead feigned a concerned demeanor. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall dispatch individuals to locate your wife, Lu Yinqi. Should any news arise, I will inform you immediately. After Wang Teng nodded, he rose to leave, only to be halted by Han Yin. Your Highness, please wait a moment. Here are the spirit-gathering pills we have procured at Qilin Pavilion. With your exceptional talents, these pills should significantly enhance your abilities. As she spoke, Han Yin presented a wooden box brimming with spirit-gathering pills before Wang Teng. Yet, he made no move to accept them, his mind consumed by thoughts of the missing Lu Yinxi, leaving him no inclination to focus on cultivation. I appreciate your concern, but my heart is not in training at present. With that, Wang Teng descended the stairs, swiftly disappearing from Han Yan's sight. A wave of disappointment washed over Han Yan. She had invested considerable effort to acquire those spirit-gathering pills, yet the prince had scarcely acknowledged their existence. In his eyes, she saw no reflection of herself. Nevertheless, she quickly rallied her spirits. Lu Yinxi's inexplicable disappearance had presented her with an extraordinary opportunity. Lu Yinxi, since you have chosen to vanish, do not blame me for seizing the chance. Hope reignited within Han Yan's heart. However, she dared not relax her efforts in searching for Lu Yinxi, for it was a command from the crown prince, and having pledged her loyalty to him, Han Yan was determined to execute it faithfully. Yet her thoughts were fraught with complexity. She wished to locate Lu Yinxi to curry favor with the prince, yet she also desired to keep her absent to secure her own opportunity. While Wang Teng searched the heavens for Lu Yinxi, she had already returned to the Yaoqi Palace in the West Continent. With her violet hair and eyes, Lu Yinxi, clutching the sky repair stone, strode through the grand hall of the palace with an icy and haughty demeanor, exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered onlookers unable to meet her gaze. Flanking the hall were numerous masters of cultivation and formidable beasts. With a woman clad in a white fox fur cloak standing at the forefront. Beside her was a throne encrusted with jewels, majestic and dignified, reminiscent of what Lu Yinxi had seen in her earlier vision. Lu Yinxi approached the throne with measured steps and sat upon it with an air of natural authority. She took her seat. The masters and beasts below knelt upon one knee, proclaiming loudly, "We welcome the return of the Yaoqi Empress." Chapter 87. A knight of white hair, fighting for love across the world. With Lu Yinxi missing, Wang Teng, after fruitless searches, sequestered himself within his chamber. Utterly unable to accept her sudden departure, in both this life and the last, Lu Yinxi was his first love, the first woman he had ever cherished. Thus, Wang Teng's feelings for Lu Yinxi ran deep, and he would willingly sacrifice his life to protect her. Yet she had vanished without a trace. Clutching the letter left by Lu Yinxi, he was overwhelmed by memories of their moments together. A pain so profound it left him breathless. Suddenly, the door to his room was thrust open, and blinding sunlight flooded in. Xiao Hong entered, carrying a basin of clean water. "Young master, I have brought you some water to wash your face. You have not left this room for several days." She placed the basin on the shelf. She turned to Wang Teng and was struck with shock upon seeing his hair had turned completely white. "Young master, your hair, how has it all turned white?" Wang Teng snapped back to awareness, glancing into a mirror to confirm that indeed, his hair had turned white overnight. He had previously dismissed the notion that one could turn gray in a single night. But now he believed in times of profound sorrow, it was indeed possible to age overnight. Yet, Wang Teng was beyond caring. During this period of deep mourning, a significant event had unfolded in the great Siam martial dynasty. The emperor had passed away. After enduring prolonged suffering on his deathbed, the emperor had finally breathed his last, marking the fall of the imperial star. With the emperor's demise, the contest for fortune within the great Siam martial dynasty was set to commence. At the third floor of the Yinyu Tower, Han Yan was dispatching individuals to seek Lu Yinxi's whereabouts when her junior sister, Chu Ruo, hurriedly entered and locked the door behind her, indicating the importance of her forthcoming news. "Senior sister, we have received a secret message from the capital," Chu Ruo exclaimed, producing a sealed letter and presenting it to Han Yan. Messages from the capital were always of great significance. Without hesitation, Han Yan accepted it, swiftly tearing open the seal, only to find a string of numbers written within, 734147707. This was a deliberate cipher to prevent the message's leakage. Upon seeing the numbers, Han Yan retrieved a book dedicated to deciphering ciphers from her drawer and began flipping through it according to the numbers. These digits represented the page, line, and column. After cross-referencing the numbers, Han Yan quickly unearthed the concealed message. As she completed the translation, her complexion changed dramatically. Noticing her senior sister's altered demeanor, Chu Ruo approached with curiosity. "Senior sister, is there some major event in the capital?" "The emperor has passed away," Han Yan replied gravely. "What? The emperor has died? Then, does that mean the once-in-a-thousand-years contest for fortune is about to begin?" Chu Ruo's expression turned tense as she grasped the implications. With the old emperor gone, the competition for the new monarch would commence. "Indeed, from this moment forth, the contest for fortune has begun. We must inform His Highness the Crown Prince without delay." Han Yin stated with a serious countenance. After waiting so long, the contest was finally upon them. Igniting a spark of excitement within her, albeit tinged with the understanding that great opportunities often came with great risks, present, the third prince appeared to have the upper hand, bolstered by the support of numerous cultivation sects and martial factions. While the crown prince remained isolated, with only the Qilin pavilion to assist him. Comparatively, the crown prince's foundation was far too weak, leaving him with little chance of success. Senior sister, should we inform our master? Relying solely on our Qilin pavilion is insufficient against the third prince, Chu Ruo suggested, her thoughts racing. Our master is likely already aware of the news. Our immediate task is to relay this information to His Highness the Crown Prince. Han Yin asserted as she opened the door, determined to deliver the news. The contest for fortune had begun, and it was time to summon the Crown Prince. At that moment, Wang Teng stood in the courtyard. Gazing blankly at the peach blossom tree in the past, Lu Yinxi often practiced her swordplay beneath this very tree, and its presence stirred memories of her within him. Just then, a servant rushed over to report, "Young master, a woman claiming to be Han Yin wishes to see you. Shall I admit her?" Upon hearing that Han Yin was seeking him, a flicker of hope ignited within Wang Teng, leading him to command, "Let her in." Soon, Han Yin was led to the base of the peach blossom tree. Upon seeing the crown prince's head of white hair, she was taken aback. It had only been a few days since they last met, and he had transformed utterly. As she stood in stunned silence, Wang Teng approached her first. "Han Yin, do you have news of my wife?" he inquired, his eyes filled with anticipation. Seeing the yearning in Wang Teng's gaze, Han Yin felt a pang of sympathy but knew that the matter of the contest for fortune was pressing. Adjusting her demeanor, she replied, "Your Highness, we have yet to uncover any news regarding your wife. Lu Yinxi, I have come to inform you that the emperor has passed away, and the contest for fortune has commenced. I hope you will not remain mired in sorrow, but instead take up the mantle of responsibility for the greater affairs of the realm." Upon hearing there was still no news of Lu Yinxi, Wang Teng's expression darkened slightly. Understood, he responded flatly, the weight of his wife's absence rendering him indifferent to worldly matters. Noticing that the crown prince remained enveloped in grief, Han Yin could not help but urge him again. "Your Highness, your wife has surely departed for reasons that require her attention. Furthermore, she would not wish to see you consumed by sorrow." Wang Teng offered no reply. His gaze fixed upon the peach blossom tree, lost in thought. "Your Highness, if you do not emerge now, the third prince may ascend to the throne, rendering your status as crown prince meaningless." Han Yin pressed urgently. Aware that should the third prince take the throne, Wang Teng's claim could become futile. Desperate to persuade him, Han Yin continued, "Our Qilin pavilion's intelligence is limited to Zhongzhou. We cannot effectively search the other 8 continents. If you were to emerge, you could leverage your rightful claim to consolidate the forces and sects of the realm, utilizing them to aid in the search for your wife, Lu Yinxi, if aided by other forces from the 8 continents. I firmly believe that, regardless of how far your lady may hide, she can still be found." I must commend Han Yin for her cleverness. She has taken a different approach to persuade the crown prince, and the results have been remarkably positive. Wang Teng finally turned his gaze, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. At that moment, the long-awaited voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new mission. Option 1. Depart from Qi City to the capital, striving for the grand scheme of the world. Reward: 1,000 Supreme Gathering Spirit Pills, all skills upgraded by 1 level. Option 2. Abandon the contest for fortune and remain in the Lu residence. Reward: Invisibility Technique, lifespan increased by 500 years. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Teng did not even glance at the rewards of the options. And without hesitation, he chose the first one, for Han Yin had spoken a truth. To locate his wife, Lu Yinxi, relying solely on himself and the Qilin pavilion is utterly insufficient. What if Lu Yinxi has ventured to another continent? In such a case, he would be utterly unable to find her. However, if he can unite the sects and forces across the world, he could utilize their aid to search for his wife, Lu Yinxi, in other continents. With this thought, Wang Teng's gaze suddenly became resolute. "Han Yin, prepare your Qilin pavilion. I shall depart from Qi City to the capital and contend for the grand scheme of the world." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice resounded again in Wang Teng's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for making a choice. Rewards: 1,000 Supreme Gathering Spirit Pills, all skills upgraded by 1 level." Han Yin felt a wave of joy in her heart as she saw the crown prince finally ready to leave Qi City. "Your Highness, have you truly decided to step forth?" Han Yin asked in disbelief. Yes, how far is it from Qi City to the capital? How many cities must we pass? Wang Teng inquired instinctively, since he intended to gather the powers and sects of the world. He needed to create a great commotion, allowing all to recognize that he, the crown prince, possesses great capabilities, thus prompting them to approach him willingly. From here to the capital, there are a total of 17 cities and 6 passes. However, your highness need not worry. With our Qilin pavilion escorting you, we can stealthily ensure your safe arrival in the capital, Han Yin replied instinctively. There is no need for your covert escort. I will forge my own path, so that the world may know that the great Xia martial dynasty still has its crown prince standing. Wang Teng stated with fervor. If he were to consolidate the powers of the world, he must naturally display his might. Upon hearing this, Han Yan's expression changed. Your Highness, are you certain you wish to travel to the capital alone? The 17 cities and 6 passes are currently under the influence of the third prince. It may prove exceedingly difficult for you to pass through alone. Han Yin urged with concern. After all, the Qilin pavilion was now tied to the crown prince. Should he encounter misfortune, they too would face dire consequences. This time, I intend to demonstrate to the world the might of your crown prince. The more difficult the path ahead, the better I can showcase my abilities, and the powers and sects will naturally gravitate toward me. Wang Teng declared. Rather than persuading one by one, it is far more effective to exhibit one's formidable strength, compelling them to gather voluntarily. This is the right course. Han Yin, upon hearing this, was filled with admiration for the crown prince's vision and resolve. Since your highness has made your decision, we of the Qilin pavilion shall undoubtedly follow. I will immediately arrange for people to infiltrate these 17 cities and 6 passes to gather intelligence for your highness. Han Yin responded promptly. Very well, go. Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, Han Yin departed from the Lu residence to make her arrangements. Wang Teng, at this moment, no longer lingered in sorrow. He must gather the forces of the world to seek his wife. Lu Yanxi. Before leaving Qi City, Wang Teng made a special visit to his in-laws, informing them of his quest to find his wife, with no fixed return date. Although Lu Gowen and Yao Shu felt reluctant to see Wang Teng leave, they did not stop him, for they too longed for their daughter. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please take care. When I return, I will surely bring my wife back with me, Wang Teng declared with firm resolve. Very well, be cautious in your travels. Should you find it impossible, our Lu family will always be your home, Lu Gowen said, filled with reluctance. Yao Shu's eyes were also misty with tears. In an instant, she found herself bereft of both daughter and son-in-law. It was indeed a heart-wrenching affair. After bidding farewell to Lu Gowen and Yao Shu, Wang Teng set forth alone through the northern gate of Qi City. As he passed by a dilapidated old apothecary, the door of the shop unexpectedly collapsed. An elderly man emerged from the apothecary, contemplating the fallen door, then turned his gaze toward the northern gate, where he beheld a white-haired youth exiting the city alone. An aura of fortune subtly coalescing around him. Is he? The old man gasped in astonishment. Chapter 88. I am the crown prince of Great Xiaodahong City, the first city on the route from Qi City to the capital. Unlike Qi City, the entrance of Dahong City was plastered with wanted posters depicting Wang Teng. These were placed there by the third prince's emissaries in Qi City. The city lord had allied with the crown prince, which was why no wanted posters had been displayed. However, in other cities, those lords had pledged their allegiance to the third prince, thus posting Wang Teng's likeness at their gates. Of course, the posters merely labeled him as a fugitive without explicitly stating he was the crown prince. Upon seeing his wanted image at the city gate, Wang Teng did not flinch. Instead, he boldly strode forward. This time, he aimed to make his existence known to the world, thus he had no intention of concealing his identity. As Wang Teng approached the city gate, a captain of the guard intercepted him. Halt! Where do you hail from? The captain inquired, sizing Wang Teng up, sensing a vague familiarity. From Qi City, Wang Teng replied coolly. You may enter. The captain noted Wang Teng's appearance but did not question him further. Seeing that he faced no additional inquiries, Wang Teng continued into the city. However, once Wang Teng had entered, the captain waved his hand to summon a subordinate. Keep an eye on him. Do not lose sight of him. He bears a striking resemblance to the wanted fugitive. The captain was uncertain whether Wang Teng was indeed the fugitive, as the wanted individual had black hair while this youth had white hair. Yet their features were identical. The captain, being astute, chose not to raise alarm but instead dispatched someone to follow Wang Teng, while he himself rushed to report to the city lord. After entering the city, Wang Teng casually sought lodgings at an inn. He was already aware of someone tailing him, yet he made no effort to shake them off, for he intended to create a stir in Dahong City. Once settled in an inn, Wang Teng closed the door, seated himself cross-legged, and prepared to utilize the 1000 Supreme Gathering Spirit Pills granted by the system, along with the skill upgrades. System, upgrade all skills. Ding, Dragon Break / successfully upgraded to Dragon Slayer / Shadowless Step successfully upgraded to Divine Movement Technique, Dragon Prison Palm successfully upgraded to Dragon Capturing Technique, Flying Sword Technique successfully upgraded to Immortal Sword Technique. And the effects of medical skills, Talisman Techniques, and Demon Taming Techniques doubled. As the system's voice faded. All of Wang Teng's skills elevated by 1 level, filling him with exhilaration. Excellent, now my skills have reached celestial level. And the Flying Sword Technique has ascended to Immortal tier. The enhancement of his skills instilled Wang Teng with renewed confidence in the path ahead, and he shifted his attention to the 1000 Supreme Gathering Spirit Pills. Should he consume them all, they would be sufficient to elevate his strength to that of a celestial being. With this thought, Wang Teng retrieved a handful of Supreme Gathering Spirit Pills from the system's space. However, rather than immediately ingesting them, he placed a high-grade beast pouch from his waist onto the table, containing the snake demons Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Since he was preparing to cultivate, he needed to be adequately prepared. Once this was accomplished, he finally consumed the Supreme Gathering Spirit Pills. While ordinary cultivators would handle even a single Gathering Spirit Pill with utmost caution, Wang Teng nonchalantly devoured the Supreme Gathering Spirit Pills as if they were mere food. If word got out, it would surely astonish the entire realm of cultivation. After swallowing the Supreme Gathering Spirit Pills, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted within Wang Teng's abdomen, swiftly permeating his entire being. Without hesitation, he began to absorb this energy, circulating it throughout his body and funneling it into his dantian. As the spiritual energy continuously flowed in, Wang Teng's strength visibly surged. While Wang Teng immersed himself in cultivation, the city lord of Dahong City, Shuizhengyang, led over 500 guards to surround the inn, accompanied by 2 martial experts from the city lord's estate, both of whom had reached the realm of true beings. It was evident that city lord Shuizhengyang regarded the pursuit of this fugitive with utmost seriousness. The guard assigned to monitor Wang Teng was currently stationed outside. Is he still there? City lord Shuizhengyang inquired sternly. Yes, after he entered the inn, he has not come out, the guard reported truthfully. Excellent. If I can confirm he is the wanted fugitive, I shall be rewarded handsomely, Shuizhengyang thought with excitement. This was the individual the third prince specifically sought to eliminate. If he could deliver the head, promotion and wealth would surely follow, and he might even attain a share of fortune. With this in mind, Shuizhengyang, accompanied by 2 true beings and a number of guards, stormed into the inn. Guided by the innkeeper, they swiftly arrived at the room where Wang Teng was staying. City Lord, he is inside. The innkeeper said, trembling with fear. Very well, you may leave. City Lord Shuizhengyang dismissed the innkeeper before forcefully kicking open the door. Indeed, the individual he sought was present in the room, seated in a meditative posture. Upon discerning Wang Teng's visage, Shuizhengyang was filled with immense excitement. This was the person the third prince had been looking for. Kill him at once. Without further ado, Shuizhengyang promptly issued commands to the guards behind him. As soon as his words left his lips, 2 guards surged forward, brandishing gleaming sabers, intent on striking Wang Teng. The latter remained motionless, even appearing to be in a state of closed-eye cultivation. However, just as the guards were about to reach Wang Teng, 2 small snakes suddenly sprang forth from the beast pouch on the table, one darting left and the other right. Lunging at the guards' eye in an instant, the snakes bit the guards' necks, leading to their swift demise. The unexpected turn of events startled Shuizhengyang, as well as the guards behind him, who had not anticipated the presence of snakes. After the 2 snakes had dispatched the guards, they transformed into 2 enchanting women, one clad in blue and the other in white. If you wish to harm my master, you must first contend with us, Xiaoqing hissed, flicking her long red tongue at Shuizhengyang, causing his complexion to pale noticeably. It was evident that these were 2 snake demons. Kill them for me, swiftly, the city lord Shuizhengyang commanded urgently. Soon, all the guards he had brought charged forward, yet none stood a chance against the 2 snake demons. Such was the folly, for Xiaoqing and Xiaobai were both at the golden core stage. These ordinary guards were no match for them. Even the 2 experts of the true realm that Shuizhengyang had brought with him fell victim to Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Within the span of a single tea session, all of Shuizhengyang's men lay slain, leaving him as the sole survivor. As he beheld the advancing snake demons, Shuizhengyang's face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably, ultimately collapsing to his knees. Fair ladies, I was wrong. I shall never again dare to harm your master, he pleaded desperately. At that moment, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, though he had been in meditation. He had long since prepared for this eventuality, with Shaoqing and Xiaobai being his carefully arranged accomplices. Do you know who I am? How dare you bring soldiers to kill me? Wang Teng approached him. Looking down from a position of authority to know, I do not know. I only know you are the fugitive the third prince seeks. Shui Zhengyang stuttered, his pallor betraying his fear. Since you do not know, let me enlighten you, listen closely. I am the crown prince of the great Xia martial dynasty. To bring soldiers to kill me is a grave act of rebellion, punishable by the annihilation of your entire clan. Wang Teng stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Shui Zhengyang stood frozen in shock, while Shaoqing and Xiaobai were equally taken aback. This was the first time they learned of Wang Teng's true identity. Previously, when Wang Teng met with Han Yan, he had not taken them along, leaving them sheltered in the wudong tree in the Lu residence's backyard. This was their first real understanding of his status. As Shui Zhengyang grasped Wang Teng's identity, he crumpled to the ground, crawling toward Wang Teng and weeping. Crown Prince, I was wrong. Please grant me the opportunity to redeem myself. I vow to follow you to the death. Wang Teng, however, could not be bothered to even glance at him. Returning to his seated meditation in perfect synchrony, Shaoqing struck Shui Zhengyang with the palm, instantly ending his life. After vanquishing Shui Zhengyang, Xiaobai and Shaoqing leaped through the inn's window, dispatching the 500 guards surrounding the establishment with ease. Thus, the reputation of the Crown Prince was officially established. Chapter 89. The third prince, Xiao, wielding great influence in the capital's palace, within the Zhengde Hall, the illustrious third prince Xiao was conferring with several of his key ministers regarding confidential matters of state. Your Highness, with the emperor's passing and the crown prince's disappearance, now presents the opportune moment for you to ascend the throne. The people, both within and beyond the court, eagerly await your rise as the new sovereign. The esteemed Minister Wei Chao urged respectfully. Following this, another minister stepped forward to echo, Your Highness, I concur with Minister Wei's sentiment. A nation cannot be without a ruler for even a day at this critical juncture. Only you can command the people's allegiance. This viewpoint garnered the approval of several conservative scholars. However, the third Prince Xiao possessed his own convictions. Yet, rather than voicing them, he turned his gaze toward a man in black robes standing to his left and inquired calmly. National Master, do you believe this is the right time for me to ascend the throne? The National Master, Jiayu, appeared to have anticipated this question. After bowing slightly, he replied, Your Highness, I have observed the celestial signs. The Crown Prince's imperial star remains bright and is growing increasingly radiant. I advise that you delay your ascension. The Crown Prince, upon learning of the Emperor's death, will undoubtedly rush to the capital. For he is the rightful heir. Should he dare to reveal himself, we can send agents to intercept him. Only by eliminating the Crown Prince can you secure your throne, Your Highness, as if to corroborate his assertion. A paper crane flew in through the window. This was an urgent missive from the Black Gold Guard, meant for the third prince. Upon seeing this, Xiao waved his hand, and the paper crane landed in his palm, which he promptly opened. The message read, The Crown Prince, accompanied by 2 snake demons, has slain the Lord of Dahong City and is now heading north. After reading this, the third Prince Xiao cast an appreciative glance at National Master Jiayu. National Master, you were indeed correct. My Crown Prince brother has truly revealed himself. A smile graced the handsome features of the third prince. Your Highness, where's the Crown Prince now? National Master Jiayu inquired. He has arrived at Dahong City, killed the city lord, and is now heading north. Notably, he has 2 snake demons with him. Xiao replied with a hint of mocking disdain. It appears that without the backing of a formidable force, my Crown Prince brother has turned his attention to the beast tribe. This is indeed an astute strategy. Your Highness, as the Crown Prince moves north, he will undoubtedly attract the attention of those who recognize his legitimate claim. We must remain vigilant and dispatch the Black Gold Guard and the cultivators of the Feather Emperor Alliance to hunt him down, leaving him no opportunity to regain his footing, Jiayu advised earnestly after bowing. Does he believe he can overturn the situation as a mere discarded pawn? A year ago, how many powers and experts supported him? Yet they were all extinguished by my hand. If not for his master risking everything to halt me, he would have perished on the outskirts of the capital long ago. A flicker of contempt and arrogance passed through the third prince's eyes, which was not unwarranted given his history with the Crown Prince. Throughout their lives, the Crown Prince had never bested him. In terms of talent, strength, or alliances, he was inferior a year ago. At the pinnacle of the Crown Prince's power, he could not compete with Xiao. Now, as a solitary figure, the third prince had even less reason to regard him. Nevertheless, since the Crown Prince had made an appearance, he would naturally be pursued. Issue my decree. Anyone who slays the crown prince shall be richly rewarded with a title of nobility and first-class merit. Xiao commanded, his eyes glinting with resolve. Soon, individuals were dispatched to carry out the third prince's order. It was foreseeable that once this decree was issued, countless experts and factions would set their sights on Wang Teng. After issuing the command, the third prince turned his attention to a military general on his right. Zhang Jing, what is the situation in the West Continent? Have we breached the Yaoqi Palace yet? I await the piece of jade seal they possess, Xiao inquired, his brow furrowing. Your Highness, the coalition of the 18 cultivating sects from the West Continent is nearing the Yaoqi Palace's stronghold and will soon capture it. At that point, both the jade seal fragment and the Yaoqi Palace shall belong to you, General Zhang Jing reported loudly. Excellent. I wish to see that jade seal fragment as soon as possible. A glimmer of ambition flashed in the third prince's eyes. He already possessed 3 pieces of the jade seal fragment. Should he acquire the one from Yaoqi Palace, he would hold 4, significantly accelerating his cultivation. Importantly, the third Prince Xiao was not in a hurry to ascend the throne because he wished to gather all the jade seal fragments before declaring himself emperor. In doing so, with the jade seal in hand, he could secure unparalleled fortune. Contemplating this, the third Prince Xiao turned to the second strategist on his left. Qiu Shua, have there been any developments regarding the other jade seal fragments? Xiao inquired. Your Highness, there is a jade seal fragment in the Long Valley of the South Continent, yet it is a stronghold of the dragon tribe, which places great value on the fragment. They will undoubtedly resist fiercely, making it quite challenging to obtain it, Qiu Shua explained, pausing before continuing. There is also a jade seal fragment on Kunlun Island in the East Continent. You could attempt to retrieve it, especially since a divine artifact is set to emerge there, providing an excellent opportunity to acquire both. As for the other 3 jade seal fragments, their whereabouts remain unknown for the time being. It confirmed that a divine artifact is to emerge on Kunlun Island? The third prince's eyes sparkled with interest. If a divine artifact indeed appears, I need not fear the tribulation ahead. The news is accurate. Various factions on Kunlun Island are already stirring with anticipation. Qiu Shua affirmed. Very well, if a divine artifact is to be revealed, I must personally partake in the event and seize the jade seal fragment while I am at it. The third prince quickly formulated a plan in his mind. However, he was interrupted by Jia Yu's voice. Your Highness, I believe our top priority should be to concentrate our forces on eliminating the crown prince. Other matters can be postponed. Jia Yu spoke with a grave expression. He understood the celestial signs, and the crown prince's imperial star was growing increasingly luminous, causing him concern about the potential threat to the third prince's ascension. Nonetheless, the third Prince Xiao paid little heed to his warnings. National Master, you are overly concerned. The crown prince is currently alone, and a mere shadow of his former self. If I can defeat him once, I can surely do so again. The most pressing matter at hand is to seize the divine artifact on Kunlun Island and acquire the fragments of the imperial seal. The third prince dismissed Jia Yu's proposal. Yet, Your Highness, Jia Yu attempted to persuade further, but was interrupted by Qiu Shua's voice. Master Jia, the crown prince is but a solitary figure, surrounded by numerous formidable experts in the cities along the way. His demise is inevitable. What more do you have to worry about? We must head to Kunlun Island to seize the divine artifact and obtain the fragments of the imperial seal. That is our primary concern. The third prince, Xia Yu, seemed to concur with Qiu Shua's perspective, and he promptly issued a command to gather the esteemed cultivators of the Feathered Emperor Alliance. I shall personally lead the expedition to Kunlun Island to claim the divine artifact. After issuing this decree, the third Prince Xia Yu rose and departed, clearly prioritizing the artifact above all else. Jia Yu watched as the third prince hastily left and glanced at Qiu Shua. Letting out a heavy sigh, Chapter 90. The return of the Empress, her renown shakes the Western continent due to the contention over fortune. The majority of forces in the Western continent have already pledged allegiance to the third prince. In their quest for fortune, these factions are exerting every effort to gain favor in the eyes of the third prince. Thus, attacking the Yaoqi Palace to seize the fragments of the imperial seal has become their foremost objective. The 18 factions of the Western Continent's Cultivation Alliance are besieging the Yaoqi Palace from all directions. 3 factions have already reached the vicinity of the palace. The nine-tailed empress leads the elite cultivators of the Yaoqi Palace in battle. High above the Yaoqi Palace, the nine-tailed empress finds herself surrounded by 3 cultivators at the celestial sovereign level. Nine-tailed empress, I still advise you to surrender the fragments of the imperial seal. Otherwise, the Yaoqi Palace shall surely face annihilation today, declared Huoguang, the leader of the Tianqi sect, wielding a celestial sword, his gaze piercing as he addressed the nine-tailed empress. Is that so? If you have the ability, Come and take them yourself. Do I look fearful of you? The nine-tailed empress surveyed the three celestial sovereigns surrounding her, unperturbed. Nine-tailed empress, you are courting death. Without the empress of Yaoqi, your palace cannot withstand our alliance's assault, asserted Ao Sui, the grand elder of the Tiandao pavilion, also brandishing a celestial sword, his tone aggressive. Another, Qin Shoshing, the chief protector of the Jidao Tower, stepped forward, adding, indeed, without the empress of Yaoqi, your palace is like a tiger without its claws. What fighting capability remains? I advise you to hand over the fragments of the imperial seal to avoid a bloody confrontation. They were blissfully unaware that the empress of Yaoqi had already returned, so their words were brimming with arrogance. However, only the nine-tailed empress knew that while the Yaoqi empress had returned, her strength was not yet fully restored and would require time to recuperate. During this interval, the burden of defense rested solely upon her shoulders. Should you desire the fragments of the imperial seal, come and claim them yourself. Otherwise, spare me your futile words, the nine-tailed empress retorted coldly. Her words incited the ire of the three celestial sovereigns. Since you refuse our kindness, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy, cried Ao Sui as he charged at the nine-tailed empress. Celestial sword in hand, Hua Guang, the leader of the Tianqi sect, and Qin Shoshing, the chief protector of the Jidao Tower, followed suit, converging upon her. Faced with the simultaneous assault of three celestial sovereign-level adversaries, the nine-tailed empress remained undaunted. With a fierce cry, she transformed into a colossal nine-tailed fox demon empress, her 9 white tails radiating an eye-catching brilliance. Seeking death, the nine-tailed empress engaged in combat with the three celestial sovereigns. The battle at the celestial sovereign level was cataclysmic, akin to the destruction of worlds. Fortunately, it unfolded high above the Yaoqi palace. Otherwise, the sheer energy released would have obliterated structures below. While the battle raged in the skies, Lu Yinqi was in seclusion within a hidden chamber. Clutching the celestial repair stone, she sat cross-legged on a bed of eternal ice, enveloped in a tangible purple spiritual energy. Under the influence of this purple energy, Lu Yinqi's strength was recovering at an exponential rate in her previous life. The Empress of Yaoqi had attained the pinnacle of celestial emperor status, just a step away from divinity. In her reincarnation, Lu Yinqi was merely striving to regain her former power, as she cultivated. The defenders of the Yaoqi palace engaged in fierce combat with the advancing three armies. The skies and earth resounded with the clamor of battle. This was a life-and-death struggle. Conflicts within the cultivation realm were far more brutal and destructive than those of mortals. Furthermore, outnumbered as they were, the defenders began to show signs of despair, retreating gradually toward the heart of the Yaoqi palace. Leaving a trail of casualties in their wake, high above, the nine-tailed empress, besieged by the three celestial sovereigns, began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Though her enormous fox tails could withstand celestial swords, they could not fend off the relentless onslaught of attacks. Her demonic aura could traverse 9,000 miles, instilling fear in her opponents. Yet the combined might of the three celestial sovereigns began to overwhelm her. I must buy more time for Yaoqi. The nine-tailed empress thought, gasping for breath before launching another assault on the three celestial sovereigns. Futile, nine-tailed empress, you are already drained. Victory is beyond your grasp? Hua Guang, the leader of the Tianqi sect, shouted, unleashing a barrage of spells at her. Should you possess the capability, then kill me. The nine-tailed empress retorted defiantly. If you seek death, then we shall oblige. Ao Sui, the grand elder of the Tiandao pavilion, swiftly performed a series of hand seals, causing himself to split into 7 clones and bellowed, 7-star extermination sword formation. As his words fell, the 7 clones, each wielding a celestial sword, positioned themselves and launched an assault on the nine-tailed empress. Each sword beam imbued with the intent to eradicate the celestial. Seeing the nine-tailed empress refuse to surrender, Qin Shoshing, the chief protector of the Jidao Tower, gritted his teeth and unleashed his ultimate technique, Dusk of the Immortals. With a single strike, a torrent of yellow sword energy rained down from the sky, akin to a deluge, descending upon the nine-tailed empress. Hua Guang, with a malevolent gleam in his eyes, executed a series of hand seals, summoning a brilliant blue lightning that formed a vast blue thundercloud overhead. Secret technique, Thunderous Cataclysm, Swift? Hua Guang pointed, and a thick bolt of blue lightning struck down from the thundercloud. 3 celestial sovereigns. Unleashing 3 ultimate techniques. None dared to confront them head-on, not even a celestial emperor. Yet, the nine-tailed empress found herself with no retreat. Her demonic essence surged forth uncontrollably, demonic sovereign domain. With a thunderous roar, a white circular domain rapidly expanded from the nine-tailed empress, shielding her from all harm within its confines. However, under the relentless assault of the three celestial sovereigns, the demonic sovereign domain only expanded to a radius of 10 meters before being suppressed, visibly contracting. Should the domain collapse, the nine-tailed empress would be gravely wounded, potentially leading to her demise at the hands of the three celestial sovereigns. I must buy time for Yao Qi. The nine-tailed empress understood that she could not withstand the ultimate techniques of the three celestial sovereigns. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. As the demonic sovereign domain was further compressed, the three celestial sovereigns glimpsed the hope of victory. Nine-tailed empress, perish! Guang roared, his eyes bloodshot. The other two celestial sovereigns also seemed to envision the impending demise of the nine-tailed empress. However, just as the nine-tailed empress was on the brink of collapse, a purple sword energy shot forth from within the Yao Qi palace, soaring to the height of 10,000 meters. With a single slash, it severed Qin Shouxing's right arm. My hand! Blood splattered through the air. This sudden turn of events left them utterly stunned. Who dares to ambush us? Guang exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. The other two celestial sovereigns were equally astounded by the unexpected strike. In the next moment, a purple figure appeared before them in an instant, with violet hair and violet eyes, surrounded by a swirling aura of purple energy. She wielded the Yao Qi celestial sword, her gown billowing as she exuded an air of icy arrogance, gazing down upon the world with an aura of invincibility. Upon recognizing the purple energy surrounding her, the three celestial sovereigns were left aghast. The Empress of Yao Qi. Those who offend the Yao Qi palace shall die, Lu Yinshi declared, her words sending the three celestial sovereigns into a state of terror. On this day, the three celestial sovereigns of the western continent fell, and the Tianqi sect, Jidao Tower, and Tiandao Pavilion suffered a resounding defeat. The name of the Yao Qi Empress once again echoed throughout the western continent. Chapter 91. The Empress. Even in death, I shall not wed the crown prince within the Yao Qi palace of the western continent. After repelling the three armies of the Tianqi sect, Jidao Tower, and Tiandao Pavilion, Lu Yinshi finally returned to the palace. Although she appeared triumphant after slaying three celestial sovereigns, her body was far from well. Upon her return, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling and her aura becoming disordered. The nine-tailed empress, witnessing this, was alarmed. Yao Qi, are you all right? She hurriedly supported Lu Yinshi, her face filled with concern. Having raised the first empress of Yao Qi, the nine-tailed empress regarded Lu Yinshi as her own daughter. My name is Lu Yinshi. Henceforth, you may call me by this name, Empress, Lu Yinshi replied, her demeanor proud yet tinged with stubbornness. Despite her current weakness, she remained steadfast in her principles, holding on to the one aspect of her former self that she wished to retain. Even now, you are fixated on names. The nine-tailed empress seemed to discern that Lu Yinshi had forcibly emerged from seclusion, expending her essence and borrowing the energies of the celestial repair stone and Yao Qi celestial sword. Were this to occur during the zenith of the Yao Qi Empress in a previous life, it would indeed have been a simple task. However, Lu Yinshi has only recently inherited the powers of the Yao Qi Empress, and her strength has yet to be fully restored. At present, Lu Yinshi's capabilities are at most at the integration stage, making it utterly impossible for her to vanquish three experts of the immortal sovereign level. Unless she were to expend a significant portion of her soul energy and forcibly enhance her strength with the aid of the celestial stone and the Yao Qi divine sword. Yet, such a price is exorbitant, and reclaiming her soul energy would require an extensive period. Lu Yinshi is acutely aware of the grave cost of her actions, yet at that moment, she had no alternative. With the coalition of 18 factions of cultivators advancing, it was imperative to exert absolute power to intimidate them. Otherwise, they would assume that the Yao Qi palace was easy to bully. After taking a breath, Lu Yinshi spoke. This is merely one of the reasons. The other is that she observed the nine-tailed heavenly queen struggling to hold on, prompting her to forcefully exit her seclusion, drawing upon the energy of the celestial stone and the Yao Qi divine sword to expend her soul energy and elevate her realm. Ultimately, Lu Yinshi understands the significance of the nine-tailed heavenly queen to the Yao Qi, which is why she took such a perilous step. Indeed, you have already begun to embody the imposing presence of the Yao Qi Empress of yore, and it is essential to use unyielding force to instill fear in them. Only then will these petty villains refrain from their reckless antics. Once they realize that the Yao Qi palace is under your command, they shall surely be thrown into disarray. The nine-tailed heavenly queen's eyes sparkled with admiration, before she swiftly shifted her tone. However, you must also be cautious of your own health. Expending soul energy to forcibly elevate your strength is akin to inflicting harm upon oneself while attempting to slay a foe. Moreover, the recovery of soul energy is exceedingly slow. Do not resort to such measures again. The nine-tailed heavenly queen felt a pang of concern for Lu Yinqi. Yet her words were not unfounded. In the Western continent, the Yaoqi Empress is among the most formidable of experts in her prime. When she presided over the Yaoqi Palace, no faction in the Western continent dared to show disrespect to its denizens. Keeping them subdued for millennia, it was only after the Yaoqi Empress reincarnated that these cultivator factions began to stir against the Yaoqi Palace, coupled with the competition for fortune and the fragmented imperial seal. This eventually escalated into the current alliance of 18 cultivator factions seeking to assault the Yaoqi Palace. Now, with the Yaoqi Empress's formidable return, having single-handedly slain 3 immortal sovereigns and dealt a heavy blow to 3 factions, the remaining sects in the Western continent will undoubtedly tread carefully, refraining from launching further assaults on the Yaoqi Palace. Thus, Lu Yinqi's forceful emergence from her seclusion, while detrimental to her own well-being, will yield conspicuous results. As the two conversed, a white paper crane darted swiftly into the Yaoqi Palace, arriving before the nine-tailed heavenly queen. It bore a message from the central continent. The nine-tailed heavenly queen's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as she instantly recognized the origin of the crane, and she promptly received and unfolded it. The message read, "The crown prince of the Daxiao martial dynasty has emerged, having slain the lord of Dahong City, and now journeys northward." This intelligence was relayed by the Yaoqi Palace's operatives in the central continent. With the old emperor having passed away and the crown prince appearing, the contest for fortune has finally commenced, presenting an opportunity for our Yaoqi Palace. The nine-tailed heavenly queen felt a surge of delight upon learning of the crown prince's emergence. Previously, they had dispatched individuals to the southern borders in search of the Daxiao martial dynasty's crown prince, but to no avail. It was unexpected that he would show himself this time. With this in mind, the nine-tailed heavenly queen turned to Lu Yinqi and inquired, "Yaoqi, what have you decided regarding the matter I mentioned to you during our last meeting at the Lu family in Qiqing?" "What matter?" Lu Yinqi's brows furrowed as a sense of foreboding arose within her. With the emperor of the Daxiao martial dynasty having passed, the contest for fortune had already begun in recent nights. "I have scrutinized the celestial omens and discovered a bright trajectory for the crown prince's imperial star, making him a most suitable candidate for assistance. Should you unite with him in marriage and become the crown princess of the Daxiao martial dynasty? Once the contest concludes, it will undoubtedly bring you great fortune. Your inability to ascend to divinity in your previous life stemmed from a lack of fortune, and this lifetime, should you acquire great